from all around the world. So you really need to look into how they play and what they play and what you play that is good against it. And you really need to start understanding the game a lot more.
Yeah, my goal here is to win the championship. Confident would be the word I choose, because I believe in my team and that we can win.
I'd say ready. I'd say you guys have to prepare for us to just have fun and pick whatever you want, and we will still just win no matter what. There's not much you can do against us when we just decide that we want to win.
You have to be prepared for us to play good under pressure and not crumble like most of the teams here.
Dote.
My name is Day3. I come from Australia, and it's my first time being in one of these major league events.
My name's Alex Pethig. In game I go by FMCL. I'm from New Zealand, and this is quite a great experience coming to China to play video games.
Hi, my name is Matthew Boulot. My in-game name is Matty F, and I play support for Ground Zero.
It's an Asian team. Their team name is Reject. That'll be our first game that we'll verse against them. So
their playstyle is really unique, and we know what they play, and we're looking forward to the game. We know it's not going to be an easy game, and if we have a good day, then we're confident we can take the win.
But overall, I think any team is very strong at this tournament, as they're all top tier teams from the different regions. Yeah, I think every team's still beatable, but every team's still losable against.
Okay, yes. So it was amazing because we were really proud of ourselves, and
yeah, we're very excited for our first game. Traveling from different countries to come here to compete, to beat everyone. Very excited for it. Watch out.
what about?
What is that? I have no idea.
No, you're not real. It's Mr. Fantastic, of course.
It's the first time that this game has been able to hold an international tournament, so we're very fortunate to be one of the representing teams here. I hope Australia is proud of us, and we're here to make an effort for ourselves. We're here to make a name for ourselves.
We'll appreciate every support we get, and we'll hope to do the best for you guys.
Cheer us on, please. Cheer us on.
Stacked on nothing, democratized for damage, but Melian still manages to strike at the heart when it's needed. Yeah, and that's the problem with taking that space. Terra with a two-piece. We see Delena on a Taro cookie. Terra on a headlock. And that is a great... Finds a ton. Piggy is going to go down, though. Doesn't get too much value. FMCL trying to chase him down. Goes another. Duet falls. The res! No!
The res was there, but they all get res off the court, and we can't touch.
hunt is on. Taste cold steel. Open season. 1,000 cards!嶺南有句俗話，飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
welcome to day number 4 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Mid-Season Finals! Here in Guangzhou, we are down to our final 6 teams, where we have Envy and 100 Thieves waiting in the upper bracket finals, while Ground Zero Gaming, Citadel Gaming, Over Ultra Gaming, and RAD Esports are all fighting for their tournament lives. We're going to be finding out our top 3 today, as well as our first grand finalist. It comes down to this, the most intense of games where a couple more teams will be going home. This is down to the wire rivals, where every play could be the difference between elation and heartbreak. It's our penultimate day of play. Let's get into it and meet our first teams. We're starting with our first lower bracket match. Please welcome to the stage, representing Oceania, Ground Zero Gaming! Ground Zero were the only regional champions to reach the upper bracket semi-finals, defeating the Asia champions in the process. They've broken ground and are now looking to zero in on the next round. Please welcome Ground Zero Gaming! Now representing EMEA, please welcome Citadel Gaming! The EMEA champions, and they have had to fight tooth and nail to be here, with both their series going all the way. They've opened the gates and are ready to unleash. Please welcome Citadel Gaming! Only one can move on, rivals, so let's lead the way and head over to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 4. The calm is gone. The storm is here. The forecast, my friends, is pure chaos. I'm Cozy, joined by the legendary Dogman and Shib. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great. Yesterday was insane. We had 2 games go to the best of 5, obviously 3-2, and one of which being a reverse sweep, which was wild. How'd you feel about that, Doug?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday was insane. I think we were both in the crowd, Shib, yesterday because it was our day off.
Sure.
And, man, what a day it was to watch Marvel Rivals Esports. Man, Cozy,
what a day.
You could not ask for a better opening. You could have scripted a better opening. 2 1 seeds going head-to-head in what was maybe going to be a grand finals, now a lower bracket to get 8th place, saying goodbye to Sentinels that early up to the Game 5, and we followed that with another Game 5. And what was your big takeaway, Shib, when you look at Citadel versus Sentinels? What does Citadel have to do what they did in that game to keep the momentum going?
Yeah, I think there was a bit where they started losing confidence, which was a tough look. But, you know, they bounced back and were able to find themselves. They just crumbled at the very end. I think they struggled with portal plays is what I was seeing from the side of Citadel. They just got to be ready to handle those and to bounce back and make a big play. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many things that they can work on, but going into today, I mean, it's going to be so much fun.
So the things are heating up here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. We're about to kick off, so tune in between August 6th and September 6th to earn sprays, nameplates, and exclusive Star-Lord costume right there on the screen. The rewards will be unlocked throughout the month, so make sure to check in the full schedule and watch these games.
You can do your best Ignite impression and cosplay as you can hold up the championship trophy in the game. One of our teams trying to fight for that right now. And fellas, we've all been up there. We've been able to talk to these amazing streamers, doing a nice little LAN watch party and just breaking down the action and going through the memories so far, the early memories of Rivals from Season 0 all the way to now. It's been a blast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I got to call out Fan for showing up there and mentioning something about Detroit. I don't know. I guess on cast one time I talked about being a lumberjack or whatever, and Fan was just cracking up. So the whole desk, everybody there is amazing. SK Poker, Lulu Lovely, Necros, and J3. I mean, we love our LAN party watch. We love our LAN watch party enjoyers.
Yeah, they're a ton of fun up there. Obviously, make sure to tune in, check them out, jump into the chat, and show some love, man. It's been a blast.
It's been cool. It's just cool to get the whole community together. Rivals community is a lot closer than people think, and just being able to all be in the same place, really removing that kind of virtual wall, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what makes LAN special, not only for the players, the coaches, but also for everyone behind the production team here, the casters and the hosts. Cool to have everyone in one place, and creators as well. And Necros, that picture there, just, I mean,
Lord
come
icons.
on. Just absolute, just aura.
Because he needed a new one because his other one, he was just like negative aura. So now that he's finally on the board with some sick aura, he's a cool guy. I mean, that's the thing about Necros. That's what we love so much about it.
Absolutely, yes. We take a look at the Season 3.5 roadmap. Again, live now. We've got Blade into the game. We're not going to have any Blade in the tournament, fellas, but how do we feel about Blade coming?
I'm stoked. I mean, it brings in anti-heal, right? That's a whole nother level of play. Does have that block, which can reset the dash. Dash has anti-heal. Alt has anti-heal. There is a ton in that kit, and I'm just stoked to get hands-on. Obviously, us being here, we have yet to see that, so I am looking forward to it. Doug, how do you think Blade is going to fit into the meta?
I don't know, man. I think it should be kind of strong, right, for sure. Like, when Blade comes in, it's going to be disgusting, I think. Yeah. The first instance in Marvel Rivals to get that anti-heal is going to be massive for everybody playing the game, considering I imagine a lot of you viewers back at home playing Marvel Rivals realize, you know, a lot of the strategist ultimates are so strong because they last, like, quite a while on top of giving everybody so much health continuously. Now with Blade coming in, that changes a lot of that dynamic.
Yeah, some patches change small, some massively, and I feel like with the team-ups and the balance, we're able to have so many things change at once. And with the Mantis team-up now, you've got Loki going in with more damage boost, the extra Groot wall. It's definitely going to bring some spice going into Season 3.5.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we talk about even Star-Lord, that teleport's going to enable maybe some ultimate plays, some safety plays. There's just so much coming in, the changes to Warlock and the res composition. I cannot wait to see what teams are going to be able to do with that, or, you know, how it's going to completely shake up the meta, because we know how strong Guardians comp can be.
And also, by the way, I mean, it's amazing that the fact that you talked about it like last broadcast, I believe. I mean, it's just awesome to have a lot of the dev team here in the crowd because we are on the NetEase campus. So we literally see like half the dev squad downstairs. Guang and all of them are here in Guangzhou. And I mean, if you come out to any of these events, if we ever host an event, maybe in North America or something like that, you could meet Guang in person.
Meet your heroes. They say don't meet them, but Guang's available to say hello to. But we take a look at the schedule here in the main stage, the upper bracket finals. Envy 100 Thieves. Now, gentlemen, I know we're all from America over here, so we're a little gassed up that we see our teams here in the finals, I know for sure. But taking a look at the lower bracket, the path to that, what teams do you guys like down there? Which one do you think makes it?
On the lower side, I'm going to go personally with Citadel. They looked incredible. Honestly, the Citadel Envy game was like a finals in and of itself, and that was so fun to watch. So I've got to go Citadel on the lower bracket, and then I think I'm going to say RAD. How about you, Doug?
Yeah, I mean, I got to go with you on the – well, I got to go the opposite of you, man. Maybe I got to go with Guangzhou. I feel like as the bit we've been doing, committing for Ground Zero is the play. I think Ground Zero is a dark horse for sure, as are a lot of teams from the Australian region, from the Oceania region. But man, it's going to be an incredible day of matches, Cozy. Starting off with Ground Zero versus Citadel, like you said, Shib, and I got Ground Zero there. OUG and RAD Europe versus China is going to be sick, as well as Australia and Europe as well with Citadel.BRBR, and then Envy, 100 Thieves, that North American matchup, like you said, Cozy, that's going to be insane in that upper bracket, and then we're still waiting on match 4 depending on what happens earlier on in the day.
Yeah, without question. I got to say, become a big Citadel fan while watching the crowd. Sentinel's a great team, love them, but we really saw what makes that team different and stand out, and kind of taking a focus at match 1. First of all, love it. I talked to them at the hotel, and they were like, well, we play in match 1 and 4 tomorrow, and I'm like, well, match 4, we don't know yet. There's the confidence, fellas, right? Coming right into it. Taking a look at the roster, though, Shib, I know you watched a lot of this team now, and looking at what they've done, we've learned about this kind of mysterious team, and it starts, I feel like, with FMCL.
Yeah, they have the underdog story, right? And yeah, you're right. FMCL looked insane as a duelist. Those Wolverine plays were wild. I really thought Duep on the Vanguard role, or excuse me, was looking wild out there. So yeah, is playing Vanguard, was playing some really strong Magneto with some big dunks. So I saw a 3-piece yesterday. He is not afraid to pop off on the slow pace of play Vanguard.
No, and absolutely. I think the biggest difficulty a lot of viewers have a lot of times, I think somebody's like, oh man, that Magneto player really threw by missing that Meteor M or whatever. Sure. But a lot of times the value in Meteor M, like Duep had, yeah, he got those eliminations, but most of the time it's just soaking up those duelist ults, right?
Sure. The better you get at the game, the more Magneto goes from an offensive Vanguard to a defensive Vanguard. And I've seen that a lot here as we take a look at Citadel's roster. And honestly, stacked from head to toe, y'all. Watched a lot of this team yesterday. Paulie, how he plays defines his team. They lost map 1 in domination against Sentinels. Paulie had 0 eliminations, guys.
Rough.
0. After that, didn't blink 20+ every single time, and that led to victory. Huge ults, and I think Doctor Strange and the Agamottos was the big difference maker. Paulie, Enzo, those are the Vanguards to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I think Pokey, obviously very strong. I know you mentioned this as a Psylocke player, Dog, how strong Pokey is in the neutral. Just finding value all the time, correct?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in this tournament, it feels like Phoenix players have kind of stepped it up, but you know, like, Pokey is that guy on Psylocke for sure. He's the guy that sort of brought them into this tournament against like Virtus Pro and other teams. I've never seen a Psylocke player in the neutral, at least at the end of a very important match, like in their grand finals in Stage 1 EMEA, to just kind of play loose and get those eliminations early is very impressive.
Well, when it comes to Kin and Alex, that's really, I need them to see it, the step up. Yesterday, there was a couple of times Techie was able to eliminate the Loki after the copy, right before the ult, and that was what lost him that map 1, and it happened later on. So the strategist just kind of getting that together, especially against Ground Zero, who likes to be aggressive, right? You go for that backline early, and that's a little bit what I think could be the key to success for Ground Zero to get the W.
I also think they need to remove the torch, right? We know how good Tanuki can be on the torch. Honestly, just very strong duelist in general, but in my opinion, it's got to go. Although I do, especially because against the dive, you're going to want to not be in the sky, correct? So they're not afraid to pull out that. We saw Panther, we saw the Venom dive, and they were so coordinated. And the burst potential, just the raw damage, was milliseconds of reaction time. You have to get them out of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, Torch is just so good right now, and depending on how, like, no matter who you are, you kind of have to play him. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about behind the scenes, I believe, with Nectar, which maybe that's a bit of a lead up into the future, maybe foreshadowing what's going to happen. But they were talking about how important it is on Torch, or the fact that you know, the characters are so strong. If Torch is available, you have to take it. Similar to what we saw, kind of what we're learning about that triple res composition, right, Cozy? It's just that composition is so strong that sometimes you can't really ignore it.
Especially in domination. We say this all the time. I mean, you're getting so many lives between not only the resurrection from the passive, but then Adam getting everybody up with the karmic revival, that you have to play so perfect as the other team. It's so impossible to get that done most of the time. But I agree. I think yesterday, summed up in one word, is just ban Human Torch. Not one word, but you get the point, right? Speeder, we saw what he could do and really carried to that win. And then Tanuki, same story. And so I expect to see less Torch here and more bans go in his direction.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you talk about skill ceiling or just how strong the hero is. That's one of those heroes that's it's virtually endless, right? So the players that are the very best duelists choose to like to put a lot of time into Torch. So got to go there. Now let's switch it over to GZ, folks. I think personally, we talked about, I really loved when they were running that dive composition. That was very successful for them. And then they decided to not really push it too much. They did push it through yesterday a little bit, but it's not seeming to be their main focus. I feel like they only like to use it as almost like a flashbang, right? Just to appear and then get rid of it later and go back to more traditional composition.
Yeah, I want to see what this team does in terms of changing up their variety of play style. I was talking to you guys earlier about how the fact Oceania region in general and Australia specifically as a country has a lot of very, very strong Wolverine players. So FMCL, for example, is just such a good player on Wolverine. I think that Demon as well is incredibly exciting on that hero, like out of the EMEA region. So I think there's so many good Wolverine players out of this country, and FMCL is one of them.
Honestly, I have to say, we saw this in the group stage. We're seeing it right now. These teams that people don't know as much, right, is an advantage most of the time. You're able to kind of sharpen your skills behind the scenes, and all of us, we knew how the American squads would roll out. We knew EMEA to a good point, but we were all kind of like, how is Ground Zero going to do it? Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised with how they've been able to hold up with their aggressive nature.
We show Duep here.
Well, it's because of him. It's because of that guy, man. It's because of the guy you pointed out earlier, right?
Yeah, I think he is very patient, but honestly, it's just like every ult is so impactful. Yesterday, we saw 3-piece against Thieves honestly help them push forward on that domination mode. Granted, they did struggle right into Thieves, but I do think this team is underdogs. The sub, too, Nami, a recent pull-in fitting into the team.
Yeah, Nami's been crazy on Phoenix and on a lot of the hit scan type heroes. I mean, definitely has been a standout player for this roster. Both duelists, you talked about it, Cozy, is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Their key to success is just don't get caught up in the moment. Yes, you're facing elimination, and that is a worry I have a tad with them, but I feel like if they're just able to play as the people we know they are, that team, that kind of play loose mentality, that's how they're going to get it done. And these guys, they grind rank. I mean, we went in and saw them the other day. They're just out there having fun playing rank on ladder and as a team, as a unit. That's what shows me pure championship mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of these players have that, right? We notice especially a lot of the young players, right? We talked to Nectar, which will come on later in the tournament. Nectar said that, like, realistically, that when you play this game and lose, not everybody wants to play ranked afterwards, right? Some people just want to go home, relax, you know, you feel kind of bad. Zenstarry over here, by the way, as well. But Nectar grinding the game constantly as well. Zenstarry, though, is phenomenal as well as his family's here, by the way. Zenstarry's family's here. A few of the other guys here, speaking of families that are at the venue, Citadel, who are doing a little bit of a goofy dance. This team is so funny.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to glance over here at Citadel, and there's no reason to not mention Salah, their coach, very much in the forefront. Gets the team together with these exercises prior to the map, locking them in as a team. And I think that is the more I personally love stuff like that. As a team, played a lot of team sports in my life. Getting your team together, amping everyone up as a unit. Everyone thinks as one, you know, getting that mentality that we're going to win this no matter what. That's all you need to push forward.
Led by Salah, right? I mean, I got to say, Salah is probably the most coach with the biggest personality here. He kind of represents a lot of the outgoing nature for this team. I saw him kind of chatting to the other team on stage, clapping, yelling at his own teammates in a great way, in the encouraging way. They saw Tanuki's interview. He's like, you know what? This gets us, wild up and ready to go. And sometimes coaches are kind of behind the side and more analytical. Salah, he's the in-your-face, let's get this done.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely a huge part of this roster, as well as they have a championship pedigree across esports, right, in Enzo and Alex on the other side, as well as, I believe, a few more of their players. I mean, these guys are well experienced in the scene.
Play of the tournament so far in my eyes. Enzo hitting almost a 5-piece with the Eye of Agamotto to seal the deal for the team. And usually, we saw Pauly play that role. I think that's what makes this team special. They can flex like crazy in the Vanguard department. We just saw Crimzo and Techie, two of the best in the game, but they couldn't handle the flexibility that Citadel had to offer.
And Enzo on the sticks, too. Having a controller in hand is awesome. But yeah, we showed Pokey there. We had mentioned Pokey being one of the best, if not the best. And here's that clapping ritual. You can see right now the team trying to make sure they're aligned, clapping at the same time as Salah leads them forward into battle. Personally, love to see it. But yeah, it's just a team that's coordinated, a team that is a family, and that is how you win these matchups.
Pauly's family's here as well. I mean, that's probably just repeating the same thing, but everybody's kind of supporting their family. What were you saying, Cozy?
Yeah, we talked about it. As young guns, especially, when you have your family in the crowd watching Tanuki's mom, I go encourage you guys to go look at the clip. I mean, just so cool to watch her celebrate and just cheer for their son. And I asked him, it definitely helps. It's a little buff. You know, for the team mentality there. And these guys are locked in. They're ready to go. If you can clap together, you can play together. Ground Z look the same shib as we get things going.
I am ready for the start of the map. We are going to be seeing the ban phase now. This should be, I'm not sure what we're going to see here. Obviously, I do think Ground Zero, immediate torch get that out of the way before they can lock that puppy in. It's just going to... oh, actually, okay, so we see over on the side of Ground Zero, the cap ban, which does make sense as well, right? We've been seeing that a lot against Citadel.
Absolutely. They play a disgusting Captain America to such a good degree. That animation cancel, that quick, just aggressive nature, keeps your strat just alive a bit more, right? So I do like that. I will be surprised if we don't see the torch ban after what happened yesterday. Citadel just get the job done immediately there with the ban.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Citadel, locked that. That's weird that Ground Zero would not go for that ban. Like you said, there really is a lot of respect on Pauly, like you guys mentioned, and that definitely leaves, like you said, Tanuki open. So that's a huge, huge hole right now, potentially for Ground Zero, unless more bans come through.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to say Pauly is likely, if not right with Crimzo, the best cap in the game. And they play cap in another.
Maybe too,
yeah, true. Ganbei as well. Yeah. They are insane at stalling and forcing insane plays. So got to get rid of that. And there's that torch ban.
Yeah, there it is. There's the Tanuki respect. You love to see it, as well as Loki going down. So they're trying to slow down this team and what they do well. So far, I like that we don't have 24 seconds of immortality on either side, boys. We're going to cut that out of the picture. And we've been seeing this a bit more now, the Jean Grey bans. Why is that? For those that don't know too much Jean Grey, Phoenix, talk to me a little bit about that combo and what she can bring.
Yeah, so Phoenix now, obviously, when you use that ultimate, when you use that Ensong Inferno, it'll clear all shields and, objects, right? So you think of Loki crystals and clones even off the face of the map. So it really works well with something like Magneto, who can dunk an ultimate on top of them with no protection left.
Well, we close things up. We got Wolverine saved. Magneto, boys, it's been fun. Have fun with the cast. Good luck. And let's go Citadel Ground Zero.
All righty. Thank you, Cozy, man. It's been a pleasure to have you on the desk. Obviously, saw you on stage earlier on. Beautiful man Cozy is. I mean, every night I dream of Cozy in a positive light, of course.
Of course, naturally.
Yes, naturally. I mean, everybody would. I mean, he's just such a handsome guy, just like everybody else on the stage, right? We have an incredible group of players ready to go. Like you said, Phoenix getting banned, Torch getting removed as well on BRBR. And there's a lot of interesting things happening in terms of the patches, Shiv, in terms of the sort of development, I guess, in terms of the meta game, as they might say, at the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season. The biggest one, Shiv, I don't know about you, but I feel like we were seeing a ton of Venom earlier on.
Yeah.
Not as much anymore.
Yeah, oh, so you're saying development's just in here alone. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, teams are learning each other and understanding how to counter big plays. A lot of teams are trying to get that one-shot combo, right, with the damage boost into Venom and find a way through that, but the teams are now separating well. They're really locking in on saving cooldowns. And you really can't force a whole team to play around that one-shot combo 24/7, so they are finding ways to make changes as we get into the game right now, folks. Citadel versus Ground Zero. Let's get to it. And as you say that, we do see the Venom off the rip here for Zen. They are going to be running that dive composition with FMCL. Zen, Duep on the mag, and here we go. The Portal Kidnap doesn't find value. Yes, a few come through. Enzo tries to make the play, does not just yet as Ken's going to take out Maddie, and that's a nice start to the fight here for Citadel, who will be up in numbers, trying to push forward to the point. 7 seconds on.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much space kind of being created by the side of Citadel, right, kind of flanking. FMCL is also ready to go on that Black Panther, but let's see what happens in this fight. Double dash through, no eliminations yet, Chip. And right now, he's back in round 2. He got one. Actually, Ken goes down during that fight. He's got the spears off, got the reset, able to take him down. Removing Ken is huge as well, because that's the guy that's sort of peeling for Alex, and now he's going to go down to FMC as well. So both backline removed immediately to the Black Panther, and we were talking about Venom earlier, obviously making his debut yet again here.
Ground Zero off that play there, really finding value. FMCL with a lead like you had mentioned, and they do win that fight and get point after 15% for Citadel. We talk about getting the point first and then stalling, but if you only hold 15%, that is not what you're looking for. That's essentially like first point grab here for Ground Zero.
Well, another reason why this Black Panther is going to do so well is because of the ban phase. Ground Zero getting rid of Phoenix, that removes a lot of that peel for the backline too. Phoenix known, or a very good character at dealing with Black Panther, able to stun with your E, make sure that Black Panther can't get as much value. So really smart job by Ground Zero to kind of think about the entire macro of this game.
FMCL, tremble before Bass. Do we see a follow-up? Yes, down goes Ken. Look for 2, 3, as Enzo and Pokey go down. FMCL showcasing why this Panther may need to get taken out before this map. Pauly gonna find Zen and Nami onto Tanuki, but numbers still very much up here for Ground Zero.
An amazing play by FMCL, man. I mean, just kind of dashing back through, ghost dashing, as Necros likes to talk about it. So that guy is incredible, FMCL, in the Australian region. There's so many good players here, and FMCL definitely debuting Y, and that's why Black Panther has been so good. They're swapping to Iron Fist now. Citadel trying to look for a solution, but I really think, Shiv, that Phoenix ban is prohibiting Citadel from winning any fights in the future.
Great call there. You do see the switch up, like you had mentioned, to the fist. You got to play high sense gaming here when you're using something like Panther. Up we go with the end song, looking for a play together. Damage boost comes through. Bang, down goes Ken as they combo up. Another Duep finds ALX. Oh, and Tanuki goes down. FMCL is going to find Pauly, and they're still holding on with 80%.
Yeah, this has been such a dominant fight. Enzo resets, jumps off the map. I mean, they want to do the the Doctor Strange portal play here. We'll see if a spawn camp comes through. The spawns are just so far away as well, Shib. 90% of the board now. The Iron Fist has to touch, but right now, I mean, Citadel just aren't finding a solution, especially the fact that Citadel in general don't really have, well, they know how to play Black Panther, right? So that's tough.
Okay, 98% here. Duep Zen again, are you kidding me? They are going to find more value and make this play at 99%. The portal may not be ready yet, so I'm not sure it's been 3 minutes, and that could do it here. What an insane set of plays by Ground Zero, who are looking lights out against Citadel.
Yeah, what a round one for Ground Zero. And right now, man, it's so, not surprising, but I think a team like Citadel losing to Black Panther is definitely crazy, considering Tanuki is so good on that hero on Black Panther, one of the best in the entire world. You would think to be able to deal with it, but I mean, what's going on is they don't have enough stuns, right?
Yeah.
We saw about that's why in general, like when we see the side of Phoenix, right? You just be able to get the stuns off. You can do whatever you want. With Citadel, they don't have anything against that. I mean, you could play the Bucky, and you look, Citadel's trying to figure out something, right? Do they want to play the Adam Warlock triple res composition? I believe the Mantis did get through, right? So we could potentially see that. But also, Black Panther doesn't do that bad against that composition. I mean, you can just kind of constantly dash back and forth. So right now, Ground Zero, at least on domination, we've seen Citadel do just as well with a similar comp with the Black Panther.
Yeah, even through Karmic Revival, Panther finds a lot of value, right? Obviously, until the next patch where everybody's going to come back with a ton of overhealth there. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. I don't think, this may have been a banning phase win here for the side of Ground Zero, getting rid of that Loki too, the cap to help out. This is a pretty smart play. I love what they're doing here as they press forward. We do have the portal again from Enzo. Kind of bit them in the last map because they were unable to use that teleport back to point. Here we go with the teleport portal. Does it get a cap? It does not, but they do make a play off it still as Matty goes down.
Yeah, they soul bomb, they dash in, maybe not expecting the triple res composition, and that's just going to be a cleanup, I think, now onto Ground Zero. I mean, obviously, Ultimate's out by FMCL. He's still trying to clutch it up, but you build up the ult so quick, you might as well just toss him out there, Shib. And honestly, yeah, like you said, this might be a ban phase situation that kind of happened. Also, Citadel, they were still deciding in the upcoming round what to play, right? You saw them hover over Winter Soldier, kind of figure things out. But right now for Citadel, they're thinking that they're just going to play super aggressive, play this triple res composition, and just kind of get things going with that Star-Lord.
Yep, and Duep going to find Tanuki. They do have 12% on us. This is a similar story here. The reses are going to come through as Tanuki's back in the map. But remember, that we'll have some time before that comes back around. The fight starts in the tight angles. There is going to be the Eternal Bond. Press them forward all the way through the point. Nami up in the sky, waiting out time. You are invulnerable in this moment. They're going to try to burst, and down it goes. Nami not able to land that yet. That is great focus there as they proceed to hold. Eye of Agamotto goes out here for Enzo. Doesn't look like it landed. Good idea, but sticks them on the controller. Enzo not able to get too much value. FMCL onto Alex. Nami onto Pokey. Duep onto Ken now. Are you kidding? Ground Zero. But 41% here as they clean up the rest for the side of Citadel is still holding on 50, and they're retaking with these reses as Pokey brings back Enzo Alex, and another, they're still back, holding on, numbers roughly even. It's all about stalling now, and that's the name of the game here on Domination.
Tanuki didn't get rezzed. Tanuki was too far, because I mean, the Comic Revival, I mean, you chases out the Adam Warlock, and you can kind of find him that way, but here comes the Star-Lord Galactic Legend in the sky. Pokey as well goes down. Same thing with Ken, man. It's just kind of flipping on its head. They're stalling it out at least for Citadel. Maybe getting a little bit more time in the bank, but 70% of the board. We'll see how they do against Ground Zero on Black Panther because, as you know, Shib, I mean, you're able to set up these dives way easier on the defensive hold.
Yeah, you're looking to get roughly 70%. I mean, you typically want to try to get 80. It guarantees a one fight, or at least for the most part, unless a portal really clutches up in the last moment. So 68 may not be enough. It could potentially lead to 3, but it would be tough. So Ground Zero just trying to make some ground back here. Zenstari onto Alex. Pokey falls from FMCL. Make that 2. FMCL on the Panther built a little bit different as Nami finds Pauly. Duep onto Enzo, and FMCL again onto Ken. Are you kidding me? Finding so many finals here.
Yeah, FMCL is him, man. I mean, one of the best Australian players. The whole team has just been rallying around him, and I think it's tough because if you give Nami the Phoenix, you give FMCL the Black Panther, they're able to get so much done. And right now, like you said earlier, Shiv, this might be a drafting difference at the current moment. But for Citadel, they're trying to play that counter dive, right? They know the counter because they play so much Black Panther and Nami. Nami with a shutdown on top of the Feast of the Abyss. And Shiv, Ground Zero look phenomenal right now. Their dives are so clean. They might even overtake in terms of percentage on the board right now for Ground Zero.
Yeah, ultimate advantage in terms of strat line will be just slightly up here for Citadel. But, I mean, you can see Ground Zero at least still having that dance floor ready. Maddie likely going to have it by the end of the fight. But we are going to proceed forward with the teleport off the rip here. Will they be able to maintain time? 70% still for Citadel and 72 here for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, 72% right now, going for that Meteor M in the sky, eating it towards Alex, and oh no, Dwep again. I mean, that's the second time this tournament he's hit such a sky shot on the backside of the map, and he's trying to clean things up. Enzo onto Maddie, able to trade it back. Same thing with Tanuki and King Bob, but damage wasn't actually fully done. FMCL falls so low because no more healers are in the fight. The constant regroupage of this the supports and the strategists of Citadel kind of kept them in that fight. Now 70% of the board, still kind of progressing with ultimates as well. Actually, Citadel with the portal able to kind of bring themselves back into this tournament, back into this map specifically, as they already crossed the 80% mark. Take the point back, Ground Zero now. Kind of trying to come back into it with that Black Panther composition. Trying to play it slow. Citadel, obviously, wanting to go kind of aggressive. They have Tanuki back now on the Black Panther, but oh, he gets stiffed by FMCL. Are you kidding me? The Australian Black Panther taking out Tanuki, who is known as one of the best PPs in the world. Ayawagamoto connects onto so many, and they're all shut down by Citadel. King Bob and Maddie taken back out. And you can maybe stall it out for a Doctor Strange portal. They didn't use it earlier on, but as overtime ticks and ultimates are up, this has to come quickly for Ground Zero.
And we start again here, FMCL trying to press forward once more. Will they be able to retake this? Ult's up for the side of Ground Zero. FMCL out of Ken. Nami finds another Pokey. Got to bring the res back. Set Starry onto Tanuki. And Enzo going to find Nami. Trading back and forth as Pokey brings back Tanuki. Maddie onto Enzo again. Can we see them hold on? Pauly, Tanuki. They are on this Panther match back. And they want this to bring this to map 3. Can they get it done? I'm not sure, as they are panicking now. Overtime is ticking, but it looks like Ground Zero do have the space. Alex gonna pop off with the Eternal Bond. Eternal Bond still maintaining that position. Will they be able to play off it?
Good peel from King Bob there, keeping alive the strategist of Maddie last second to make sure he can build that Eternal Bomb. So really good work from King Bob, and they're able to take it back. So maybe they're coming back into this fight. I mean, earlier on, the reset's coming through from Tanuki, but they're staying alive on Ground Zero's side until now. Tanuki with the 2 eliminations coming back through, showing why he maybe is the Black Panther and not FMCL.
Yeah, that is a clean retake there for the side of Citadel, who showed up. And like you said, they're not afraid to run that Panther either.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Tanuki is very strong.
I mean, this is a matchup. This is the matchup everybody wants. Everybody wants to see FMCL versus Tanuki on Black Panther. We know in the Stage 1 Ignite series, we saw Tanuki pop off on Black Panther. He was the first guy to play a lot of Black Panther in a professional tournament. There's a lot of really good Black Panthers in the world. You know, we know Self is one of them. Ryan Mason can play. There's so many other players that play such a high-level Black Panther. In Australia, they also apparently have FMCL, who can also do it too. But, I mean, this is like that exciting matchup that we all wanted to see. You know, 2 phenomenal Black Panther players go against each other, because we already know how much places like Reddit, social media, really don't like Black Panther players.
Sure.
You know, a lot of the pro players are like, man, you know, oh, they're trolling. You know, maybe Black Panther's not that good. But, you know, at the end of the day, you go for these hard engages, hard dives, get those resets. This character can be absolutely lethal, and sometimes you don't have a lot you could do reaction-wise.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier the high sense gaming, correct? Like when you're playing Panther, if you have that ability to 180 very fast, it's so difficult to react. It's almost, you know, it's almost too quick to even sometimes hit a Loki crystal out and just before you get bursted. So yeah, very scary in the right hands, but we will see Ken here going to be on the Jeff. We have an Ultron Jeff lineup with Rocket. Very different looking here for Citadel as we push to map 3. Tanuki going to find FMCL. Enzo onto Nami now, and that is 2 numbers up here for Citadel, who do want this point early to ease themselves in and feel more comfortable, as Ken finds a 3rd up heavily in numbers now, and the point should go their way.
Yeah, they're going to get picked apart. I mean, the pace of play by Citadel is huge, allowing their strategists to also rotate. Alex is, by the way, over to Rocket Raccoon as well. So they have these reses, and they know that Ground Zero has to kind of go for these res beacons, right? Go back for that BRB. And Right now, Citadel will probably collapse on those situations like that because they have this triple Stratus composition, that triple Stratus lineup to peel for both Nami and FMCL. So this rotation in terms of characters played is huge. FMCL was forced to swap over to the Psylocke because he's getting marked so heavily by the entirety of Citadel.
I couldn't agree more, and here we go again as the Rage of Ultron from Pokey goes up on to the back line. There is going to be a couple return out of the sky! Duep, are you kidding me? But it does get matches. Enzo finds Zenstari, and that is a nice evening of the scoreboard, but Ground Zero still heavily up in ultimates.
What an insane ultimate. They could bring it back. Nami lands down, breaks all the shields, but can they find the elimination jib? It's going to be so close here on the backside. Here comes the Legendary, the Galactic Legend from Tanuki, able to get one, but Enzo traded up by FMCL. Can he find more? Tanuki with another one. Can they find a third? Not just yet because the Turtle Bond is out to stall for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, that is 60% roughly here. If they can keep holding and stalling for as long as possible, I think they will be able to at this point, but you know, he's still holding out. There it goes. Right about at 60. So well played here for the side of Citadel. Ground Zero does not have ult advantage in this next fight. Did have to commit a ton there just to even get close to this fight, but they still don't even have point yet. They're maintaining this off-angle positioning. They can't even get in there as there's just too much to deal with. Nami, gotta find Pokey. Polly, gotta find Nami saying, no, I want to keep these numbers even. Once again, Polly onto Zenstari, and they are still up. These fights are wild.
Absolutely wild, back and forth. I mean, the pressure is still on Ground Zero. They don't have that objective like you called out earlier, Ship. This is the advantage of getting that point first. I mean, they're nearly capping out, especially if they lose member after member, right? You have to find 2-for-1 trades, and that's not going to happen. 2 eliminations right on the bull strategist of Ground Zero. Send them back to spawn, and that should all but secure the point unless this portal is here from Zenstari, which it is, so they still have a chance, but they lost both of their strategists early on. They need to build these ults quickly.
Yeah, you can see ult advantage again for Citadel. At this point, the portal play comes in. This is going to be tough for Ground Zero to retake this position. I mean, it is going to be very difficult. The numbers are up again. Citadel maintaining positioning. Up we go. Will this land? Duep has been finding a ton of success, but not this time. King Bob bringing out the dance floor, holding on to fate of both worlds. Great range here. Ken showcasing the power of the Jeff, especially in hallway-based maps like this. Up in the sky we go. Galactic Legend going to put a bunch of damage out, but it doesn't do too much. The magic's out, but it doesn't last long as FMCL goes down. Tanuki, the switch in composition here for Citadel is huge brain, and it is really working for them as they hold on to map 3 and try to clutch this up 100-0. Duep onto Ken. Polly onto Maddie, though. Still even, and we see Zenstari now onto Enzo. Nami onto Alex. The res comes back from Alex with the BRB. Enzo still holding, and the Doug's Zenstari. Pokey gets 2. Enzo onto Zen.
I mean, they're closing it out, man, off of that ultimate. I mean, nobody else here to peel. I mean, Nami's trying his hardest, got 3 in that fight, but the job was done from Citadel. And Chip, honestly, I think that comes down to this is such a genius level composition from Citadel. Yeah. They're playing every character that can't be dope. Yeah. I mean, they're on the opposite side. You can't play Black Panther anymore because nobody can get picked off, right? You have Rocket Raccoon, the double dash away. You have Jeff to drive away as well. You would think, okay, maybe with the characters they're playing, we can go for somebody. But no, I mean, everybody's just so hidden. Ultron's in the sky as well. There's no diveable characters, and that really kind of enables them to pop off, right? A lot of teams, I think, are not willing to think like that, right? They're just like, okay, Luna's so strong, we got to play Luna Snow, but you can't peel on Luna Snow, or you can't live if you're being hard focused. There's not a lot of abilities to kind of live, whereas Rocket Raccoon has 2 dashes, he can climb up things, very annoying on domination. This might be the future of the meta. Citadel's ahead of the curve.
I think that's a great call. I do think you need to rotate. I mean, this goes back to the conversation around having a large hero pool. That full swap, playing more defensible heroes with more movement cooldowns, getting out of up into the sky there. Pokey finding a ton of value even with the Rage of Ultron in the sky. I do think was a game-winning decision, and you need diversity in your hero pool. It's that simple. If you see something like that happening, they got dominated on map 1 in my opinion until they started making those switches around in 2, and then things started really looking more in the favor of Citadel. But I mean, map 3 was just an absolute steamroll there by Citadel.
Yeah, Citadel's a scary team, man. I think this might be one of the, even though they lost earlier on in the tournament, this might be one of the best teams in the entire region. Actually, no, they didn't lose, right? So they won their series. I'm trying to remember, but Citadel, such a good team, man. Like, this team is so clean across the board. I mean, they have really good dives, but apparently today they're showing that they know how to change up and kind of adapt to a team that is good at diving.
Yeah, no, they did lose initially, the very first game against Envy, and that went to game 5, but the final map, right? Like, it was as far as it possibly could have gone And that was just, you know, that was, like I said, for me, it was like a finals match. I was having so much fun just witnessing that. So they definitely had the potential to push this the whole way. I truly do think this team could make it to the finals through the lower side bracket.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, today's going to be elimination day, right?
Yeah.
One of these two teams is going home.
Crazy.
$500,000 on the line, $160,000 USD for first place. So you can do the math yourself, look it up, the exchange rates and stuff. But, you know, this team, I think you're right. Citadel is just so clean at the current moment. Ground Zero also, you know, it looks like they have good dives, but the adaptations just didn't come through fast enough.
Sure.
And Citadel, this is what we talked about, what you talked about in terms of flexibility. That's what enables them to kind of sustain long-term in these sort of back-and-forth matches, especially on domination, because it can happen so quickly.
Yeah.
You need to adapt between rounds, and sometimes it's just a full all-in play, and you got to commit.
Couldn't agree more. I think, I don't know, man. I'm not sure what the solution is here for Ground Zero. I think you gotta make the change now. There's no way they're gonna be able to run that Jeff Rocket composition into a more traditional composition with more poke.
Yeah.
So my curiosity is, you know, it's funny because I do think FMCL was almost not hard banned out, but he was banned out. The Wolverine was banned out. He really finds success with melee heroes, from my understanding, just having conversations with Liger and the team in general. FMCL's a melee hero, folks. We saw him switch over to Magic at the end. Not sure how I feel about that completely, although, believe it or not, you can actually find a lot of value with Magic, taking out flyers with combinations, as long as you can really land that dash, because it does leave them vulnerable for a full combination rotation, which takes them out. So
yeah,
there is potential there. I like the idea. I think it was more Ultron focused, but I just don't know if that was the switch at the end.
No, I mean, I think right now I'm starting to, I'm formulating the opinion that this game, I think, you know, a lot of people over-prioritize, you know, strategist ultimates, right?
Yeah.
Like Luna Snow, like Invisible Woman. They're like,
Sure.
oh, guys, the ult is so OP. It's so strong.
Yeah.
You know, lasts 8 seconds, and it can be just like forever that you're in this strategist ultimates. But you can see on the opposite side for Citadel, they're taking a different approach. They're like, guys, there are other good supports that are better at living than the likes of Luna Snow, than the likes of Invisible Woman, because they're such an easy dive target. Their ults, yes, you could say are slightly worse, but sometimes it's about winning those neutral fights and not getting picked off, right? So if you're spending half the game, you know, gone and KO'd, like King Bob, or not King Bob, but like Ground Zero was with their back line, there's a lot of situations that you need to kind of just be able to live. And if you're playing Rocket Raccoon, sure, the ultimate's not that strong compared to the other strategist ultimates like Luna Snow, Fate of the Worlds, but it might be worth it to just play those characters just because they can live versus dive. So right now, I think Citadel's ahead of the curve, and this is going to be an incredibly exciting map number 2 because of how Celestial Husk went.
Yeah, I do like, honestly, Rocket, even with that res, right? If you have that BRB, the dive, the initial pick, dive really focuses on that initial pick. As we look over to the MVP, Pauly there popping off, switching over to Mag at some points with a ton of damage and 26 KOs.
And we know Pauly has that sort of Captain America player, so it's fun.
Emma, yeah.
And Emma, so I think a lot of teams are actually prioritizing their mouse and keyboard players on Magneto instead of Enzo. So right now for Pauly, we'll see what happens if they kind of maintain him on Magneto and stuff, because it's the same thing on 100 Thieves. They put Vinny over to that Magneto, and I think that's sort of been a huge change, that they're putting more of these controller players on divers and stuff, and onto the side of Venom and the heroes like that. So Pauly, known for his dive characters, looked just as strong on Magneto, and I don't think he really lost a step there in that map.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistently clean. I don't think you can ban out Pauly, right? And I think, you know, teams think that they can take out Cap and just walk down Pauly, but Pauly has so many different heroes under the belt. I think, you know, Magneto's obviously a traditional, every team needs a Vanguard that plays Magneto. I think Strange is pretty traditional, even with Duelists. Everybody has practice Strange at some point. You need to be able to make that teleport play. It needs to be second nature to you if you get knocked down early. So I think Magneto's the play, has that under the belt, but the Emma is disgusting and the Cap is disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just gross on it. And, you know, Pauly in general, every hero in Vanguard, he needs to flex to. And that's what we talked about with not only Duelist mains, but the Vanguard mains, right? Everybody has to be able to flex to basically everything in this game. It's important to be able to play Jeff and, you know, some strategists because of what we're seeing with this triple strategist composition. It's almost like even if some heroes are not that good in ranked, you need to be practicing them maybe on like some sort of alternate account or something. But yeah, it's exciting to witness the flexibility of some of these heroes that are players that we know are sort of stars on a certain type of hero. Their flexibility is definitely crucial.
And the down toss there. Like I said, just mean meteors from absolute insane distance. Tanuki making that switch and saying, hey, I am a Panther player as well. Honestly, Tanuki's so good. Great eye of Agamotto there. Enzo on the sticks. Out of the sky. Got to show more love to that. Those risky Magneto plays where you are throwing the Meteor M at somebody in the sky is, to me, always the most terrifying thing, especially against like a Star-Lord who can iframe it. But what a play into that Ultron there.
Yeah, it's insane plays from Ultron on Pokey, and then right now in general, like this team is popping off. Citadel, we already know how good they are, but you know, when we came into it, there was a lot of rumors like maybe, you know, how good are their scrims going, how good are their practice going, and this team is looking just as good as they did in stage 1. Haven't lost a step.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to the conversation. What do you think we need to see here from Ground Zero? I do think they pulled out their, you know, like I said, the flashbang composition, the composition that really takes teams by storm, and it worked again on map 1. But now I'm starting to understand maybe why they only do it on a whim quickly, and maybe they need to keep doing that strategy, right, where they use it on map 1 and then completely switch for map 2, which is, you know, it's dangerous with alt charge, especially in domination because it does transition over. But that maybe we see them now that we're getting to convoy and convergence maps, that dive finding a ton more success, because that's typically where you see dive really succeed.
Yeah, I want to see what they do on this upcoming map indeed. And you know, I think that Citadel kind of has the counter to it, honestly. Like, guys, they're playing that triple strategist. They're just kind of running away. And, I mean, I want to see if that continues to be the sort of meta, the patch that we, or the sort of change that we can witness evolve the scene, right? Because, you know, we talk about how good some strategists are. Maybe we're underutilizing the fact that survivability is the most important thing. And sometimes it's really hard to live, and you don't want to rely on skill shots. You want to rely on consistency in a game like Marble Rivals.
Yeah, we were seeing more Rocket in 2 and 2.5 than we were here in 3 and well, I guess now 3.5 even as of today.
Yeah,
but
that's you bring up a good point, Chip. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
man.
you're good.
But like, yeah, that's a good point. Like, what would you rather have? Like 2 good Luna ultimates, or would you rather have a 2 and 5 Luna Snow, or 2 and 6 Luna Snow, or like you said, a 2 and 2 Rocket Raccoon? It's just so much more value to just live, even if the ultimate's not as good.
Yeah, I think Rocket survivability is a big thing. The BRB is huge. Also, though, you can kind of play aggro with Rocket. If you are a strong duelist, you'll find a lot of success with damage up close, right? It does have heavy fall off at range, and it's not hit scan, so it does have projectile speed you need to lead. But we saw Rymazing yesterday on Sentinels running the Rocket for a bit and having some success. So definitely available. I do agree with you. I think that is a good change. And the Jeff, you know, Jeff in this tournament alone has been played far more than I thought he would.
Oh yeah, Jeff's been definitely a crucial character for a lot of people, and I think it's sort of that flex slot, especially in domination, it seems, for the rotations, for living, right? Because you don't have a lot of spots you can sit. You're very obvious, I think, for on a lot of domination maps on strategists. You sit in main, you try to get to health pack, you try to keep your other support strategists alive, but when you're playing those heroes, you can just kind of run around. I mean, we've made the same points over and over again, but Ground Zero is showing so much respect to Pauly, and on the opposite side, BRBR, Citadel, making sure they don't play that Torch, because we know how good the Torch has been for Ground Zero alongside of heroes like Wolverine and Black Panther.
Locking in that Luna, and they are going to get rid of the Loki, so maybe we do see, you know, the thing is, talking about the cat ban again for Pauly, I think that them forcing to, or they need to ban cap, the fact that this is a conversation we've had in previous tournaments even. Yeah. If you are forced to ban someone's main hero, that is so much value in the banning phase already. You're already up a few points if you were to give it a score, right, in the banning phase. So we talk about sometimes even in the past with Terra's Wolverine, you were forced to ban that, or someone's Panther like Self, as we saw in the Americas tournament. It gives your team a huge advantage, and it does allow you to make the next move in the banning phase.
They're getting rid of it. I mean, Shib, they're doing exactly as you mentioned, but the Torch on the other side, Magneto, we probably can see that Phoenix ban come through from Ground Zero again, maybe on this map. It seems like they have a pretty set ban phase, and you know, that's interesting because on certain maps, I don't know if the Loki does as strong, and I know that a team like RAD has talked about how strong Loki is, but it depends on the map. The Protect is available for Citadel. This time, maybe leaning towards Phoenix. We want to see what the side of Ground Zero do, because last time they banned out the Phoenix, Citadel obviously reacting to that, or sorry, they banned out the Phoenix on their side instead of the past one, because we know how good Nami is, and especially in front-to-back compositions, Ground Zero probably going to do pretty well with that composition. They're making sure that they swap Nami and FMCL off of their heroes. So right now, Citadel's ban phase is looking very, very strong, and I think it was solid in the last one, but I didn't think it was as good in the last one, but they proved me wrong because I think of the heroes they played, the diversity of playing triple strategists really enabled them, and they knew what to do on domination and deal with Ground Zero, who were going to play Black Panther. So really, really smart game planning from Sala, and that's kind of why you can't underestimate the draft phase all the time at the very beginning. You can't read a book by its cover.
And that's the efforts of a coach, right? Like, that's why coaches do typically enable these teams to play even stronger. But I do think we're going to see FMCL on the Wolverine, but the question is, they have the answer to these melee hero dive compositions, or more brawly compositions, if you will, with their flyer run and with the rocket play, jet play, like we had mentioned. So I think we see a Wolverine from FMCL, and, you know, they choose to ban it out on the opposition to try to make this a almost hard pocket Wolverine composition, see how it's going to look as we move into the second map. Citadel up 1-0 on Ground Zero.
All right, Citadel looking as good as ever, right? They were the ones to, you know, take RAD to map 5 and in that grand finals in their region in stage 1. And I think after that, I mean, they just kind of proved today that they're back, right? We like we said, there was rumors that Citadel wasn't doing that good in practice 2 weeks ago, right? But that was 2 weeks ago, right? How good are they doing recently? Pretty damn good, right? That's the thing about Citadel, is that they're a team that can play at those peaks of the side of RAD, of Envy. And I don't know, man, this team, I might be changing to thinking they're one of the best teams in the entire game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And what I like to see here, like I said, we need something changed up here for Ground Zero. I love to see the triple, as you're going to have that Groot, that Thing, and that Magneto holding on right at the spawn door, and then you will teleport back, as Strange is not banned out. We've had the conversation that maybe some of these maps, the ban of Strange could be worth it, although I don't think it's necessarily worth it on this map right here, as FMCL up in the sky, not playing the Wolverine just yet. Likely we'll see a switch, as Ken is going to be over here on the Squirrel Girl, and that has been an answer for triple.
Yeah, that's been the answer for sure, and we'll see if it kind of continues on their attack. But Enzo goes down, rezzed by Alex again. You can see the value of Rocket Raccoon. I think Citadel actually reminds me, this fight obviously going the way of Citadel. Sorry, Shiv, for taking over in that duty. But for Citadel, like, man, I think Rocket Raccoon was actually an unsung hero of this team. I know a lot of people in North America kind of underrate it, but the fact that you're just getting that free Adam Warlock res on one hero, especially if you're hiding it well, especially against front to back, it just makes so much sense because nobody's been able to hunt that BRB. You're going to have that resurrect basically 7 versus 6, and I think this is what we talked about. It's so good.
Yeah, so the crazy thing that we're seeing here, and I don't know if y'all have noticed this, Citadel actually only has one strategist right now, only running the Rocket to battle back this composition. That is that meta-defining change that you do not know about until you see a tournament like this. Running the Rocket only has been wild and putting raw damage out as you see them come back, though, Ground Zero. That is the only downside to only having one strategist, is when you come back with ultimates, not much you can do. Polly is holding onto that ultimate. Tanuki will be there shortly, Ken as well. Then you look over at Ground Zero, which will have not much besides King Bob and Nami for the Eye of Agamotto. That'll likely be towards the end of this fight. So, you know, I think we will see a change. Yes, we do hear from Citadel Gaming, who are going to go back to having two strategists with the Luna and the Cloak. Still making big plays. Zen Starry putting those walls out, and they're doing a good job holding. I'm surprised that they are making this change.
Yeah, right now they're playing so well in this main side, right? 2 minutes on the clock, Citadel. What can they do here, right? Ground Zero, they just need to hold, right? Play for a long time, build up their ultimates, have to take a lot of fights, Shiv, and here we go. Paulie starts it off with the Sonic Seduction.
And we go again. Out goes the dance floor. King Bob trying to keep the team healthy, moving forward a little bit too much. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Does Nami find value? A ton of damage goes out onto Alex. We see Tanuki, though, onto the back line. Maddie goes down. King Bob goes down. Zen goes down. And Ken finds FMCL. Well played once again.
Yeah, right now, I think, Citadel in general is sort of pressing on through, right? Kind of taking over Ground Zero right now against this triple Vanguard composition. You wouldn't think that this Black Panther would get as much value compared to a Wolverine, but maybe with that damage boost, like we saw earlier, with sometimes a Wolverine with the damage boost, it can actually work out pretty well on this front lane as well for somebody like Emma Frost, who got through in the ban phase this time around.
And we begin as Bucky is going to be holding. FMCL making the change. We've been seeing that if things aren't looking too good. And they go against dive. But as I say that, FMCL with a nice shot there on Tanuki, pressing forward into the Omega Hurricane. Pokey going to try to buy some space. Team's going to return back to the spawn door, as you should if you lose numbers. If you have the time, FMCL make that 2 as Pokey goes down. Up we go with the Meteor M. Bang! Brings down to virtually 20 HP, but still holding on. A ton of damage out again. Remember, if you are playing Strange, which you don't see right now, you can actually block off that Luna Snow ultimate to deal some damage. Nami going to find Enzo, though, and again, Ground Zero doing a good job defending as Tanuki falls. And that point is, if you are thinking that you won't make the spawn door, it's worth just taking the fight and not committing ultimates and trying to get a pick, and then you have spawn door advantage and you immediately charge. So right there, if you're slowly falling back and you still try to, you don't kite well enough and you try to make a play and you stagger, it is a huge downside. But as I say that, great pull. Out we go here as Paulie going to pull out a few. Sonic Seduction getting very close, but not close enough to up with good patience. Tanuki on 2, make that 3 as the whip goes down. Paulie onto King Bob. Paulie onto Zen Starry, and that is 5 as only Nami is left and make that 6. Well done by Citadel to take back the momentum.
This is the strength of Citadel ship. I mean, they're constantly bringing themselves back into these fights, right? Sure, you might lose one or have an extended fight, but they always end up on top. And right now for Ground Zero, sure, the time bank could not be that bad, but look, the Venom's hiding in the back, ready to go for the dive. Tanuki already goes down, though, because of a pull from FMCL, so he's kind of coming online.
Yeah, and here we go again. We do have the Kraken Impact ready for FMCL. We have the dance floor and Zen. This could be the combination we saw a lot in the past seasons. We're using that Strangling Prison with Kraken Impact. The whole team tries to do some damage just to try to force one to get reset, and at that point, you just pop off there with the Winter Soldier. Nami gonna be at 28% now on the Star-Lord. We do have the match back by Enzo and Pokey. FMCL with a reset of Kraken. Pokey goes down. Alex, FMCL up again on to the front line, excuse me, as we try to see an escape, but it will not manage to happen. And they're just running now as Venom is hiding, hide and seek. Did you guess correctly? Not sure if that was applied, but it was a good guess.
They found him. I mean, they did find him. If this dagger came through, but Venom's so hard to take out, they at least get that cooldown. Citadel reset in Ground Zero, finding some sort of ground here, right? They have ultimates ready to go. The Bucky ultimate, like you mentioned, was able to get so much of that Kraken Impact, getting maximum value. We'll see this upcoming fight, though, right? They need to get value to Star-Lord, maybe some of these other heroes. Pokey over the Psylocke now as well.
And Pokey, an incredibly strong Psylocke. Meteor M does not charge long enough, and the shield was not broken there on Luna. Remember, folks, please deal damage to that shield on Luna so that your Magneto can actually get that pick. Out we go with the Psionic Seduction onto the back line. Matched right back by the Eternal Bond. Presses forward. Psylocke starting that dance of the butterfly. Pokey not able to do much, but does force out those cooldowns. That's why you saw those strategist ults used. A lot of time we'll try to kite it in that moment. Bang, bang. Duet finds Alex. We see the tackle now on FMCL, but the heals are too much. Psyche lied as Paulie gets a KO. Ken gets 2-piece out of Bob, and Maddie and Tanuki is just playing patiently now, looking to try to find some more damage here on Zen. Honestly, you find a lot of the time the Groot does a pretty good job.
Oh my
no! Goodness.
Oh, you hate this shit, man. No. Off the map, Pokey dashes out. That happens so many times, Shib. Sometimes on Psylocke, you don't realize where you're going, and well, you get off the map, buddy. That sucks.
Yikes, it do be like that, but we're getting into final fight territory now. Now that there's only 13 seconds, it gets to the danger zone when it comes to trying to get that portal out. You roughly want to have like 10 seconds to ensure you're safe with it. Paulie, though, finding Zen early is a good start here for the side of Citadel on this attack, holding them in the spawn door. That's going to be 2 as Tanuki cleans up Duep. They are trying to run this down and push through point 2. Pokey finding Maddie, no teleport left. Can they touch at the very end here as no ultimates up? Duep going to be at about 92, should be close FMCL as well, but it's not going to be enough. I don't believe they will actually get point 2.
And this is huge for them because I feel like that streets phase of the map is a very hard comp for this dive, right? Because there's no cover for their team to walk up, and also for, you know, the flankers to get in position to flank and go for those dives in the 3-2-1s. It's so difficult, but now we're in the third phase of the map. This is where I believe this dive competition will really shine. And Ground Zero, they have to find an answer. The Star-Lord could be that, but Triple Vanguard as well could be something. But Citadel, I think on the dive, should be able to take out these strategists based on what we've seen. If they can get rid of King Bob and Maddie, it doesn't matter how much tankiness you have in the front line, because they won't be able to keep them alive.
Yeah, it's a matter of time at that point. I do think, honestly, Tanuki said, anything you can do, I can do better here with the Panther, and started popping off, but they did have to pan it out. So Paulie finding Duep, and that's another start here. They were roughly even close, at least, as Citadel is going to have to walk back to spawn advantage heavily for Ground Zero. There goes the Strangling, and Enzo with 2. Tanuki going to clean up as Pokey finds Zen, and that is 4 as they walk him down. Now Duep and Nami are going to have to go back to the spawn door and wait it out for the team and try to hold on as it turns this corner here.
Man, I need to see Ground Zero do something. I mean, Magic, is that really the pick? I mean, you maybe could find the backline of Alex and Ken, but the dive is so much heavier. Zen Starry over to the Venom. They actually want to trade backlines here, so they're actually going for their own sort of dive composition. We'll see if it pans out for them, however.
I like to see the Magic if it works, right? We saw it work there for Sentinels against Triple, but not sure if we've seen it into a composition like this. You do have to play safe. Pokey, though, in the neutral once again. We talk about how Pokey does this so consistently, finding value in these picks, and then you're just down in the fight, and it goes in the favor of Citadel. So great play. Once more, Tanuki does have Bast ready to be unleashed. Paulie going to find FMCL, and Bast goes out. Make that 3 as Paulie cleans up, and they are walking now and trying to end this and get a 3-piece point cap on the first push. Paulie on his end, Starry King Bob going to find Enzo. Paulie again, and that is the point.
You know what? Citadel showing today that they can also play that dive to such an incredibly high level. And, you know, this is unfortunately the aspect, I believe, for the defense, is that once they give up that second phase on that front-to-back competition that they're playing, it's kind of over in that third phase. So they thought maybe switch to the dive competitions, maybe switch to something more mobile, and that can kind of enable you. But regardless, for the side of Ground Zero, they just could not keep King Bob and Maddie alive. I mean, towards the very end, we saw Maddie and King Bob not even close to ultimates because it's been such a hard map. I mean, in the Streets phase, I can understand wanting to play that, but I really think Citadel are like the kings of evolving the meta.
Yeah.
Based on we saw map 1, I mean, that was amazing. They made sure they played heroes that were not diveable. Map number 2, they played their own dive. Ground Zero don't know how to react. They don't know how to keep Maddie and King Bob alive. And sometimes you can't because, like we saw, I mean, you're dealing with a Psylocke Emma team-up dive. You're dealing with Venom on Enzo. You're dealing with Tanuki on Black Panther. I mean, the all-in is just too much, and you can't really peel for that well, especially without certain heroes.
I love that discussion about evolving the meta. I do think you're right. I think we're seeing more unique things. It goes to show you how many heroes can really be played at this level of play. It's all about the conditions that you're playing them in, right?
Right, yeah.
And one thing to call out, which I think is a fun little shout out to our controller folks that are playing on PC or other, Enzo is playing that Venom there. And then you do know as well, like you can see TTK, who plays a very strong Magneto in Strange, but having the ability to play a very quick hero with a very precise accuracy like Venom is a really cool, show here. As you look at the bottom right, you do see the sticks, Tanuki up in the sky. And now on the defense, we will see a triple run with Ultron and Rocket right back.
We'll see how this pans out for Ground Zero, and I want to see if Citadel's dive, can kind of collapse on it, right? Is they have that still Enzo pressure on the Venom consistently, and also so much over health, over the skies damage rather in the verticality of the map with that with Tanuki on that Ultron.
And that's a good shot there, FMCL really pulling out this Bucky to try to help shut down the Panther, but it is difficult. Great utilization of that cooldown, but no, does not work for them. As another pick from Tanuki on FMCL. Tanuki's hero pool is an Ocean at this point. Hard to ban out an Ocean, but they will maintain this pressure and this presence and not have to use teleport just yet to come back and take this fight. So very close to ultimate we go again. Zenstari on the attack at 76. FMCL ready with a Kraken impact. Will it be big? Oh, the King Tanuki falls. But King does fall as well, as the numbers are roughly evened out now. We see the Beast of the Abyss. Dueb gonna find Alex, and they are trying to press forward, make that 2 more as Enzo goes down, and Ken. So well done by Ground Zero to get on their feet and start walking with 2 minutes and 46 on the clock.
Well, they have ults ready to go as well. Kent's maybe gonna swap off of that Rocket Raccoon, go over to that Cloak and Dagger. Enzo now over to the Emma, so they're changing up compositionally. We'll see how it pans out in this upcoming fight. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. A lot of ults popped already from Ground Zero.
And the Rage of Ultron through the portal. Is it gonna buy them enough space? It looks like it's just a healing ultimate right now. Good strategy, but no, not enough. As Zenstari and FMCL find Pokey and Polly, and they are keeping this pressure, and there is the combination! The Kraken impact on the strangling! Do I see 3? Beautiful play through the strategist line. FMCL making 4, but well done here by FMCL.
2 minutes left to go now. Citadel have to come back into this and maybe change up their composition, right? Because how Ground Zero are playing hard around this Groot right now. There's nothing a lot of like counters towards the back line at the current moment. The dive was not there because Tanuki's on Ultron. Now that he's going to the Black Panther, he's going to set up dives with Enzo. We'll see if they even live. I mean, the swatch switch to Ground Zero gives them so much damage for both Bucky and Storm.
When you are trying to combine ultimates, make sure, folks, that you are looking for ultimate that'll go through a strategist line at the same time. We'll come back to that in a second as King Bob finds a pick here for the side of Ground Zero on the attack, putting them up in numbers right now. We do see the Omega Hurricane gets matched right back by the Eternal Bond. King Bob out with the dance floor, keep the team healthy. Ken, though, gonna find Maddie now, and now the numbers are evened out as the spawn is returning. Out we go with Bass. Do we see him land some value? Pokey on FMCL, King Bob on a Tanuki, Polly on the King Bob, and Pokey on the Duep, and it looks like now they have found their footing as Citadel is holding on before point 1.
Citadel, 1 minute and 16 seconds left. I mean, the job's already sort of done. That's the unfortunate aspect of this game sometimes, where they got 3 fights after losing twice, right?
Agreed.
So, I mean, there's so much time chewed off. 1 minute left on the clock for Ground Zero, and they need to sort of just stay strong. It's so easy to get first point health on Spider Islands. If they can just make it to the second phase, I wouldn't be surprised to see a snowball and end on third.
I agree. I do think second's pretty difficult too. I think attacking, if you get through, second, well, I think third is likely easiest to just depend on time, but second's pretty difficult. It can be at least, as Enzo is going to find King Bob early on, and that is a good start, but it is matched right back from Zen, who finds Tanuki, and that is a huge pick onto a duelist. Duet making the play onto the back line, but no, gets matched. Good marking there by the side of Enzo. Make sure you're doing that as a Vanguard. Keep your eyes on your back line. Impossible. Bang! Kraken impact goes out, but it's not matched here, as they do not have that strangling prison to keep them locked down, and it will not be enough through these strategists ultimates to find value just yet. They find some more. Polly holding onto that meteor end, likely waiting till need be, and there it is. There is the need. Bang! Will he find it? Yes, Polly onto Nami. FMCL though onto Tanuki once more. That's 2 in a row there, FMCL. Good pick as they are chasing down the back line. Pokey trying to find even more value. Nami still out of the fight now, back in, and will they be able to get back to the point Not quite sure. Paulie is driven back. This could be point here. Yes, it will be for the side of Ground Zero as they clean up Citadel and head towards point 2.
Yeah, that took us such a long time. And I feel like the unfortunate aspect of running this Bucky, running this sort of composition, is that it sometimes feels like you're butting your head against the wall, right? Especially against, you know, these strong Stratus ultimates where everybody's kind of shooting the same person. Once those ults are over, it can be hard to kind of collapse on, you know, heroes because you've spent so much time just kind of shooting into nothing. And right now for Citadel, these dives are looking clean. However, they did give up that first point eventually. Ground Zero sort of brute forced their way through. We'll see what they do in the second phase of the map. I think this will be strong for them.
Yeah, I think the key, as we pulled up here with the sign of production, FMCL going to find Pokey well done. Off the rip is Nami, tries to make a play, but no, does force out a strategist line ultimate, as we're going to see that bond. Tanuki down, back onto Zen Starry, FMCL onto Alex. FMCL's finding so many picks here on Bucky through these fights. Does have that ult ready. King Bob with the dance floor now, pressing forward as a unit. Can they get back there and move this point? But it was taken, and that is some big brain play there by the duelist line of Citadel, who just makes all that fight negated because you did not get the space on the card.
I mean, Shiv, to sort of refocus back on what we were talking about on the defense, right? It's the same sort of similar thing for Citadel. They're playing full dive. I don't think this competition really comes online until third phase. I think first point, you made a good point. It's very good there. But in the second phase of the map, you have to take so much space before actually being able to dive. So we'll see. I mean, this just, FMCL! Are you kidding? This animation can't poke his ult.
That was so beautiful in big brain, but King Bob going to go down now, and that is a strategist line pick here against Ground Zero, and that puts him a little bit down in favor, but ultimate's up for Maddie, and that should buy them enough time to get back. But no, not when Maddie falls though with ultimate. Tanuki says this is not gonna go to point 3 and shuts them down early. Nami on a Tanuki, Pokey back on a Nami now, and Citadel is holding on.
I mean, the angles that he's taking on Black Panther, I think I mean, we talk about like that middle phase, I guess, being longer range, but here, you know, I sort of resigned my original point. How he's playing and how Tanuki is positioning is just perfect. Pokey as well on these dives. Now they have to come to the choke point this dive is set up, so they've sort of negated all that space that could be there, and FMCL, you know, he has to live. It's going to be near last fight territory here, maybe despite like a Doctor Strange portal.
Yeah, and while we're holding on here in this neutral, what I was mentioning is when you're playing that Bucky, utilizing those cooldowns and getting that extra overhelp is very impactful against something like Panther, against something like the Psylocke, because that little bit of extra help will stop from those one-shot combinations of their rotations of cooldowns. So you'll see them consistently using abilities. Up we go with the meteor through the ceiling, and that gets stuffed, and that is in the favor here of Ground Zero. Crack and Impact goes, waits out the patience, good countdown there, counting to 12 to make sure they all ends, but it's not enough as King Bob goes. Alex gonna fight FMCL, Ken onto Maddie, we're in OT, and it's very dangerous now, looking heavily on the side of Citadel as they clean up the rest into OT. Not sure the portal could come through. That should do it here as Citadel takes the second game.
What a game number 2 for Citadel. Put themselves on game point, match point, before they win the entire series in this best out of 5 to get further in the tournament. In that loser brackets, that'd be massive. And against the team like Ground Zero, who are not bad, right?
No,
everything we've seen about them.
Good.
Everybody says how good they are right now. They might go home, but it's still been an impressive tournament for them.
Yeah.
There's still a chance to come back as well. We've seen reverse sweeps before.
Yeah. I do think we saw, you know, I liked how they were starting to bounce back. They were more confident in their play. I think triple on both sides shows a little bit of more unique composition. They weren't traditionally running that on either team, but this map does lend itself available for that, similar to something like Araco, which we have seen, you know, in the past tournaments. But I like the change of composition. I actually did like the Bucky play. I do think it found a ton of value. I just don't think there was enough match. The backline just kept falling, and that's, you know, that's big trouble.
I think you're right. I think in the second phase of the map on their defense, I like it. But what happens, I suppose, the thing that I forgot about completely in that second phase is that when you're on defense, I think the dive is so much easier. That's what we were talking about previously on domination. It can be the same way when you're going for those Venom dives with the Black Panther, with the Psylocke. If you're having to come back through chokes, I mean, there's so many angles you have to worry about. When you're on defense on the opposite side, playing the Bucky versus that dive, if you just are ready to go and like you're just like sort of playing in the open, you get at least one fight win, they have to come out of their spawn, so you kind of know the angles they have to take, right? When you're coming back, they could be anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like hide and seek, except you're just gonna get one shot by a Black Panther coming out of the choke.
Yeah, and I do want to revisit something that I thought was really strong too, and I think those who are climbing the ladder need to understand, if your team is losing a fight and you are potentially the only duelist alive and you're trying to make a play, you know, or setting up for a strategist prior to a dive or just in general on an off-angle poke, go cap the point. Go take the point from them while they're distracted. And then that entire fight, which we saw them win a few fights, but they looked backwards and the point was back going in the negative direction. That is, it essentially turns that whole fight into a moot point, right?
No, you bring up a great point, Shib. I think you're 100%. They played objective so damn well.
Yeah.
And I think this goes back to maybe an overarching theme that we're noticing from Citadel that we talked about earlier. I think they're playing the band phase amazing.
Yeah.
Map number 1, I didn't think so. Totally was wrong about that, right? I have to own up to that because of the fact that they are just really map to map playing perfectly. They know exactly what they want to do, and that's how you have to think about the game from a macro level. And sometimes you have to do not what everybody's doing. This is why I respect so much both of the European teams, and that's why, we talk about rooting for your own region, rooting for North America and stuff, and I'm excited for North America. Don't get me wrong, I think there's a lot of good teams in North America, but when I watched the Stage 1 for the Ignite series, Europe is insane. They're so good. Yeah. Both RAD and Citadel are here, and isn't that crazy that we might send one of those teams home, or we are going to have to send one of those teams home in the loser brackets later on, and we still have some more tournaments, or matches like the Chinese teams and stuff, but in terms of the overarching point from what they played on map 1, I would like to see a team like Ground Zero play that comp. I mean, I don't know how much they have played it.
Yeah,
it's
difficult,
tough
right?
to make those choices, but right now, Citadel, I think they know what to do versus dive, and are playing so well against Ground Zero when they go dive, and they can also play the dive in their own right. So right now, Citadel is just looking disgusting, and I want to see how they do versus some incredibly strong talent later on if they do beat Ground Zero.
Speaking of strong talent, I mean, look at these finals in this map. I mean, this is wild. FMCL with 21, obviously showcasing Strange, but was not playing Vanguard, was on Duelist. And you see 15. Granted, you got to remember, folks, when you are on Bucky, if you use the ultimate, and it does connect with any hero, if they do fall from any source, it does go into your finals, right? So Zen with 15 on the opposition. You saw Pauly, who was up in 19. I mean, who needs the cap when you're able to play Magneto, in Emma at this kind of level? Just a very strong Vanguard.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, right, Pauly is insane, and he is really one of the best Vanguards in the game, if not the best Captain America at the very least. He's flexing over to the Magneto to when Enzo wants to play Venom, like you said. I mean, he's playing Venom like a race car on the opposite side.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Pauly's
Need to
so
call that
good.
out. Yeah, I mean, that was, I think it's very difficult when you find a strong Venom who understands how to force out cooldowns. What you'll see at the top level, folks, is Venoms will, just for understanding of Venom players, do not use your grapple to initiate ever. Use that as an escape cooldown until you have ultimate, and then you can buy more time to get grappled so you can initiate and do something crazy. But outside of that, wall climb up, dive towards the back line. But instead of fighting until the dive off
they
there cracks
replayed
me
that.
up.
There's no way.
Instead of using all your cooldowns, jump in, use the bop, force the team to use cooldowns, and save everything else, jump right out, and then come right back in a few seconds later while everything is already utilized, and then use your defensive shield and potentially ultimate and attack cooldowns. Using that bop up and forcing strategist cooldowns is next level because everyone anticipates you using your full rotation. You don't always need to commit to that.
I appreciate you buying me time because I wanted to talk about Pokey there a little bit. But right now, you're right, shit. Citadel is just so good, I think, in developing that meta, developing the patch. I want to see kind of how they play on this map number 3, Ground Zero, right?
Yeah.
Ground Zero, they kind of need to go back to the drawing boards. I think this competition can work. I think Bucky can be solid and does counter Psylocke. But when you have to deal with all of this pressure, man, there's way too much on the team of Ground Zero, on their backline specifically, and the Bucky player, because you have to deal with Venom, you have to deal with Psylocke, and then while you're dealing with them, you get walked on by an Emma Frost. So there's unrelenting pressure right now from Citadel Gaming, and I don't know what I would do, especially if your team doesn't have the hero pool, the hero flexibility that everybody talks about. We'll talk to Nectar later on. They were mentioning how when they play their heroes, they flex to whatever Rai wants to play, and then Nectar's like, okay, I'll fill, right? Yeah. And I think that's the future of this game. Other hero shooters, we talk about being a jack of all trades. In this game, you really have to be a jack of all trades. You have to know everything. Even as I wouldn't be surprised, even as strategist players, if you need to maybe learn a duelist, because maybe there will be a potential patch where we have a single strategist, and because it's so strong in solo.
You know what? That's a great call out. I do think, honestly, a lot of the time, too, if you're forced to use a portal play, if you're on the strategist line, the duelists need to be able to flex over there to strategist to even those numbers if it's really going to be a sustained fight, right? So, or Vanguard, exactly. So you need to make sure that you can, be flexible. I do like your conversation about having a large hero pool, but I also think you can more so have a more focused duelist and then a more flex duelist, as long as that focus duelist has, 3 or 4, because if they're forced to ban all 3 or 4 of those, the rest of your team is free to run.
Yeah, 100%. I think, maybe macro, thinking about the long term of this game, I suppose. The pro player is probably thinking about it like this. Like, we need to be able to flex to everything.
Sure.
And when you're really good at a hero,
right?
You want to maybe get a little bit better, you want to improve better, but I suppose you got to think about it like percentages, right?
Okay.
When you're like mastery percentage, right?
Sure.
Say you're at like a 95% Black Panther player. Say you're really good at Black Panther, and to crank out another 1% to get to 96% mastery on Black Panther, that might take you weeks. That might take you months to reach that level of knowledge where, maybe say you compare yourself to that same player also being on Psylocke, maybe that Psylocke level is like 70%. Maybe you would get maybe 5% right for playing for 2 weeks. So it's sort of this sort of opportunity lost thing sort of situation.
It sort of starts off exponential and then more so levels out, right? So the more you put the initial time in, you start getting really good. But if you want that last 2%, it's too much time to even commit, and maybe you rotate to another hero. I like that.
And it's a hard thing to shake, I believe, if you're coming from other hero shooters, because you're like, I want to really practice this hero because there's not bans and I know who's strong. In a ban game like this, you have to sort of break that mold and just practice everything. I struggle with that. You struggle with that too, shit.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
You want to play Emma Frost all day.
Oh, love it.
But it's like when you want to play Emma Frost, you don't realize, okay, maybe I should practice the Captain America, right?
Exactly.
That's what I want to see you play Captain America, go for those dives with the Psylocke player, just because of the fact that you have so much room to improve when you're not as strong of a hero on that hero.
Couldn't agree more. And speaking of Cap, incredibly strong right now. We're never seeing him in these games. I think every team, I wish I got to go back and check this out. So I believe every single team, except for their first game, has been banning out that Cap there for the side of Pauly, which is so much aura, right? You know what I mean? If everybody on every team is banning out your Cap first, that is a sign that you are likely one of the best, if not the best there, as we do see it once again banned out. Torch first pick, or first ban, excuse me, in the Lock-in Luna.
And what do you think of the ban phase so far? I mean, do you think Ground Zero hasn't changed something, or is it more just a compositional thing at the end of the day? Like, you can get diffed in the draft, sure.
I think they were gaining confidence, right? I think I saw them gaining confidence. I'm not sure, you don't want to keep running. It's the definition of insanity. You want to keep running the same composition, not finding success, and saying, oh, it's going to work this time, because it just does not work. So we need to see some sort of change up likely, but it is a new map and a new mode here.
Sub Enzo.
As we move forward.
Hey, the timing there.
That's beautiful timing. And you can see him leaning over, hands under the desk for the controller. That is the pose there, locked in, smelling the screen. That's just how you got to play at this level.
Exactly. Make sure you have that sort of back lumbar support, though. One time, man, my posture when I played pro was so bad. I would sit in the chair forward and out of the chair, just lean into the monitor. Ended up having a pinched nerve and then had a panic attack. Our chef at the time at the house had to come over and keep me calm because that was terrible.
Yeah, that's a tough look.
Yeah, tough look, man. I'm a wimp.
No, it's not like that. I'm just saying gaming injuries. You know what I mean? It is real. They can happen, right? That is a brutal situation because you really have no other option but to constantly be in that position. But we do see the lock-in here of Phoenix. Yeah, you mentioned that. I do think the Phoenix Ox is a very smart play, getting rid of that Panther on both sides.
Wait, then why are they getting rid of the BP if they want the Phoenix?
Just to change things up, and Tanuki on BP has also just been decimating them. I don't know if he feels confident even going against that.
We talked about, I think Moxie brings it up, everybody brings it up, how focusing on specifically Tanuki's hero pool does not really work. I mean, what, he's going to have to play Star-Lord now or something like that? Maybe he's going to play, the Phoenix is still
We've already seen Star-Lord from him in this match, so yeah, definitely not afraid to do it.
Right, and I'm curious how this sort of happens because they can sort of play the Phoenix. I know Tanuki can play that hero as well, and that's the hard part. I think when this game expands, we might need to add more bans. Just because of the fact that when there's so many heroes that are available.
Yeah, we have actually. That's the beauty, right? We have added more bans. So yeah, they're not afraid to do that. So I think that just goes to show you this dev team cares. They understand the game is going to evolve. They need to evolve with it, and that's why they react so quickly when it comes to patches and team up changes.
Well, how many more heroes do you think we need to add before we have to add another ban and another protect?
It's a great question. I honestly don't know the answer. 5, 6.
And then I saw a Reddit post the other day, which, by the way, love Reddit. I use it every single day. So shout out the Marvel Rivals competitive subreddit. Make sure to check it out. I know we're going to the game ship. We're going to Clintar. This is a 2-0 right now for Citadel.
Portal play.
But I saw, man, people were complaining about how all these supports are getting banned. They're like, all supports are banned. Pretty sure the team that banned all supports lost. Or all strategists lost. So it's not like that's a big deal. People just complaining for the sake of complaining. And Reddit, place to do that.
Yes, as we see the portal off the rip. More traditional strategy. This was very common in early seasons when Strange was almost always picked. So they are going to elect to make that change. You notice how he started Strange and then switched over to the Venom. Used that portal, waited for his team to go through, and then came in an off angle. Pokey now on attack on a fight too as FMCL goes down. And that play works beautifully. Eyes in two different directions. Very difficult to track, especially when Venom is hard to take out. Enzo onto King Bob. Pauly now on Anami and Tanuki. That is a very quick attack as they will be forced to potentially portal back, and I don't even think they have time.
I feel like I'm watching a funeral right now, Shib. I want to see how Ground Zero does, obviously, throughout the series. And I've been known to call things too early before it's over, especially in a team like Ground Zero. Nav comes, by the way, from
Love to see a sweep, yeah.
Yeah, but like regardless, I mean, I need to see some life out of Ground Zero. They're playing over to the thing. They're swapping up heroes. They're going for that full sort of peel dive composition on for Citadel. They kind of know how to react to that. I'm curious to see how they do.
And we begin again. Polly pressing forward onto the Emma now. Polly's hero pool, obviously very, very strong. Very strong Emma as well. Got to see some of that in scrims. Very good player. Enzo on FMCL. Pokey with a 2-piece. This team is so coordinated as they walk again. Make that 5. Only left to Zen, and 6 as they do not stop the train. And they are rolling 5 minutes on, working their way to point 2.
This is what I was talking about, man. This is why I wore all black today. Unfortunately for Australia, down under might be down 10 feet under.
Oh, jeez.
We'll see, though, how Citadel does against Ground Zero. In Ground Zero, we know how good of a team they are in their own region and also in the stage. The fact that they made it this far is crazy, and they know how to adapt, so we'll see what they change, right? They're kind of figuring it out, you know, step by step. They were trying the thing didn't work. Now they're trying over back to Venom. But right now, you have to make these choices. They're very difficult choices, as here we go. Paulie starting it off with the Sonic Seduction.
Tanuki almost forgot about his Wolverine, right? Like the last stand is going to be coming here any minute. Is essentially a counter for support. Oh, and Enzo going to clean up on King Bob and Zen. And the last stand goes out as well. Do we see more picks, or is it going to be held on, but not for long? As Ground Zero down in numbers, and they did find pick on King Bob with that dance floor ready. Tanuki going to find a 3rd. Pokey fighting 2, 3 more as Enzo cleans it up. And wow, Citadel cannot be stopped right now. The portal comes out, but it's not going to matter. Oh no.
I almost want to like sing the tap song, you know, like at military funerals. Like that kind of feels like this situation right now, Shib. It's pretty mean, but Ground Zero will refocus back on them. I think they have a good shot here on the third phase. This composition that they're playing, Phoenix specifically, should do better. But right now, with how Pokey's playing, you talked about it. I mean, these dives with Enzo have been near perfect, and Tanuki's always there to follow up.
Yeah, this team is still holding on to even ultimates from downtown. Tanuki on Anami. Wow, what a tackle towards the team, but still only finding one so far. Out goes a Psionic Seduction. Will this be the play they need to turn the momentum? Teams will change momentum, find a composition that works, and come right back, and that's what needs to happen, but it does not look like it's going to happen just yet as King, Duet, Maddie, FMCL fall once more. Are you kidding me? Zen, Starry, and Nami, the only one still holding on as King Bob comes up with the res.
Well, and that's the nail in the coffin right there, Shib. I mean, they go for that ultimate, they go for that dive, but the fact that you can't even trade out Tanuki, who just got one with that last stand, when he falls so low before that Fate of the Worlds arrives, you got to trade that at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, FMCL with the kidnaps, maybe you can find Paulie. That's big. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. I mean, there's 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and here we go. Taken right out of the sky there. The tackle out, last stand there from FMCL. Now numbers up finally here for Ground Zero, who need to find their footing now. Momentum needs to shift. They've started that, but can they continue it?
Well, at least they've sort of synced up ultimates. At least Maddie, kidnapped, by the way, from FMCL onto Pokey. Huge. Buys them more time. This is exactly what they need to sort of bring themselves back into this. 4 minutes left to go now. On the clock, Ken building up towards his ult as well. Same thing, you kick King Bob in the last fight. But you have the ultimate, you have Alex, you have Enzo, who have that one-shot combination chip, and so strategies ultimate-wise, they're in a stronger position.
You typically want to try to sit around 70, 75% to guarantee you'll have an ult in the fight as long as you play relatively correctly and don't get caught by an ultimate. But then, sorry, going to find Ken there. That's another early start here for Ground Zero. But no, goodness, Polly with 3. Enzo, Pokey cleaning up the rest. And they are only holding on with Zen, who cannot for long. 3 minutes and 20 seconds as they press this through. I do not know if they can touch. It may not come through. They're trying to hold. They do. Good way to get there. Duep on the cap, but gets tackled immediately. Out we go with Maddie. Great usage here of Eternal Bond. We're going to see the Terror Cloak to try to put some damage out, but it's not going to do enough here. Tanuki does have that last stand, buying time, playing patiently. You don't always need to commit that ultimate through strategists like that. You just play patiently and get a 3-piece as FMCL tries to find one, but does not look like it will be enough. Nami, though, onto Alex. They've got to make sure they maintain point presence here. At this point, it is 2 meters away.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming back into it. They got enough time to build ultimates. Duep dancing around this objective, gets saved by King Bob. I mean, they're going to still onto it. Also, ultimates-wise, Citadel doesn't have a lot to close this out. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. They portal back in as well. Right now, Ground Zero actually put themselves in a decent spot if they don't get picked off early by Pokey or somebody else on Citadel. And Paulie has another. Oh, Alex just clapping Duep down to 2.
And Alex again, Enzo onto Zen, Maddie onto Duep now. But Tanuki onto FMCL. This team is just so lights out right now. They're just trying to clean this up. A great hold here, if I'm being honest, by Ground Zero, who are staggering, but that's the best they can do in this moment, and that is going to end it at a roughly 2 minutes additional. Wow.
And what we've seen out of Ground Zero, man, I mean, they've played competitively so well. I think their mechanical skill is there, right? The flexibility maybe needs to be worked on. That's really about it. And this is like what I was talking about earlier. You can kind of tell a team has been losing momentum when they can't even trade back in certain fights and stuff, when they can't even at times shoot back. I mean, I've been in situations like that where our team is so tilted. We go after, Gator, the coach of Envy. He was a big proponent of when we were losing a practice and stuff, you lose 2-3 maps, you lose on stage. He's like, man, are we even shooting back? Like, what's going on? You know that feeling,
everybody
right?
has that feeling,
Yeah, you played professional video games like 10 years ago, but when that was the same thing, it feels so bad when you're getting, you're in a situation like this. How do you maybe mentally refocus back here? It's a hard question, Chip, that I think I've asked you a few times, but what should Ground Zero do right now to kind of bring themselves back into it?
Nah, at this point, you've got to think as a team, we need to shake things up. Let's get creative. Let's do something that's different, because that's the only way to really get your head back in this. And also, I truly do believe you got to believe and you got to be confident. Even through these moments, you have to think that you can do it, because it is such a momentum-focused game, and it is such a mental game, despite what many may think. Positivity, thinking that you have it, and being confident is the only way to win. You are never going to win on your heels, and they looked so on their heels there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to see this team continue on in this scene regardless of Ground Zero, what happens today. We'll have to see how the match kind of plays out. But right now, Citadel, I mean, they're just so smart in terms of their play style, in terms of what they're doing. We're maybe switching over to something for Ground Zero. I mean, Triple Strategist is available with Mantis. That's something that can be played. Same thing for Citadel, because none of those heroes were banned. But both teams maybe not prioritizing the triple res on a map like Symbiotic Surface, considering maybe it's too long range to set up on your engages.
Agreed. I almost saw a tackle there. It was a pretty good idea there from Tanuki onto the backside. Knew that portal was coming through. For those who don't know, portal, treat it like a slinky, right? If you want to try to wall somebody in, you have to bend that slinky so the two doors are looking into that spot you're trying to lock into. Epto onto Enzo now, and that is a good pick to start this up for Ground Zero, who are on the Magic again for FMCL. Haven't found a ton of value yet. We want to see something here. Pokey onto Zenstari, and that is a Vanguard. Puts them a little more vulnerable. Magic is a pseudo tank, does have those iframes, but you'll find a lot more of those folks using the right click after dash than the left. See right there, a ton of damage as it does find Alex. Tanuki though back onto FMCL, and good idea from FMCL, but did not pan out.
Where was Starry in that fight, or Zen Starry in that fight? I mean, not going for the dive with the Magic there. They're going to lose people like slowly. I mean, they already lost King Bob. Okay, get rid of Ken at least, so maybe they're bringing themselves back into it, but both strategists are gone. This is going to be an absolute brawl of a fight, and the offense is favored because the spawns are a little bit closer. So, the defensive spawns with the portals a little bit closer, so Paulie and them kind of making this brawly, enabling them on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, there's been trades back and forth off these starting fights. Pokey not finding a ton of value there is good, yes, as the stun comes out. Good kick there from Duep, who's finding Pokey. Duep now on the Emma. Enzo going to be on that Strange, holding on as we do have ult ready for Nami here. And then Zenstari, which does go out with that feast, gets matched right back there by the Eternal Bond. Team going to stay healthy, progressing forward. Enzo going to find Maddie, though. I don't know how they come back through this as Ken takes out King Bob. His team is so patient. Don't be afraid to give a few ticks, as you saw there, folks. You don't need to commit on a point and stagger into the KO round back into your spawn. Polly and Nami trade as Pokey finds FMCL once more. And at this point, Ground Zero only have a few left, but they will have ult advantage. Not at the end of this fight, as Enzo and Alex will be there too.
Yeah, King Bob will finally build that ult ready to go. I mean, they have both strategist ultimates. They should be in a position to win, right? Depending on if Enzo blocks off the Luna Snow heals with his Zai Bagamoto and stuff, there could be something crazy that happens there. But Citadel should be behind in this upcoming fight. However, Ground Zero have kind of shown that they have been struggling. And Tanuki again with the kidnap, and they already picked off FMCL, man.
Jeez, see, I don't know. I like the Magic pick. I think it showed a little bit of value. I just think it's difficult on off-angling, especially against a team this strong. So Duep going to put some damage out. Polly trying to do the same up to Nami. We have Tanuki now, who does use that damage reduction, pressing forward. Ayabagamoto gets shut down there on Enzo. Good stop, as they do manage to find a ton. Ground Zero pressing through with a 5-piece. Pokey going to fall from Duep, and they will get point one.
And Ground Zero is showing flashes. I mean, FMCL.
Yes.
Black Panther, Magic in his tool belt. You can see that he loves to play this hero. I don't think Magic is necessarily as bad as people say. I just feel like when we watch Zenstari, FMCL, and Nami at points with their dives, they've not really been in sync. They've shown flashes. It's easier when you have like 3 divers instead of Nami on Phoenix, but regardless, I just need to see them get on the same page a little bit more. Both heroes, both Venom and Magic, are 2 characters that rely so much on burst. Once those cooldowns are gone, once one hero is gone and removed out of the fight, it's going to be hard to sort of set up dives.
Oh, wow, Enzo onto King Bob. Great idea there, and utilizing that jump to find the immediate slam onto the back line, getting a pick on a strategist. I don't know.
It's kind of weird, man. He was just like already on the high ground, and they didn't have the positioning, unfortunately, in their favor, and Enzo capitalized.
Yeah, a lot of teams over the last season were taking that high ground, but it's different because there was a lot more, I mean, in the composition there was more poke. This is more...
Gotta play live, right?
Yeah, this is more of a brawly with a little bit of poke from Nami for ground zero, so I guess that's why they didn't take the height, but I do think the height is such a good position there. The team needs to stack instead of just leaving a strategist up there to fall. So we do see Duep pull out that crystal, does a fair amount of damage. Right back we go on to King Bob. Pokey finds 1, and that should be 2 here. Pokey very clean, but FMCL with 2-piece here on the Magic. Can we see more? Zenstari gonna find 1, and they might win this as Nami's gonna get rid of that shield from Enzo. It's a great counter to the Feast of the Abyss as well. Remember, all shields, when you use that Phoenix ultimate, that Ensong Inferno, get deleted instantaneously, and that is a huge problem for a big Venomolt as FMCL gets a 3-piece. Shout out to the Magic mains.
I mean, they're coming online, man. These dives have been clean. A lot of ultimates popped, though. And I think it's easy to blame your backline, right? It's easy to blame King Bob for going down, getting KO'd. Easy to blame Alex and Ken as well. But sometimes you're not set up in positions to save your strategist, and it's all about just trying to live. Right now, round 0, keeping the pressure on, making sure they trade those backlines, those strategists.
Enzo trying to bide some time. 800 HP does go up with that overhealth. Gonna reset now. Zenstari, out we go. Eternal Bond matched right now by the fate of both worlds. Spinning is Tanuki, who is trying to get that ult quickly, and that's what Star-Lord does. It's all about that spin to win, and then popping the legend. Very low, down goes King Bob. Good play here by Pokey. Enzo onto Duep, and they are walking this now. 1:20 on at this point. Just hold on to those ultimates, as Maddie had to commit there. King Bob will be close. Zenstari and FMCL in the next fight, so that could be in their favor. Zenstari finds 1 though, but it's not gonna last long. At this point, you need to either get back and reset.
Was that a late Galactic Legend?
It was. It is. That's a little bit of an overcommitment in my opinion. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, overcommitment for sure. 1 minute left to go. For Citadel right now, they're just setting up perfectly for these dives. It's scary. I think Magic is always decent. Here comes the Dark Child. They're going to go for these dives. You could potentially one-shot a strategist here before they can even build ults because Alex doesn't have his. Ken has to use the Eternal Bond, and it's not damn time!
Come on now with the Magic. Out goes the Dark Child. The one-shot combo onto Ken is successful. Built a little bit different. You can do that with Magic as a 4. Make that 5. FMCL popping off here and showcasing why Magic very much can be played at this level of play against an incredible team.
Any hero is good, man. Any hero is good if you want to make it work, right? You know, no matter who it is, except I guess you could say Thor, but even then, there's some heroes that, like Magic, that are just not talked about enough. Like you mentioned, 3rd phase of the map, though, I like this switch to Wolverine. We saw how good Magic is in the 2nd phase because you have places to dive, you have angles to take. Right now in FMCL, he has to sort of slow it down for ground 0 on the 3rd phase of the map. We'll see if he does.
Yeah, Magic, folks, for those who don't know, during a strategist ultimate, if you hold your right click to max charge, FMCL finding Enzo. We'll return to that in a minute. Can we see some more picks onto Alex now? We see more, yes! Down goes Ken and Polly, and the momentum is shifting, folks. Round 0 does not want this to end, and they are going to find another as they walk forward. But for those who don't know on Magic, the right click, you charge up, use your dash, and you can actually frame perfect both connections of those abilities at the same time to insta-KO a backline mid-ultimate. It is difficult to do, but we saw it right there against the fate of both worlds. Big shout out there to FMCL, showcasing what Magic can do. Polly on the height. This is how you need to use Emma's ultimate on height, forcing eyes upward. Shields go up. It helps your team. So good play there as they're walking forward. Duep gonna potentially get the backline walking, just barely miss them there. As we will see some ults back in their favor. Polly gonna escape. Nami, Duep. This could be a 3-3 as we go into OT. FMCL onto Pokey, and they are walking now, but this is a huge ultimate. Off point. Yeah, I think just to stay on at this point, they are.
Okay, wait, they're coming back. Yeah, Tanuki
with 2 onto both strategists. They've got to play patient and slow here and just wait it out, get those strats back, and they are. Alex now is going to have that ultimate. 30 seconds on the clock. This retake by Citadel would be wild. Alex onto Nami, Pokey onto FMCL, and that is a great patient play, even through the strategist line fall.
Chip, you always talk about a Feast of Abyss, by the way, if they're trying to get elimination, probably going to get picked off here, unless he can run away quickly, slow down, he's out of there. But Chip, you always talk about how these fights, you know, you clutch up as long as you have Wolverine, who is sort of a pseudo tank, and right now last fight territory for round 0.
Yeah, I think Wolverine does a great job of that, and also just the strength of that ultimate, that last stand, just to pull off straps. Tanuki onto Zenstari. Citadel looking very good back into their own form. 2 minutes on their side on the push. It's 0 on the clock now. It's all about maintaining position. These picks now in these next few moments are crucial. Duep onto Alex, and that's a strategist here for Ground Zero. Duep finds a two-piece. Do I see more on the Tanuki now? But Pokey, FMCL, they got to stay stacked on that. They are holding. Can they push this forward? It looks like they will. Enzo is going to maintain, but not for long, as it looks like Ground Zero will push this to point 3.
Call an ambulance, but not for Ground Zero. At the moment, Citadel are coming back, or sorry, rather, Ground Zero are coming back. That's exactly what you need to see out of this team right now, some sort of life. I mean, the last 2 maps did not look good. Maybe the first round did, like you saw on the first map, but now coming back into it, Ground Zero really regained that momentum, showed that they can get it done, and Citadel, you know, I can't count Ground Zero too early, I suppose. You know, at the end of the day, these are 2 professional level teams that made it to the Ignite mid-season tournament. Both are incredibly exciting to watch, and Citadel, they still have 3 minutes on the clock, right? That's going to be the tough part. I want to see how on their defense, in terms of Ground Zero, that's there. I want to see how they do, right? That's so much time in the clock, and we saw how hard it is to keep their backline alive. And that's the kind of trend we're seeing is that, I mean, King Bob, just how is he supposed to keep himself alive? It's been so tough unless he has the peel from Nami and their Emma Frost player in Dweb, who you talked about as being so good. I think this guy is an absolute star, Dweb.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just shout out quickly, you're right. I think the dive potential there when you've got Pokey going in heavy with Psylocke, and then you also have something like the dive from Enzo, right?
Yeah.
It's a strategist's worst nightmare. It is terrifying, and you hope you can do patty cake enough to stay up.
Exactly. It's so impossible, I think, for strategists in this game. It's so hard. That's why we recommend on here on the broadcast desk, don't be too hard on your strategists because you never know what they're going through. Sometimes,
especially at this level of play, right?
Yeah,
like, this is where it changes.
Exactly. Sometimes you have Tanuki, Enzo, and Pokey diving you. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah, the best of the best. So as we do move forward again, Zenstari going to take this off angle. It looks like Ground Zero not electing to do that portal play. Citadel might choose to do so as they will have enough time to portal back with it if they use it instantaneously off the rip. Remember, it's a 3-minute cooldown, but it is a little tricky to find some time with 8 seconds on. If they can get that portal through, it has to be perfect. But here we go. Tanuki now holding on to this angle. Good LOS break. I talk about natural cover, playing around a barrier that cannot be broken. And we find a pick from FMCL and a poly, and that is the front line. That is massive for Ground Zero. Can they make a play off that? Will they ride this momentum from their push? It looks like they are. And Enzo goes down. Zenstari in the Venom v Venom finds some value. Nami trying to make a chase happen, holding onto that stun coming very shortly. That'll find a ton of value in that short alleyway, but good positioning here by Pokey. Teleports coming in right now from Poly off of that left angle. Remember, when you're coming through this map, you go left. It's actually a little bit quicker. Just remind your team that. King Bob finding Tanuki though, and at this point it is a stagger fest. They got to play around the other side of the portal. Good utilization there of using a portal as a wall so you can try to get to your healers as you're back on your strategist. They are teleporting forward with the Eternal Bond, teleport back, or the last stand back right now. Close. Nami coming in with a Ensong onto Alex. FMTL with a 2-piece, and they are gonna get point 1.
Well, this all sort of culminated when Enzo was peeking around the corner to try to get some healing. He thought he was safe. He was in the dagger storm at that sort of choke, and he didn't expect that much damage to come through. It was so much pressure from Ground Zero because he got picked. I mean, he's trying to farm Shredder's ultimates. And Pokey, he could get staggered here. Oh, no.
So
my
close.
God. The dagger storm saving him in the backside. And, man, Ground Zero, they are coming back. They might actually win this map.
Yeah, I mean, now the game on defense, which we'll talk about shortly, is just trying to get those ults and wait until they push through first point and just fully commit it there in that hallway if you need to, if you're losing the first point. So there is a pick there from Alex, and that is nice onto FMCL. Zenstari right back onto Alex, though. That strategist onto Maddie. Duep gets 2. Tanuki falls. Enzo is going to find some value, and it looks like a 3v2 as Ground Zero is up in numbers. Oh, make that another as Enzo falls. Pokey onto King Bob. Are you kidding me? How is this still happening? Ground Zero wants to push this. Oh, no.
No support. No strategists here. That's why.
Wait.
But they oh my, they peeled it off.
I don't know if that's worth.
Maybe not, but they're low. They know that. The strategists have to walk back. They can maybe come through. Here comes the last
huge.
stand.
Tanuki with the 2-piece. He's on with the free. Still managed to make the touch. Tanuki makes that 4. Can they keep it up?
Coming.
Ton of damage. Yes, very close here. King Bob, the dance floor is out now, keeping the team healthy. Can they get back to point? Portal will come through from Nami. They are still pressuring as Enzo finds Maddie and King Bob, and that should do it here. But that is an insane push as the portal flies through, and they are going to fall one by one. Walking now with the Psionic Seduction. When you're in Diamond form, it does not happen. Duep goes down, and that should be it. Zenstari not going to last long, but what a push with 0 seconds on their first push.
I mean, hats off to them. That was an incredible push. And I think when we talk about how that happened, the Sonic Seductions from Emma Frost, you've seen it. Both times, first point, Duep had a huge Sonic Seduction. Opened it up for them. That's how they got picks earlier on. And later on in the streets phase, same thing. It's because, Shib, like you're noticing, I bet, I mean, it's just no shields. There's no shields besides the Emma Frost because both of the off tanks are playing Venom. Can walk on through. I mean, how good does that feel on Emma Frost to just be able to walk past everybody and just connect onto 4 players?
And that's why Emma feels good in the meta, especially as we're seeing developments onto Groot and Thing. You do have that ability to make far more aggressive plays.
Yeah.
It doesn't require you to take those height off angles. Instead, you can just walk right down the center line. I mean, you know what needs to happen here? If I'm on the side of Ground Zero, you need as a team to build ultimates together in these next few fights. Do not lose this fight instantly. Play very patiently. Build ults, and then all you have to do is 6-stack ult one time, win the fight, and the game is over. That is how you need to play this, and the only way they can falter is if they try to make big plays separately with those ultimates.
You make a fantastic points, right? Don't make mistakes is what you're saying. And right now, Ground Zero are not making mistakes, so I think they can probably do it. For Citadel, though, I mean, they're a veteran team at this point, right? They have so much experience. There's a few rookies on this team, obviously younger, newer players. A lot of them are with their family because they're still not 18 yet, right? Nuki's parents coming here as well. And Citadel, let's see how they adapt on the main stage. Can they close it out? This will really prove a ton for their fans if they can close it out 3-0.
Yeah. Yeah, I could not agree more. As we do progress forward, the portal play is out. Same play here on the high side in the back, very safe. Whole team is up here to match. They knew it was coming, and that might be a good look for them, but we do have the Wolverine setting up and trying to find some sort of dash back, pulling back towards the team, find that early pick. Polly just going to start that charge. Good play here. I see Tanuki's idea coming from the backside, finds one, and that could be huge. Will the pick come through? We'll find out shortly. Looks like they are healed up. Now Enzo standing on the point, very low for the side of Zenstari, who escapes back towards the team. It does not matter if you give up a few ticks right now. It's all about getting all charged. Tanuki, though, on to Duep, and that is going to be a pick. Nami, though, finds Enzo, trading both of the front lines on either side. Numbers evened out. Ult advantage actually on the side of Ground Zero with numbers now, as Tanuki's at 71% for that last stand. Pokey finds Nami, and will this keep happening here? Can Citadel get this early?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting Maddie now. I mean, they're closing it out on this objective. Portal's coming, right? Or at least no, Zenstari had to walk back.
Yeah, he's still up.
Wait, did he screw up his portal or something? Or because he went down and he tried to portal, right? Surely.
I don't believe he went down.
Okay, there was a portal earlier on, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, the trade was so worth it. Duep going down on Emma Frost is so much more important than a Venom going down. Venom just is there to create space. The Emma Frost is there to do a ton of damage.
Unfortunately, that was not a great hold there by Ground Zero. We talk about just trying to get that all charge and playing passively, but the picks, everyone got separated and they got distracted there by the Venom, which is exactly what Venom wants, and they fell into that trap. It's all about playing patient and then committing now, but the problem is there was not a lot of commitment on the side of Citadel there, so they are going to match it right back, and Citadel can very well end this right now. They are built different in these moments. They show up at crunch time. Can they do it once more? The tackle goes out, shutting down Maddie a bit there. Alex going to use that ultimate. We see Nami up in the sky. Will it come through and get value? Out we go, bang, get rid of those shields. FMCL on a Poly. Can they keep this presence up? They're up in numbers. Ults are out like crazy here for the side of Citadel. King Bob still has a Duep with the Psionic now. It's matched right back. Duep with a few walking. Will they be able to collapse? Looking back towards the Wolverine, who falls. Can they end this now? We will see. No, portal will not be up just yet, so they are going to have to touch individually. This is going to be a slow stagger. It looks like Ground Zero are going to hold this defense, but there's 51 on, so they will be able to come back and touch. But dang, I just thought that this timing was ticked down a little bit more. Tanuki's big last stand could end this.
And you know, Pokey is a rat. This guy is the rattiest player in the entire world. I mean, this guy's perfect at finding strategists when they're least expected. Can he do it again? They find him. They find Pokey, send him back away, removing his cooldowns.
Yeah.
He's going to have only one dash for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of all this time, right? They played patiently. They saved Tanuki's. Enzo's close. Polly's close. The whole team is going to have this if this is a really fight, unless FMCL and Nami find Polly early, and that is a problem as Polly did have that Psionic, and the last stand does not go out. Tanuki still finds a tackle on a King Bob. Nami going to find Pokey. Alex going to clean up King Bob there. Tanuki trying to run back. It's on last stand right back. Down goes Tanuki. FMCL 6 seconds on. The staggering begins. Duep onto Ken. Here comes the portal now as 3 minutes is enough time. They're going to jump in. They do get the touch here. Down goes Enzo. Alex too. This could be a tough look here by Citadel, who just kind of fell apart on the defense, but looked really good on attack. Duep is going to find Tanuki now. It's a stagger fest hold now. The freeze is out for Zenstari. Waiting this out, looking for cooldowns. Bang, that is going to land onto Ken. And they are the Eye of Agamotto by Zenstari. FMCL cleans up Nami onto Enzo, and that is a hold. We are going to another map.
Chip, I might have cast or cursed Citadel so hard. I mean, talking about how we're going to their funeral, talking about we're all black.
Holy
I deserve, if I check social media and I'm seeing all of the crap about me after that one, I would not blame Australia in the slightest. I mean, that comeback was huge. And you talked about how they were just able to kind of come and refocus, right? Getting the right picks at the right time. You saw this Emma Frost kind of pop off on Duet. I mean, that man's a star. Same thing with FMCL in the back line staying alive. I mean, right now, I don't know, do you think Citadel, because they're so young, because a lot of their players, I mean, they have a few champions on their roster, but some are still sort of learning. We saw towards the very end, Pauly, unfortunately, going down, and that was sort of the catalyst to them losing.
Yeah, I'm with you with Ultimate too, right? Psionic, at that point, you know you had just forced them to commit a ton. It is all about you staying up in that moment. It's a tough look. It is a mistake that is made in the past, and especially when you have a Wolverine in your face, it is so difficult to escape. So issues there, right? It's just a tough look to have that happen to you in that moment. But the real problem is how far that the attack happened on the OT. I don't blame the defense. I think they still held, or you know what I mean? Like, I don't blame the defense of Citadel, or excuse me, the attack of Ground Zero.
Ground Zero on their first attack, right?
Yeah, because in that point, like, you just can't allow that with 1 minute on the clock to go almost all the way to point 2. Like, that is the real issue there. Their defense off the rip, their attack was good. So that's what I was trying to get at. It's just, it's not a fault of their own right there.
No, exactly. I mean, you that's why, you know, you're the steady Eddie, and I'm the hot take man over here on the desk. And right now for Ground Zero, this could start their reverse sweep. That could ignite the fire, just like we are ignited here in Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season in Guangzhou, China for $500K. It's not a little amount of money on the line, right? For especially for Australia. I mean, listen, as a country with a better, you know, currency than Australia, that's a lot of money for them. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Down under. No, I love Australians, and I think there's so many fantastic players. That's why if we see Ground Zero win right now, I mean, that would be the craziest story, I believe, of the whole tournament. We know behind the scenes they're a good team. Everybody's talking about how Ground Zero, you don't want to underestimate them, and we're finding out exactly why Citadel is one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, and they just took a map and are starting this potential reverse sweep.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I don't believe there has ever been a reverse sweep, at least in this tournament so far, after the second game that has not fully committed through, which is a crazy thing to say. If the sweep started after they got their second win, it always went to the team that had that sweep. So talk about momentum. It could not be showcased more than that statement right there. There has never been a denial of the sweep once it has begun, after 2, of course, right? So they need to show up right now, or they have to beat the odds.
And I'll say it right now, Ship. If Ground Zero reverse sweep right now, we're going to have to do a shoey, me and you, together, but not just adult beverage free.
Of course.
Apple juice, maybe, something like that, but we will do a shoey, and I'll use your shoe, use mine.
Oh, that last part really got me.
I know,
I will regret that.
I know, I will regret that for sure. Yeah, you got some sneaky toes, so do I, though. So we are in that.
What a call out, barely.
Well, I mean, I know Liger behind the scenes probably freaking out. He's like, I can't wait to see these two American idiots do a shoey. And right now, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Ground Zero were to reverse sweep because of what you said. They're sort of bringing it back, man.
I mean, that was disgusting to watch FMCL with 23. The magic play, right? I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be stoked about that. Nami with a 20-piece, too.
And the big thing is not just stats from what we saw, right? Duet was crazy. I mean, his only job, as you saw, was to shut down Enzo.
Sure.
Make sure Enzo's dives when they came in were grabbed every single time. He's using diamond form, the grab to just kick him against the wall. FMCL MVP as well. I mean, this whole team, I think, is firing on all cylinders, and I don't think there's a single weak link at the current moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think I almost want to say that about Citadel, just like they crumbled there, right? On their defense on the OT.
They might be choking it, man.
Yeah, well, you know, they are an insane team. I don't know. Momentum is so real. I just can't believe that. 3 minutes on there on the OT for the opposition. You are at 1.
Yeah.
And I mean, that first fight looked like it was going to go on the side of Citadel. It ended up not, and they just kept walking from then on. His team started overcommitting, and that is the issue. As we look here now, the push here from Citadel was flawless. It was clinical.
Absolutely. And this is the start of the reverse sweep, but that does not mean the momentum is in back favor for Ground Zero.
Yeah.
Right? They need that next map. You're maybe starting to spark, but right now the flames of Citadel are still burning, right? You might have poured some water on them a little bit, brought it down, but the momentum is still in favor of Citadel just based on what happened the first 2 maps. Now, if Ground Zero were to win this next map, I mean, that's huge. We saw reverse sweeps already, and I think because we're on this lane environment, right, you have to assume that the reverse sweep is even more on the line because of how many nerves the other team is feeling because they're getting
quickly
one
here,
map.
Folks. Like, you got to show this magic KO here just while we have a moment. I believe you'll see the KO on the shroud. Oh, they didn't end up getting to it, but that pick. But sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good. Keep talking about it, man. I mean, like there were some phenomenal magic plays worth pointing out. So many magic mains not thinking their hero's that good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, you can get that. I mean, there was just so much pseudo-tank value on that fight. I think Magic is very much map-specific, especially, or composition-specific.
Maybe just like point-specific, right? Because
and we saw the switch, right?
Right, exactly. Third point swap to Wolverine, saw how much value he had there. FMCL on Magic, maybe they also figured that too. Maybe they switched to Wolverine, and like we saw on first point, maybe it wouldn't have taken that long if FMCL was on Wolverine.
Yeah, that's a great call there. I mean, I do think that this team, they looked, the attack, right, consistently there for the side of Ground Zero was, washy, right? Like the initial attack was washy, was consistently getting through an OT in very last-second fights, and they were just clutching up in those moments. So do they have the clutch gene?
Yeah, well, what we're learning about OCE region, what we're learning about Australia is that they are scrappy. They will not go down without a fight, and I think every Australian in the world knows that they have a very similar mentality, I bet, right? Just behind the scenes, underrated in any sport you kind of play, except maybe rugby and cricket or something like that. Coming over to this game, they are underrated, right? A lot of people are like, okay, OCE is the easy region. We go to OCE, we get free wins, we can qualify for Ignite mid-season.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, one team, and this team might beat one of the best European rosters, the #1 seed from EMEA.
They showed they can do it. They showed they can do it right, but you got to remember how strong Citadel looked. Like they were, I mean, in every map have looked so dominant for the most part, at least up until this point, and even on the attack. So I wanna believe it. I need to see one more game from them.
Yeah, one more game. Speaking about one more game, we're gonna go to another break and see you back for that one game after this break.
嶺南有句俗話：飲頭啖湯，意思係湯要飲第一啖，事要敢為人先。
We came to win, to leave no doubt that we're the best team in the world.
我会把你打回现实。
이건 단순한 경쟁이 아닙니다. 역사에 남을 대단한 쇼가 될 것입니다.
We're not here to take part, we're here to take over.
Anything less than first is a failure.
이 경기장에서는 영웅을 연기하는 게 아닙니다. 진짜 영웅이 되는 거예요.
Some chase records, we set them.
Six minds, one heartbeat, a single objective.
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our next game between Ground Zero and Citadel. What a battle so far.
What a battle indeed, man. I mean, I'm excited to see this next map. I think this is what we talked about a little bit. This team's good. Ground Zero can't be underestimated at the moment. Australia and OC in general, right? They have a mixed roster, obviously, from other nationalities and stuff. But, man, this team is still, they still have that fire, and they still want to win. And obviously on stage, I mean, hero band wise, they're doing pretty solid, right?
Yeah, I like what they're doing as well. But you know, like I said, I think everything will make more sense to me if I see this happen again. I think it was just some, I don't know, I can't decide if this was a win here for Ground Zero or if Citadel just made mistakes. That's where kind of I'm at right now, and I think, and no disrespect to Ground Zero, I think I will be convinced in this next map.
I think
this is a choice there by the opposition as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Wolverine might be a part of the discussion, right? Do you think that we see that Wolverine ban? There's a lot of really good heroes. Like, obviously, we know we want to get rid of, as we had Ellis Heaven, like you said, you know, we're going to get rid of that Captain America because of Paulie. You're going to have to get rid of Human Torch. We know those are two mainstay heroes. Have to remove Loki because of how strong Loki is. But on this map, I mean, we've heard people something. I mean, Loki can be good on domination and stuff, and we've seen how good he is on Ellis Heaven. But I'd be curious if they want to skip out on a strong ban to maybe focus on Nuki on Wolverine or maybe the Black, because they have the Black Panther as well. So there's so many things you have to kind of account for at this level.
Yeah, I think it's been more reactive bans for Ground Zero, you know, than anything right now, which, like you're saying, at least it worked in that last map. I think they made some changes. They shook things up, which took them by surprise, and it ended up panning out for them. So looking forward to how that changes, or if it changes again on map 4. Will we see a 5 and potentially either a sweep or the first ever denial of a sweep?
We'll have to see in a second as Citadel is going to load in a moment and we take a look back at their players. And like we said, there's so many young, talented players in this game, and it's a matter of how you adapt to adversity, right? We've talked about how, you know, a lot of these players are mechanically skilled, but what do you do when you play worse, right? I feel like everybody on a LAN environment in person, naturally some of them are going to play worse. Not everybody's going to play at that level that, you know, you can play on scrims, right? Because no matter how good you are, you're always going to play worse on LAN, right? I think that's can't be understated, but it's a matter of how much better can you play than everybody else, right? At home, in general, like I think that there's so many good players that can play online, right? If you're playing on your couch, if you're playing naked or something like that in your boxers, it can be pretty easy, right? Simple. You're so
comfort. It's comfort.
You're your comfort food.
Your mental's more locked.
Exactly. But when you're on stage, the nerves will get to you. It happens, right?
Yeah.
There were times I talked to a sports psychologist because we had a sports psychologist from the team I played for with Atlanta Reign, and they gave you tools, right? Some sports psychologists would tell you tools. One of the tools they gave me was you have to kind of get all of your senses, right? Get all of your senses, like your smell, your sight, because I was having problems when we played in studio, like on stage like these guys were, where I could not focus on the monitor. I would see past the monitor into the crowd because of nerves or whatever it may be. And it's hard to deal with stuff like that, but everybody has their own quarrels and problems. Even Tanuki's mom, speaking about in the game, this is a good topic to bring up, I think. Tanuki's mom was like, Tanuki's dad is worried, by the way, in the crowd at all times. This guy is freaking out, constantly walking around. He's like, oh, like he's
passionate, man.
He's a passionate man.
Love it, love it.
Opposite side, Tanuki's mom is passionate, but she's like stone cold killer, right?
Yeah.
She is incredibly insane at dealing with those emotions. Same thing with Tanuki. She said sometimes she worries about her son.
Cut in the same cloth.
Yeah, she's like sometimes I worry that he doesn't show enough emotion. So I want to see how they do and react. And a lot of respect for both teams. Black Panthers. Phoenix locked again for Ground Zero, and we saw that Nami on Phoenix was the counter to Citadel's full dive.
Yeah, but Citadel going to get rid of that torch, and Loki going to try to remove that Wolverine as well. We talked about Wolverine being scary. That was a smart decision by them. That's reactive as well. I think that's a good idea. And locking in the Wolverine, that is a good trade-off there. As you know, Tanuki can run a mean Wolverine, but keeping that Phoenix, that worked for them, right? Like we did see some picks there from the side of Nami, which I do think helped them in the neutrals. But, is it going to be enough as we see the lock-in of Luna on both sides as well?
There's a lot of respect going over to FMCL. You know what? I would not hate it, Shib, if they play this comp with the Magic again, because we already have the Wolverine gone, and it's not as good as Wolverine for sure, but FMCL showed that he can play that. I mean, a lot of, by the way, respect going over to FMCL's hero pool. Human Torch removed. Definitely plays that hero pretty solid. Black Panther removed. He plays that hero as well. Wolverine as well. 3 heroes being focused towards FMCL right now, allowing the rest of his team those opportunities to pop off. So I want to see how they do, right? Because you know that he's going deep into his hero pool bag already.
Yeah, and I got to shout out the coach, Salah. I do think that was a good ban. I want to get your opinion on that too.
We'll see. I think it's a really hard debate, Chip.
Sure.
Sorry to cut you off too, man, but like the biggest debate of, do you want to ban specific heroes or do you want to ban the strong heroes and maybe get a more versatile ban? It makes sense to ban specific heroes, but then you leave stuff open.
Okay,
so it's sort of a matter of how it depends. It's team specific, right? Can some teams adapt? I think Citadel's a team that can adapt, and that's tough with hero-specific bans, like when you ban out Tanuki. It can be very hero-specific, team-specific, and I think Ground Zero, it kind of makes sense to do this, but we'll see how they adapt on this round. And then I would say probably no, they did not do well in this draft phase in hindsight. Everything is going to matter in terms of that hindsight 2020 vision.
Oh, and they are trying to cancel the portal there, and I do think that was a beautiful play, trying to find a way to shut that down. Nobody going to get caught there by the portal capture. You use that early on, and you rotate. He walked it all the way there while they were trying to find a portal kidnap on someone to find out the whole team was waiting. So very patient, but Zenstari, the very smart decision was Zenstari took off, said, I'll go get point on my own, and it's crazy how they almost got over, or they did get over half the point before anyone even got there after the initial countdown. So not a bad position to be in. Honestly, those early percentages, although you don't get the point, they do matter, especially in presence on point. Enzo going to find Maddie here, and that's a nice pick. Polly onto Nami now, and Polly with a second onto King Bob. Citadel said they took that personally, and that is going to be a teen wipe, as Zenstari will fall as well.
It's tough. That was a good dive again, and this is the tough part about getting Pokey and Polly, their signature duo of that Psylocke and the Emma Frost. And Pokey with the team up obviously can go for one shot on the back line, swapping over to full peel now as FMCL is going to the Bucky. And while I do like it, I wonder how it goes for Citadel, right? And how Ground Zero sort of adapt to this. Because for Citadel, if Pokey doesn't go down, if Enzo doesn't get picked, they're in a solid spot. But there's a pick early on FMCL from Tanuki.
And we begin once more. Pokey going to keep that damage out. Tanuki with the 2-piece, and that's that Wolverine that they allowed through in lockdown for FMCL. And you are really utilizing the power of these duelists right now as we see a 4-piece fall in Ground Zero back at the spawn door with even ult.
I almost don't like the Venom in this comp because what does it really do? I mean, it adds a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong, but if you're already playing front to back anyways, why not play like a, because Magneto's not banned, right? Or did Magneto, no, Cap got banned, right? No, Ground Zero did have Magneto banned.
No Vanguard's banned at all for Ground Zero
so
right now.
You gotta, I don't know, man, prioritize keeping, I mean, Zenstari is just on Venom, not really doing much at the moment. We'll see how this kind of happens, plays out.
Yeah, we could see a combination here with damage boost. That might be the play here with that Feast of the Abyss. Will it find value as we do have FMCL actually back on that Bucky, which found a little bit of success on map 2, pressing forward again. The entirety of Citadel almost holding on to ultimate here. Enzo trying to commit there, did have that over health. Up we go here with Nami, just waiting. Did get caught actually by the map, so very low to the ground. Difficult to take that out when it's that low actually. May have been a strategy. Duet gonna try to stay away from the Psionic from the side of Polly, who is pulling the entire team in. FMCL tries to collapse back, count to 12, and wait out that all, but unfortunately did not wait long enough as Tanuki gets a 3-piece, and this is a difficult look here for the side of Ground Zero.
This is not it. I mean, Zenstari, maybe put him back onto a shield tank or something to help with this. I just don't like this at all. I mean, maybe Zenstari's stuck on this hero. He's played Doctor Strange stuff before, so even if you have to play Doctor Strange, but the stagger as well, by the way, down off the map. And every map has like a different, fall-off box there, and you can see that stagger is huge, 95% of the board, no portal play too, so they're going to have to touch without Maddie.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was a dominant performance. Citadel
they don't
is
even touch.
insane. Yeah, they can't even get there. Portal just not coming through. Ground Zero, they didn't look like themselves. I think maybe.
Yeah, because they can't change the momentum, bro. Like that's really what it is.
Yeah.
Like they can't dictate the pace. And right now, if you play Bucky, if you play Phoenix, it's very obvious what you're gonna do. You're just gonna walk up as a unit, just be a clump of people, and Venom doesn't do well in that. I'm sorry. Like in general, dive is so strong. It seems like this patch. So regardless if you did play that style, I don't know if it would work. And Ground Zero did better when they were trying to find the other backlines, because what are they supposed to do? Ground Zero sends Zenstari in onto a backline that is pocketing each other from Ken and Alex, who has Grains because he's on Loki now, because that got through in the ban phase. Man, they got really messed up in this hero ban phase right now, because they're trying, I think, the wrong things with Zenstari onto Venom. It just doesn't add to the comp. Now with FMCL, okay, he's going over to the Psylocke. I like that they're trying to be more proactive on diving this backline, because that could enable them here.
Yeah, and we saw this, like, the absolute seriousness of that team. Even after taking that map 100-0, they do not take that lightly, that loss in the last map, and they are looking clean. You saw Sala on the back line walking through the back of the team there, walking behind them and keeping them in line and focused, and they were locked in, and they know the job's not done just yet as the portal comes out here for Citadel.
Well, if Citadel win this, I think it's because of the fact they got Loki through. We talked about that before.
Okay, yeah, I you know what? I could respect that, actually. I think that's not a bad call. Loki's so valuable. Pokey going to find the web here. And that's instant, man, and that is a difficult look, especially after getting 100-0. You needed to change the momentum. Tanuki going to find Zenstari, and Ground Zero are crumbling as Polly takes out Nami. Pokey with a triple, and that is clean play here by Citadel, who have just been on a rampage since taking that L.
Downloaded, man. Citadel figured out Ground Zero's weaknesses, right? Put FMCL over to that Psylocke, put Dwep over to that Emma Frost that he can carry for sure, but the problem is their backline keeps getting dove by Citadel. They're so consistent with it. Enzo's obviously to Doctor Strange now with that Eye of Agamotto as well.
And we begin another fight, Ground Zero, with 3 ultimates ready. A little bit of an ult advantage here, but Tanuki very close, and Polly as well. Ken right behind, and Alex, as now Citadel have been patient enough to hold up and have ult advantage. It's going to be close here. It's all about who can do this quickly, as Polly finds 2. Pokey gets 2 more. Tanuki gonna clean up a 5th. Wow, Citadel, especially in those second fights. If you hit your ult quick, you need to commit it instantly before those strategists do, and you saw it right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zenstari's now go over to Doctor Strange, the point we brought up earlier. I just don't think Venom added much to the comp. Now he's over to this, but the problem is, I feel like Citadel.
Who do you die with Venom right here? You know what I mean? Like,
and exactly, but the problem is Tanuki's on Wolverine, like we talked about. At least Magneto can help with that. At least maybe playing Invisible Woman could also help with that. They don't have any real counters to what Citadel's doing with Tanuki on this Wolverine.
Yeah, that's a really good call out there, as we do have the switch exactly as you had requested on map 1, just a little bit too late. So good call out there, coach. And we're back on the point. Out goes the eye. It does not get frozen, but Enzo maintaining that height right now. Alex going to find FMCL. Pauly going to try to get the kick in, and we land here with the Unsung Inferno. Does not manage to do much, even through the damage boost, and FMCL's holding on King Bob, still bringing that dance floor out.
And the strategist of Citadel, Eye of Agamotto, comes out from Enzo on the back line with the damage boost. Is they're going to find elimination? No, they're stalling out with the Fate of the Worlds, but so much kick percentage given for Citadel.
And back and forth we go. We see this, dance of the Cutterfly. Pokey just always seems to get one through that. Duep onto Pokey now. Enzo on a King, but FMCL gets a 2-piece on the Psylocke, which we haven't seen a ton of from him just yet. Enzo cleans that up, though. It says not in my house, as they are going to win this map and shut this down. Citadel looking absolutely insane. Zenstari's portal might touch. If there's enough time, I'm not sure it does. King Bob comes through, gets tackled off instantaneously. The rest of the team collapses through. Out goes the last stand on the opposition to Nuki. And Nami now fights too, but Enzo says, I want this to end. Pokey is on that same train, chasing down FMCL, who will have to touch. Remember, folks, we are milliseconds away. It's all about maintaining position now. Cap from Duep just holding, but it is only a matter of time as they are falling now, and Citadel is popping off, and they take this win and progress forward.
Citadel 3-1 over Ground Zero, beating out the team from Australia. Wow. And you can see satisfied with that win. And I think it wasn't as dominant with getting a 3-0 necessarily, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because they showed they could adapt, they could sort of download their opponents, and that's what we're going to see, I think, of the tournament. We saw that in the stage 1. It's about changing up your bands at the right time and figuring out what the other team can and cannot play. I think that was a fantastic series from Ground Zero, honestly. Shout out to them coming to China, being able to compete with the best teams. I think we will see them come back stronger, at least a team similar to Ground Zero in OCE. They are not a region to take lightly, but to shine some light back on Citadel, man. The supports, the strategist players, the very end, you saw it. Big freeze on FMCL before that fight started at the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't get enough shine for sure as well.
Yeah, so I truly do think that map 3 there that would have clutched it up for Citadel was actually just a fault on them and not necessarily, although there were some insane plays. I don't want to slight GZ at all. I just think it was a, you know, it was all about not being able to press through and hold on in the clutch moments. They were just panicking, throwing out ults, overutilizing cooldowns. They just thought they had it in the bag. So it's a mental loss there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a way to rebound, right? That next map coming back focused after the half too. Maybe Sola said some things. Maybe they figured out the draft because I don't believe coaches help in the draft, right? I mean, they help behind the scenes.
Oh, it's a prior draft. Yeah.
Yeah, so the coach is not behind them, like talking to them and telling them what to draft and ban, right? So they have to talk about the behind the scenes before they come out on the stage, right?
I believe, I believe that's the case.
Yeah, and Sala, I think they went back to break. They realized what was the problem. The problem was the FMCL on Wolverine. Getting rid of that enabled them. Also letting Loki through on their side, right? I don't know how that happened before because they were getting rid of Loki before. On that map, I mean, it was just so easy for Alex on this back line as well as on Luda Snow, and then constantly pressuring out everybody with Ken on that Loki. I mean, he was MVP of that map for very good reason because, I mean, Loki, if we just look later on when the stats come up, that guy just dominated the map.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how impactful crystals are. Might as well mention it again. Crystals, an ultimate, are an ability that can cancel ultimates and essentially be a reset button for your vanguards and duelists is insanely strong. And although recently took a hit of 5-second cooldown increase, it has not taken much of a hit since. And with the new team-ups coming in, and right now, actually, in the new season, there's a damage boost function if you're teamed up there with Mantis. So you actually get that Mantis boost again inside of the green.
Dropped yesterday, right?
That's it. Yesterday. For us, maybe today still, for depending on where you are.
Exactly, yeah, but still the 8.
Time is a multiverse.
Time is a multiverse, so yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying 3.5 season. The new skins as well, the new battle pass coming through, the roadmap, all of this stuff, or rather the new skins that just dropped.
Yes.
And Blade too, man. So I mean, we've been here casting, of course, instead of playing, but I think we're all incredibly excited to see the future of that 3.5 has in store because, like you said, there's so many new changes that came through.
Oh, I can't wait to get hands-on and test. Right, like so excited to see the change in meta. But
well, and we're excited to see Citadel progress now in the tournament brackets, where I'm sure big weight off their shoulders because we heard about how good Ground Zero is and how they're not a team to be taken lightly. Neither is Citadel, right?
Yeah,
Citadel, we knew how good they were.
Yeah, I think Ground Zero gained a lot of fans today, and I think you got to remember, folks, these are the best teams in the region. It's difficult to look at a team that maybe didn't succeed in one of these matchups and say they are not a good team. It is not the case at all. This is another level of play. That team was very strong, and we saw some incredible performances across the board. FMCL, obviously, we've been mentioning a lot to Web. It looked really good as well. Their team was very clean.
And the thing is, the region only is going to get stronger because from the outside, what happens when you have a region that maybe is seen as weaker earlier on in the lifespan of a game, people think, okay, I'm going to go play over there. It should be easy theoretically. But what ends up happening is everybody gets better because you're adding more artificial player base increasing on your side, making the region stronger in practice, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this region's only going to get better as time progresses.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to see here in this level of Arrival. So yeah, I mean, this was a absolutely dominant performance. Pokey with 12 finals, Pauly with 9 there, obviously switching up. Tanuki 8, like the closest on the opposition with Nami and FMCL, both duels being very strong, 2 apiece, right? So it never was in their hands.
No, and the reason why I think that Loki was even stronger too is because they're against that Venom.
Yeah.
And nobody was all.
Who you dive? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they dive onto Ken. Nobody is there. Well, FMCL was sometimes there for the follow-up, but if you poke out that Psylocke early, if Pokey just wins that duel, nobody's there to go for the dive, because that's what the pressure provided when you have multiple divers. But BRBR, Citadel, really good at poking out flankers. I mean, FMCL was shut down. I mean, that was a tough series for him in general. Only 2 final hits in the series. On the opposite side, Pokey was the opposite of shut down. I mean, he was enabled with the Snowflake. He was enabled with the team in general. But playing both, this is the problem when you go against both strategist players, or both of the strongest strategists in the game. Luna Snow and Loki are seen as the 2 best in the game for a reason, and Ken proved it why. I mean, most healing in the game, nearly 20K. He had, I believe, 4,500 more healing than anybody else in the line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's tricky, right? Because it also depends on composition, but I'm with you. When it comes to Loki and Luna, they're the most traditional, if you want to keep your team healthy composition, right? Then obviously you get into the damage boost. Mantis, we're seeing a lot more Cloak now in these regions. But yes, traditionally these two, if you want to play, especially in domination, and you want to sit and protect patty cake and keep your team healthy, they are impenetrable, especially when you are at this level and you know how to and when to use those cooldowns. You don't just bait them out for something light. You only use them when you need to. So it's all about minimal mistakes, and with Loki on your team, those mistakes become, it's a little more available. You can make more mistakes when you have green ready.
Yep, absolutely. And I think moving forward, Citadel, I mean, looked like one of the best teams in this whole tournament. I mean, they've had 2 close matches, sure, 2-5 mappers, but they were against some of the hardest teams in the whole event, right? You have on the North American side, Envy is one of the favorites to win the whole tournament, and then they also went down loser brackets, had to play against Sentinels. I mean, last night we were talking to Ryan Mazing in their room and stuff, and I mean, Ryan was on full tilt, man, and I love Ryan. Me and Ryan were teammates in previous titles and previous games, and I know how that guy gets. I know he's super passionate. So, man, he was full tilt. He's like, why do we have to play against both Citadel and on the lower brackets, or in the upper brackets, Envy? Like, that is, or not Envy, sorry, RAD, I believe, earlier on. So, it's been a tough bracket, I think, for for at least Sentinels, and I know that Citadel is a really, really strong team, and you saw exactly why.
Yeah, that was another example of a game that went to Game 5 that was incredibly fun to watch and could have gone either way. Sentinels, we will be speaking to a Sentinel here shortly after the break coming up, and that'll be fun to have that discussion. But Sentinels clutch up in those moments, and they showcased that. They got to that point, but they just unfortunately could not push through, and Citadel is consistently available. They're consistently ready to make adaptations, like you're saying, and make changes, and it always works for them.
And it's interesting, we didn't see it after map number 1. Like, we didn't see the Rocket, the Jeff, all of those healers later on in the series, and it's probably, I guess, just the fact that Loki got through. Loki keeps getting through, and they keep playing that Luna Loki backline, and it was available.
Yeah,
so
why
they just
not?
took it. Yeah, and you can't really play the comp they played on Domination elsewhere, I guess, because you need to still play the objective. And a lot of times, the reason why I think you can play that sort of super evasive comp with Rocket, with Jeff, with Ultron, I think is because, like, on Domination, you can just kind of stay on the point with your vanguards and then avoid ultimates of everybody else. I suppose when you move more to a linear map, like on any of these payload maps, I think that it's a lot more harder to play those compositions because you can't really leave somebody on the objective. Everybody sort of has to play
Touche.
point.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great call out. So, wow, what a match
series,
there.
man.
Congrats again to Citadel Ground Zero. It will not be the last time we see them as a unit.
No.
Some very star players and a ton of fun to watch. I know the crowd was very into it as well.
I'm just glad we don't have to do Shui.
That
is
a beautiful call. Almost forgot about that. That would have haunted me.
And absolutely. I mean, all the Australians on Twitter have been going insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, as I'm sure they are already. But great attempt there by Ground Zero.
I'm sure their fans are proud of them, right? Coming into this tournament, playing well. And obviously, we don't want to make it too much about the loser, but it can't be understated how far they got in the tournament. We already saw both Korean teams get eliminated. Considering where Korean teams are historically in hero shooters is very impressive. I know that this game's quite different. How many Korean players at the top level are really there yet, especially a lot of the more unknown, unscouted talent. So who exactly knows where that sort of scene lies at the current moment, but they're gone. OUGs now, we're going to see them next. That's into loser brackets.
Yes.
That's going to be crazy if a team from China also goes home.
Yeah, that's another one of those matchups. So, yeah, we mentioned, very excited to be in the crowd or like here for that. That's going to be a ton of fun to witness, but OUG, a very strong team. And, yeah, there is potential for them to press forward here into RAD. RAD, they do those unique compositions, though. And we're going to get into this discussion about what they run later on. But, yeah, I mean, we're dropping teams like flies. Now we've lost Sentinels, Reject, Genji, Nova, and we lost Ground Zero. So teams are dropping. But remember, folks, the farther you progress, the more you get in your pocket, and everybody's getting a piece of that pie.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, the $160,000 for first place, but second place not too shabby either, in $80K. So right now, a lot of teams still in that running for those prize pools. And like you said, the further you get, the better, right? Everybody wants to make money. I was talking to Citadel's president of operations, basically. He runs every single esport for Citadel Gaming.
Sure.
And he was talking about how, I just want to see this. Like, I was like, you guys made it pretty far. It's impressive. And they're not done, right? They're not finished. They're still hungry for more. And it's not that they looked past Ground Zero like we saw. That Ground Zero put up a good fight, especially on map number 4 or 3. But regardless, they want to win this whole tournament, and so does every team left, right? A lot of teams took their losses before very difficult, right? Or very hard. A team that took the loss hard was RAD. I mean, not to call out too much about them. I don't know how much they want sort of talked, but for RAD Esports, I mean, they wanted to win in that upper bracket to get sent down to the loser brackets. We will see them later today. It's very it's sad, right? It's obviously for RAD's side, they wanted to win in their match. And when they were home, I mean, a lot of them were pretty hard tilted, but that's why we have loser brackets, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the excitement of victory, and we pan over to the victor after every match, and everybody's clearly amped. But it's brutal looking at a team that just lost, especially in the first lane. This is the history books, folks, and the folks that are playing here are very passionate about the game. We talk about the game developing over time, and there will be more and more incredible players making the switch over, or new talent being found here throughout this game. Regions are going to develop and grow. Everyone wants to be in the history books of this game right now, so losing at this moment is devastating. But, we will see who's going to get to the very top and become written in the history books here.
I will say we were doing a warm-up for today for the broadcast.
Yeah.
And they were doing, the whole practicing the championships, lifting the trophy and stuff. They were practicing it, and just saying it said 100 Thieves win. I mean,
I'm sure they've got them all worked, but they did test that one, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They did. They have all of them ready to go in case somebody else wins. But maybe the script is leaked, man. Maybe the script
is leaked. Yeah.
Or it's a curse, right? Imagine you're the team that is shown on the main broadcast as winning
Caster
the whole
curse,
thing.
but like venue curse, yeah.
Almost happened when we saw Ground Zero get in kind of smoked on that third map, and they just steamrolled the way through. So you really can't count anybody out, especially a team like 100 Thieves later on are one of the most veteran teams on the block.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just happy to see a lot of these regions still represented. It's tough for OCE. Only one team making their way here. I'm sure as that region develops, we may see that change.
What are your thoughts from the OCE region? Because this is the last time we're seeing them. We have more opportunities to talk about Citadel. Obviously, we'll talk to one of their players on stage in just a moment.
Sure.
But what are your thoughts from Ground Zero, man? Like any shout-outs to any specific players or the whole team, the whole organization of Ground Zero?
Sure. I mean, I've said it 1,000 times. FMCL looked lights out. We saw the Psylocke at the end. I'm not sure that's a major comfort pick. It seems like melee is their strong suit, and that is something that I'm sure they'll be willing to even express out loud. So FMCL looked incredible. Dwep looked great. I think it was tough. It's tough to really get a look at a strategist line when you have such strong dive going against you. So I think that's why maybe we sleep on the discussion about them. They were able to handle their own in a lot of these different fights, but going against something like Enzo consistently and Pokey all over you, it is so difficult to really play a game that isn't all about just keeping yourself up and running, right? It's more so just self-preservation mode instead of really performing. So, I can't really necessarily speak to them as much, but yeah, I've got to go with Dwep and FMCL.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you're right, and I think you talked about it perfectly. I mean, both Dwep and FMCL played well. The backline as well. I think King Bob had his moments at times. Same thing with Maddie, but yeah, I mean that was a great call. I think we have Nami as well, constantly doing so much.
New sub too. Yeah, Nami is a new sub. Yeah,
Nami's a new sub on that roster, so it's good to see these new talents sort of pop off because that's the sort of future of the game, right? We were talking to Nectar, and we'll talk to Nectar in a moment. I know Nectar's like talking about how they're the problems, right? Like they were like Nectar when we were talking was like I was the problem, I was the reason we lost, and being super negative about it and stuff. But we were like Nectar's still young, right? Nectar's still like a 19-year-old kid in our opinion because we're both old farts at this point. So
that's it.
Oh yeah, top up to the old past 30 crew. I'm not there yet, almost there, pretty much.
Yeah,
I feel 30.
Got some time. You get some time.
But Nectar was talking about how they feel like they're the problem, and I was like, no, I mean Techie and Nectar as well, super young talent, and we're going to see more and more of these players who are coming up that are 16, 17, 18 years old.
Yeah, prodigies, if you will.
Prodigies, yeah.
And like even Bobo. Shout out to Bobo here. Young.
I played with a player who was 13 at the professional level.
Wow,
13.
That's insane.
Yeah, his name was Sugar Free.
Yeah.
Would love to see him play this game because in the game that we played, he was insane. Right? Speedily?
Yeah.
Basically him, but better.
That's
so
insane.
That would be awesome. And Speedery's still great. Sorry, he's probably not going to like that. Speedery's like, huh? What the? What did he say? What did he say that for, man?
Comes up here, beats us up.
Yeah, I would not believe it. Speedily is a huge man. I saw him trip on stage earlier, so that's at least the combat. We know that his Achilles heel is just trip him, right? But yes, on stage we have, I believe, Sala.
Yes,
with,
we do.
With Tetch.
I am here with a coach from Citadel Gaming. This is Sala. And let's start off with a little bit of the more difficult question here. You started off a little bit shaky when Ground Zero brought out the Black Panther on map number 1 in the first round, but you were quickly able to adjust and recover. So talk me through the adjustments you made to bring yourselves back into that game.
So we knew he was going to play Panther, and we knew he's good at it, but to be honest, he was really good on that first point. I have to give him credit. He didn't let us play the game for the most part. We knew that we're a team that prepares a lot, but we prepare differently, I would say, to other teams. We basically just prepare for all the situations possible and play more fluid from that point. So we knew that we had a lot of different options against it, and once we started cycling through them, the games got better. That's why we're able to switch even in between maps, even when we win, for example. So we were prepared, but he did catch us off guard the first point. I can't lie.
And speaking of switching between maps, this is actually your first map, first series that didn't go all the way to 5 maps. You've finally broken the curse. But there's the question. Do you prefer 5 maps so that you can get a little bit more locked in, or are you grateful for the respite after this series?
I'm grateful it didn't go to 5 maps, but I always do say that if you enjoy this game, we should be your favorite team. We farm bangers. We make every game cinema, to be honest. So I like it. It keeps me young, or makes me old. But yeah, I'm happy that it at least didn't go to 5 maps today, or at least yeah.
So you guys have been, like you said, adjusting quite a lot. You brought out a couple comps which we haven't really seen as much from you before. We saw your triple res, which is a very rare sight from Citadel, but also we saw a solo strategist Rocket alongside a Squirrel Girl Storm composition, which is a bit more of a rare one. The question I have for you is, are we going to see any more surprises from you?
Probably. We can play anything. My healers are better than most teams' DPSs, so at DPS, so we can play anything. I think with the team, I think we've played like already 7 or 10 characters that we've never played in scrims on stage and won and beat teams with it. So we can play anything. And with a team that will always kind of have fun and do anything we want to. So yeah, probably you'll see more surprises.
And those surprises might be against either from China over Ultra Gaming, or also from EMEA. We have RAD in the next matchup. These will be your opponents. Do you have any words for those teams?
I mean, I'm always cheering for RAD. We're friends with them. I think they're a great team. I like them a lot. I hope the best team wins, but I hope they come ready, I would say. Because if it's a long game and they don't have as much time to prepare as us, it's going to be a hard game for them. But yeah, I hope the best team wins.
May the best team win indeed. Thank you very much, Salah. We're going to be heading to a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it will be RAD versus Over Ultra Gaming.
大家好，我们是 OUG。哈，大家好，我是 OUG 的莫兰。
大家好，我是 OUG 的 Sport， 喜欢玩商业惩罚。大家好，我是 OUG 的小壮，然后是个鲨鱼爱好者。
首先肯定是有点小小的开心吧，但是也比较担心。但是我相信我们不管什么样的困难，在我们齐心协力下，应该都能很好的去解决。
感觉自己第一次离世界冠军这么近，想要拼尽全力拿下这个冠军吧。
首先让大家先冷静下来，先思考一下，然后也是每个人说出自己比较难受的地方。毕竟想赢游戏，肯定都要大家玩都舒服。
可能版本初期的时候不知道什么阵容吧，然后后面就是学习别的队伍那种见解，然后再融合到我们自己身上吧。
我们最想和 CTG 过招，因为他们是欧洲第一嘛。
我最想对阵的是 Nova， 兄弟们顶峰相见吧。现在最想对阵的是 CTG， 在我心里面，他们可能是这次世界赛最难缠的对手吧。
100T 已经狠狠的研究了，
肯定要先拿下100T， 然后再去研究起来后面的强队。我们会去研究我们的每个对手的他们熟悉的阵容和打法，还有他们的英雄池什么的，会对他们做出一些针对吧。
我们的目标也只能是冠军，也只有冠军，然后电子竞技只有第1名，其他都不重要了。
当然是来拿冠军啊，难道是来玩吗？目标的话肯定是冠军，然后不留遗憾，好吧。
刀不锋利马太瘦，我看谁敢与我斗。
在场上见，把你们全打爆！别拿切后排了，你会死的。
Hello, we are RAD. I'm level 1 Crook and I specialize in Mantis, Loki and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk and Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it, we want to do our best. It's definitely a big event, see what we can do really.
I hope we can do our best and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside, and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournaments and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're the other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is like focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, you got no chance. We're going to be the ones to win. We're going to put in the most effort. We're going to roll every game. And to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves.
it is time for our second lower bracket match. Please welcome from EMEA, RAD Esports. Coming in from the play-ins, RAD were one of the teams to watch going into this, with many teams talking about their incredible drafting. RAD were also the team to take out Nova, the other Chinese representative. Looking to see if they can make it a second. Please welcome RAD! And against, representing China, welcome Over Ultra Gaming! OUG have yet to lose an official tournament, but now find themselves on the brink. They have already taken down the Asia champions on their run through the lower bracket, looking to go over and above. Jaya, please welcome Over Ultra Gaming! The teams are ready, the intro is over, and we are heading back to the casters.
Is Shib and Dogman Dustin. What's up, guys?
It's crazy to see him here.
I love it. The intro from Nectar, for those who don't know, they are one of the best duelists, and they're on Sentinels, who unfortunately did just get sent home by a team we just watched.
Kids got kind of dominated, Nectar. What happened
I
there,
would
man?
say it's a domination.
I mean, no, it was a mollywop conversation. It was a close game, for sure.
Yeah. You know, we're at LAN. You know, best teams from every region. Kind of whoever shows up that day.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and you guys went to Game 5. We saw one of the shout-outs on Game, I believe, 4, when you guys were on Midtown, when you had that huge hella ult. That was probably the biggest hella ult I've seen in any event yet so far, and it was clutch for that W. So really well done there. But first question I want to ask you, though, is what did you think about Citadel? I know you just had an experience with them. What do you think are their strengths? How do you think they performed? Give me a rundown.
Yeah, I think the big strength about Citadel is that their ability to adapt to every situation, and I feel like they don't lack any weaknesses in hero pool, and I feel like they're able to grasp, the best win condition of their comp and how to play their strengths. And I think they were able to do that a lot, except, You know, sometimes they lost sight of it, but as long as they're on top of it, it's really good. And I feel like they're probably the best dive team here.
Oh, love it. They're so clean. And Nectar, it's good. In all seriousness, it's good to have you on the desk.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
obviously
glad to be here with you guys.
Yeah, it was really a close game. You know, it's fun to joke around and stuff.
Yeah.
But Sentinels, you know, it was a tough series, tough brackets, right? Upper bracket, you know, a tough game against RAD, then the lower bracket against Citadel. So what can you talk about those European rosters? I mean, what's the biggest strength of Europe in general? Is it that flexibility, or what's the biggest thing that sticks out to you from when you practice against them in
Well, I feel like in EMEA there's a lot more emphasis on being able to play like more than one style. You know, I feel like a lot of teams are more capable of, you know, picking these like weird sort of like Jeff comps, these Mantis Ultron comps as we've seen like throughout the tournament, even the group stages in EMEA. And you know, I feel like in NA a lot of teams are like still stuck in, you know, that Groot brawl kind of esque scenario.
Because they want to win in ranked and stuff too. Because like, when do you find the time to practice these weird heroes?
Yeah, of course. You know, I feel like EU, like especially like, you know, trust me, he's always done such a great job on Venom, and I feel like he's like one of the really standout players on this roster. You know, always like coming in the clutch fights with these ults, these big ults.
Yeah. Absolutely. And they're like the one-shot composition. I mean, and I feel like I know for you guys, I've just listened in. It's more universal comms where everyone is piping in a little bit, at least keeping things more open. But from when I listen to these teams, trust me, very much leads those comms and at least sets up plays prior to. So what are your thoughts on like how comms work? Do you think there should always be an IGL, or do you think it should always be more open?
I feel like it really depends on your playstyle, you know, like how you are as a team.
Okay.
You know, every team is different, you know. If you find something that works, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You don't really have to overthink it to me, you know. It's like,
well,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix
Love
it.
that saying.
Hey, man, on OUG side, Nectar, obviously, you know, they're a really good roster. You know, obviously, you played well as well on Psylocke when you get to play it. OUG, what do you think about their roster as a unit? I mean, Milan and Taro Cookie, they have some interesting flexibility, right? Because they both played as Psylocke.
I feel that's a really strong strength because they can play comps like, you know, like port side pretty often. They can play side Bucky, like side Wolf sometimes even if it's open.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
And what do you think about their backline? I mean, Zhao Zhang was popping off on Loki yesterday.
Yeah,
Are they
Zhao
nasty?
Zhang, I feel like he's played very well this tournament, especially on the Luna Snow. Yesterday he looked very good on it, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Huh?
I feel like they don't really get nervous, you know, like in these clutch fights, especially in the match against Reject on Spider Rounds. I feel like the backline really turned up that map, and they played really well.
In the sweep there, which was crazy. And I just want to ask quickly your opinion on Milan. I know you're, as a duelist, a very strong duelist over there in that region. And, you know, not afraid to pull out things similar to Riot, like a Iron Man, right? Do you think Iron Man is up there in the medals, or just you got to be really locked in?
I think Iron Man is a really niche character, but I feel like it's very hard to find the value that, you know, players like Amazing and Milan really do find on Iron Man consistently in these like high pressure situations. But I feel like if you're able to do that, it's very good. And you know, like amongst the pro players, we say it's like Iron Man's like a scrim hero, you know, like
scrim hero.
You'll always find a lot more value in scrim than you will in match. But you know, I feel like Milan and Rive both really turn up in match on that character.
And speaking of turning up, we're having you turn up during the cast in this
I love it.
game, man, versus RAD and OUG. First map, man. You know, obviously this is gonna be fun between these two teams, but this is the first time I think we've ever had like a guest commentator on. So anything you notice, you can definitely call out, but we'll be watching over you. You know, we don't want you to get canceled or something like that. Right?
No,
I'm
never.
a nice guy.
No, we'll have your back. So I know you nailed the last prediction, right? You absolutely nailed it 3-1. What do you think of this right here?
Yeah.
I feel like depends on this COD goes. I feel like this RAD is really strong on COD with this like. You know, they're always leaning to this like this Venom Jeff Mantis comp, and I feel like it's very strong on Koth, where their first fight matters a lot. And when the fights get down and scrappy, I feel like they've consistently came out on top and really found a way to like make the difference.
Yeah, it's just such a unique comp. I don't know what the answer is to like this Jeff speed boost Star-Lord dive composition, because it's so fresh. I feel like have you guys scrimmed a lot against that?
We don't really much game time, but I feel like a lot of teams are coming to find a way to actually beat it.
All right, Nectar, I'm going to do a challenge, by the way, for you. When we take a look at each of these players, I know I'm throwing a lot on you probably here, but I want you to think of the first word that you think of when we go to each of these player camps. So we got Hetlaw here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about Hetlaw? From your practice, from your scrims, what sticks out about Hetlaw? One word would describe them.
I don't really know. But we haven't really scrimmed it.
Okay, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
To be honest, like,
all right,
I don't know what to say here. Like,
so they literally avoided you guys in practice?
I think we scrimmed them once or twice.
Okay.
I think we scrimmed them once.
And
then
scrims
the
are
other
practice behind the scenes in your guys in the hotel when you guys are playing against each other.
Yeah, and we were supposed to scrim them more, but then like the media complex kind of.
Oh yeah, well let's
But,
talk about that even, right? So yeah, like what do you think about the couple scrims you had?
I think they were pretty good. I think Ganbei is like pretty like I feel like he doesn't have it up there, but his cap is very, very strong. I feel like it's
one of the best.
In my opinion, Crims is the best cap in the game.
Okay, all right. Well,
I love that. Crims are just the best cap in the game.
You don't really have any more opportunity to show that here, though.
Well,
what do you say? That's brutal, dude. That's brutal. You know, we mess with Crims, so I've known that guy for a long time.
To see your head.
Every time Nectar sees me in ranked, he's like, "Oh, it's not dog, man. GG, we lost. GG, it's over."
Yeah.
Molan, the goat, man.
With support characters as his thing.
Yeah. Well, he's been playing some Adam every now and again, right? When they play triple.
I feel like the res comp is very good from this team as well. I feel like they're very strong on that.
Yeah, because you guys were like the best res comp in North America, right?
Yeah.
So when you see this, because teams don't want to give OUG that either, right?
Yeah.
Because of how good they are on that competition. It can be tough to deal with. And, you know, Terra Cookie as well plays similar heroes to you. I mean, from you, Psylocke-wise, is there anything you have noticed from other players? Who do you think is the best Psylocke in the game right now besides yourself if you were going to shout them out?
Here at the event?
Here at this event. Is there some at home too?
Speed or Pokey.
Who's like the best Psylocke back home or back in the back that's not here?
Probably Sparker.
Probably Sparker.
Okay.
And poor Sparker.
Shout out. Good call out right there.
It's different between it's hard between the three. I feel like they're all very, very good, but.
No, and while we're looking at all these duelists, right? So good call outs there on terms of the Psylocks. What do you think? I mean, we're seeing a lot of consistency here on the duelist picks. What is the most meta when it comes to duelists? We saw you pull out Hela, which is very rare, honestly, in this tournament.
Why?
Phoenix has been incredibly common. Wolverine, incredibly common. Psylocke, who else are you thinking?
In my opinion, Phoenix is the most versatile duelist in the game. I feel like she fits the most roles.
Sure.
She can do so much by herself. She provides so much individual value and impact on the match. I feel like it's kind of indispensable, you know, especially when teams are playing these weird new comps on stage. Like,
yeah.
If you have like some solid character that will always provide value for you, it's very, very good for you.
And it enables one-shot compositions, a damage boost, and that melee, the melee cancel tech inside of a strategist ultimate is kind of slept on. We discussed it a little bit on the cast, where you essentially, for those who don't know, melee, use your flight, and then you cancel your flight and melee again. And it almost looks like you're rotating like a cloak and dagger melee, but you're consistently meleeing, applying stacks to everyone while you're healthy, and just getting ult in milliseconds, right?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's very strong, especially we've seen especially recently with the Mag Phoenix combo in these big portal trades, and there's no ability to actually break the Phoenix ult through this Mag. It's just so much pressure.
We saw in the last map on Hell's Heaven, there was like situations where like a Phoenix would like ult super close to the ground on accident, but it was almost like a good thing. Is that like intentional when Phoenix players do that, or is it kind of random?
I feel like it's very good to do that, especially when you don't have a mag. The Phoenix ult there is it's so that they don't have time to shoot it. So you can cast it on a low floor or a low ceiling, and you can instantly press your mouse button and you can dive and hit the ground and get the damage off.
And that's, I didn't even think about how symbiotic that is. I mean, you talked about Mag, honestly, just my caster brain didn't put this together, but I was thinking of Mag, obviously, with the Phoenix. It was more so Phoenix lands, Mag dunk, that's why you do it. But obviously, you're thinking more along the lines of it's defense of the Phoenix, too. It's symbiotic. When you use the Mag, you defend your Phoenix coming in, your Phoenix then lands, and then it helps your Mag with the land. That is something I slept on. I wasn't even thinking about the eat of the damage as well in that relationship.
Absolutely. And, you know, taking back a look at RAD, we see Rajaro here on screen. You know, when you guys played against them in that upper bracket, what was the difficulty when coming up against RAD? Do you think it was the ban phase or was it the game itself? What is the strongest point of RAD that makes them such a difficult, puzzle to solve?
I feel like the first time, especially the first time you ever played RAD in official, it's very difficult to adapt the playstyle. You know, it's very hard, especially in this high pressure situation like being on stage here.
Yeah.
It's a lot of those players like first time on stage in like a arena this big. So there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure.
Right. Absolutely. And you think that sometimes it can get to people in that kind of thing?
Yeah, and especially the comps they play where they want to have these like scrappy, long, drawn-out fights. It's like,
do you think there's? Well, sorry to cut you off, but you have a lot of insight on this. Do you think there's merit to playing like sort of easier heroes per se on the stage, so you make it easier for yourself? Like for example, Bucky, with huge bullet spread and stuff, it maybe makes it less precise. Instead, say you're nervous or something like that on like a hero like Hela. I mean, sometimes you can pop off on those heroes, but is there a merit to maybe playing easier characters at all, or no?
I feel like there is to an extent, though. You need to have the confidence in yourself as a player that you can pick these hard carry, difficult characters, and put in the impact, like make the difference for your team. And I think this tournament is really about whoever just steps up in the match for their team, you know?
I love that. With the confidence, I just preach confidence all the time. You being a rank 1 player, for those who don't know, consistently across ladder, at least over in the States, that is confidence. You need to be able to believe as a duelist that you are the best. I truly do believe that, or at least in your own head, because it makes you play better. If you constantly think, I'm going to lose this battle or this off angle, you'll never take the off angle, and it's going to result in you losing.
Yeah, of course, I agree.
Yeah, how do you build that confidence, though? Like, how do you
It's just
go
like,
to that?
you just have to think about it, you know, like, you have to give yourself ultimatums. That's what I do in my head. I give myself ultimatams in my head.
I like it.
You know, if I don't take this angle, X, Y, Z will occur.
Right, because you have to remind, because you're playing so many different compositions.
Yeah.
So there's so many different play styles, right? How do you even adapt map to that? Is it sort of like a, first minute you're like, oh yeah, we're playing a dive. Oh yeah, we're playing more front to back style. Like,
Yeah,
what do you think?
like you like want to play into a certain style, but you know, it's like just in the moment. I feel like you should go with your gut and
Don't look there, by the way. Just for later on, over here is where we're looking. So finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I feel like we should, or you should really just like go with your gut, like especially in game when you're playing these duelist characters, when you're playing like things like Phoenix, Hella, Psylocke, Bucket. Like you need to go with your instinct, and you know you need to trust yourself that you're making the right decision in the moment.
So what do you do if someone in rank starts flaming? Like, do you just like mute them, move on?
I say, well played, GG.
Well played, GG. Yeah,
smart, good answer.
But with your team, right? Like you guys were talking about, Sentinel's is a very vocal team, right? On your guys' roster, everybody talks a lot, but who do you think talks the most in Sentinels? As we go into this one, we'll talk more about RAD and OUG, but about you guys.
Probably Crimzo. Crimzo is definitely the backbone of our comms. Just always reminding everyone of their role, and if someone's not doing something like heal, make sure to remind them and reel them back in.
Yeah, and he's coaching you guys and playing at the same time.
Yeah, I
right?
feel like Crimzo just so much for us. I'm very grateful to have him on my team.
Oh yeah, I mean he does a lot for Sentinels. Taking a look at the ban phase, man, over here on this side. Let's take a look over at the main screen, actually, because Mantis is protected and banned first for RAD. What are your thoughts on that immediately? Because I know you have probably a lot more insight than I think the two of us do.
Yeah, I feel like RAD is really, they really want to lean into his Mantis comp as they have this entire tournament. Even when they were playing in Europe, in EMEA, they really enjoyed playing Mantis on maps.
Can you go on? Actually, can I just let you take over the ban phase? I know it's a lot to ask, but like, what are you noticing so far from this phase?
Beautiful call. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
talk the whole time if you want.
I feel like OUG playing this torch is very strong for them. It's really playing into their style and how they want to play. They want to put Molan in a spot where he can have the most impact on the pick. I think banning Venom against this team is very good, especially when they protect Mantis. It's a good response because it gets trust me off that Mantis Venom. We've seen it time and time again.
It's because right with that damage boost, when you use that Mantis damage boost, if you also combine Luna, you don't even need to land tendrils. It's only using that Q, correct? Yeah. Is that like the most impactful? What would you say is the most impactful duo combination as we look at the rest of these lock-ins?
For which comp?
Yeah, I guess that does depend on composition.
Yeah, it really depends on like what you're going for. Like if RAD has left open Ultron, so OUG can, pivot to playing like a Torch Ultron comp here.
Oh, yeah.
And they left Cap open as well, so you can play like Torch Ultron Cap. But it's kind of rough in Celestial Husk, They have that inside map which is really close. Kind of hard for Torch to get these long sight lines to shoot on the back line.
True.
And they banned out Adam Warlock at the end, but you can still play the Ultron like you said, right? So who do you think, when we take a look back at this ban phase, who won on Celestial Husk specifically, because, bans are map dependent, right? It's a tough question. I know there's a lot.
Team dependent.
And team dependent, yeah.
I think I'll tell you the answer when I see their comp on what they walk
What do you mean?
out
No, you
on.
have to do it now. This is the tough part of the cast. You got to decide who wins or loses here in the ban phase. You can say you can be wrong. That's the great part. At least I'm wrong. 99%.
We are.
RAD probably won draft.
RAD probably won the draft. All right, we'll go hard with that. Wait, let's let the crowd speak, by the way, a little bit. The OUG fans over here. I mean, can you talk on them? Or
I feel like OUG is that. I feel like there's such an advantage here, like with the home crowd. I feel like that support, that
it's
energy,
so nice,
like being up on stage with all the energy, all that support. I feel like it has to feel great.
Oh yeah.
It is literally gas to a fire, right? It makes the team play better. If you are, for those who can't hear it, OUG getting a ton of love in the crowd. So we will press them forward right now. As we move into the map, you can see the bands, for those who maybe had forgot, will be rotating across the board. So now the bands next to the team are those heroes that they cannot play. So OUG not being able to play Invis, Luna, Mantis. Oh, a total strategist lockdown there, while RAD now play that Venom Cap, more divey style that they love, as we see the initiation here. Molan up on the top side, trying to put some damage out. Just going to hold on for now and set up a little bit here on point.
What are you noticing so far, Nectar, in this fight?
I feel like Rad's comp is very strong for this first fight as well. You know, they have Luna Loki, they have the Snowflake for the side lock here on the side angle. You know, being able to take these duels on the side, make it hard for their comp to actually progress the map space, making Molan's job even harder without like lacking the team of only the Ultron villain to help them.
Yeah, that's a great call out as we begin the first fight. Naga gonna fight Taro Cookie for one. Melio on the soft angle gets a two-piece while blinded. You'll love to see that. Level 1 Crook with a pick there, and that is a full sweep as Rad is just shutting them down before they can even put their feet under them.
Yeah,
well played, Rad.
They just kind of walked on them there, right? Like what exactly happened there in that they just got walked on?
I feel like Ultron is very hard and difficult, especially when you don't have a suit to help you here. Like you have the Atom Snaps, like the pressure from the Star-Lord, especially with the side lock on the side angle, like pressuring you is very difficult. The Ultron has to play very safe and very aware of where the enemy DPS are playing, and you know it's really hard on him. But
yeah, we were seeing some players say that you'd be surprised at how much Star-Lord really does help with Flyers, not only due to the hit scan nature, but also that spin to win, where all you have to do is juke up there in the sky to put out some serious damage. As crystals get pulled out here, Molan just continuing to hold this high ground. Pretty good map here and positioning as we do see the utilization of the team up there for Magneto as we're pressing up here with Naga. Both teams kind of stalling and holding on, but Rad loves that game right now. It's all about staying on this point for as long as possible. Spald gonna find Melio. Spin to win here from Naga. Fate gonna clean up there on God Bay, and Bait, a mean Jet player, electing to run the Luna this game.
I mean, right now this fight's kind of extended out, right? Luna Snow dance floor on the objective from Rook, who does get to play that Loki as well. Here comes that miss, unfortunately, from Jaro in the BDRM, but still a pretty extended fight as the Galactic Legend comes out from Naga in this backside of the point. Meanwhile, Terra also trying to come through with Ultron's Rage, and Bombay saved rather, able to go back for another dive towards Crook, but Crook has been so evasive, Nectar, right? And, it's fallen well onto Naga with a pick off in the sky.
Yeah, that's a couple times now Asphalt has found some serious value there with Warlock. Warlock getting a little bit of change here as of the last patch, where he does get those heals back relatively quickly. We see Molan just holding on the point here. OUG now really trying to make something happen, but Rad already at 85%, and this is their strategy that they mentioned us. They want to get this point early and just hold for dear life for as long as possible, because then it's a one-fight game as Molan takes out two. Ganbei for another, two left, and at this point, 95% on their first take.
What do you notice there, Nectar, from that fight? 95% of the board, right? A lot of times, a lot of pro players talk about how important first point control is. Can you talk about that on domination on Celestial Us?
It's especially important for OEG to win that first fight against this comp, where they have the Luna, they have the Loki, they have these drawn-out fights that they can have. They can, they can stagger the supporters for the enemy team with Rujaro's Meteor M. It's very difficult for them to actually regain that map space, but now they're in a good spot. They can keep these angles. They can make it hard for Melio and Naga to walk up on them.
Yeah, this is a very traditional composition here, I feel like, or at least last season when I'm looking at Rad. Ganbei gonna find Melio. Now the crowd starting to get hyped up. Molan doing a good job still putting out this damage, but it's around can they use this space created to find some value, 38% and counting. But remember, one fight game, ultimate advantage gonna be the side of OUG. Spald holding on Hetlot as well. That can help them stay here as Taro Cookie likely using that Ultron's Rage soon to force out level 1 Crook on that Loki. So when you use that copy, you try to make that happen quickly before they can press Q. A very good strategy for that is using Emma to seduce the backline and hopefully silence them before they get that off. And it is a double whammy if that's possible. Trust me. Walking forward as Melio takes out Taro Cookie before Taro can use that ult, and that's a tough look.
It's a tough look indeed. I mean, Rajaro there with the follow-up on the backside. Bond used. Spald tried to keep them alive, but I mean, Rad kind of coming back into it, get to the point. I mean, portal plays available here, right, Nectar?
Yeah, this Strange CP is very important on the call here, but I don't think they have time.
Don't touch even?
I don't think there's time.
Yeah, you're looking for like roughly 10% is what I was pre-trade. Oh, somebody, did come through with a touch. Rajaro.
Spald is alive with the res.
Rajaro and Ganbei, there is a res there. Taro Cookie using the Ultron's Rage in the off angle as Melio is putting out some damage. Fall with another res on Ganbei though, so the numbers are roughly even. It's all about who finds value with these ults. Melio and Spald with another pick now. Numbers evened out across the board. OT is ticking 72% here for OUG. It is not over as Zhao now finds one. And they leave the point.
Nectar, man, Matt, round number 1. I mean, by the way, awesome to have you here for Celestial Codex. Thoughts, opinions?
I think OG needs to be aware of how they can win. I feel like Rad is playing really well on the side, forcing this Torch Ultron to give up their best angle, trying to like force them to play back, and Ganbei really having trouble to actually go in with the lack of the Luna Snowflake. Very difficult for the Cap to live versus this comp.
Okay, on that, yeah, exactly. That's a good point because they're putting so many resources, I guess, into Milan. I mean, do you think that it's fine rotating over that drone from Taro to give it to Ganbei, or not really?
You can, but you know, you just need to be aware of it. You need to know when to push and pull, and you know when to go in, when to get out. It's really just need to be aware of the tempo of the game. And
that's a good point, because it's so hard. I think it depends on the compositions and stuff, like you said. And there's a lot of difficulty I think that comes with you know, switching up comps. I mean, Milan probably feels good, but like you said, you got to think about how Gombe's doing, maybe not getting as many resources. So,
yeah, and I'm curious about your thoughts on, you know, maybe it's the fact that since Emma's available here for RAD, it's more difficult to really put all your faith in on a Cap who can kind of mark that Cap a bit. So what are your thoughts there? Do you think Emma is a great counter for Cap?
Yes, I feel like Emma, especially with the lack of stuff, like, is very good against Cap, and you know things like Phoenix are also good because of, you know, like you said before, but you mentioned the strategies element. But I think the melee cancel, especially against these dive tanks, dive characters, is very strong. You know, just forcing them out and like relieving the pressure from your supports.
Yeah, we saw you doing that actually, which was really cool. As we begin now, Molan trying to press forward. Keep the the pressure on. Ganbei does have that Ultron drone now. As Taro Cookie is pressing forward. Naga with the bubble. That is a traditional comp we have seen run in the past as Melio cleans up Molan, and they are walking forward. More damage on a Ganbei who escapes now. Melio gonna still keep out that pressure. Ultimate advantage roughly towards the side of RAD. Ganbei is gonna fall there at 98%. That's a tough look as a Cap who will use that to keep themselves healthy. Melio on to Sfald now. Trust me, on to Zhao, and at this point the numbers are dwindling as they Cap early. Once again, a big problem for this team.
I mean, that first point, man, it happened again. It didn't RAD take point first last time, too. So right now, RAD just putting themselves in the driver's seat, Nectar. It just seems like OUG are kind of struggling. At least they have ults for this next fight, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's really important to get the max value that you can out of this capital here. You need to make first action, try to force one of the spoilers early, you know, try to make it hard for them, put them in a bad spot so your torch can actually, you know, get on top of them and actually put that pressure on.
That's a good point, yeah, because also the Meteor M as well there to maybe counter Milan with his ult when it comes through. But like you said, we can put so much pressure with those Shredder's ults, like you mentioned for OUG.
Out we go early with the Eternal Bond downtown. Does get shielded up. We're talking about RAD using those bubbles very effectively. Rajaro doing a great job, and it does work very well with Star-Lord. Can get that out very quickly. Hyper aggro there when he's spinning with the bubble, as we do see, trust me, try to chase down with Psyonix Seduction. Naga gonna clean out Molan. They are still pressing forward as the res comes up. It's all about resing one. Remember, you are the beacon for that res on Warlock. It is not the location of the beacon as Fall walks forward and does pick up Molan there. That is good work. And we see another ult here from Naga. How quick can they get these? Again, just waiting this out. And that's going to help not feed that Meteor. Very smart and patient decision-making here by Naga, who has driven the whole team back into that angle.
And he just picked them off in the last second. I mean, they peeled so well for it, right? But unfortunately for them, still giving up that point. I mean, RAD is just kind of dominating right now.
Of course, you know, Headlock is just unfortunate. It's peaking the Charlotte role, you know. Happens time and time again, you know. Even on stage, it's kind of hard. Sometimes the lights are just too bright.
That's it. I always speak about that. Nerves come in as such a factor for Jaro. On to Zhao again, on to Sfald. It's all about those right clicks playing very clean. Now it's all about accuracy. It's very difficult to hit a torch who is active in the sky, especially if they do have something like an Ultron drone or Luna Snow with the Crystal. Melio gonna find Sfald there though. Alt advantage looking like it's gonna head towards the side of RAD as level 1 Crook now holding on. Trust me, very close. And Rajaro there. Taro Cookie almost, but no, as Melio gets 2 and Naga finds 2 as well. Just sweeping, and that is a win already for RAD.
Dominant performance from RAD, man. Yeah, that was crazy. 1-0 in this best out of 5. And Nectar, I don't know about you, but what did it look like? What was the problem there, I think, for RAD as, you know, I mean, sorry, not for RAD, for OUG, is the fact that maybe Loki got through on the opposite side? I mean, how is it for a Psylocke to have to deal with somebody like Loki who's so evasive?
Well, OUG wants to play for the torch value a lot, and I feel like they just left too many answers to torch open from the side of RAD. You know, there was too much to deal with the torch Ultron with not enough support for them.
So what do they have to do in this upcoming ban phase? Like, what do you think that they have to change up to give themselves more answers? It's a hard question, I know. Sorry about that.
Nah, I feel like there's not many things that can change just alone. But, you know, it's like up to a team. I think it's, you know, not just on one person, one thing can't change, you know, in general.
Right. Yeah, I think one thing that I think I need to shout out from RAD is I think they're known as a team that does do more unique compositions. We talk about that all the time, running the more awkward Jeff compositions. Teams are still trying to learn how to really counter and play against it.
Right.
But what they just ran there was very traditional, and it looked absolutely dominant. Are they another one of those teams that do not have an issue with Hero Pool, or do you think maybe this was just more so on the downside of OUG?
I feel like it's a little bit of both. I feel like there are some weaknesses when comparing to Citadel that RAD does have in certain spots and certain hero pools, but I feel like they are still capable of playing, you know, that standard 2-2-2 comp at a very high level. I feel like a lot of people want to talk about that Venom Jeff comp that they do play because they've been so strong and so dominant on it so many times.
Yeah,
but, you know, even when they're standard, as we've just seen, they can still dominate some teams.
And, you know, on that, I mean, who do you think, for this whole tournament, do you think RAD is favored to even win the whole thing? And we heard, you know, rumors, there's whispers that RAD was doing so well in scrims versus basically everybody except Envy. I mean, what do you think about RAD? I know that they've been a solid team behind the scenes, but is it looking like the same team on stage?
Yeah, I feel like it's really anyone's game that's in the game right now. You know, like everyone who's in the tournament is capable of winning. It's really, as I said before, it's who shows up that day, who can perform. You know, it's really
well. And you know, on that actually, speaking about on the right day and on performing, well, you called out speaking about being right in predictions. Unlike me, most of the time, you said RAD won the draft, right? That was something that you said. And after the fact, you said it's because they didn't have enough answers. So maybe there's something they could figure out in the draft phase that could help them out. But like you said, RAD has so many answers, it's tough. Like, even if you have to pick your poison here, right? Maybe in this next one, I think we want to give you another chance to predict because you got the first one right. You know, surely you can't go 3-0, right?
Yeah.
Surely we're just unlucky, and this guy's not actually just some gigabrain compared to us, right? That would be.
We'll see. We got a few more maps to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
To witness, a few more drafts.
That's it.
Maybe a map 5 game.
You mentioned to me, it could be. We've seen a few of those over the last few days, but something I'm curious about, because you talk about being successful on some of these lock-ins. Who do you think, if you had to guess right now, wins this entire tournament? Because I would love to know way ahead of time if you called it. We all had to do it. You're on the caster's booth now. Join us. Who do you pick to win this tournament?
All the pressure for you.
I pick Envy. I'll pick Envy to win.
Join me. You join me.
All right.
Let's go.
Is it because of North America? I mean, I said Sentinel. You guys let me down. Like, what do you?
That's a brutal call.
What do you have to say about that? You let your hero Dogman let you down, right?
You know, Dogman, I've been watching since I was a young kid, since I was about 11 years old, which is when he started competing.
Yep. And then what do you
when
think
they're
about
the same size?
Exactly. Yep. Back in, I stopped growing in middle school, so my clothes still fits me. Middle school means I don't have to buy new clothes, so it's great. Still have the same pair of shorts.
That's a win.
I think Envy has really shown up, especially in these high pressure situations. You know, they've consistently shown up, and throughout the tournament, especially here in China on stage, they look really themselves. You know, they're always playing their style. I feel like they've never looked on the back foot.
What's their weakness, you think? Like, what's the number one problem with Envy? Like, where do they struggle? Because there's not a lot of teams that seems like they found an answer to a team like Team Envy from North America, the region that obviously you came from, and you've scrimmed against them as well. And I think actually this is a better question, maybe to rephrase it, is Shib was talking about how, and by the way, Rojaro MVP played so phenomenal last map on Magneto, able to create so much space with his Meteor M's.
Those Meteor M's, especially on the first round, onto the Cloaco in that last fight, finding the kill onto them.
Right. Yeah, he did so much, man. Rojaro is just kind of him at points for sure. And, you know, when we take back a look at the North American region, as Nectar choking on the water over here on stage, it's, it's totally normal. I mean, we do that all the time. Literally, half the time that you hear us not talk for a while, it's because we've either burped or had some sort of cough go on down
Look behind the curtain, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, back to the original question, Nectar. Like, you guys saw Envy get that 3rd place in the region. I think you guys' flexibility in stage 1 to win the whole thing enabled you. But looking back at it, how is Envy doing so well here, and then they didn't do that well in stage 1? What do you think is the reason?
I think Envy, like all their players and, you know, especially their coach Gator, really stepped up to, like, you know, make sure their team was very well prepared for this event. Because over the past 2 Netflix, I feel like the meta has shifted a lot, especially in scrims, because it's been like only us, like in the top teams, like us in like the teams in China just scrimming each other, you know. So I feel like it's developed a lot faster than they did, you know, like in your local regions.
Absolutely. And Nectar, by the way, it's just been a pleasure to have you on desk here. It's awesome to, you know, sort of make this work and kind of figure out, because I think this is the first time in like any hero shooter we have like ever done.
Oh, it's
like
awesome.
A tri-cast. It's like never happened. Like when I was a player, the casters never came over and like, hey, come cast with us. So it really is awesome.
I feel very thankful and blessed to have this opportunity. You know, it's very fun being here. I love talking about the game. You know, I love playing the game.
No, you're so passionate. That's what we're talking about. Like literally, we mentioned on broadcast, you talked to us about how you guys like lost, obviously, and then you're like, I just want to go play ranked. Like last night, you're saying, I just want to go play ranked. Like you are addicted to Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, a little bit, you know.
Who isn't?
New patch came out, you know, want to try the new character.
Oh, right. Yeah, you can get
while we're on that train, like, what do you think about Blade? Do you have any takes? Still too early? Might be too early?
I feel like it's too early, you know. I feel like characters didn't figure it out. I feel like, you know, his numbers, by what I've seen in rank, he does pretty decent, you know, but I feel like we might be looking at a Wolverine situation, you know, or like an Ultron, you know, where people haven't figured out the character, where he fits best. You know,
in the playstyle,
it'll just take a little time.
Yeah, because people can be. I mean, everybody remembers when like Wolf, everybody saying how terrible he was, right? Did you have any like takes that you think aged poorly? Like, did you think a character was terrible and then ended up good as we enter the next map?
Yeah, well, I was definitely in the camp of Wolverine is awful.
Me too.
Oh, yeah, everybody
I was
was,
trying
man.
not to say it, but thank you for doing that and opening it up.
Well,
Yeah.
so like,
definitely.
what was exactly like? I don't know. Like originally we were just like, okay, this character's just terrible, right? Even though he had percentage damage and stuff, like, just nobody figured out how to play him because everybody's playing, I guess, more in the open. Let's cover like use and stuff like that, maybe, or like. Because people figured out, I think, the play style of this game, especially what you're playing, like, you're hiding a lot more, right? Like, you're not just constantly doing something like you would in other hero shooters. You're taking angles and stuff, right?
Yeah, I feel like in this game you can make a lot more like clutch plays with just your abilities. Because I feel like, you know, in other hero shooters and there's a lot more emphasis on like, you know, just shooting.
Just shooting, yes, exactly.
Yeah. And I feel like in this game, like, there's a lot more emphasis on your ult. So I feel like in this game, getting the max value you can out of your ultimate is very important. And I feel like if you can't find that in these games, it's very, very difficult to actually come out with a victory.
Would you say that this game is definitely the closest to like a MOBA for a lot of games? Like, it's just like there's so much macro that you have to kind of do and play well, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's very macro intensive, but it's also like you have the ability to, you know, your micro, your mechanics, they can like bail you out of tough situations, you know, like if you're able to, you know, hit those headshots on certain characters like, you know, Hela or like Phoenix. Sure. Or even Bucky, you know, like Bucky does so much damage up close. It's really important.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, all right, so is there a change that you'd like to see here from the side of OUG that you think would help them take this on? Is there or even in general, a rough compositional change?
Well, for me personally, like, I really think that it's 3-0 for RAD. Like,
unfortunately,
but I feel like, you know, with the crowd being here, you know, maybe there's a chance, you know, if they get the momentum rolling, maybe we can see something. You know, maybe I feel like it's going to be hard for RAD. You know, the whole crowd is against them.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult.
So maybe turning it back to OUG. I know that obviously RAD is a very strong team in terms of flexibility. What's the weakness of OUG then from the outside looking in? And you've scrimmed them twice, but you know you don't really get a lot. You have what? So 4 hours total basically against these guys in practice, and it's tough to really call out one individual player. And I don't want to make you like roast anybody specifically, but what do you think the flexibility isn't there? Where do you think the weakness is in this team? If you were counter-stratting against OUG, what would you try to force them onto? I know that Crimzo's obviously more of your coach, but you still know a lot about this game.
Well, I feel like OUG's best bet of winning is Torch, but I feel like the way to play against Torch
So they lost on their best comp.
No, I feel like Torch is very difficult, especially when he doesn't have the right pieces for him. You know, I feel like
They left answers open too.
I feel like he needs to have, like, you know, a Sue and an Ultron, or like a Luna and Ultron, Luna and Sue, something like that, to actually like help him, like take those deep angles and have that uptime in the fight, and, you know, be able to have that damage consistently all the time.
And really maximize his hitbox movement potential, right? Like that's putting those crystals, the crystal, the invis or shield, excuse me, and all those Ultron bot on the Torch allows you to utilize that movement speed, utilize that melee animation, juke around, and during that small amount of time, you're gaining hundreds of HP.
The difficulty then becomes, because of what Nectar said and what you've mentioned, Chib, when they have to, you know, go back to the pick ban, which we're here now, if they protect the Luca or the Luna, then they lose the Torch. Right? So, like, what do you do in that situation because you said that you need the Luna, but, like, what if you protect the Torch and then you lose the Luna?
I feel like another, you know, bad thing for OUG's especially on the last map was, you know, the presence of the Loki being there when they want to play, like, this cap, Torch, dive kind of style, and it's very difficult to play because you can't have the first hit, and you can't, like, always, you know, connect on a, you know, elimination of one of their supports, but here we see OUG banning Loki second instead of the Venom, you know, often to play more for their dive, for their snowflake, you know, for their cap value here.
Well, you called this super early on. You talked about the Luna Snow, how important it was, and OUG tends to agree with you here, it looks like.
Yeah, I feel like Luna is very important, especially in this tournament, you know, like being able to like have these side angles, you know, the snowflake just opens up so many more opportunities for your DPS, for your flankers, you know, for characters like Cap, for characters like Ultron, Torch, Psylocke, even Hela sometimes, you know, and Phoenix.
And she'll be able to soon help with some of that dive with the team up with Warlock, depending on how the Warlock feels on this new patch. I'm curious if that becomes an answer to dive as well. You don't think so? I'm curious. Yeah, okay.
I haven't really seen much of it, but, you know, I saw, like, you know, when you click on the hero and shows you, like, the replay I've seen, it looks pretty broken.
Looks pretty broken?
Pretty good.
You know, we'll recap the ban phase and pick ban phase after this, but, you know, on that note, Nectar, since you play a ton of Psylocke, what's it like, at least how do you deal with a Psylocke on the other side if they have the snowflake and you do not? Is there a specific thing you do, or is there anything you can do besides have Luna Snow? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, you can. You can play a lot more. Like, you can shoot tanks. So I feel like that's a big plus about Psylocke. You know these other dive characters like BP, Magic. Like, it's very hard for them. They actually play through main. You know, they have to go these deep flanks. They have to look for the sports. But I feel like Psylocke, especially with her wing shurikens, you know,
good point.
Her passive, you know, she gets 2 seconds off. She gets the full projectile, you know, off her cooldown. So you can spam the main fight. And then when their Psylocke is looking for the engage with the Snowflake, if they're playing the dive comp, you can like look to fight her with your team helping you there.
Beautiful.
Instead of going like deep into the angle.
You heard it here, Psylocke players lock in on the tank if the enemy Psylocke is going against you with Crystal or some sort of protection. That's a really good call out. Help change your play style a little bit. Stop trying to take those 1v1s and lose nonstop.
And here we hear OUG in the back of the
Oh,
crowd.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Crazy with the support.
Oh, yeah, they got some good fans over here in China, in Guangzhou. RAD up 1 against OUG for $500,000. They need to keep their tournament hopes alive, and OUG on the opposite side. They still have some time to work with. We talk about momentum and stuff, and RAD is slowly building it, but take a look at that ban phase up at the top of the screen here, Nectar. I know that we didn't talk about it for a moment, but real quick, who won the ban phase in 3 seconds? Go.
God knows.
1,
Not even,
2.
I'll take it to you.
3.
I'll agree with you, whoever won, Dustin. This on
What do you mean you can't put it on me? You were right the first time. I'm going to be wrong now. Now you've jinxed yourself. I got RAD probably winning it in this place, you know, obviously because the Mantis protecting stuff, but Shib, take us away, man.
As we begin, folks, Melio starting to put some damage out onto Ganbei, who took that early side angle. A lot of teams try to hold tight here off the rip, maybe with triple triples, one of those maps that it is on the table. Not looking to do that here for OUG, who elects to run more of a traditional composition. A lot of hit scan here, and just strong vanguards on the board. Taro on the high side now, putting a ton of damage out. Great positioning. It's all about owning that high angles and trying to not allow the opposition, if they do have something like a Psylocke, to press through, as Naga is just trying to find that angle. Trust me, on the most, I would say, trusted hero in the belt there. Very, very strong play on that Venom, one of the strongest Venoms in the game, and definitely sets up those combinations like crazy. So here we go again. Naga gonna drop down onto the point, and at this point, RAD not really being too contested on point, feeling pretty confident. It's almost like OUG's kind of playing on their heels here. What do you think about that, buddy?
Yeah, I feel like it's very hard, especially, you know, when RAD is on this Venom Mantis. You know, trust me, able to like control the map so much, you know, control the tempo of this map. It's very hard for your OUG to like play against this style. I feel like RAD is really like alone in the sense that like their Venom, I feel like Trust Me is like very ahead on Venom compared to like most other players.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like Trust Me is one of the best Venoms.
Kind of go with it?
Agreed with that.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Trust Me is the only player that I've seen to be able to solo kill supports, you know?
Right. Yeah,
absolutely. He has like so much individual value, and I feel like I always come back to that, but
as we begin again, Taro is finding some serious value. We always talk about Phoenix and how good Phoenix is at this level of play. Well, goes to show you right there. Still got that hit scan potential, not only able to pull out that anti-dive, that brawl more style, really can fit any role, as was discussed by Nectar. We start the next fight here. Naga trying to find that off angle. Milan gonna be coming in here. And Cancel's not able to find a ton of work with that ultimate. Instead, does force out Crook to use Mantis with that resurgence as they walk forward. One goes down as Naga takes out Ganbei. And at this point, RAD are looking so dominant in these games.
What is happening right now? I mean, they're just constantly just pressing him back. Headlaw just force ulting out here as well as the Feast of the Abyss comes out. But at least they're alive. But, you know, this point, they have to touch it last second. Right, Nectar? I mean, they're just getting absolutely mollywopped here in the streets phase, or in the middle of the first part of the map.
Yeah, Naga with his Dance with Butterflies forcing them to either stack and lose their supports or just give up the point and try to have a good second fight here.
Yeah, and Nectar, they're just staggering them, right? Like when you play this map, right, to go back to, because I know you guys, I don't think have ever lost on this map, right? Or at least in this tournament. What do you think? How are they playing this? So, you know, I know that Sentinels is specifically very good here.
I feel like the most important part of this map is to make sure, you know, you get more than just that one fight. I feel like you want to really try to like push the cart and like stop. Like this is very good for map, forcing the visible boundary out, away from the cart, getting that free payload progress, not even being able to touch and contest, you know?
Yeah.
And another ultimate force on Ganbei, you know, it's like, oh, Naga dies.
Yeah, this is brutal right now. It just looks like, I don't know, it's a walk down, but we do see some press backwards here from the side of OUG. Taro Cookie
seemingly putting a lot of that pressure out there with the standard hit scan damage. Team's going to reset back to the point. Zhao is ready with the dance floor, but it's going to be matched right back with Fate, who does not need to break off of this more traditional composition for them. Melio dealing a ton of damage. Naga running in as Trust Me once again, showcasing how strong they are on the Venom. The pocket pick no longer banned, now showcasing why it was banned in the first place. As Molan is ready here with the dance of the butterfly. Goes up onto height, dropping in now. Out we go. Notice that circle in the center. That is where they were up here towards the end. Good out as Rajaro finds Taro Cookie. Numbers back in the favor of RAD as they walk forward. Trust Me again. Naga onto Molan. They are just walking them down as Naga gets a two-piece.
You talked about Nectar. I mean, Trust Me is doing work on Venom.
Yeah. You know, I was saying with me and my friends that we say that Trust Me just does double damage on Venom. You know, I feel like his tendrils just always hit and do the maximum damage they possibly can. I feel like he's so practical in his character, is so polished. I feel like, especially like if you're RAD, you really want him on this character. You want him on Guru, you want him on Venom, you want him on these, these practice things that you can, do the most on.
They don't stall it now, Shib, but man, this is going to be last second.
Yeah, at this point, they do get the touch off there. Ganbei trying to work towards that ultimate Psylocke in the back line from Naga. Not able to find too much value, just force out some cooldowns. Taro starting to stack that passive as you can see it spreading. Trust Me, finding a good angle there. Jumps right in towards the back line with Ultron Drone. Out goes Boundary now. It is going to be held up by Sfald, giving them enough space to stay on point. Great location of that now. Hetlot trying to retake this space. Great crystal pop. If you are Emma v Emma, you want to dance around that shield and put that shield out to protect your crystal anytime it does get pulled, and pull it back right after because you can build laser charge on that and help stall it at 100%. Hetlot though, going to take out Trust Me, and that is going to help match a little bit as it's going to be more difficult on the high angle dives here from the Venom when Emma's in these tight quarters.
That was a huge force physics right at the end.
Especially that, that invisible one, making it hard for them to actually swing out after the engage, putting even that more pressure on Trust Me to play better. And we see him going over the Guru here now. And I feel like not talked about enough is Melio, being that DPS, being able to fill there, fill the gaps in the comps and playing what his team needs him to play. And always, I feel like he's always performing very solidly or playing very well.
That brings up an interesting discussion that we can have later about flexibility in practice, but yeah.
No, we kind of had that discussion, earlier, where it was like more so, do you need someone that flexes in a more mainline lockdown of a few heroes as two separate? But I'll get your answer in that in a second. As we do see Crystal pop the whole team beginning this fight. We have ults ready for OUG, but RAD is very close to almost all 6, and this is going to be a fight in their favor with 30 seconds on the clock. OUG is holding. They will have close to 6 as well. This is going to be a battle, folks. It's all about the initial pick. A ton of damage there from Melio. As we just discussed, a very strong duelist. Out goes the invisible Boundary. Significantly shorter cooldown. Out goes the strangling prison as it matches a duel. It does land there from Naga, but doesn't find too much value. Taro Cookie gets a pick. Ganbei finds one, and Ganbei with 2. They may hold on point 2 here. Can OUG shut this down as Molan finds Melio? 5 on will not be enough, and at this point, OUG stops them before point 2.
Wow, RAD getting stopped. It sounds like we expected, especially with ults up, man. I mean, Chip, that was crazy, the fact that OUG got the stop there. But, Nectar, what's the biggest thing you noticed? I mean, what happened to Rajaro and Fate? The fact they didn't even use their ultimates.
Well, I feel like Midtown, especially on that second point, is such a hard map to actually get in on, especially when you're a team like RAD where you want to play this dive style. But I feel the most important part of this map is your first hold. How good can you hold first? And, can they even make it past first? Because first is... It's a long point. The corners are very hard to turn.
There's like a lot of time off the bank by the time you get to second phase, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like every time we, especially as in the Americas region, we were seeing a lot more Thing on point 2. That's like the very few time Thing was more of a meta pick because it's much more of one of those rare brawly locations, right? You find yourself finding success with Brawl in there.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point, Chip. The brawl definitely matters a lot here. And you know what? Like going back as well to stage 1. This, by the way, is the map that RAD beat DP. To close it out and send BP home, I believe. So it was the exact same situation. RAD did not full cap out in second phase, and then they held them right before that ramp. Like, what do you think? Do you have to change your playstyle, Nectar? This is actually a really good question, I think, to ask you, because do you have to change your playstyle based on where that cart ended up? Like, do you have to maybe take more forward fights, or do you still want to fight in those advantageous spots and maybe give up more cart space?
I feel like you can still take the same amount of fights in the same paces because it's basically capped here, Like, you can still take the same spots. You have that,
But it does matter if, like, it's a little bit closer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is funny because that's exactly where you guys actually turned that fight around from Sentinel Citadel. Is the exact right on that ramp like you're mentioning and forced them to take those earlier fights. So really good call out and hits right at home because that's where you landed that huge ult there for Hella with a Goddess of Death. And up we go again for Trust Me. So great point there as we walk forward. Rajaro going to stand on point. I do think Emma playing around point is a strong suit here, especially early on in this map. Rajaro going to pull out Crystal. Crystal v Crystal both out. It's all about walking out of that zone, using your shield to protect that because it does do a ton of burst damage. Melio, Milan, both very close. Melio going to retake, though, does have Crystal. There's that battle. It is going to be matched on both sides as both of them are evenly set up on the strategist line's protections.
Right now, just playing it slow. Melio, again, I mean, it's happened before, Shib. Opening pick, I mean, Melio, you talked about it earlier, too, Nectar. He kind of is just popping off on Psylocke at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Melio's one of his best characters is Psylocke. I feel like he's always consistently performed and done very well on this character. Like, I know we haven't seen him much, but a lot, you know, however many moons ago, but Melio would play a lot of torch, especially in the EMEA, and he was very dominant on that character. But, you know, I feel like having a player like him and Naga.
Yeah, that's a nice dive here. Headlock going to get 2 Ps. Make that 3! Headlock really showcasing Emma's strengths in these tight quarters. Do not get in diamond form close. Don't get near an Emma in diamond form in close quarters like that. Just going to be CC'd, knocked around, and destroyed as they press through the first quarter. A pretty difficult point to walk through, but they may teleport back for the bridge. They're not going to like to do that. They do have a quick team.
Yeah, we're probably going to fight towards this ambulance side coming up in a moment, but Shib, man, like, that was crazy. Like, did not even do it with triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. I know you guys like to play that spawn camp sort of style, but Shib, we're going to enter this next fight towards this ambulance again in this really long, like you said, street-like phase of the map. And this Phoenix truly is going to pop off for the side of OUG.
And we begin our next fight. OUG gonna pop out with the invisible boundaries fall. Gonna keep the team healthy. Ganbei ready, Zhao ready, Taro and Hetlot all ready. And on the opposition, similar story. Melio, Trust Me, Rajaro, and Crook all ready to make a play as well. Who finds value last time? It was OUG. Will it happen again? Taro does land on Trust Me, and it does happen again. Can they walk with that momentum? You gotta stack inside that Phoenix. Up we go with another. Does it land for value? It does not. Melio gonna take out Taro on the way over, so that is some good defense. It's just very much back and forth here.
Yeah, absolutely back and forth at the moment. I mean, Sonic Seduction going to wear off for Rajaro, trying to peel back for the side of Melio. Milan on the side, like actually doing a good job matching him. But still, minute 23 seconds left on the clock. I mean, RAD recap too right now, Nectar.
And we will proceed. Milan going to be playing on this point here. Going to take a little bit of damage. Up in the sky we go. Bang! Down comes Venom. Does not land. Tries to force out cooldowns like we had talked about prior. A quick little jump in. Utilizing those abilities forces people to think you will use your rotation, so no need to use it. Just get ready for another dive without those cooldowns against you. Out we go. Trust Me, going to hold on. Does have that. Oh, no. And out we go with a Psylocke immediately. Dance of the Butterfly. Whole team stacks on it. Doesn't see a lot of damage get poured out there. Fate gonna launch that ult out for the side of RAD. Trust Me. Ready to feast. Does it collide? It does not. Sometimes you can get perfect timing. And in the new patch, you can actually choose to turn on Easy Swing, which is nice. It'll actually give you the chance to use that dunk pretty quickly. Taro Cookie onto Fate. Bang goes Ganbei on another. Can Ganbei get a pick here now? Holding on tight. OUG got 26 seconds to move this thing a few more meters. 2 more left if they want to press through and hold on.
Well, Trust Me, getting that damage buff that you talked about earlier. I mean, finding Ganbei, RAD are trying to make it work, but Taro, he equalized it up with Melio.
Yeah, and again, numbers up in RAD's favor. Another pick once more, excuse me, as Melio does go down. Trust Me on his fall, but now numbers are up in RAD's favor as Naga takes out Milan. Ultimate's up for Zhao. Overtime has started. Got to make sure you're dancing now. You can play a little bit with that bar, but you can't do it for too long. And we see Rajaro try to pull out an ult. Trust Me onto Taro, Ganbei onto Fate. Numbers still on the side of, oh, not anymore. Now RAD back up. Hetlot gonna try to find a pick. Milan gets one. Can they keep going now? Good idea on the height. Sometimes it's worth jumping on that bus to the right, but you have to make sure you're still on point. Very afraid to jump off. Milan still doing damage. They are gonna find Rajaro and Naga. Hetlot still gonna get another pick, and that is point 1 as they move forward before the teleport.
No, they didn't get the portal timing. I mean, that was such a good hold from RAD until the very last second. Like, that's insane what happened there, Nectar. I mean, I know what's your overall thoughts from that first point. That was an incredibly long hold, but eventually RAD had to give it up.
Yeah, I feel like Milan swapping this Wolverine, especially in that last fight when they have to come and touch the car, you know. I feel like it's very hard for Rajaro to actually live there. But, you know, really well played from Hetlot and the rest of his team, finding those kills, finding that, that clutch ultimate, forcing them back, opening up opportunities for their team.
Yeah, Headlot's really surprising me on this Emma. I know a very strong Vanguard, but looking really clean out there right now. Melio gonna try to make a play. He does force out another cooldown on the side of Sfald, but Sfald gonna take out Rajaro. They're riding this momentum. Momentum so impactful in this game after map 1 like that. Seeing OUG perform is what, as I say that though, trust me, taking out Molan. Melio gonna take out Sfald. Down goes Zhao and Taro now. Headlot falls. Naga popping off here, but alts will be up for OUG. Can they make a play and push this thing through?
How does this keep happening, man? Like, how does Trust Me keep getting these pickoffs when they're down 1, Nectar? Like, can you talk about that?
Yeah, I feel like Trust Me is just, very in sync with the teammates. I feel like, as we talked about before, he's a very good IGL. He's always aware of, he's trying to help his team and where he's going, so they're always aware of what he's doing. If they can follow up, they will, and if they can't, Trust Me knows to play his life and get out.
The dive is working pretty well for this RAD team, and currently, OUG, 56 seconds left to go. Taro.
That was an awesome melee cancel, for example, right there. That was exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And right now, they have to keep it up, right? Making sure Trust Me's gone, but he can swing back on Venom.
Milan tries to hit a big last stand. It does take out Melio, but Naga gonna find Taro. Down goes one Phoenix, and another falls, but with ultimate and is reborn. Fate gonna get tackled and pays for it as Headlot gets another pick. Will they be able to ride this thing through? And we will see. You got to make sure you got 28 seconds here. Got to play on point. Trust me. Got to find Sfald. What Naga onto Headlot through that tight corridor. I can't believe, Trust Me, was able to get so much value in there. What a hold by Rad. I really thought OUG had that. Headlot not able to use that Cyanox seduction. You got 14 seconds left. You got to make plays with these ults. Level 1 Crook about to be there too with Melio.
10 seconds left indeed, Shib. They're going to delay a little bit longer. Gombe able to slow things down. Taro into the sky as well, but Crook is there to counter it. Do they have any ults yet? They need to build them quickly without losing anybody.
And 85% here, last stand almost back up, which is wild here for Milan, and they are still walking forward. They do have point caps back in their favor. Remember, you got to stay on it, and they do. Melio going to find Zhao, though, and that is a strategist down. Headlot finds Fate and evens the odds, as both of which will now have a strategist. Headlot goes down from Crook. Strategist revenge, if you will, from level 1 Crook, and now it's about playing patiently. Can they get the team back here in time? Can they make a TP play if available? Naga, trust me again with 2, and that should do it as 3 fall. Unless this portal is huge. Not sure it can get there in time, and it does not.
It's because of the, you have to drop out of the window first on this map. It's so tough. Different than every other map. And right there, job done for Rad. We thought, like, OUG stepped it up on that, and they did.
They looked a lot better.
This is why, I guess, when we look back at offense stuff, like with the earlier game with Ground Zero, the fact that Ground Zero was able to kind of just do well on their attack is sort of a similar thing, right? It's maybe this map, what do you think, Nectar? Is it more of a defensive-sided hold sometimes, especially in second phase?
Yeah, I feel like, especially on Midtown, it's very defense-heavy. It's very important on, like, how well you do, if you can even get past first, because I feel like, especially us and a lot of teams as well, they want to offer that triple tank spawn hold. Even we see some teams playing like that Venom Cap, Blue and Ultron thing, something like that. And I feel like it's really good because you can burn so much time off the bank on that first corner, like, maybe like 2, 3, especially in that Envy match we saw yesterday where they
it was like the entire bar. It was like 30 seconds.
They didn't get through OT. They kept in the nick of time in OT on first point. So
that is crazy. And while we're on that topic, what do you think is the most meta, if you will, triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold? Because we've seen iterations. So I'm curious what you think.
I'm unsure. It really depends on like what's open for the enemy team. How can they actually break it? I feel like things like I feel especially now like the Cap Venom with the triple support is looking pretty good. Like it depends on like you can even play DPS sometimes. Like or still opting for triple tank is good. Like you can play mag there if it's open. Like I think the most important part is the Doctor Strange. So being able to keep you back on the second fight and still have like a good solid third fight.
Right.
Yeah,
there's a lot there. Well, Chip, I wanted to maybe talk to Nectar about this, and you can bring it up too.
Yeah, hit it.
What's the deal with like sometimes Doctor Strange bans? I think we talked about that on certain maps. Sometimes, I guess specifically against Envy, they do it right. You ban it against collusion stuff. Maybe you can talk about that. When do you want to ban Doctor Strange? Is it just going to be map dependent, or you just want to get rid of the portal comeback stuff?
I feel like a lot of teams like to like ban on things like certain cost maps or like convoy, especially on convoy allies. Like very important because a lot of teams really want to play for that. Like kind of scrappy your first hold fight on every convoy map, and it kind of like negates that. It makes it a lot harder for them to come back with all their roles. Like you have that advantage in the fight.
Well, on that, do you think it's worth it to maybe get like not even do a ban on like an important hero, or maybe if you're unsure about a ban, is that when you do the Doctor Strange ban and stuff, or what do you think about that?
I'm unsure. I don't know how I feel
Okay.
about that strange band, but I feel like, you know, if they have a good strange player and, you know, they're a team that wants to play that triple Vanguard hold, like it's, you know,
You're going to get value,
pretty
out of it,
good.
right? Yeah, because it's like it's consistent in terms of the band for sure.
Yeah, I agree. We haven't seen as many teams as I thought would run that, but I also think sometimes, and I'm curious, Nectar, what you think, but the strange band sometimes comes through on like, you know, specific maps. I feel like Central Park, you almost guaranteed a teleport back on that first hold. It just because you can use that portal immediately. It's not very far in terms of distance to walk the portal, which honestly, that is impactful too. Sometimes when you're walking the portal super far, it's difficult. And also things like Yggdrasil. Do you think that map dependency as well when it comes to the band of
I feel
strange?
like maps, like, you know, like you said, Central Park, Yggdrasil path, and, you know, even Midtown is like pretty good to man strange there, especially if you're like against a team, you know, like I said, like that really like prefers that spawn hold.
And you know, we could talk about this again that we talked about during the map, and you know, I think this is the great part about this cast is that in general with this series, I think Melio, you said how he is a very flexible player, right? And that's the benefit of Melio for sure, the fact that he can play all these heroes. And we were talking about earlier, like when you can play a hero to such a high level, like Psylocke or whoever that be, is it worth it sometimes to maybe go on? By the way, trust me, MVP, pretty easy MVP, I think, for us, right? He just played that map so well. We can go back to talking about trust me, but what do you think about like the difference between really trying to hard master a hero or trying to, you know, improve your hero pool and maybe practice other heroes? Like what that debate?
I feel like especially as a duelist player, you need to be open to play like every character in the role, I think. But I feel like that you should be like maybe 4 or 5 characters that you are very comfortable on. You like have the confidence that you will carry if they're open, you know. And level 1 Crook here juggling behind Rajara.
Oh my! Wait! Hold up! Whoa!
Cannot be stopped, folks.
He's still going. Oh,
hey, clean landing.
And immediate transition over to the Psylocke too.
Production.
All right, Prod, we see you.
Production.
Beautiful.
Yeah, notice that the rest of his team was botting, going over review, and just going up there as well.
What are trying to say about trust me, man?
Trust me?
What are you trying? Oh, not trust me. Level 1.
He's just having fun.
He's having fun. He's a vibey guy.
I thought that's the most important thing, you know, as long as you're having fun, as long as you're happy.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
A little bit of a silly goose, if you will. I mean, we talked about how good Trust Me could be on Venom. I mean, that was disgusting to watch, but that sweep right there, OUG really changed the. I honestly thought when OUG shut them down on point 2, they had a chance of winning this, and they looked like it after point 1. So, got to show some love. The momentum may be shifting.
Yeah, momentum is shifting indeed, and you know, right now for the side for OUG, they have to come back, right? They have to reverse sweep, and you know what? I think they could do it if they beat them in the draft phase. We talked about how RAD, you know, Nectar, we brought it up too earlier on. The fact that RAD has pretty much won the draft phase twice in a row now. OUG. I mean, sometimes it feels like, yeah, you win in the draft, but also it's also a hero flexibility thing, kind of, right, I guess?
Yeah, I feel like winning draft is like, you know, sometimes it's important, but, you know, you can still, like, there's things you do in the map to, like, make sure you play well, you know, you play to your win conditions. I feel like even if you win draft, you can lose the game, you know. It still comes down to actually how you do play.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, dude, Nectar, this is going to be so much fun. I think this entire series has been so much fun in between OUG and RAD because of the crowd, too. There's a lot of OUG fans still here. And for them, maybe we can go back to you on this ship. What is the sort of hope for Team OUG on this third map? Is it going to be through the likes of Taro Cookie and stuff and maybe the flexibility of their heroes, or maybe more on the Vanguard line?
I think I got to go duelist line there. But, you know, I want to have a conversation about saying something needs to change in bans, but I've been trying to think while you guys were having the conversation, what is the answer? I don't think you can get rid of strats, because I do think Crook is a great Mantis. I think Fate can play the Jeff. I think Melio's not afraid to pull out the Ultron. So, like, it's like, what is the answer? I don't think you go strats, and it's almost difficult to go Vanguards because we just saw them succeed when you went after Vanguards as well. I truthfully do not know. I think what needs to happen is we need to see this side of OUG really get confident, really play off the crowd, do something unique. Once they had that team wipe, I could feel the energy in the room shift. I could feel the team playing more confident. They need to work with that and try to turn this around right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they definitely can. Now we're going to the next map. We're going to head to Burning T'Challa, right? So that'll be so much fun. All right, Burning T'Challa. I always confuse these maps, man, together, one and one.
Yeah, Galactic Empire. I got it.
Djalia.
Oh, Djalia. Yeah,
so I literally got it wrong. Every single time, man, I swear to God.
Yeah, it's the Intergalactic Empire of
Djalia,
absolutely. Right? Yeah,
yeah. So I literally got it wrong. And that's why we have Nectar here, because he is here to stab me in the back every time because he's taking my job after this one, guys. Nectar's coming in.
Keeping you young.
Dude, you've been awesome
Keep
here.
us young. I love
Keep
it.
us young. Dude, it's been so much fun having you on the broadcast.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been very fun casting.
Oh,
very
it's
fun
great
talking to you guys
info.
about the game.
Oh yeah, and we're not done yet either. We still have you for a little bit, luckily, and that's
here
what
for
we gotta really abuse your mind here. You know, burn you out as soon as you actually come down to play the game. But you know, we'll use you for the last little bit of this draft, and you know, just kind of run us through that. But we'll obviously have to say goodbye after that. You know, send you on your way because you know I'm sure you want to relax and you know finally chill a little bit, right?
Nothing like stressing you out right after your games, you know?
No, yeah, we
no
really
stress at
appreciate
all. You know, it's just
by.
all fun. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to come here and cast with you guys and talk about the game with you all.
Yeah, it's been great info, honestly. It's really good to hear from somebody at your level of play, give real answers to some of these questions right on the spot. So thank you for that.
And absolutely, and later on, we'll get Ara, another teammate of yours, Ara Mori, maybe going to come back on broadcast for the next series with, I believe, Leg Day in Moxie will be taking over at that point, man. So last game for us, but 2 more games of the day after this one. Regardless, reverse sweep could start here for OUG.
May not be over yet.
May not be over. Nectar, before we even see the ban phase, because I know you can kind of see it early there, look away from it. When we talk about this ban phase, OUG, did they make any mistakes? I mean, they did what you said. They locked the Luna, didn't work. They locked the torch earlier, didn't work. Do you think they have to go back down to keeping that torch available, or what's the play?
Yeah, sometimes, you can draft as well as you want, but sometimes it just comes down to gameplay. And it's like, at the end of the day, it is how you play in the match. It is how you pilot your characters. It's the decisions you make.
True.
It's the value you find in your ults. And I feel like OUG just isn't fun in this match so far.
Yep, and right now on the screen, we got Luna Snow getting protected for RAD. Again, I mean, they did the same thing. Did they protect Mantis last time, or was it Luna this time?
I think they Mantis. They've done that a few times now, RAD, yeah.
So they're going Luna now. What do you think that is, Nectar? Is it because of the front-to-back play style?
I feel like Luna Snow on these open maps, especially with the style that RAD, tends to enjoy on these open maps, is very good for them. It's, the snowflake value is very, it's a lot higher, when you can send these flankers on these deep angles and they can play these far corners and really harass the enemy backline.
Yeah, that is a great play. One thing to call, it's so funny, is Mantis, maybe in ladder, you may be bummed when you see a Mantis on your team, but at this team play, at this level, Mantis by RAD, I mean, banned every single game. They really don't want to deal with the damage boost issue and what that enables other teams to do. So maybe think about that in ladder. There is a way to play these heroes with the right team comp. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to see kind of what happens because we get Loki getting removed as well for OUG. Loki this time being prioritized for OUG considering what happened, early on for RAD. So I think Nectar talked about it best, man. I mean, it's just like it's so hard to ban against RAD because, like you said, it comes down to gameplay. And right now, I mean, we got to get Psylocke protected, actually, of all things. They want to make sure they can play that Emma. And RAD, I mean, they're very unique, I think, in doing this sort of map-to-map ban and protect system. And I know Trust Me does a lot of that sort of leading in that department. You think the more research you can do about other teams, the better, or is there very specific play style or composition you want to play per map?
Yeah, I feel like it's really good to research. And I feel like this Phoenix ban from RAD is actually very good, especially when you want to play Trust Me on the side. When you have the side, like you have the Luna, you want to put Trust Me on one of these tanks that can stay in and, provide all the pressure, help make, whoever's on side like here, as we know, Melio and Naga can both play it.
Yep.
So.
No, and, awesome. Thank you so much, Nectar, for coming on.
Been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure. Obviously, dap you up, get out of here. Do the peace sign as you leave. And, obviously, Nectar, you're awesome. Thank you so much for coming on by.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you. We'll have to talk to you later on. Maybe ask you for some shout-outs and stuff. But, man, it was so much fun having Nectar on the broadcast, Shiv. That was phenomenal. We're going to head in between RAD and OUG now.
Yeah, they are incredibly intelligent, and I love them for helping us out, right? Like, that's what I love to hear. It's just a true, real, raw take on what we're saying. And, we're learning every day, and I think this level of play is how you get better at the game.
What's funny is that how humble Nectar is. The fact that Nectar's like, by the way, like in a quick message, they're like, I feel like a moron right now. And I'm like, what?
No, they're killing it.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is unbelievable that you would say that about yourself, considering how much insightful knowledge that they had for us. There were so many things that I've learned that I'm sure you've learned from having them
Of course, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think the audience likely thought they were invaluable as well. It's always going to be good information when you talk to somebody, rank 1, right? Like, what do you, who else can you possibly learn from? Like, an incredibly strong duelist with some great feedback.
Check out Nectar's streams as well.
Absolutely.
As my co-caster, I run Chip. That'll throw you in there, of course. But Nectar, the main, star for sure, coming on here earlier on.
Yeah, much appreciated there. So Molan off the rip there on the Jeff is going to find Naga. So there we go for Molan. Definitely got some diversity in the hero pool here. Taro Cookie building up Svald on the defense here. They do like to play hyper aggro. Trust me, on that cap now.
Fate not going to be on that, Jeff. Instead, going to be on the Cloak and Dagger, excuse me, as they move forward. Fate 75%. Closest to all. That's just a Cloak and Dagger special right there as they move up on the high side. Jeff trying to escape. Mulan just barely able to get out of there as Gonbei is going to be on that Venom.
Right now, kind of surrounding him. I mean, I like this comp out of OUG. They're playing that sort of style that we saw earlier that RAD played. So they're mixing it up, changing some things, and they already lose Taro, though, unfortunately, on the backside.
Trust me, with one pick here on the attack is maybe all it takes for this map as the ticker begins. Almost 2 ticks in at this point. A portal might have to come through. Are they able to do so? Not sure. They will touch here as they are close to point, but there's a lot of pressure here from Trust Me, who does a great job distracting not only on Venom, but clearly on Cap as well, as Rajaro was just holding back the front line and just beating them into their duelist. Trust Me, and they do get the point here quickly. Level 1 Crook and Melio on a pick now. Wow, that was flawless from RAD.
Yeah, I think if Nectar was still here, they would have said that RAD won the draft again, right? I mean, based on what we just saw in the Streets phase of the map, 4 minutes and 36 seconds left to go, Shib. And I mean, what a dominant first point. I need to see OUG some life out of them here, Shib. And, you know, maybe this is why we don't see Jeff necessarily on maps like these these payload maps, because on domination, I suppose you want to be more shifty and stuff. For OUG, they're kind of struggling, but they do have ults ready to go, and there's a good chance they win this fight.
Yeah, it's a tough conversation to know when you want to really build towards that Ultron protection comp to let Ultron really do his thing, or let Ultron be that third strategist that tries to find some value. Headlock going to find Trust Me early, though, and that's a nice pick there. Make Crook go down. That's 2. Do I hear 3? Headlock wants to walk this thing forward. A ton of ults still available. Good patience there, but Zhao was forced out to use that Fate of Both Worlds. Taro Cookie going to take out Naga there for a little bit of a stagger.
I mean, and Melio. Again, I mean, you called out, man. Every time we watch these games, it seems like there's always a Magneto player popping off, right? Headlock been that mainstay for OUG, and I think right now, I mean, no ultimates as well, just using Xiao Zheng, like you said, but that's how good these strategies ultimates. Oh, early fight coming through here now, Shib.
And we begin as we do see the Fate out again early for the side of RAD, so that is job well done for Gonbei on the dive. Melio, though, turns it back into Taro, and it's not done yet. They're really running through with this as they just walk for it. Trust Me was going to launch that Freedom Charge right now, almost taking Ultron out of the sky. Great bubble there. You talk about the effectiveness of Magneto. I don't think that'll go away anytime soon. Psylocke onto the backside. It's good stack, but not enough as Melio gets 2. Do I hear 3? Yes, I do. Melio. Can I see 4 now? Going invisible, just waiting this time out. Svald juking like crazy, but it should not be enough. Not at this level of play as RAD is turning the third corner here.
The presence of mind, right? Not only committing to the dance floor, early fight had to be committed there by OUG. They felt like they needed to do it. Meanwhile, Milan, where the hell? He's in Narnia right now, coming now to the point, coming through across the map, going to eat the backline potentially.
Just waiting it out. Unable to do so. Tried to wait the full timing. Great understanding of Mac's timing there. That was beautifully well played. Not going to lie there by Fate, but does fall as Trust Me gets a pick on Mulan. Here the Strange Portal comes through, using that Strange Portal as a wall. Team is just going to walk through and take this point now on to point 3 with 4 minutes on the clock.
And shit, that's so demoralizing, right? Because I think he even tried to use the Jeff ult far away so he couldn't hear it, right?
Yeah.
So they tried to make like a sneak play, but maybe this is why everybody talks in terms of the best strategist players in the game, why they talk so highly of the backline of RAD.
Yeah, Mulan going to be making a switch after that as well. I do think this is not a bad choice here, especially against that very brutal Psylocke there from Melio. But, you know, I'm with you. I once again, got to show some love to Fate. That was great understanding of how long Jeff can wait to ult. You might as well use your cloak if you know you have a chance of coming after you. So
They're so smart. Like the backline of this team is so good. Not everybody is even having that timing down 100%.
Yeah. They all take height. So here we go again on the Heights Fall. Going to put some serious damage up, but not for long. Naga does not miss. Does Naga miss, if you will? Pressing forward with the... Ooh, Endsong Inferno does land on everyone. Melio going to clean up Taro Cookie. Good combination and good focus, but still not getting too many. Psychon Live. Naga finds 2 more, 3 more with that melee cancel as they walk down. Zhao and Hetlot. 1 left here. Gonbei going to have to reset, but he cannot. Melio again.
I'm going to need to see a little bit more out of Milan and Gonbei here on these dives. Like, Milan's doing a lot, don't get me wrong, but maybe because of how the strategists are playing on the side of RAD, it doesn't feel like he's able to do so much, right? We'll see on this third phase of the map, but at the moment, I mean, you're against the Groot and all these different stuff. Naga, like you said, I think has been a star of the show right now. He's really enabled on these longer range maps, especially against the Wolverine and Magneto.
And Taro Cookie going to launch out here with a butterfly. Does find Fate. That's a good early pick. Finds a few more. Make that 3 more. Taro Cookie doesn't want this to end just yet. Wants to try to hold. If you hold before the 3rd point, it is possible. Obviously very self-explanatory, but the momentum seems to always shift
when you hold towards the end of these maps. And we have seen full sweeps on this map in this tournament, so definitely on the table. 2 minutes on the clock.
And it's just interesting that Sval also likes to play a ton of Invisible Woman. So they're swapping Mulan back over to the Adam Warlock. But we've seen this before, Ship. They didn't have the Mantis for this composition, and they don't have it again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, weird. Mulan making another switch here. I think that is like the 3rd or 4th switch in a few fights. So was back on the Wolverine there for a little bit. But we are going to see that switch out go. Level 1 Crook on a pick on Taro. That could be enough to buy them enough time forward. Good patience on those cooldowns, waiting until that crystal was almost full so you did not get tranced. And up Headlock goes. Does the dunk happen? Good block there. And really well done by Trust Me to wait and make sure. Probably calling out the head towards him. So great idea and great block. Just catching it like they're playing baseball. Mulan gonna find Fate though, and that's what you want to see charging up. Breaking through the Phoenix almost. Good shield there by Rajaro, who takes out Taro Cookie now. And they're still up in numbers. Level 1 Crook gonna have to use an ultimate right alongside Zhao.
What?
And that dunk was so close. Mulan is gonna deal more, does have this res ready. Will it be enough to keep the team on point? But Mulan is getting driven backwards. Melio gonna take out Sval. Level 1 Crook on a headlock. Taro onto Melio, Trust Me, and the res is out, but I don't know if it will work. But yeah, they are able to retake here. Well done.
Yeah, they traded 1, so at the very least they have Pearson advantage now after the resurrect. But can they close out right now? I mean, everybody's sort of grouping up. Naga eventually gonna go down in the res. I mean, that was only big because they got a pick from the opposite side of Taro Cookie.
Yeah, I got to show love to Mulan. That was great patience. Like really playing a dangerous game up there on point, and everyone was trying to drive Mulan backwards. Did have that res ready. Team has only got 24 seconds, so incredible hold here by OUG. Can they get this done?
I mean, it's possible. 18 seconds, like you mentioned, in RAD. They need to build up some ultimates. They made it so far already, so OUG, when they move over to attack, we're definitely going to struggle as well. But this, like you said, Chip, is going to be last fight territory, and Rajaro opens it up with Sonic Seduction.
And Rajaro with the trance out does hit Mulan as well, following it up heavy. Does the res exist? We'll see if the self-res is up. Yep, bang. Down they go. Yep, Mulan back in the fight. Out goes the Venn diagram. Shortly, actually not. This is just going to be invisible boundary. Phoenix goes up, bang. Rajaro onto Sval now. RAD is up in numbers. Melio, Rajaro, Trust Me, Naga. They want to end this, and they will, as everyone falls down, and RAD gets 3 points.
I mean, this dominant performance there from RAD. And I think that's tough. Like, we talked about how these maps, I think especially a lot of the ones with, you know, moving objectives, like we have over here on Hall of the Jalia. When these maps are just so long, it's hard to fully cap. You talk about all the time ship. They got it done. They capped out the full map, and I think that bodes well for them moving forward because this kind of worries me about OUG, right? I mean, RAD probably has a pretty strong defense first point. They're going to have to figure something very important out because I don't know, something about how OUG is playing. It doesn't seem like they're playing bad. It's just more like RAD is not making any mistakes.
No, yeah. I mean, the hold was good at the end. I mean, the weird issue was the compositional change like multitudes of times. Granted, they still won the fights through those, or able to hold through those, so it did not have an adverse effect at the end of the game, but I think that that's just a sign of a team that's kind of panicking. If you see that a lot, you know that they're not playing together. They're panicking. They're having weird comms, and especially if you switch back after one single time of getting KO'd. So maybe selfish decisions, but great idea. And I think OEG has a little more momentum, but yeah, RAD is just playing lights out.
I mean, comparing this now back to the previous series that we just watched in, round 0 versus, I'm blanking a little bit. Citadel, thank you so much, sir. In that series, that one, we thought they were down and out as well, right? So
that's true.
We can't ever fully down out the other team that is losing. But now we go over to attack. I mean, OUG, they definitely could find some sort of composition here on their attack. I mean, we know a lot of these Chinese teams adapt very quickly to composition changes.
Yeah, I agree with that, and they are going to change things up slightly. Mulan going to be back on that Jeff. Ganbei going to stay locked there with that Venom. Ganbei playing really well, and same with Hetlot. So Hetlot no longer obviously going to be on that Emma. Instead, going to stick to that Magneto, which is finding some success at the end. It's just tough with Mag v Mag, but luckily right now RAD is not doing that, and Trust Me, he's going to be back on that Cap. Rajaro on the Emma. Here we go now onto the backline. Such a beautiful animation cancel. So many autos so quickly. And Cap does a great job on this point, just taking height as Taro Cookie drops Melio. This is a good angle here for Jeff. Spreading down the whole team while keeping the team healthy, and they're walking now. Zhao, Taro, Sval, 1, 2, 3. That could be enough to give them presence. And Melio immediately teleporting over as the Strange. Will they be able to retake? Well done, OUG.
Well, this is interesting because this goes back in, I think, discussion. Well, Melio's pulling back, so they actually have a re-engage. So I'll talk about it later about the Jeff composition. But the stall comes out. Everybody's now regrouping. I mean, objective play is hard, I think, with this Jeff composition specifically. But surviving there for Milan kind of resulted in the first fight win. And Milan also took down Bait.
Yeah, this is the power of the spray, especially when you corner yourself in those locations. Naga, though, going to find Taro Cookie, even the odds a little bit, 1-1. Here comes the jet feed onto level 1. It does manage to find as bang, down goes level 1 Crook back into the fight. Heals are out. Team is looking dire, and yes, OUG will take point 1.
I wonder why. I mean, it's looking so much better than on their defense. This Jeff composition we talked about earlier, how you maybe want to play these more these characters that can be play loose, right? Play all over the place, right? You saw how on the opposite side, Trust Me dove onto the high ground, looking for Milan, understanding that he is the one keeping everybody alive on the high ground and sort of being that sort of anchor. But Milan, understanding the situation is, drops down, swims back up, and you can't get chased on cap in that situation. It's too high up, and at that point, RAD lost control, and then Taro and the rest of the crew able to collapse on the side of RAD.
Yeah, so Convergence, I'm with you. I think Convergence is difficult when you have everyone all over the place to really lock in your bunker. I'd rather have you almost bunker on point on defense, right? So that's why it's more difficult. Melio, though, going to find Taro Cookie, and that is going to put them up on the defensive side in order. Shield goes out, Trust Me, trying to play hyper aggro, but does have the cooldowns to escape if need be. Being locked in slightly there by the body block. Still going to walk out, no issue. Still holding on to that F, which is a good job jumping you out of the point there. Melio and Raj, Fate with all. Naga very close. And on the opposition, Zhao, Hetlot will hold on as Svald will work their way to ultimate on this point. Out we go again. Trust Me with a pick on Svald. Melio onto Zhao. They're walking now with the screen. Will they be trans? Good shield cooldown, but at this point you might as well fall with your team.
Reset there, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. But that's a good time bank, I think, for OUG. For RAD, the other side. Oh, man, that's so sad. Every single time.
It got so quiet in the room when they showed that.
Everybody sees the Jeff on the ground, sleeping, of course, knocked out.
Naturally.
Naturally. Very sad to see such a happy-looking boy, but he's back now. You can see his little butt wiggle coming on the right side. I love Jeff.
Happy guy. Pressing forward we go. For those of you who don't know, MODOK actually made Jeff, which is a little too cute. Yeah, a little too cute. Did not fit the bill of the Land Sharks, and that is some damage there by level 1 Crook on a headline. Out we go with the dance floor now battling back. Taro Cookie gonna dive in here very close to all. That damage is obscene, and that locking of aim really strong. Out we go. Damage boost. It doesn't matter as it was on the opposition. Does not do much. Just get clipped by the side of the map there. Breaks the map open though. He's going to reset Trust Me. Onto Svald out of the sky. Good work by Trust Me. Now chasing Taro. Bang. Taro falls. But Jeff gonna find if you thought it was gonna be more than that. Bubble goes out. Can they get Cap off the map? Not quite sure just yet. From downtown it may happen, but the F button should protect Cap. It does. Milan falls instead from Naga. Melio onto Zhao now. And RAD is holding on like champions.
Yeah, RAD's looking damn good. I think that is split very well for that Jeff ultimate. I mean, it's tough on this map as well to run this sort of Jeff in the next phase of the point. It makes sense, I think, for first point, everybody sort of, focused on playing around an objective and playing around the point, but at the current moment, I mean, especially with where the strategists are and stuff, right now, as long as level 1 Crook and Fate are positioned correctly, especially now that they have that Cloak and Dagger to constantly fade up together, they can always dodge that ultimate. But right now, OUG, they have ultimates ready to go. They need to set up a dive with Gombe and Taro. Maybe switching to Adam does it, but we'll see how it is right now. Rajaro again finds these picks. It's these Emma Frost players that keep showing up, and same thing with the Magneto.
Yeah, Emma does a great job in neutrals. That kick, honestly, the beam, it does raw damage. The amount of burst you have when you're 100 out your beam. When you're 100 charge, folks, it does give you double damage. Remember that. Trust Me. Onto Molan. Finds one immediately. Trust Me. Just so aggro here. Molan got to res back up. Melio onto Zhao. Melio onto Svald. Rajaro onto Hetlot. And they don't even need to commit ults here. They are playing lights out. Trust Me. Only one committing. Good patience there.
This might be the best. Naga, by the way, picks up Gombe for sure. And that means this might be the best we've seen Melio play in the tournament in pretty much his whole career as well. So Melio, we were talking to him in the hallway. He's like, man, I didn't play that good yesterday. And I was like, what? You were like the highlight reel from RAD. But today, man, I mean, he's looking on another level in these dimes with Trust Me.
And alt advantage heavily on the side of RAD on the defense again, and it looks like OUG making some switches as well. Did I see a little bit of strategy play here? They do have the Groot on the bottom left. I like the idea of the off angle, but now everyone's separated. Strategist down low, up high. We lose Taro Cookie. Unfortunately, the team's not stacked. Meteor M coming in. Rajaro gonna find Hetlot. It does not land, and we are losing ultimates like crazy as Naga finds a two-piece, and they get swept now. RAD is on a rampage, and it's tough because OUG did commit ultimates there.
Man, they had 4 minutes going into the second phase of the map, 35 seconds left to go. Now, it is doable, but man, look how far back this card is right now, Shiv. They're already back to nearly the beginning.
It's back in the garage.
Back in the garage, parking, beep, 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 back in the garage. Here in my garage, they have nothing but knowledge because a win is probably not going to happen for OUG today.
RAD is looking different right now. Gonna have to agree with you there. Gonbei gonna try to make something happen with Groot. Like again, we had that conversation around when you see swaps like this, you usually know something's either really dicey, especially in the last few seconds of the map. You got a touch here with 3 on. Remember, the touch can conclude. You can't get to OT as long as you hit with 3. You gotta get there. Out of the sky, Molan goes. The touch should come through. Naga gonna find Headlot, and the time is ticking down now as everyone is falling off the map. And that should be it. RAD are gonna progress forwards, and we will be seeing them again. But shout out to OUG, all the fans here. It's been a pleasure watching you guys have some fun and great games out there. OUG making it this far.
Absolutely. RAD be taking out the team from China, the #1 seed from that region. And we're a very storied franchise coming into this. I think in terms of, dominance in China, they were easily the #1 team. Nova always put up a fight, but OUG was even more dominant in China than the likes of Virtus Pro, and RAD are looking good. I mean, this is going to be an incredible matchup. So we get to see RAD versus Citadel again, right? Later on.
I do believe that is the case.
Oh my God.
I believe we're at the stage now in the tournament where you can face your own region. Obviously, that was something to mention in the past, so that is why they did not match up before. But yes, we will be seeing Citadel RAD, and that should be a blast.
So that's going to be our 4th game of the day, right? So we got 100 Thieves in Envy coming up, and you talked about nation versus nation. Right now, we are having that sort of battle going on earlier in the tournament, but right now we get to see NA versus NA and EU versus EU. Top 4 teams in the tournament, all from the West. And you know what? There was a lot of good teams from Asia, from the Asia region, from Oceania as well as China. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's so many players, I think, player count-wise, for North America and EMEA. There's so many good teams and that have competed, as well as veterans, right?
Sure.
There's still people kind of coming over, joining. I know a lot of the top Korean players just learning, what's Marvel Rivals? What is this? I need to get into this. And, they're starting to get into it. I've heard a lot of good teams that are now competing back in MRC and stuff that are doing pretty solid and that aren't signed yet. So the future is exciting for Asia.
And I love that practice, right? The idea of the MRC giving every team. We've talked about this before, but I do think it's worth mentioning on the stage like this. The MRC giving you a chance to make a group team of 6 here, press 4 together. And
just able to sign up on the computer.
Sign up and try to be a pro. That's simple. There's no hoops. You don't need to have a million people behind you. You don't need an org. You can just do this on your own.
We can make a team.
And we could.
We could make a team.
The caster team, while we're playing.
Doable.
Cast at the same time.
There's stream teams as well. Necros and his guys are up there upstairs for Schmuggus. Obviously, they competed, almost qualified into the Ignite Series. Mid-season's a little bit harder to get into because of the talent here, but you're right. Anybody can sign up. I know somebody, I don't know why they reached out to me, but they're this on X, they were just like, yo, how do I sign up for these tournaments? I want to play an Ignite mid-season because there's a lot of people wondering that. It's so easy, Shiv, like you said, just sign up in the in-game client.
Exactly.
You can just play. I mean, I'm not a developer, but for some reason, I guess people are reaching out trying to figure out how to play Ignite.
Hey, you're a face, right? And honestly, once again, I think that's an awesome system. RAD, a very storied team, a team that looks really good together. Clearly friends now. Maybe not in that situation where they signed up just as a group of friends, but they are definitely family now as they are up in top 4. And that prize pool is no joke as you enter the top 4. But it's even sweeter. Number one. Getting that 180K. Crazy. 160K, I believe.
160K. Take home that trophy, too, man. That's a sick trophy. I don't know how you're going to fit in your luggage, but at the end of the day, that's a nice prize. Especially, I think everybody's talked about the legacy. Being the first ones to win a LAN event in this game is huge. You remember it forever, right? Especially the players, especially on a big stage like this. It's something that you'll cherish for the rest of your life, and I'm sure every player is trying to soak it in as much as they can.
And we look now at the stats. Melio, you talked about the success of Melio, potentially the best game of the tournament for Melio so far. 24 finals, almost 4K damage. Beautifully well played there. And trust me and Naga doing their thing up in the teens, while Rajaro found a lot of those 7 in the neutral. I think that was the value of Emma, and that's what Emma does. So look over at OUG, Molan making a lot of different choices in pick. Hetlot really, to me, as a star. So Hetlot, 8 finals. It looked really good. Molan, the switches were crazy.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Milan was definitely Timothy John James Jr. III, and right now, OUG, will have a chance to come back, right? I think that a lot of people talk about how, they're qualified already, right, for the next stage, and everybody here in the midseason is. So it's not like this will be the last time you will see them. You might see some tiny changes. You might see some roster shuffles and stuff. Like, that's definitely something that's up for debate. Like, everybody's talking about roster mania. I know, I'll say anonymous owner of one of the teams said that how, already right after the tournament is over for their team, they were getting people reaching out to them. Like, hey, we should make this change. We should make this change. Like, it happens as soon as you're done. It's over and you're going to free agency. Trust me, though, definitely not leaving to free agency just yet is that leader and, honestly, MVP of this team. MVP probably of the match besides Melio.
Yeah, clearly looked really good out there. I think Trust Me is dominant on those dive-style tanks. A lot of the time you find a Venom player rarely plays Cap because you put a lot of time into either or. Venom, although a very large skill ceiling at the top of the game, is more of an easy skill floor than I would say Cap with those cancellations. So typically, you don't run both at the same time. Clearly easy for Trust Me as he also gets MVP right now. Well played. IGL, confident, sets up big alt plays, and took it home here.
This is, what's weird as well is he's doing like that Doctor Strange portal opening thing, right? Like in his pose.
Yeah, kind of.
But Trust doesn't even play Doctor Strange.
Doesn't have his hand up.
He doesn't have his hand up. Yeah, what is he doing?
Maybe they're tendrils from Venom? I don't know.
I can see that. Imagine we get them in full cosplay for some photo shoots later on.
Yeah.
He's trying to give you a hug. He's like, come here. It's kind of a strange face for a hug, though. He does look warm and welcoming, but, again, like you said, you get a hug with him and you're gone.
That's it. That's that Venom. We saw
Hugs with his teeth.
Nectar. Yeah, Nectar was essentially saying probably the best Venom out here. At least they believe that is on there.
I think that's the biggest thing of this midseason that you bring up, Shib, is the ability for people to make a name on certain heroes. We can talk about who is who coming into this, right? With Milan being really good on Iron Man. Wasn't really able to play it as much. He played a lot more, Psylocke, or rather, a lot more Wolverine and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think Gonbei,
Jeff and Adam, which is crazy.
Yeah, Jeff. I think he played pretty good on Jeff. It's just the tough series versus Rad. And on the opposite side, I think Fate was known actually for playing some Jeff, as well as the backline for being good. Zhao Zhang, or the strategist of OUG, definitely known for just being a fantastic strategist player on Loki. Yeah. So and Gonbei on the other side as well on Captain America. A lot of people were wondering about these Chinese teams and trying to figure out about them. Now and now you can sort of follow them as they stream on Billy, and Douyin on these other websites.
Yeah, but these teams are all going to adapt, right?
Yep.
This is the first time we've put all of these different regions together against each other. They're all learning from each other. A lot of these teams, not electing to scrim each other just due to the nature of how the tournament went. You don't necessarily want to give up all your strategies, especially if you want to really practice what you plan on playing. So now that they've gotten eyes on team compositions and how they have played, this will be something that they can review and understand and bounce back from and maybe adapt and fine-tune some of these compositions that were dominating.
You think any team is looking at picking up some washed-up casters such as myself and you, Shib? Like, are we ready to go out in the lobbies? What are you thinking?
You probably. You have been a pro. Me, I'll stick to just yelling at this screen.
I don't want to leave you. No, I'm no way.
No
way.
Couldn't happen.
I would want to, but well, first of all, I would be terrible unless I played strategist. Maybe. But even then, no, I would never trade this for the world, man.
Yeah,
so
it's been so much fun.
It's so much fun casting with you, and it was so much fun casting with Nectar earlier too.
Yeah.
That was such a unique experience. I don't know.
Really cool idea.
What are your thoughts from that? Having the first trio cast in the hero shooter genre, man.
Yeah, first trio, but also just like a wealth of knowledge, right? They are just incredibly intelligent. I talked about when you really have a question about how pro team functions, why not ask somebody who's been a top duelist, the top duelist in the game at one point, multiple points throughout these seasons, and great answers. They were always giving us more insight and thoughts and why compositions were run. And I do agree. I think, maybe something that we fall into as casters a lot of the time is the ban phase. It is incredibly important, but it is still down to how the team, is together.
Exactly.
Sometimes you'll get out of the ban phase, you look at a team comp, you're like, that comp is crazy. For example, Jeff, maybe it's like the Jeff Rocket. We saw the Jeff Ultron.
Yeah.
We're thinking, how is that going to work? And then it found a ton of success. So it's really about how the team functions, and it's not always about the bans, but I do think bans are incredibly important. So a lot of information from Nectar. I think they really taught us a bunch.
Fantastic point. I think definitely Nectar's up there with the best of them, with Moxie and Mello back behind the scenes on our desk. So thank you so much, Nectar, for dropping on by. And I'm excited for the last two games of the day. We're going to finally sit down and watch the North American matchup. That will be later on. But we're going to wait for an interview, obviously, on stage, Shib, as we kind of let them cook backstage, figure out questions and stuff like that. But it's been a phenomenal tournament so far. And, we still have the second half of today, and we're going to be watching the crowd in an excited fashion because Leg Day and Moxie will be joining you guys up here on the desk in just a bit.
Yeah, would not miss these games for the world. And it's funny that we mentioned the world as we're talking about all these regions coming together. We have the Americas region.
Yeah. Well, we are so lucky to even be here. Like the fact that I haven't been fired, and the fact that you're saving my butt every second, you're just like there with me throughout the whole thing.
It's been a blast, man. It's been so much fun. But I mean, could you have written, wrote a more insane story? The script, if you will. You got the Americas regions duking it out, and EMEA duking it out. Both top contenders for the world. We had conversations of all 4 of those teams being, in for the discussion of the best and most likely to win this tournament. So it's them all duking it out. We find out now who can show up on the biggest stage there is in Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have nerves. I mean, Nectar talked about that as well, and that's obvious.
That's a good call out too.
Right, and I think that maybe a lot of players and teams still getting used to it, right? Playing on stage for the first time. We're still super early days, right? I think usually before we enter a LAN event like this, a big one.
Yeah.
Usually you have years and years of time before that. This game just released.
I know.
It just came
look at this.
out.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, this year.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable that this happened so quickly. So shout out to the entire production team, obviously, of NetEase. We still have more time to talk about, so I don't want to talk about them too much. But I know that, behind the scenes, Binky does a lot of work, and so do a lot of people. Kane. We have a lot of amazing people working on the staff at NetEase behind the scenes. And, on stage in a second, we'll have an amazing interview, which, speaking about a hard worker, is Tetra up there on stage with one of the members of RAD.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, my breakdown for you is this. How do you think, because now that your pick, for those who don't remember, is out of the tournament with Sentinels,
okay, thanks,
and no
man.
disrespect,
yeah, thanks, bro.
Everyone loves Sen, but how do you think the next 2 games go? Give me your breakdown of those 2 games right now.
Well, you think I'm just going to be wrong. So, I mean,
you could, but you could be right.
I mean, it's a tough question. I think for the side of...
And you got to give me map distribution.
Map distribution, too. Damn. Well, let's... You know what? I'm skipping out on you. I'm skipping out on you, Shib, actually. I've decided to send it to the stage to Tetra to save me. Thank you, Tetra. See you in a moment.
I am here with Naga from RAD. You just took that series in a solid 3-0, but there were a couple times, like on Midtown, where you did seem to struggle a little bit. How do you stay composed and how do you recover in these high-pressure situations?
Well, even though we struggled, we still have immense confidence. We have first held, second held multiple times, so we know if we put in maybe even 80%, we're still gonna bring it back, right? So I think it just comes from the confidence that we can still win it even though we mess up.
And you have been winning. You've now been able to take out both of the teams from China, and you've played against one of the teams in the upper bracket, Envy, twice. How do you feel about your bracket run so far?
Well, both play-ins and the bracket was really hard on our side. I mean, Nova in play-ins could probably have beaten most teams here, or at least half. But we don't really mind to play the good teams. It gives us more experience, and we don't want to have the easy way. That's at least what Melio says.
So your next opponent is going to be Citadel Gaming, who, when I spoke to them earlier, they said that they still have some surprises left. And considering you are the team that first actually brought Jeff and also some other creative strategies into this tournament, do you also have any surprises left?
Well, it comes down to what they give us, but we can play everything. And, I'm not gonna sit here and say that we have a bunch of surprises. We're gonna win.
And that is my next question. You have a bit of a break now as we move on to our upper bracket first, but your next opponent is Citadel coming up after that. What are your words for Citadel?
Well, it sucks that either of us has to go out, but I'm really confident in us. We haven't given our fullest yet, and if we get closer to that, I think we can win.
Well, we're going to be seeing that very soon. Thank you very much for joining me, Naga, and we're going to be getting ready for our next match in just a moment, but first, we're heading back to the castle.
Welcome back, everyone. Great interview there. But, folks, we are now heading towards, although we got a little bit of time with the break coming up, the Americas Regions Battle. I asked you prior to the break, who do you think wins that battle, and what is the map distribution?
So I'm thinking out of this series, oh, you son of a gun. I didn't even realize you were saving that one. You got me. This I usually get you
caught
like
it
this.
right back.
You're coming back at me, man, every time. Every time. I like to put you in those awkward situations. I think, let's see. I think Envy will.
What's the number?
I think 100 Thieves is gonna win because I know you want Envy to win. I gotta go against you. And the reason why, I'll give you the reason why, and you can give the reason why you think Envy's gonna win. So we'll switch sides. I think 100 Thieves is gonna win because they've done it before. Every single time we doubt them, every single time I've doubted them, I've talked about Terra, maybe his flexibility not being totally there, right? I was like, okay, his Bucky is not that good. I was like, oh my God, his Bucky's not, he leveled up on Bucky.
Yeah.
Insanely good on that hero. Absolutely. Every time they play in an official match, they show up. This team at 100 Thieves is backed by one of the best organizations in the scene, but also they just know how to win, right? It's this fundamental knowledge that I talked to Remix and stuff about the coach of 100 Thieves, Captain Puerto Rico. He was talking about how 100 Thieves, I think, is a team that maybe doesn't put 100% effort in scrim sometimes, right?
Yes.
And that's normal, right? Sometimes, especially as a North American lineup, I know, and you know, a lot of people in North America are, I'm not going to say lazy necessarily, but sometimes you practice too much, you burn yourself out, you don't realize that. So what happens is, you know, things get kind of, oh, I don't want to try this day, oh, whatever. And that happens even at the professional level, right? For a lot of these young kids that are still early on in their careers, a lot of times, you know, getting that work ethic, learning how to kind of be a pro is a learned skill. And, and sometimes it maybe even takes getting kicked off of a team to learn that sort of thing. But for 100 Thieves, they are that team that always shows up on match day. So I'm going with experience over anything, because for Team Envy, they had their moment. But I think that 100 Thieves, even though they're not necessarily the favorite to win, based on what we've heard behind the scenes, I'm just going to go with experience. And at this point, I'm done doubting 100 Thieves, because every time I have been wrong. And
I think the crowd will like that a lot. For me, I thought Envy off the rip here, just from knowing the talent and seeing how strong and dedicated they are to trying to take this tournament home. I think 100 Thieves is an incredibly strong team, but I think Envy, you know, right now as a unit, have more consistent players across the board, although I do think 100 Thieves has a ton of talent and all of them can show up at any moment. I think Envy has the confidence, based on what I'm hearing on stage even. They are clearly confident in what they've done over these last few tournaments, but they did show weakness, right?
Yeah, they did show weakness. And, you know, I think, who is it that said it? I think Cal said what did he say in the interview? He said something along the lines of the most difficult opponent is the cafeteria or something like that, or the buffet.
Making them a little sluggish and such.
Yep, exactly. And for the side of Envy, I think you might be right. But I'm going to go 100% on 100 Thieves, and I think you're very sound logic and reasoning to why Envy is going to win. And I think for the North American region, this is kind of like a cherry on the top to the tournament, you know. So, but we'll see in a second on the main stage with an interview, I believe, with we'll see in a second. Who is on stage?
What's going on, guys? I have a very special guest today after we just saw RAD take down OUG, the one and only Boger. How's it going? We're glad to have you.
Ni hao.
Oh, he's working on his Chinese. Absolutely.
Practicing.
We'll have to ask you now that we're in Guangzhou, China. Is this your first time in China?
Yes, it is. I've never been to China before.
How is China? How is the first land in Marvel Rivals history?
It's great. I really like China. I love the food. I like the city. It's all great. Everybody's awesome and very welcoming, and the LAN itself is also really good and really fun. It's fun to meet all the awesome players that I haven't had the chance to meet yet, that I play and ranked with, and the casters as well. Some of them are very handsome.
Oh my goodness!
Yes,
there's some great ones up there for sure. And you know, I love the hat, by the way. Speaking of handsome, beautiful hat here on Boger. Hey, I have to ask you. We've watched a lot of teams. Which one do you have taking it all right now? You've watched a lot of matches up there, up in the LAN party.
I would go, because, you know, first and foremost, I'm EU, so I gotta root for EU, you know. So I'm gonna go for BRBR or Citadel in this case, you know, because they also have a Bulgarian player.
Yeah.
Alex is Bulgarian, I'm Bulgarian, so I gotta go for the home turf.
Hometown favorite. I like it, like the pick there. And listen, now that you've peaked as a strange player, you know, your good days are behind you. I've got to ask, when you look at this pro scene and the LAN, does this make you want to go out there and try to get to the next LAN?
Yeah, I've always enjoyed competing, but I think I wouldn't be able to handle the stress of playing on LAN, and then if I lose, and then going through loser's bracket, and there's just so much stress. It's so much easier to just sit 8 hours a day and stream in a little booth and then, like, have fun and, you know, enjoy my time in China.
I don't think I've ever seen you stress a day in my life, I'll be honest.
Yeah, you haven't seen me play with my my boy Necros. Then I get really stressed.
Well, speaking of Necros, I have a question for you. If Rivals had a streamer bracket, they put all the streamers up one by one, who would come away with the W and win the grand finals?
I'm going to go for my boy Craggy. Craggy, my boy. He is a legend.
Love it.
right?
Necros is
Very
in shambles.
flexible, very good at the game, very wholesome, and always plays to win.
So well spoken over there. So
Yes.
well spoken with the hat. Listen, last question for you. If you could ban any hero for the rest of time in Rivals, but also save one, who you picking and why?
Banning Spider-Man permanently. And saving Hulk, because I love Hulk, I'll be honest. I like Strange, but honest to God, I love Hulk more. He's so awesome. I want to see him more in pro play.
Oh, yes, you heard it here, guys. Banning Spider-Man for life. That goes for all the Spider-Man players up there in the watch party. Well, this was Boger. Thanks for coming for the interview.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
#1 Boger fan right here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got an electric matchup. It's the one and only Envy versus 100 Thieves after this short break.
Hello, we are Team Envy.
Hello, my name is Nero. I play Strategist, and I'm from California.
Hi, my name is Schmieder, and I play Duelist. Hello, I'm Kalush, and I play Vanguard. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start playing. Like, I'm focused, and my main goal is to win. You don't like dwell on any past mistakes, and make sure you focus on like the current map, current situation.
Like Kalush said, you need to be forgiving. You need to just, if someone makes a mistake, you tell them like it's okay. Like everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's human at the end of the day, and that just makes them feel more comfortable and more confident in themselves, which is very important when it comes to playing in matches. I want to play versus Sentinels because we lost versus them in our first match in this Ignite qualifier, and I just want to get my revenge on them.
I want to play against 100 Thieves. They talk the most trash to me, so I just want to beat them and then talk trash back.
Yeah, I'd say also 100 Thieves because they love to trash talk and it feel good to like shut them up.
My team, of course, wants to win the championship, and I think if we play how we play in scrims, we'll easily win.
I'd say it's amazing because, coming to a different country and being greeted with all these people that take care of you, and then being able to show up and do something I love, like play the game, it's awesome. To 100 Thieves, the belt's coming out.
To Sentinels, you're going to wish you still had Kalush.
200 Thieves, 我会把你放在垃圾桶里。
Shout out my family. I know they're watching back home, and shout out my grandpa for being the best supporter.
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad. They've been supportive of me this whole time.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Thanks for supporting me.
Hello everyone, we are 100 Thieves Marvel's Rivals team. Hello, my name is Tara. I'm the captain of 100 Thieves Marvel Rivals team.
Hello, I'm TTK. I'm Delena.
We've gone to the mid-season finals and we feel really good about it.
I'm feeling pretty good for the mid-season finals. I hope that we do well and we don't choke under pressure.
I'm feeling really good that we're in the mid-season finals. Very confident in the team right now. Gonna try and win it all.
I think we'll do pretty well against the international teams. I feel pretty confident.
Playing against the international teams, it's like a fresh new game because everyone in NA plays a certain way, and around the world the play styles are very different. So very confident that we'll be able to beat everyone here.
Whenever we face a difficult situation, we just kind of follow the basic procedures and what we've practiced. We don't try and do anything like rash or out of the ordinary. We follow basic rules and stuff that we always know. I really don't care about what team we play against first because at the end of the day, it's just business and we were signed to win.
Probably Citadel. They beat VP. Really wanted to meet all the guys over there, so just want to beat them for them. We're going to do whatever it takes to win.
I mean, the goal of the competition with every other team is to win this, keep the momentum going into stage 2. I don't think anyone came here to lose or anything like that. Everyone has the expectations to win.
The goal here, obviously to win, but we just gotta be calm and collected and it'll be easy from there. I think every team here is pretty shit right now, so I think we're gonna win.
it is time for the upper bracket final! Hailing from the Americas, please welcome to the stage, Envy! Envy came from the play-it stage without dropping a map, and since making the main stage, haven't dropped a series, looking to add their first American team to their growing list of LAN victories by getting revenge on the team that beat them in the American Ignite. Welcome, Envy! And next, also hailing from the Americas, please welcome 100 Thieves! Hundred Thieves have only dropped a single map since the start of the mid-season finals, the best ratio of any team up to this point. They beat Envy in the Americas Ignite stage to secure this spot and are looking to do the same to secure that grand finals position. Please welcome 100 Thieves! Winner moves on to the grand finals, but who will take it? Let's find out by heading back to the casters.
Thank you to our amazing host, Thatcher. This is Marvel Rivals Ignite live from Guangzhou, China, where we are in the mid-season finals, day number 4. My name's Nello, and this is Vaiga. And we have an amazing guest.
Armory, hi!
So happy to have you here, Armory. How are you feeling for today's matchup, Envy versus 100 Thieves?
I'm really excited. I'm really stoked that my region is still here and they're still able to represent us. So yeah, I'm excited. It should be a really, really fun match.
That's awesome. Well, you know, we want to make a spicy straight away. Okay?
Okay.
Who you got?
Okay. I think Envy is walking out of here, not flawless, but I think they're walking out of here with the victory. And I think they're a really, really strong team. I think 100 Thieves so far has had a pretty easy bracket. They've had a little bit of a walk in the park.
Okay.
So I think Envy is a little bit more practiced. They went through play-ins. They went. I just think they've had harder teams to play against, and I think that will show today.
Yeah,
sure.
I totally agree with you. Definitely the team that has the harder route is definitely Envy, that went up against the top seeds, the top dogs, so to speak. And of course, they are facing up against 100 Thieves. That is, I think they're more than ready to go up against them. But before all that, we're gonna go and introduce the team. Envy right here, Liger.
Of course, on Team Envy, we've got Mud, Nero, Window, Beluge, Speedry, and Cal.
Wow.
He's a very aura-filled team. Have made a lot of calls, a lot of banter, a bit of talk with some other teams. You know, they've really like set themselves into a position where everyone really wants to take them down. So Envy's got a target on their back bigger than any other team here in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I like Cal. He's pretty funny.
Yeah,
yeah, you know, right. Like, what's the thing that's holding you back? The buffet. You got that, right? But yeah, Aramori, any favorite players from Team Envy here?
I mean, I think our team, Sentinels, gets along really well with everyone on Envy, like even behind closed doors. Like, sure, they'll smack talk, but everybody's all friends, especially here in North America. So I think it's kind of bittersweet because Beluge is obviously like our old teammate, but I'm definitely rooting for him.
Exactly. And next up, we have 100 Thieves, their opponents. The opponents for Envy in this matchup, upper brackets finals, right?
Yep,
And
that's
Liger.
it. Well, we've got Delena, TTK, Terra, Vinny, Harvey, and Melania. This team is formidable. They knocked my they knocked my region down into the lower brackets, put them down 3-0 last night. But, you know, look, hey, respect is due. They're here for a show. They're here to put it on. They're here to represent 100 Thieves, and we know 100 Thieves very well known in esports. So, need to see how they perform against a fellow NA American team in Envy, and who's gonna, you know, keep the American dream alive.
Okay. And who would you say is the superstar for this team?
Oh, hands down, Terra. It's all about Terra.
okay.
It's Terra's show all the time. Yes.
Definitely. And he is also very cool, calm and collected. Okay, that's Aramori right there saying hi to the fans out there. So guys, if you are tuning in into Twitch, YouTube, whichever channels you are in, please do spam the comments. Hi Aramori, send your love to her, send your love to Sentinels as well. She is here joining us for this moment. Yeah, exactly. And we are so delighted to have here as well. But coming into this game, I mean, I'm super excited to see what's going to happen. I mean, Aramori, you already have your prediction. Might be a 3-0, might be a 3-1. What about you? What do you think?
I think this is going to be a very hard-fought match. I think this might be the time. Coaches might have a bit of a brawl in the middle of the stage. I feel like it's time.
Maybe.
Okay.
That makes it easier.
I'm expecting that from NA. Like, please give me some drama.
Some drama. Oh my god. Exactly. That's exactly what we can expect to see. 100 Thieves versus Envy. It's gonna be a match you guys do not want to miss. But right off the bat, domination map coming in. We just gotta say, like, Aramori, you were saying, Terra's the superstar, right? The superstar on 100 Thieves. But going up against Envy, and your team is really close with Envy, right? Like, you guys practice together, you guys smack talk a little bit, is there a friendly banter and stuff like that? Do you think the Terra factor from 100 Thieves will be able to put up a fight and, you know, just get that one win, that W over Envy?
I think so. I think this isn't going to be a clean series. I don't think this is going to be a 3-0. I do still think Envy will win, but I think 100 Thieves will always make them fight for it. I mean, Terra on Wolverine, Terra is just insane. So it's going to be about if they can shut him down and, you know, keep playing their game.
Okay, well, you know, very soon we're going to get into all the action. You know, jump into the maps. We're going to be on Clintar, Celestial Husk. It's going to be an absolute banger on the domination game mode. And of course, we're panning through, having a look at all the players here today, starting off with Envy, of course. It's going to be interesting to see how Cal performs. You know, some might consider Cal the biggest talker, but the one who talks better be the one who walks. And I think Cal is the one who can subside and live with that style. On top of that, of course, you know, we're going to find out the picks and bans soon as players are getting ready. I heard Envy actually, you know, described by Guru as a bit ferocious. That's what Guru said to me.
Ferocious.
A ferocious team. And looking to get a Rolex. How about that? Would you like to comment on Envy getting a Rolex?
I mean, if they win, go for it, right? Like, they got some bands to throw around.
Making bands? All right.
I know. But just going into this map itself, right? Like, what would you really want to see, especially in Clintar? I'm gonna throw this question to you first. Like, what's your go-to composition that we really love to see here?
I think Celestial Husk is one of those maps that can get kind of weird. So normally when we play against European teams, like they're playing all sorts of stuff with like the Jeff and the triple support. I don't know if either one of those teams really favor triple support, but I do think that Envy has a pretty good Jeff triple support in their bag that they can pull out. So it would not surprise me if we see something like that. That I think those funky comps are really good on a map like this.
All right. Okay. Jeff Factor maybe coming in and Nero straight away showing up saying that, hey, are you talking about me, the land shark right there? Nero spotting the Jeff and the Luna Snow. That's the strategist main for Envy right there. Next up, we're going to be introducing this handsome guy.
Look, I'll tell you what, look, all I gotta say is that every time we talk about the years, we talk about the days, but I'm here for the month because we're talking about Loki and Mantis here today. Look, I also kind of want to see a little bit of Invisible Woman as well from month. I think something different, something to spice it up. This team needs to bring out something fresh when it comes to facing 100 Thieves. If there's any other team in this, in this Marvel Rivals Ignite here at the mid-season finals, they're gonna know your secrets. The scrims have been leaked. It's time to bring out something different if you want to win, It's the coaches, the analysts have all been meeting in the hallways. I've seen the secret conversations. I've been spying. I'm joking. I've been witnessing a lot of conversations over an amazing dinner here in Guangzhou, China.
Oh my God.
We'll find out very soon.
Yeah, but right now we are going next to 100 Thieves. That's Millennia right there. Spots the Human Torch and the Ultron, a menace in the skies. And I don't know, man, I always find that Flyer Duelist is always very annoying to deal with. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe they can find the answer.
There's definitely a reason Torch is always first ban.
It is. It is. Yeah, it's just so hard to deal with him. But Harvey on the strategist spots the Loki and the Invisible Woman right there. That's going to be the strategist that keeps the backline alive. And it was very good, right? You think we're going to see some bans onto the backline divers right there?
Honestly, I think we might see some
Black Panther bans?
Honestly, I think we might see some Vanguard bans.
Vanguard bans?
I know it's been rare so far in Marvel Rivals Ignite, but I think this might be a change of the pace, Beating out here, of course, the best when it comes to the group in the region. But perhaps, maybe, there's more to it. Maybe a little bit of Venom action as well. There's a lot of variables to consider when it comes down to, the positioning of the Vanguards that you want to bring out, especially against a fellow American team. And then, of course, Terra. Oh, the Bucky, the action, the power. Oh, in my notes, I just have GOAT next to you. I was told, yep, GOAT. I'm like, okay, I don't need to list anything else. Just GOAT. So if 100 Thieves can actually enable Terra, lock him down, set him up, call it a day, and then call it a month, of course, then they will be moving forward and climbing away. Again, they came from a lower bracket. They got knocked down early, so they want this. They're hungry.
Yeah, I agree with you. But, we've been seeing praises a lot, right? Like, okay, we have a superstar. We've casted teams like Nova. We've casted teams. Yeah.
Superstar.
Yeah, superstar. Oh, my God. Definitely, and the superstar will be joining us with this one. No worries. Like, we've been casting teams. Like, we're talking about certain teams like OUG, where they specifically built the teams around one or two players.
I see.
Like, there's Molan from OUG, and then there's Bobo from Nova, just to name a few teams.
Yeah.
And so we kind of have to wonder, right? Like, Terra, that's the man for 100 Thieves, right? So will that actually be enough? Especially when it's a 6v6 game. You gotta wonder.
Yeah, you definitely do have to wonder, Is it all about building a team around the super carry? Is it all about building a team that is the carry together? And family is what I believe is what makes
you
it
talk
best.
about it.
And there's no better team representative than I'm always talking about family. I feel like you had one of the greatest familial bonds in all of Marvel Rivals Ignite with your team. And I do have to give you props for that. You were entertaining all the way through.
Thank you.
And of course, on top of that, so many teams out here have been through it many days now, even weeks now here in Guangzhou, China, preparing themselves, readying themselves. I feel like stage fright is not really a thing anymore. I feel like everybody's ready to go, comfortable with the audience, with the crowd, with the rage, with the fire, with every aspect you need to play some Marvel Rivals Ignite here today in Marvel Rivals Ignite at the mid-season finals. It is absolutely good. And here we go. It's now time for picks and bans. Would you like to make the first prediction? Oh, never mind. I feel like it was obviously going to be Torch anyway.
She already did it before the ban picks itself. Ban out Torch. Right?
Yeah, I was saying that. I think I do think Human Torch is going to be a first ban for a lot of teams, especially against Envy. I think you let Speedily have Human Torch and it's maybe just game over for you. So I think people figured that out a long time ago, and I don't think it's changed since.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Human Torch is going to be banned out. But it seems like the opposing team is not doing the same thing. They are yet to ban the Human Torch first, maybe later in the rounds. But right now, they are going to be saving up Emma, taking out the Emma in the process, banning out Magneto in the process, maybe a little of run. But then again, Psylocke has been banned.
Quite often, Psylocke has been banned. Oh, the Doctor Strange Protect. 100 Thieves want to make sure they have that portal online. Pentagram of Ferala is very useful when you least expect it to save the day or ruin the other team's day at the same time. That looks like Envy's final Protect will be Loki.
So normally when teams ban Loki and ban like basically the strongest frontline in the game, which is Emma and Mag, they either want to play a really heavy dive and don't want to deal with Loki immortalities, or they want to play a very strong like front to back composition with like Groot or Emma themselves and just kind of like walk into the enemy cube. As you don't have a Loki, you don't have a Emma, you don't have a Mag, it's really hard to stop the other team from being super aggressive and in your face. So this is definitely an interesting ban line from Envy. I think they will try to take like a brawl style mirror against 100 Thieves, and of course 100 Thieves just is lacking tanks, so tough for them.
Exactly. And well, that does leave open a few other choices, right? If we're talking about brawl styles, well, we might get to see your favorite character, Liger.
The Thing?
The Thing? Yeah. What time it is?
Both my mains aren't showing up in Ignite. But that's alright, it's not about me, it's about these amazing players here today, as we are of course gonna soon get into Celestial Husk between the match between Envy and 100 Thieves. And of course, Aramori, we will soon say farewell to you. Is there anything you'd like to say to the folks at home before we get into this match?
Keep on cheering for us, keep on cheering for NA, and I will see you guys soon, hopefully back on stage.
Thank you so much, Aramori, for joining us
Thank
today.
you for having me.
Exactly. Hope to see you soon in the next stage. Bye.
Everybody say bye to Aramori, of course.
Thank you so much. And right now, heading into the game itself. Just a few more seconds before the countdown, the showdown begins. They're already rushing in, okay, with the help of the bubbles by Jeff. That's going to be the speed boost that they need to get to the point a little bit sooner. But rocking the Phoenix is Terra and the Lenia on the Psylocke. So let's see how effective this duelist is going to be up against Envy's line of defense.
Oh, there it is right now. Happening for Star-Lord, we know the action. Speed read what they can. Oh, my day. There it is, the moment, the power. Kalush taking out TK. Vinny holding the front line. Speedery! My goodness, on the Star-Lord already getting picks. Millennia taken down as well. Window on the Venom. Head was flying, making it happen. Oh, and pressure right there. Exactly what Aramori called out. That kind of pressure, just walking through.
Yeah, Shibdri, Cal just wrecking havoc as well, right? Everyone actually, even TTK has fallen. When the front line falls, you can expect the back line to fall shortly after. But the skirmish continues, and the point is so far still running in favor of Envy right now. Shibdri on the Star-Lord, just trying to get more clicks from the backlines. Jeff, alright, Jeff is just in the vicinity trying to be a really pesky, but the diving is going to happen right now. Delina's going to be the one taking out Cal. The Phoenix Storm coming in. Oh my goodness, 100 Thieves actually taking out so many of the side of Envy, but the revive, the Cocoon Rebirth is going to be a factor. Galactic Legend is going to be employed right here, and the Dance of the Butterfly as well at the back lines, and it seems like, my goodness, 100 Thieves is gonna be clearing out Envy.
100 Thieves going strong. Get some percentage on the board for themselves right now. Feeling confident and happy that they are still in this. Envy did start strong, 40%, as you said. It's very exciting to see what ultimates are going to be coming up online right now. Melania ready with the Fate of both worlds. TK with the IF Icon Moto just as well. Envy's ready to go. It's about to go off. It's about to go down to 20% and climbing for 100 Thieves right now as they are going straight towards Envy. And Delina taking out Hell, and the TTK hitting the Yagamoto right there, hitting a going big. Meeting in the middle with Kaluj with the Sonic Seduction right there. Going straight for Thieves right now, making it happen. Terra taking out Kaluj. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 are down from Envy right now. And 100 Thieves are climbing in percentage.
Let's see if that Terra factor by Aramori is indeed a factor when it comes to dealing with Envy, because right now they are already halfway across the mark. Envy still need to regroup, still needs to come back, and of course fight for point. But right now you can see everyone on spot. Vinny is even scouting from high above, ready to dive strike into the front lines. Oh, the Frozen. Oh, getting froze for a moment there. Has to be really careful though. TTK taking out Kalush. That's going to be the first casualty for Envy. And now the skirmish continues. And the Feast of the Beast is going to take out the entire group. But no one is going to go down just yet. But the Dance of the Butterfly, the Lina is going to take out Nero. And the barrage continues. Terra taking out Cal. TTK is going to down Window. And 100 Thieves wins another skirmish.
Unbelievable. The value, the power from the Thieves right now. Oh, hold on a second. Portals are online. Making it happen. Kalush, you're the one. Making it happen. Terra right there. Last shots on the Phoenix. Burning it up. Making the magic that they require. Getting chaotic with it. That is exactly what I expect from Being Great. Taking to the skies. Both the Phoenixes standing off right now. Staunching each other in the skies. And they both crash down. And they're both burning forward, which leads to the fate of both worlds to meet that match and damage right there. Fun taking out TTK on the sidelines with Cal picking off Terra, Harvey, and Millennia fall as well to the power of Envy, who recapture and get back in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say that was actually the last battle, right, that they need to take out 100 Thieves because it's already a 99% overtime. But Envy doing a good job putting a stop onto that first victory by 100 Thieves. Vinny obviously is going to be coming in, continuing the defense on the front lines. 100 Thieves needs to play this carefully. They still have time to make things happen. They got to group in, they got to split their attention, they got to break the formation of Envy and the Kidnap. Coming in by Shibri, that's going to take out the Lina. That's one duelist down from the side of Envy. And my goodness, Envy fighting it 6v5 against 100 Thieves, but they are still being very, very cautious. Just still trying to regroup. They're trying to build up that ultimate before going in for that one final hit.
Oh, Nello, both Agamottos are online, mate. It's going to be a big one. Windows also got the Sonic Seduction ready to go. Delena ready with the fate of all the footsteps of a butterfly that they will bring. And then, of course, Vinny on the Venom making it happen. Delena on the side, almost getting a pick right now. Focusing down one, taking out the Loki through. As we move into the Dance of the Butterfly, taking its first step into the back line, going slashing and dashing and trying to make it happen right there. Phoenix Force is powerful. Gonna nullify a little bit of that pressure form now. When that measures through, Agamotto from the skies, drops down, managed from on bandits, Kalush goes for their own Agamotto! Oh, it's gonna be met with the fate of all four world teams today, as both Millennia and Nero are dancing.
Yeah, this is the last stand, right? Because they are all trading ultimates left and right. But it seems like Shibri is getting, wow, Cal is getting the upper hand, helping Envy to secure one Ilims after the other. Shibri is going to clean up Millennia, and it seems like there's only one person on 100 Thieves there. And will he be able to hold on? The answer is no.
Unreal Speedery, Jumpman out here doing it up. My goodness, on the Wolverine. Taking out Celestial Codex on a Celestial Husk right there. That's a clean lead for Envy. Actually, I wouldn't say clean. That was pretty hard fought. Both teams taking it to the OT, taking it to the 100 percentile mark. That was exciting. I love to see it. This is exactly what I wanted. A nice battle between the best of the best in the America region. And that is exactly how it's going to be. Vinny online with Feast of the Abyss as well. This is exciting. Hello. This is a good one. I can't wait for it. And I'll tell you what, month might potentially switch things up. I'm looking at the faces of all these players right now, maybe thinking, how can we approach this stage right now? Thinking, how can we take it back? How can we get our pressure? 15 seconds till that door opens. Now's the time to make it happen. You know, the great egg of the Phoenix right in front of our faces right now on this beautiful map. If you don't know the theme of the season 3.5, it's all about the Phoenix versus the Symbiote. But here at Marvel Rivals Ignite, it is all about the best of the best. Fighting to find out who's the rest, and that's what it's going to be. Doors unlocking. Here we go, and it looks like Kalush is going to pop open a nice portal towards the point, or perhaps onto the side of things, hit them where they least expect.
Yeah, get in front of them. Yeah, you know, just block them, catch them off guard from the back, and that's exactly what Envy is deciding to do. But the block is going to happen. Shibri is already putting the mines in forward with the bonus armor and stuff, but they're going to jump in one by one, trying to take them off from the back lines, but it seems like they're just going to disengage, and they're going to split up. They're going to come back and fight the point that's going to be unlocked in the next 3 seconds. The Shibri right now on the Star-Lord is going to be dived in. The Feast of the Abyss. Harvey is going to take out Cal. Vinny taking out Munt. And of course, TTK, Dara taking out the rest of Envy crew. But don't forget, there is the Cocoon Rebirth by Envy. They're going to keep the battle in round 2. Let's go. Envy is going to bring the fight back to 100 Thieves. And right now, the barrage continues. Terra needs to be really, really careful. Has to hide behind the covers while dealing all the damage. Has an Inferno ready to use. But the Jab Factor, who is he going to take? He's actually only going to spin up. No! He gets blasted! He gets blasted. 100 Thieves has dealt all the damage. Almost a whole team wipe, Liger.
The laner putting in the work right there. Insanity and power. Unbelievable right now. Terra making it happen, trying to push forward. We're going to see how it all unfolds right there. They're going to be taking 10%, 11%, 12%, and climbing in favor of 100 Thieves right now. Now, look, it is very exciting to see. Right now, Window has beat the Abyss online as well. Speedery on the Starlord right now, just grinding up some damage, trying to make it happen, trying to push forward as much as they can. Of course, Galactic Legend is also online, but they need to zone them out. They need to find these streaks on the sidelines, and then they'll be able to push through. Oh, there's Snow, Melania dancing through. Oh, Melania is also making it happen, taking out Mutt on the Mantis in the background. Born again, we're coming back. Cal's bringing Window and Mutt back into the fight right now. The Envy is coming back. They are vicious. They are ready to go. They are ferociously returning back to the fight. Nero taking a Harvey as well. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That is going to be opening the door to potentially capturing back some percentage for themselves. Envy now on the board and climbing here. Oh, let's do hard. There it is. There it is now. We're going to keep it moving. Speedery is on the Starlord once again. Pushing forward, it's going to be a spicy one. Oh, actually, I have eyes. In fact, TTK does have Agamotto online right now. Delena with the Psylocke. Dance of the Butterfly. Taking his first step would be exciting to see. For all of the folks at home watching here, some Marvel Rivals Ignite. I want to see the action. I want to see the impact. I want to see the power of this combination. If 100 Thieves can pull it off and take it back and get themselves in the running. Nello, what do you think is going to happen? There it is right now. Speedery is pushing with the Starlord. Oh, TTK trying to get a position for Agamotto. Looks like Envy's pretty grouped up, but the Galactic Legend Speedery is holding it down. Going forward into the action. Psylocke, there it is, the leaner. Oh, hey, it's Jeff. Oh, Phoenix in the sky.
Jeff! Oh no, Jeff's going to be taken up by TTK. The Jeff factor is going to be negated. It's going to be 6v5 at the moment. 400 Thieves. 100 Thieves is just pushing forward. Shippery is going to go down. Window's going to go down. Kalu's going to be next. The Cocoon Revive might be a factor right here, but Cal is going to fall shortly after. So 100 Thieves is saying, doesn't matter how many times you come back, we are going to keep taking you out as Munt and Shippery goes down again. What a play by 100 Thieves. Just showing like, hey, you know what? We don't have to say much. We don't have to say a lot. Let's let our actions here prove that you should never underestimate 100 Thieves.
Oh, never underestimate those who hang with the best. And they're going to keep it moving right now. Peluge on Envy, on the ammo right now. 63% time stuck the match with his soul in time. And Vinny going to sleep, having a bit of a nap. Take it easy. Elena taking out Cal in the back line. Adam Warlock is going to fall to the KO, but Adam can always return whenever they want right there.
Yeah, what a beautiful skirmish as well, continuing. Right now, it is closing in very, very close. Eye of Agamotto, the beautiful shield, but that does not help the crowd control to the rest of the teammates. Window's going to go down, but the Karmic Revival is going to be countered by the Nina's Dance of the Butterfly. Cal's going to go down. TTK is going to take out Munt. Harvey's going to go down, but wait a minute. Jeff is not going to fight anyone again. No!
Unbelievable. Terra and Vinny absolutely mauling the poor Jeff. Poor Nero right there. Oh, portal open up by Cal. Cal's holding it down. Jeff's rushing through. That's Nero. That's going to keep it going. Kalush goes for Vinny. Elena taking out Munt at the same time. 99% for Envy. If Envy take it back, they too take back one. That is the question right now. Will they be able to take it? Kalush is at 41% to the Sonic Seduction. They do take one with them. Vinny is going to be there as well on the Venom. Going to make it happen, and Harvey's moving forward on the Cloak and Dagger, trying to make the moves, trying to make the moves forward, closer than ever to the Eternal Bond. Speedery on the solo, trying to line up the Galactic Legend. They're trying to move forward. Envy's trying to make it happen right now. Trying to retake, trying to hold it down. 99% and sold in there. Overtime's at the halfway mark. 100 Thieves, Delano can take the first step of the butterfly. Looks like they're rushing forward. Looks like the potential is there. Vinny on the thing. Get ready for some clobbering time. Oh, the dance of the butterfly.
That's gonna take out Coluche, but it doesn't really matter because Envy is gonna respond with their very own kills. Vinny's gone, the leader's gone, and Envy is gonna take that point right there against 100 Thieves. And
there it is.
What
there
a
it
play.
is.
1-0.
1-0 in favor of Envy.
What a game indeed. Because if you notice, 100 Thieves, they did so much and they were trying to fight tooth and nail back against Envy, but it always seems like Envy is one step ahead. And I don't know, Shibri, take that guy off Star-Lord.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. So much work, so much effort, so much power coming forward from Envy right now, putting in the work. As you said, just one step ahead is all you need when it comes to Marvel Rivals right now. These teams are very similar in their playstyles. I definitely see that nature. They're probably scrimmed against the same teams in the lead up to this in the past 2-3 months. I mean, they fought in the same brackets, of course, when we're talking about Marvel Rivals Ignite qualifiers and stage 1 in the American region right there. So of course, we're going to see some similarities, we're going to see some playstyles, we're going to see so many factors to consider, but minute little detail, that's what we need to do to be able to beat the other team.
Yeah, you saw Delina just now, right? Actually, I just got to give that shout out to Delina right there because Delina was a beast right there. I believe that was double digits elimination. I felt like 13, 14 final hits at least right there. But it's just that, and even with the fact that they don't even make, they don't have the best use of Jeff on the side of Envy. That's supposed to give the advantage to 100 Thieves. But my god, they are just so good in breaking the formations of 100 Thieves, and not to mention the pick-offs that happen at such critical moment. Ultimately, that was what pushed 100 Thieves off the point, and Envy with a quick 2-0 in this first map.
Yep, 2-0 on Splinter, on Celestial Huskers. One of the newer maps in Marvel Rivals, teams definitely have been practicing one as much as they can to develop the strategy in the past. Honestly, thinking about some of those maps, I haven't even explored the entirety of the map yet. I feel like we've just been rushing to the point. There are side corridors, under passages, over halls. You want to try and find a different way to flank in. And who's going to find that? Vinny on the Venom. They executed it well, they rotated around, they flanked the least expected. Psylocke found nice cubby holes to angle from, take a shot, make it hot, and then they definitely did get the validate in. And so, of course, you can see that early victory for Envy right now, going into 1-2 in the series, It's only begun, it's best of 5, to see how it all unfolds. A lot of people have their predictions, Aramori said it best, it's going to be an Envy victory for them, but it'll be hard for maybe 3-1, maybe 3-2, but for now, right now, 100 Thieves got to bring it back, show some signs of life, and get some points on the board.
Exactly. And not to mention that regardless of which teams that are up, whichever team that moves forward, I mean, you gotta give the support. Like, guys at home, if you're watching this, whether you're a supporter of 100 Thieves or Envy, just shout out your support on social media, on comments. Just make your voices be heard. Let them know, win or lose, we're always with you guys. 100 Thieves and Envy.
That's exactly
Power of family right there. Power of the family of the
Power
community.
family, familia. You gotta make it happen. You gotta do what you gotta do to represent your squad right there. Okay, now when it comes down to it, going into this next match, it's gonna be very exciting to see. We're gonna switch up the game mode. Potentially head into Convoy. Convoy can change the pace a lot. I want to know from the playstyle of these teams. You saw the bans earlier. Led to teams to go for those raw punches through. So how do they want to maintain that? If you help them, right? Did Envy playing very boxing, very collapsing into all of the defensive line for 100 Thieves. What kind of map will help them there? What kind of map will keep things nice?
Envy wants that boxing map, right?
Yes, yes,
Envy wants that boxing map, but I feel like 100 Thieves is also pretty good in that map. So ultimately, I felt like even if they go to a boxing map, I would personally prefer that new map. The Hellfire Gala, Araco, those kind of maps are definitely very, very
beautiful. Hey, last time we casted Araco, a lot of people fell off.
Yeah.
It was a good time. Wait, will we finally see Spider-Man? Hey, listen, come on. If it's going to be any region to bring out our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, come on. Make it happen. Come on. One of these teams. Come on, 100 Thieves, Envy.
Make it happen.
Bring out a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Just for one round. Pull the folks at home.
Sure, why not? Pull them into the pit of doom.
Come on, make it happen.
All right. Pull them to the pit of fire, or the Wolverine's definitely going to be a factor here as well. The kidnap and dump into the pit. That's going to save a lot of time.
I'll say, I'm expecting another Magneto MR Vanguard lineup ban.
Yeah, I see
feel so
that they're confident shutting that out. They can utilize their other diversified Vanguard hero so they can get some effect.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. The Lina, 14 final hits. And Cal's the one actually on 9 final hits and Shivri on 8. But honestly, it was just neck and neck at that very moment. And because they held the point so well, Envy just managing to pick off 100 Thieves one by one at the very end. And as a matter of fact, I just feel like Envy, yeah, sure, we get round number 1, 100 Thieves, sure, they lose round number 1, but doesn't matter. Let's reset, let's come back in game number 2. And who knows, maybe if they choose a small boxed-in map, a map that favors the playstyle of 100 Thieves, the map that they are very confident in playing, well, it can run in their favor. It can definitely run in their favor, right?
Definitely can run in their favor. Right. How? Crazy! Right here on the style of MVP certified and clarified with 21,000 damage. And the KOC 23, as you said, not going to happen. Actually, 49% for Starlog. That is actually very impressive in such an insane tournament. Intensity run right there. That's going to be from Envy's best.
Wow.
In the MVP slot for now. But, you know, look, hey, time will tell. Time will tell. We'll see, you know, there's plenty of time for Cal to bring out some big guns and trying to make it happen right now. Cal, as you know, big talk, big walks. Let's see how Cal pulls it off right now. Let's see if we see Cal's MVP next one. Or the 100 Thieves going to take it back. Now, let's check out the highlights of that last
Yeah, you can see that Vinny is doing a lot of job as well in the front lines, right? Just diving and breaking formations off the front line of Envy. Even Terra joining the Barrage, the Lina as well. And they just take out Envy. Had a very good start. It was neck and neck, 99%, a face off in the very end. But Envy just one step ahead. And not to mention the Guardian revivals. It might not be the complete. It might not be. Well, what am I saying? It is the complete package, right?
Oh, yeah.
They keep bringing the teammates back. I was saying, hey, 100 Thieves, bring them back all you want. We're gonna take them out. But ultimately, it did waste a lot of resources on 100 Thieves. And when they came back the second time, Envy was like, hey, hello, it's me again. What else do you have? You no longer have the spells. It's all on cooldown. And it just, we can never underplay the power of revival, just bringing back your teammates, the fallen teammates.
Actually, that Guardian revival team of Carmen Revival in general, Adam Warlock is a massive factor to consider on this patch of Marvel Rivals. Speaking of which, with patches, we're on a new patch today.
For sure.
That's it. A lot of people out there having fun playing the legendary, you know, Blade, the Vampire Slayer, the Hunter. It's a good time to play some Marvel Rivals right now. I also want to mention, of course, just a lot of facts to consider. How Envy are performing, right? Their performance, they've had 2 extra matches on the Marvel Ignite stage because they came from the play-ins. Now, that is an interesting fact to consider. They had to fight their way here. They had that extra bit of playtime, you know, similar to RAD EU as well, who did get that extra bit of playtime climbing out of the planes from day 1 of Marvel Rivals Ignite. So I'm wondering if that matters right now. Envy feel very comfortable on the main stage. They're feeling very confident going into it. It's like, hey, it's another day at work. It's day 4. It's the Thursday. Looking forward to Friday, tomorrow for themselves to clock out and clock in the victory. That's the question, what they're going to do. But 100 Thieves, maybe, you know, it's only like a Wednesday for them. They just had Taco Tuesday the day before. But what is going to come forth for them? Their work week when it comes to Marvel Rivals Ignite is still being built up for now. So 100 Thieves need to lock in, see what they can do right now. I'm having a look at, you know, the game chat right now, the lobby between the players. What I love is the banter between these 2 amazing American teams right now. Bit of jokes, bit of question marks, bit of hey, listen, everybody. Put this out, hey, we'll take a screenshot, we'll send it out on Twitter, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, definitely. We love to see this kind of battles happening, right? And not to mention, this is, after all, the first LAN event for Marvel Rivals. Ooh. And it's only going to get better from there.
You're right. Arako.
Okay, they want to take the team fight into a boxing place.
Bit of doom, we're on our way.
All right, let's go. But yeah, as I was saying, they definitely want to. Where was I saying? Where did I stop? Okay.
Oh yeah.
As I was saying, this is definitely a starting point, a pioneer.
Yeah.
A pioneer for Marvel Rivals competitive esports in LAN.
LAN events.
And what this means is, they finally get a feel of how it feels to go against other regions, experiment with the playstyles, experiment with what they're going to be facing, and I feel like they're only going to get better after this.
Oh, 100%. Only better and better, and that is exactly what I expect right now. But, you know, going in forward, you know, 100 Thieves right now. Very excited, you know, going into this next matchup, seeing if they can change things, make it happen, see how it all unfolds.
Yeah.
Going into this matchup, you know, the bans, the picks are going to be a factor to consider. See if they can play it a bit differently. See if they can play it with some mentality that would help them. Cal right there on our screens. Oh, now this one's going to be interesting right now. Let's see how it all unfolds. Curious to see how this is going to move forward. You know, picks and bans can change the tide. We saw, I think, honestly, I think Envy definitely played very smart with their picks and bans earlier. Aramori pointed out as well, there was a utility desired plan district of movement right there. And if you're wondering what any of that means, I don't know. I just said a bunch of words. Now, Human Torch is banned. Loki is banned. What? I had a moment. Listen, I was feeling fantastic. I thought I could be Reed Richards, you know, say some big words. But listen, I'm going to go back to the words that I know and how I flow. And all I'm going to say after that, you already know. We're talking about Luna
Do you feel like you are like Richard Reeds from the Multiverse of Madness? Because that was the smartest man telling Wanda how to defeat Black Bolt. But right now, coming into this game, Luna Snow will be saved. I would imagine Magneto getting banned off simply because they want to run the Luna Snow. So Magneto maybe ban off a specific targeted ban that might work against Envy. You know, no. Yeah, I think that can work out as well. It's a specific ban the front lines. Magneto needs to be taken out. Emma's already being safe, so okay. So Groot's gonna be bad.
Okay.
All right, so they want to stop the isolation. It can be pretty dangerous when it comes to a boxed-in map like Araco.
Okay, definitely going to see another Loki protect from Envy. This is their formula right now. And if Emma's going to be banned, Mag's going to be banned, they're just going to run that down on the same picks and bans that they did on the last match on Celestial Husk right there. 100 Thieves, got to show some wise decision here. I want to see something different. Oh, okay, Cloak and Dagger. Okay. All right, going to be shutting that one down. Okay, Cloak and Dagger out of here. 100 Thieves making sure no Torch, no Dagger, no Magneto, no Groot. Okay, no Groot is actually a wise decision on Araco. I think that's actually very, very smart from 100 Thieves right now. Of course, one of the teams with a very wise and very dapper coach and analyst right there, you know, doing it up. And of course, Envy's gonna be going for their final ban. Wonder what that final ban is gonna be. You know, they still haven't banned the Torch. I gotta mention that. Oh, literally, there it is.
Yeah, they're gonna take it out, right? 100 Thieves has already taken it out, but I think it's very vital to have Groot banned in this map, right? Simply because they're going with, like what you said, the portal by Doctor Strange. They're even placing emphasis on saving it. So imagine if you try and go for the clutch touch onto the overtime, and all of a sudden you find yourselves getting blocked by the Groot's wall. We've seen that happen before. They couldn't exit through the portal and touch the point. So this is probably what 100 Thieves is afraid might happen. So hey, you know what? Let's just take out the Groot. It's just too OP as a brawler and as an obstacle character, like just blocking terrains.
Okay, all right. Marvel Rivals Ignite, ready to go. Time to ignite the battle, ignite the fight, ignite the right to win right here with Envy leading in the charge with one win to 100 Thieves. I sounded like leg day a little bit there when I said charge. Charge.
Yeah, you sound like you're from
London. EMEA, yeah, a little bit. The charge.
The charge.
But I'm actually from Australia, mate. The charge. Come on, I want to see these teams charge forward and get into all the action. 5 seconds out of those spawn doors. Let's get it. 100 Thieves show signs of life for Envy. Keep it going and get themselves a 2-0. Let's find out.
Okay, hides behind the big man right there, but the barrage is going to start now. The Lina on the Storm. He's going to be moving forward with Terra's Jean Grey. Meanwhile, Envy, though, on the Captain America, Cal's trying to isolate and just break formation from the backline, but seems like the firepower is very real on the side of Envy. They probably need to be very careful because once the lantern goes up, you're probably going to start pushing. You're probably going to back up a little bit, but things are looking pretty good so far. Cal needs to be very careful. Kalush as well. Gotta be very careful. We can see Shipri already has Rage of Ultron, trying to deal that damage onto the side, pushing
into
100
the
Thieves
spawn.
back. Shipri,
Let him live.
triple elimination.
Spittery not even letting them retain their life in the spawn room. My goodness, that is the full hold mentality I expect from teams when it comes to Arako. There's always time to fight, even when you're down in the light of your own spawn room. You got to keep it going. Monk taking out Millennia on the sidelines right there. Luna Snow is down. The Loki is prevailing. Kaluj, Sonic Seduction is going to be blocked off by the full-on slash walls from the group. That is Vinny. Making it happen. 2:50 on the clock right now. They are chomping away at the time. Already a minute 20 eaten up by this insane first section hold by Envy right now. Delena on the Dapper Wolverine right now, seeing if they can find an angle for the opportunity. Cal on the Captain Clinter, seeing if the movements are there, going in directly for the Broken Dagger, going straight focusing for Harvey. Oh, there it is.
Agamotto getting cancelled off. Narrow, fortunately, with the Fatal Fourth World, but now the Inferno! Oh my goodness! That's gonna help Vinny get the hit, get the elimination on Envy. The whole team has been wiped out by 100 Thieves, and the march is finally starting at 2 minutes 10 seconds, Liger.
Let's get marching on right now. You got that group side by side with the even bigger treat that is Krakoa itself is of course the convoy here on this map, but the eyes on the fact that they're back in the game, they're going forward, they're making it happen. Agamotto is going to be met at the same time as the Eternal Bond, and we're going to see Month wind up the clock and start the dance right there, and moving it forward. The Luna's getting ragey, getting enraged, trying to become a berserker, trying to make it happen right there. Millennia, the Driller, the last stand. Vinny taking out Window in the back line, taking out the Strange. Kaluj falls too. Terra's going gnarliest. Kaluj is down, and then it goes for Terra taking out Month again, and whoo! Shots coming from Delena on the side. Right there, Speedery on the Ultron trying to get with their team, make it happen. The massive numbers being put up by the squads right now, and of course TTK on the front line on the Strange. Seraphim Shield is of course online, available for them to try and get an angle. And speaking of the shield, you're gonna need it right now to shield the rage of Ultron from Speedery.
Yeah, coming in, just trying to do damage right there. But Delena is going to dump Cal into the pit. We're going to finally see good use of it, but they're going to be 5v5 at the moment as Vinny, who on the group, is just going to be pushing forward alongside Doctor Strange. But right now, Strangling Prison available to be used. Let's see if there is a perfect opportunity to isolate and use the Strangling Prison. But they're still dealing with Eternal Bond. Gonna be used. And the Eye of Agamotto coming in, the crowd control, but the Wolverine sending Window off the game.
Oh, back on it. Cal slashing, Cal dashing, going for it. Ultron's in the back, giving him an... Oh! What a clean swipe on TTK right there, and that's exactly what you want from your Wolverine. Making it happen.
That was such a clean kidnap as well.
Unbelievable. Absolutely snatched.
I know. Just getting him out of the way and like, oh my god, yeah, guys, just forget about me.
Hold on. Oh, first special! Vinny! Yeah, let's go, Vinny! Delena running the thing, and Wolverine. Let me get excited for my favorite team up in the entirety of Marvel Rivals right now. Anyways, it's all about the absolute Sonic Seduction coming out from Kaluj. Going to be met potentially with an Agamotto from TTK. It's online, and they fly up too! Stun out all the Lokis! Not allowing Month to go to the year. Delena taking out Cal, Month taken out by TTK. That's the overtime ticking down. The timer is 0. Who's going to hold it? Are they even going to push it right now? Speedery in the skies as a Wolverine looking up like a pizza on the roof right now, and Windows holding it down. They get shut down by Terra right now. Overtime's ticking down. It looks like the Thieves, 100 Thieves, do have a little bit of pressure right now and could deliver it 2.79 meters away. Envy going for the final chance to defend it.
Fatal Fourth World is going to be used by Month in order to help secure the area a little bit longer. Remember, they got to defend this 1 point, otherwise 100 Thieves will be able to make it to the second point. They definitely want to put a stop to it, but Vinny has already taken out Kaluj. It's going to be a handicap already. Ooh. Window's going to go down. Double Vanguards going down. Narrow the strategist. Luna Snow also going down, and there is no question about it. 100 Thieves will be able to unlock that second point and taking out Shibri in the process.
Okay. Signs of life have been detected when it comes to the 100 Thieves. They're still in it. They're pushing through Arako, and they're gonna keep it moving right now. And we are gonna go to a very tough part of the map where the ramp is there. The high ground is not in their favor, but the time is right, you can take a good flank, you position really well, and you can definitely put Envy in a corner. But the Agamotto right now is going to be on the high ground once again to nullify the strategic presence from Envy on the high ground. Terra's on the ground right now, trying to make it happen, trying to burn through all that pressure. Marks of the Phoenix are being stacked right now as we move through. Arako, halfway mark has been achieved. Fastball special goes directly for a point-blank stun right there. And there is the power, there is the Wolverine making it happen right there. Speedery is cooking. Cal's on the back line. Oh, Delena! The last stand taking out Kalush, drilling them through. Cal going for Harvey. That's a trade 1-to-1. Each team down a player. Let's see who's next. Let's see who's going to be a Berserker's Rage. Delena looking dapper, looking ready to go and hit them with a big clapper. There it is. The Phoenix, the Ansong Inferno allows it to move through. And Nello, there it is right now. But eyes on the fact. Monty's almost ready with that ultimate. And it could be a copy of time.
Let's see if Delena is able to kidnap anyone. The battle of the Wolverine continues right here. Ship3 has to be really careful. Almost perish in the process. But Mon is going to keep everyone alive with a copy of Fate of Both Worlds. Meanwhile, the barrage continues. Vinny taking out Ship3. What a play by 100 Terra. The fierce assault by 100 Thieves. Saying, Envy, you are not going to stop our march here, right here. TTK with the Maelstrom Madness just trying to take people left and right with the shield being on the offensive. Terra taking out Cal as well in the process. Ship3 going to go down again. And what a play. 100 Thieves keeping the team push alive. Everyone falling like domino stacks on the side of Envy Liger.
Stack them up and stack them down right there. Listen. Nello.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm just admiring it. The thing in the dapper skin, looking fantastic, looking ready to go. Looking to throw haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. That is exactly what I want to see from Vinny right now. Show me what you got. I want to hear the roar of the thing right now. I want to know if you're here. I want to know if you're feeling fantastic. I want to know if Window's going to be the one assembling. Then I want to know that these teams are going to be rushing into each other. That is what I expect from the best of the best in the region of the Americas right now with Envy. 100 Thieves going all at it. With Arako right now. Looks like 100 Thieves doing the fight. And Song Inferno from Cal in the Sky. Detecting, going in. It goes for a bit of a burnout. It's going to be met with the sustain from the Fate of Both Worlds. This time it's going to be from Millennia. Then Terra's taken to the skies this time with the Ensong Inferno. You are nothing. Are they nothing? Going straight for the thing. Oh, that's actually going to go for the high ground right now. Doesn't get the funding they need, but they do manage to stall out the Envy push, and 100 Thieves are, Envy defense, and 100 Thieves are pushing on through right there. But TTK closer than ever. Harvey has Eternal Bond online.
Yeah, and Delena has a last stand to get ready with, but Ship3 already in. Both has the last stand available to use. Just waiting for the perfect time to commit. There's less than 30 seconds on the clock as we speak. And how are Envy going to stop 100 Thieves? Apparently starting off with the Psionic Seduction, but of course all the ultimates are going to be used. The last stand coming in as well. Ship3, it will be able to take out TTK, the front lines of 100 Thieves. Delena going to be staggered, but the passive's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. But no, they're going to be fighting handicap. Terra continuing the pressure onto the lines, but he's going to be chased out right now by the Flying Wolverine. Ship3 getting the hell out of there, but the time does not wait. Wait a minute. The Dance of Both Worlds coming in. The Fate of Both Worlds is going to negate damage, but apparently not enough to keep Ship3 alive, Liger.
There it is right now. Haymaker after haymaker. There it is right now. Kalush getting Terra. And there it is, another one. That's a portal open up. And Vinny's with the haymakers. And we're going to catch up a Wolverine and throw him directly into Envy right now. Trying to get the connect. It's not going to be enough. Cal is going to be there to take Millennia. Punch him out window. Cal gets one. That's two. That's three. That's a triple KO for Cal on Jean Grey. The Phoenix Force is primed.
My goodness. That last minute stand by Envy, right? Just stopping them before reaching the full 3 points. And 100 Thieves was just doing amazing. They were just pushing all the way. It didn't seem like there was anything Envy could do to stop their march.
Unreal. Look now. We're going to take it back. We're going to flip the script. We're going to flip the sides. We're going to change the pace.
Yeah.
Okay, there was some good movement there and some good value. Now, let's see how it all turns out. Reminding everyone, you know, there's been a Loki ban for the Thieves, a Loki Protect for Envy. That might be a deciding factor. I won't lie. Of course, Strange protected as well for the Thieves, and the other Protect Envy is the Emma Kalush right now cooking. So I feel like both teams are already utilizing the protects they've made and putting in the work and making it happen right now. Eyes on the prize. Both of these teams, both of all these players, the 12 players on the stage right now at Marvel Rivals Ignite. Make it happen. Make it work. Now's your time. Keep it going. 100 Thieves, of course, in the lead. Sorry, Envy in the lead right now with a game on their side. But 100 Thieves, now's their time. Now's their chance to get some points on the board. A map on the board right now. That is exactly what they need so that we can tie up this series and keep it going. Look, listen, 3-0s are nice for teams. I understand that. It feels good. But I'm talking about the players out there. I'm talking about the viewers out there. I'm talking about all the gamers out there for Marvel Rivals. We want a competitive 3-2 series where we can have a good time and a grand time here watching some competitive esports of Marvel Rivals Ignite at the mid-season finals. Let's get it. Doors are open.
Let's hope that the 2-point push at 79.99 meters is enough for 100 Thieves, because right now Envy will be on the offense. And with a sidelock on the sidelines trying to deal damage on the defense, Shivry is going to try and hunt down the Lina with a double support, getting backup from the Venom as well. So Window and Shivry, a little bit of teamwork going on there, but fortunately the cover will be there to keep the Lina alive. But 100 Thieves gonna try, oh no, the formation getting broken, Kaluj and oh my god, Kaluj Window just constantly being a force in the front lines, pushing it forward as Shivry from the back, dealing damage, eliminating Vinny, Window taking out Millennia. That's the duelist and the strategist and the Vanguard gone. That's 4 eliminations on the side of 100 Thieves as Envy marches in record time. 3 minutes on the clock.
They actually do have 3 minutes on the clock right now, and they are storming on through. My goodness, no contestant on that first corner right there. So much power. We're going to see. Oh, hold on a minute. TTK with the portal. Where's the portal going to go? Where's the portal going to hold? 1.55 meters left. Envy holding it down. Delina taking out Cal. Kaluj taking out Vinny. Delina with a double KO, taking out Month in return with a dance of the butterfly, taking that second step. TTK. Month comes back. Cal comes back. That's going to be the Guardians revival team up. That is the value they need from the Galaxy's best Guardians. Speaking of them, Schmiedery. Oh, Agamotto stops the Guardian. Stops the Galactic Legend. TTK with the Agamotto. Takes out Month. Terrors in the skies with the Phoenix and Song and Bono. Crushes down. Taking out Cal right there. There's the momentum, there's the firepower, and they're going to be able to hold that momentum that Envy just had, and 100 Thieves have a moment to breathe.
What a play by 100 Thieves, recognizing the objectives that they need to hold, and just recognizing who is just down, ready to be picked off. And I just gotta say, that beautiful, beautiful Agamotto by TTK in order to stop half the duration of the Galactic's Legend by Shivry. So that's really, really huge. But now Envy still has less than 2 minutes to make that push, and they're closing in on the second station. Vinny just trying to be a menace on the front grounds, just constantly trying to dive strike, and when things get dangerous, just Swift just jumps and leaps away. But Shivry is gonna go down to Harvey. Fortunately, the Cocoon Rebirth will be around. Silent Seduction gonna be stunned. Wait a minute, Cal! Getting tapped. Month as well. Woo. Terra, what a monster!
Terra, you
triple elimination. Terra.
Are insane. My goodness, another triple KO from the Phoenix Force right there, from Jean Gay, from Terra out here, reminding them who's boss, as you said earlier today. Nello, WinCon Terra. That is exactly what the Thieves are making happen right now. They are actually keeping Envy at bay, and Envy only have a minute to push. Look, you know, a couple meters, I won't lie. It is very possible, but honestly, full holds have happened before in tighter circumstances, so 100 Thieves could have changed the script here and actually stopped Envy's pace. But Envy does have the Feast of the Abyss online, Nera as well, the new Symbiote Shenanigans team up. Venom's
Beautiful. Beautiful diving strike. Oh, the Eternal Bond's going to start things off, but now the Eye of Agamotto, that's going to happen. Wow! My goodness! That's Jeff taking out the Luna. Are you going to survive? Carry him away. He's going to survive. He's going to bring him away. He's going to push. He's going to take out the Luna out of the equation. And
they're back! Born again! Go! Bringing back Envy right there. Bringing 1, 2, 3 back into the vine. Making it happen. There's the Berserker's Rage. There it is, Terra in the sky. It's going to crash down. It's going to hurt. And it's going to... What? Schmiedery with a quadra KO last stand into a penta KO finisher on the Wolverine. Schmiedery!
What a play by Shivry from Envy right there. And they're going to use that to further push the momentum into gate the second point. But Liger, 5 elimination right there. You got to tweet about it.
Oh. Honestly, everybody, clip it.
Clip it, clip it,
clip it,
5
and ship it, and make it happen again, because that excites me right now. Envy are gonna get 2 minutes back into their time bank right now, and Thieves, you know, they had a great defense, but Envy's not gonna let them take them that easy, so we're still on Arako.
Yeah, now they gotta continue to defend as Envy pushes forward. Window is already on Captain America doing his duty. Shivry gonna be slashing away, helping Cal take out the Lina, and with one less member, Envy's gonna continue pushing in. Psionic Seduction just try and block off, but fortunately that's the shield from TTK, avoiding further damage. But Shivry, as sharp as ever, trying to go for the kidnap! And TTK, he's gonna be kidnapped! He's
Absolute
gone! Goodbye,
destruction.
TTK! And there's your front line going down as they continue. But Harvey fighting back from 100 Thieves. Delina with the Dance of the Butterfly trying to say it's not over. I'm still around. I'm gonna take you out. Terraslo joining the pursuit right there onto Month.
Oh, there it is, the pursuit of happiness for the Thieves right now. If they can make it happen and keep it going, and exactly is the plan for them.
1 minute more.
On the high ground. High ground, I mentioned it before, Nello, this is a tough spot to push around the corner on the high ground. There are corridors, there are hallways, but ultimately, Window on the high ground, going for a bit of data collection on the Captain America, scouting behind, rotating around the Thieves.
Vinny exploded! Vinny exploded! He was trying to escape, but the Eye of Agamotto coming in! The crowd control to Cal! Cal's gonna go down, Envy's gonna be that second person going down, but right now, the Phoenix, the Inferno, is going to remove all the shield from the battleground as the Freedom Charge is going to be employed right after, but the last stand is not going to be able to take out anyone. But Harvey, TTK, going to fall on the side of 100 Thieves. They got to hold this point. 40 seconds left on the ground. The kidnap by Shivry, taking out Delina. Month as well is going to be joining that aggression as Captain America trying to hold on to the point, but unfortunately he will not be leaping out of there alive.
Wow, there's going to be a portal there to contest at 1.08 meters. My goodness, right there. Powers of mine. Look, he's going to get the copy. Mont's going to make it happen. Window's going to take out TTK. And there it is, Millennia on the Lunar Snow, keeping them sustained. Shvederi, there it is. And there it is, and there it is. They do push once again, getting themselves more time in their bank, and there it is. The mark to win is right in front of Envy right now. If they can push it that extra bit of meters down to that lower section, they claim victory here on Arako. But Thieves are prominent. Millennia is ready with the Fate of Both Worlds when needed. Vinny with the Freedom Charge. Delina with the Dance of the Butterfly. Can it take its first step to victory?
Yeah, Window trying to be a menace at the back line, saying like, hey, you gotta watch out your back. I'm gonna go for your strategies when needed. Shivry on the same time is gonna try and get a kidnap happening on, but it's gonna be spotted out by Delina. Cal on the high ground is trying to push that forward. 1 minute left. Freedom Charge to start things off by Vinny. Millennia with the Fate of Both Worlds, but that's gonna be countered by the Dance of the Butterfly on the back line. Wow, the Psionic Seduction is gonna be happening. The Inferno. Cal marking the battleground. Vinny's gonna go down. Delina's gonna go down. 100 Thieves are being pushed back. 4v6 at the moment. How are they gonna hold this? TTK is gonna try and hold on, but Kalush still holding strong at the front line. Harvey with the Eternal Bonds probably gonna keep the team alive a little bit longer, but Nero with the Fate of Bulk World as well. Mon's gonna continue the Fate of Bulk World #2, trying to keep the team alive. Envy, they know this is now or never. Terra's gonna go down. Harvey's gonna go down. Envy pushing forward. There is no answer to the march of Envy right there.
Envy taking map 2 on Arako right now here at Marvel Rivals Ignite.
What
That's
a push.
power.
What a push by Envy as well. And the utilization, the rotation of the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping them alive at the very last point, pushing forward. That was the extra mile that 100 Thieves has to be beating themselves up for not getting.
I like that you said the utilization of the anticipation. That is exactly what we want to see. Power from Envy right now. 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves. One map away from a bad time. So there it is. Best of 5. 2-0 in favor of Envy right now. Let's see how it goes. Going to a third map is going to be exciting. Going to be a very high stakes situation for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves did put Ground Zero in this position yesterday. They know what it's going to feel like on the other side. Let's see if they can change the script in their favor this time and turn the tides on Envy.
This is very hard to anticipate simply because it is Envy we're talking about after all. The team that has not only went through the hard route, the progress against all the hard teams, right?
Exactly.
Aramori has already talked about it.
Yes.
The journey between both teams, one probably to take the road less taken, like all the strong teams are in one one journey.
Yeah, look,
right?
yeah, that's been a sentiment from a lot of the players, a lot of the coaches, even the casters as well. It's a bit of a sentiment, a couple of the brackets, you know, they were doing this, doing that. Some sides maybe say it was a bit stacked one way, some sides maybe say it was a bit of an easier path. Honestly, at the end of the day, everyone could play different when it comes down to playing here on this grand stage. Experience is different, your travel situations, all of the above, your body clock as well.
Yeah.
I know me, I came from Australia, had a 2-hour time difference, you know. I'm still on Aussie time.
Still on
Okay,
Aussie time.
I'm waking up
Let's
at
do it.
5 a.m.
Let's do it.
Let's go. But I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. What's
Alright.
the other one we did with the hey, let's go. All right, we're having a good time out here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's a grand time, and of course, map 2 is done between Envy and 100 Thieves. It's going to be exciting to know that Envy do have a 2-0, but 100 Thieves still have a chance to hit the reverse sweep if they want to get their victory and claim it in this best of 5 and keep on moving.
Yeah, I think Terra factor might not be enough. Honestly, I felt like it was not just Terra. The Lina was also doing so much in that skirmish against Envy. Vinny as well, honestly, but it is TTK did amazing, but it just feels like Envy was always like just when you're about to see a power-up from 100 Thieves, Envy just went up ahead and said, no, we're not gonna let you go any further. Just when you see a little bit of power up, like Super Saiyan power up.
Like, they don't want it.
They don't want
I mean, there's a
Shut it
reality.
down.
There is a reality where Envy and 100 Thieves do reverse again. There is, you know, mathematically we're in the upper bracket. If one of these teams go down in the next round, that's right, if 100 Thieves go down, they will have to face the winners between Citadel and RAD.
Exactly. But you know what else is ironic? The fact that even in the Ignite Stage 1, 100 Thieves was the one to take out Envy.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
3-0.
Okay,
3-0.
I've heard this. Envy has actually taken to the, you know, the environment of Guangzhou, China, and actually adapted as a team. They've learned new tricks. I know a lot of teams came out here with the tricks that they know from their trade, and they came out here and they flowed the way they know and made it happen in the best way they could till the very end of their story. Some teams have been eliminated so far, but other teams have actually took the time to learn here, learn about other regions, try new strategies, try new things with their scrimming time. And of course, you know, from that, things can change. If you can be adapting, if you can be versatile, if you can be ready for anything, you're ready for Marvel Rivals Ignite. And right now, Envy's checking those boxes. So the fans out there that do support Envy, you know, you must be happy right now because Envy have shown growth. And growth is the most important thing with a team right now, because if you can improve, if you can show off new tactics, if you can show there is no peak to me and I can go further and further and beyond, then of course you're going to get that victory. But if you're going to be sitting in situations where you're in an 0-2 situation and you're stressed and you're struggling and you're worried you're going to go down to the lower bracket or possibly eliminated and go home, you know, you need to change things up.
I mean, it is a sweet story of revenge, right? Because we're trying to build a story between 100 Thieves and Envy. And Envy did get sent out by 100 Thieves in Ignite Stage 1. But right here in the main stage, MSF mid-season finals, it seems like Envy might be enjoying that sweet revenge story, right? They might be the one to send 100 Thieves away with the 3-0.
And you can see it on all their faces behind us. They are feeling it right now. You know, Envy's looking confident, looking jovial. When it comes down to 100 Thieves, they're looking very stressed. But 2-0 to Envy is the update on the score right now. Massive damage block coming out from Window. Kalush putting up those numbers just as well. And a presence from Cal and Month like no other. Nero is there to absolutely clap and slap and put them to sleep and freeze them. But Speedery is the one cooking a massive penta KO. My
it was
goodness.
all him. It was all him at the back lines, the kidnaps, the barrages, the last stand, beautiful
the
penta
clapbacks,
elimination,
snapbacks,
and Windows and Kalush was just so good. Kalush was doing such an amazing job, right? He was doing such an amazing job. Psionic Seduction every single time stops that ultimate from coming online from the side of 100 Thieves.
But it is Month that takes MVP with the total healing of 43k, total KO's 20 on a Loki. You little sneaky, little mischievous Loki player. Again, this is why Loki's getting banned. I think Loki is probably in our top 3 bans in Marvel Rivals Ignite, alongside your Humantis and your Torch, you know. I believe, you know who's climbing up there in the bans? Moon Knight, because I don't see Moon Knight, so he must be getting banned. But, you know, on top of that, assistance 45, final hits 3, 60% accuracy on Loki. For someone who does splash damage, suppression fire, that's a very impressive accuracy on Loki. Wow.
It is. Maybe that's why it's going to be banned a lot more now, because Envy Month on Loki is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But as you can see from the replay itself, you can see Shibri at first on the Ultron dealing so much damage onto the lineup of 100 Thieves. But Vinny
put in the work.
Yeah, putting in the work, just trying to come back with his own reverse elimination as well. But ultimately, Envy, I think the story is still the same. Kalush holding down the front fort, just silencing the ultimate when they're ready to go for a team fight. And not to mention Windows just constantly being a menace with the Venom, with the Captain America, just bringing all that chaos onto the back lines, breaking formations as always. Because once you get that formation broken, you can be rest assured the attention's going to be split, and that's where you can take advantage of the situation, take out the front lines, or take out the back lines.
Yep, that's it. Exactly. Oh, we're getting the speedery with the montage
MVP
filling up
sure.
right now with all the Wolverine. Oh my days! What was that? Oh, the Wolverine. Oh, woo! My days! I gotta get hype again for that one. Ooh, I love a good penta KO. That just wakes me up in the morning. Was that an unofficial Hexa? Hold on, wait a minute. That might have been a delayed Hexa. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Rewind that real quick for me.
Oh my god. Yeah, but it just shows, right? I mean, both teams are doing really, really good. The elims are also piling up on both sides, but it's just very unfortunate because Envy just found the answer. They know exactly how it feels to play against 100 Thieves. They've done it before. They've faced them in their region in the stage 1 Ignites. And of course, now coming to the main stage, they're like, yeah, we're going to face you. It must be fate. It must be fate we're meeting now because we want to get that revenge against you.
Yes, exactly. That is the factor to consider. Okay. So going into this next one, we're going to change things up. All right, we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it real.
All right.
We are talking about map 3, which that means what game mode?
Convergence.
Yep, that's it. Convergence is the game mode.
Big
Convergence, big maps, big stakes.
Yeah, for sure.
2 types of objectives. First, got to capture that mission area. After you capture that mission area, time to push that escort. Okay, depending on the map we know we're going to go. I believe we might be going somewhere where things might get a bit dicey.
Dicey.
A certain caped individual might be looking for $5 from a certain vampiric individual.
Okay,
Those are no.
That's a lot of info.
That's a lot of info.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe just a little bit of a teaser. I can't say it all.
Yeah.
Can't say it. Can't spoil the fun. We're here to make predictions, not spoilers out here. Okay, we don't do that.
if what you say is what I think you're saying, I would love to see that map too.
I would love to see that map, but I don't know if it's that map.
Oh, it is that map.
Okay,
Central
it is
Park.
That map. I personally call this map Dracula's Castle. Every time I think Central Park, I think Central Park.
Yeah.
But it really is the lore factor that Dracula literally just plopped his castle in Central Park.
Yeah.
Bro, did you get any perms for that? You didn't get your permissions, mate. You need to get your mission slip. Yeah. You need to go through Ortho.
Permit.
You need to get your permits. All right, then you can drop your castle in the middle of Central Park. All right. When I go to Central Park, I want my falafels. I want my hot dogs. I want cheese pizza.
Okay.
What else is there? Tell me, what was the New York culture? What do they have? What's the good stuff?
The good stuff, I don't know, spaghetti. Mac and cheese.
Spaghetti tacos?
Oh, all right.
I've heard of that. Have you had a spaghetti taco before? It's crazy.
I've heard of everything.
Crazy.
I've heard of different things in the taco, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, even like rice noodle tacos.
Ooh, wait, that actually sounds good.
Right?
Yeah, wait, hold on.
All right.
We're making everybody hungry out here.
New fusion coming.
Listen.
Right.
We'll make a phantom sandwich out here. Dracula gonna take one bite and he's just gonna become human again at that point.
Yeah, he probably stop drinking blood, right?
Yeah. He needs blood. We can have a nice phantom.
But talking about this map though, Liger, I mean, a lot of people would hate playing in this map too, simply because of that changing terrains. That's one factor, and of course, at that final point, there's the staircase where it's so easy to be pushed off. Invisible Woman is so good here as well. The factor where you might get pushed off a ledge, and of course, not to mention the brawling that can happen in that tight, narrow space. That can be a factor in determining who's going to be able to get that full 3 points push.
Game's the game. Let's get into it. Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 is the stage you are watching right now. This matchup is between Envy and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves and Envy are both from the American region right now. Cooking up a storm representing their region right now. It's a battle of the best from the West. Let's see how it turns out, everybody getting ready, everybody looking confident. I do love one thing about these players, good posture. Good posture. So all the gamers out there, make sure you have good posture. Get a nice chair, invest in a good gamer chair. All right, don't worry about the looks. It's not about the looks. Get a nice one, even if it looks like it's, from a junkyard. As long as it's got good posture, you can definitely gain to new heights. Guaranteed. If you're gold, you'll be plat, guaranteed.
Do you have a favorite gaming chair?
Yes,
Like-
I do. I have an old 20-year-old small office chair. The reason why I like it is because it hugs my back and it gives me good support and posture. And everyone's like, wow, you have such good posture. I'm like, oh, thank you. Whenever I do my content, they're like, hey, you have good posture. I'm like, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's good to have good posture. But if you're going to have good posture, you also need to hydrate. And that is what these gamers are doing, of course. And, of course, keeping their hands warm with their hand warmers. For those who don't know, esports players have all kinds of tools to keep themselves nice, warm, and ready to game. But after you've kept yourself warm, hydrated, and ready, and your back is right, all that matters is the skill and the will in your mind and your heart. Now let's get into the action as we get into the picks and bans here on Central Park Convergence.
Yeah, let's see. Human Torch is definitely a no-brainer ban.
Yep.
I would imagine Envy banning it. I would imagine Envy banning it somewhere along the lines as well. But Loki's going to be that first ban. Probably going to ban out the Emma as well. Envy does not want to deal with an Emma, especially since they're running it themselves, right? So they're probably going to save that Emma. Okay, so to speak, we're going to see that happening right here. Ban Emma, save Emma, while in response, 100 Thieves will probably have to ban out the team up. Magneto is definitely going to be a very obvious
honestly,
ban.
that's probably Envy's next ban. I think we're going to get rid of the Magneto, but look, oh, okay.
Wolverine too. Shibris was just so insane.
At a certain point, right? Surely, oh.
You got to ban it out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Looks like Thieves are going to get rid of Speedery's Wolverine. Okay, again, Envy. That's the third map in a row they have banned Emma and Magneto. I feel like they've got their bread and butter right now. They're feeling confident. They can shut down Thieves with that very meta-friendly frontline with Magneto and Emma. Then they can feel themselves confident and go forward. Loki's protected as well for Envy. That's a good protect. That's good confidence. They got themselves the Loki runes. They got themselves that Sonic Seduction.
Dive? Yeah. I mean, the way they're running it, right? One solid person in front, the other is gonna probably come in with the dive and stuff like that. So taking out Venom, that's great because Venom is definitely the one that's breaking their formation, the backlines. Not to mention Captain America as well. But in this map, I think Venom would be the more favorable ban. And 100 Thieves.
Oh.
Continuing on the strange save.
Okay, you know what? This kind of makes sense. You know, if things get desperate, if things get dire, and you do get knocked down to lowest bracket, you want to make sure you had Strange available to hit that last second portal. It's going to be very stressful for 100 Thieves going to this game. You can see it on their faces right now. But game's the game. Keep it cooking, keep it rolling. Elena is looking locked in.
Yes. I mean, he looks the same every single time I see him. Like even in the cafeteria, in the hotel's restaurant, he just looks the same. And
he's chilling.
He's chilling.
He's chilling.
Every time you ask him, what's up, man? And he's like, yeah, I just woke up. and it's 12 in the afternoon. So.
Mate, just woke up. Surely he's been awake for hours now. You got to lock in, Elena. Come on, mate. Keep it going.
Lock in.
I got to mention 100 Thieves coach looking dapper.
Yeah.
Always ready to go. Hey, look. If you always look ready, you don't have to get ready. That's going to have to be 100 Thieves approach right now. Take a page in the book from your coach. Make it happen. Hey, Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025. Here we go. We're going to map 3 on the main stage between Envy and 100 Thieves. It's 2-0 in favor of Envy right now. And we're going to see 100 Thieves start off on attack here, going into Dracula's Castle, the Central Park.
Yeah, probably needs Coach Salah from Citadel Gaming to give them some mental pep talk, you know.
Hey,
I mean,
listen.
Yeah.
W Coach Salah.
Yeah.
Absolute legend.
W coaches, right? They keep
W all the coaches. Yeah, true.
For sure. Keeps the psyche of the players good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but right now...
W analysts too. W all the staff behind the scenes that help players get to where they need to when they're playing in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Okay, so starting things off, Terra is already building up a healthy amount of stack, just holding on to the front lines while Envy is on the defense. Kyle just finding that angle to keep 100 Thieves at bay. Window, obviously trying to isolate the battle of the group. Might happen very time soon. Does not have the Wolverine to worry about. But Vinny looks like he is slowly but surely moving in with the help of the walls. But the Lina already at the back lines, creating so much pressure. Kalush as well, just holding on to the front lines as we speak. Okay.
All right. Hold on a second. Hold the moment. They're coming in. These are actually getting a bit of cap. Oh, they got a tick. Envy's not contesting right now. They need to start contesting. They're giving such value right now to the Thieves. They already got 2. Envy, get on. There we go right now. Using the Fate of both walls to get on the point. Mark making it happen on the Luna. Cal, the Phoenix, take it to the skies. You want nothing and you are going to get burnt up. Going direct impact onto Vinny the Garut right there. Terra does retreat for now. Speedery on the high ground on the side. Going for the dance of the butterfly, rushing for the back line. And he's going to bait out the Fate of both worlds this time from Millennia. Nero is close to the Fated Worlds as well, online if they need. There's another Phoenix rises to the sky. TTK taking out Kaluge on the side. The pain, the gain, and the Agamotto from the legend Kaluge right there. Terra allows them to get Cal. Month taking out Harvey in return. That's 1-1. Each team down. Envy down 3. 100 Thieves in the lead. There's going to be a portal. Will it be enough to contest? Vinny takes out Month. There it is. 4 minutes 45 on the time. Delena with the dance of the butterfly. And then they did actually capture it. And that does mean, you know, the Thieves are moving forward on the convoy known as Ratada Score right now. The messenger of Asgard, the giant squirrel, is moving along.
Yeah, so far 100 Thieves is looking really good on the offense, as it should, because this map is really just good when it comes to marching aggressively. So Kaluge right here on the Emma, just trying to buy a little bit more time. I guess the game plan here really is just to stop the advances as much as possible, give them less time so that the pressure will be on, especially when it goes to overtime, right?
Yeah,
but right now, Nero already taking out the Lina, no more duelists in the lineup. No Terra!
Window, strangling, the imprisonment. He's there from the group right now. Cal takes that one. That's two. TTK and Vinny fall to Cal on the Phoenix right there. Shreddery on the sidelines, ready to dance like a butterfly when needed. Cal's gonna pull back for now, keep the team nice and warm. Ratadasco is retreating based on Envy's defense. He's back in spawn, trying to regroup for the next fight. And Vinny has ultimate online once again. Let's see if this Groot is going to be impactful alongside Terra.
Yeah, still trying holding on, but all the ultimates are going to be used up. Shipri going to be taking out Malenia, especially after the dance of the butterfly. But the skirmish continues. The fight is far from over. The Lina is going to go down in response to Cal. But there's still so many ultimates to be used. It's just a matter of who is going to be able to force which side to use up the utility spells first. But it seems like there will be no further casualties as Envy will be looking to defend this area. And this area is just so hard to push in because, like, look, they're just blocking you around the corner.
Oh my days. Oh my days, right. Oh, hold on. We kneeling. We're going for it. Sonic Seduction from Kaluge right now is going directly into the Thieves. Right now, Thieves trying to retreat. Oh, one gets marked, one gets entranced, another goes high. And the Agamotto, Tomahawk, Agamotto from TTK allows Terra to get Kaluge right there. Terra taking to the skies. You are nothing but the Phoenix Dark down into the inside. Oh, it got... Wait, I think it got denied. Wait a minute. Vinny takes out Cal in return. There it is. The Lucky Ruse giving him sustain. They're going to have Month there to sustain him as well. Speedery taking out the lead of the side. B-side goes in the favor of Speedery. Holding back for now, pulling back and regrouping with the squad. Dance of the Butterfly is online as Month runs out of the Fate of Both Worlds.
Oh my god, Angelina swapping into the Wolverine, but now Dance of the Butterfly is going to be coming in, trying to deal as much damage as possible, but there is the Fate of Both Worlds by Melina to keep everyone alive and negating the damage by the Dance of the Butterfly. And while all of that is happening, the skirmish continues to happen. Cal's the only one with the ultimate available to use, but doesn't really matter. Delina right now trying to go for a kidnap, but that's not going to happen. Let's see if he'll be able to slash and dash and build out his ultimate really soon, because that's what's going to happen. Strangling Prison going to be employed. No casualties yet. The wall is going to block off, isolate, and that's how Terra, oh no, first casualty of the exchange. Shibri factor coming in. Window taking out Vinny. No duelist, no Vanguard, and they are continuingly strongly defending this point. Liger, 1 minute 30 seconds. Envy has taken out 100 Thieves.
Oh, yes, they did. Now they do take down that momentum that Thieves had early on. Dracula's castle walking out the door. They want to get to the throne room. That is the end goal, but unfortunately, Envy's going to be there to stop them in their midst. But for the sake of Envy right now, they're feeling confident, feeling good, knowing that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates ready and online to take on Thieves with another 5 on their side as well. Let's start by the Sonic Seduction from Kaluge, going to be blocked out by the Thorn/Wall from his group. Moving forward, the lane is getting pulled in. Entranced, Eternal Bond goes down directly from Harvey.
Strangling Prison! The wombo combo! That's gonna happen! But oh my god, Vinny! This is gonna take out Window and Narrow. That's gonna be 4v6. And now Dance of the Butterfly trying to counter by this Cal Shibri. But no!
Speedery!
The counter elimination on 200 Thieves is gonna be balanced. But right now, Monk has already utilized his oh my god, Cal, Shibri, they've already utilized everything. And despite that early Wombo combo by 100 Thieves, Envy stood tall, defended, and reverse eliminate.
Every single time you see the wombo combo, it doesn't matter because Speeder is the one with happy feet and they're the one that's going to stop it right now. That's the Psylocke, that's the moves, that's the smooths, exactly. Cal's there to land the fire, Window's there to bring him closer, and that's exactly the combination station that they are executing right now from Envy. Kaluja is there on the front line, is going to hold it down. 5 seconds left, we are going into overtime. Do 100 Thieves have the chance to win this next fight? Let's see how it all unfolds. Overtime is ticking off, ticking down. Let's see if it's going forward. Agamotto is online for TTK. Will we see the lob of the Doctor Strange? Sorcerer Supreme trying to move it in, trying to make it happen. Maelstrom and Manus is online. Kaluja says, and Kaluja denies the Agamotto. My days, that doesn't allow TTK to go enabled. The walls are there, separating the groups. Vinny's there, taking out Window. There it is, strangling and pushing. Speedery, Kaluja, taking out TTK and Delina right now. Harvey falls as well. That's one, that's two, that's three, that's four, that's five. They're falling, they're crawling, and Envy stopped the push from 100 Thieves.
The spam of walls into Strangling Prison, into the sweep onto 100 Thieves. They stopped 100 Thieves on their track, and this looks really, really dire.
This is looking very dire right now for 100 Thieves. All Envy has to do is push practically 2/3 of the entirety of the map right now. Time is on their side, distance is on their side, momentum's on their side, and right now, they only have 2/3 of the map to push through. 100 Thieves are on the back foot like ever before right now. It's very tough for them. They might see the lower bracket.
You know what? I might play 100 Thieves side this game.
Okay.
Because, hear me out.
Yeah,
I think the offensive power by 100 Thieves is not to be underestimated.
Okay.
Delina, Terra, Vinny, you saw how crazy it can be.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would say they've been halted by Envy. But if Envy, but if 100 Thieves can somehow turn things around, maybe with some Bucky plays, maybe with some sacrificial plays.
Yeah, listen, honestly, you're right. I think if they can play...
Dump them into the pit.
Yeah, look, it's not about superstars right here. You don't need to let one person take all the glory. Right now, sacrificial plays are the key right now to keep your team going. 100 Thieves need to know that when they're bombardiering in directly into Envy, they need to get value. If you're going to lose one, take down two. If you're going to lose three, take down the whole team. Yeah. Do not let anything they get outvalue what you get right now. Otherwise, they will mathematically and categorically move directly to victory before you even know it, and you'll be down in the lower bracket.
Make your voices, let your voices be heard, especially if you are rooting for 100 Thieves right here, because 100 Thieves, they need to defend. They need to defend and not allow Envy to push past the point that they managed to secure. And right now, Envy seems to be strong on the offense. 100 Thieves definitely has the right idea, has all the 2-2-2 coming in. But Window is going to be taken up by Terra. Delina in response. Probably going to buy a little bit more time for Delina to come back in, but so far a pretty even trade-off. Terra, but Shibri with the dance of the butterfly, gonna take out the first strategist, gonna take out the Vanguard.
Triple
there
kill!
You go!
Speedery!
That's gonna be a very, very fast unlock from Team Envy.
Literally 3 steps closer to Speedery with the dance of the butterfly right there. That's what a Psylocke does. That's what a Psylocke do. They're capping slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ticks away, and they get it. TTK does not decide to portal in. Oh my days. It's right there, literally 1/3 already done, barely a second third for them to push off the entirety of the map. Look at the distance there, Nello. It's unreal. Only another 80 meters till victory.
Yeah, that's very,
crazy.
very close. That's very, very
5
close,
minutes in a time bank. Hey, listen, holds have been held before. 100 Thieves could pull it off. I do want to see it, but Envy is here to deny it. Let's see how it goes. Cal takes to the skies. Delina is the one crashing as the Phoenix right now, taking out Speedery. And there it is, Vinny with the... oh my day. Vinny with the strangling prison on the group right there, making it happen right there. Luna's there. Agamotto from the skies. It actually stuns 1, 2, and 3. Will it be enough? No! TTK is frozen out. 100 Thieves tried to make it happen, but Envy had their number in that moment. Nero and Cal taking out TTK and Vinny. They do have portal. They do have a portal online. 100 Thieves still have a chance to defend right now. Terra with a double KO on the Wolverine, taking out Month, and Nero Window takes out Terra in return.
Yeah, I feel like it's too hard simply because even if there's a portal, there's no more ultimates available, right, for them to run that skirmish. And the power of that Fate of Both World and the Loki copy is just too much. Now, the final skirmish, The portal is open, but will they be able to counter sweep, counter eliminated? Because Strangling Prison, that's the first wombo combo. Terra's gonna go down. No more damage, no more front lines.
Window!
They're fighting. Back lines are getting trashed on. And Envy will be able to push 100 Thieves off this game.
There it is, 100 Thieves sent to the lower bracket by Envy. Envy moving forward. And where are they moving forward? One of the grandest positions of them all, because Envy are going directly to the grand finals of Marvel Rivals Ignite in the mid-season finals. How exciting.
In very convincing manner as well, because Envy, they're like, you think it was going to be 3-1, Ara? We love you, Ara. You think it's going to be 3-1? You think it's going to be 3-2? No. We're going to reverse. We're going to get our sweet revenge. And we're going to get that 3-0 over 100 Thieves.
Of course, and sportsmanship from both teams right there. That's what it's all about. Fist bumps all around for a good showing from these two American teams right there. That is exactly what I want. You know, we do a fist bump too. We can do it. We do it the way we do it. Boom. You know, that's how it is. Bit of respect. All of the above. Whether we're, you know, enemies on the other side, whether we're casting side by side, we're having a good time here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. If you don't know, my name's Liger. I'm joined by
Nello, and we are your casters for day number 4. This is the upper bracket finals that you have just witnessed, where 100 Thieves are sent down to the lower brackets by none other than Team Envy.
Yeah, that's true.
And can I just say the next game will be equally exciting as we get to see who's going to be moving in forward. But it's safe to say, congratulations are in order. Envy is going to be able to solidify themselves as the continuous winner.
Yep.
The continuous miracle winner. The run was just simply amazing.
Unreal. And we're going to get into a little cheeky interview with Envy very soon. But before that amazing interview, of course, we can talk about facts. Let's recap the day so far. We are now 3 series into the day, 1 more series for tonight. Now, what does that mean? Series 1 at the start of the day was Ground Zero versus Citadel. Citadel took the pace and took the cake and continued forward into the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Ground Zero were eliminated. Farewell, my legends. W's in the chat for Ground Zero representing OCE, my boys.
Now, they went so far.
They went far. Hey, top 6 in the world.
In the world, yeah.
Wear that with pride. Wear that with honor. Let's go. And then, of course, RAD versus OUG. Tell me about that one, Ella.
Yeah, RAD taking out OUG is very, very unfortunate because it's pretty much the same thing that happened during the earlier encounters. OUG did amazing coming through, just defeating Rejects yesterday, and it was a neck-and-neck game against Rejects because their playstyles are so similar, but they came on top, right? Home ground advantage.
Home ground advantage. OUG were the heroes of the local scene. Exactly.
And they came in, but unfortunately going up against RAD Esports, I feel like they were just so much more ready. They said, we've beat you before, we know how you play, we know exactly how to deal with you, and that's exactly how they went about. They just in convincing manner.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what that means is many things, of course. But before we talk about what that means, let's just do a little recap in this 3-0 series of the best of 5 between Envy and 100 Thieves. Envy take the cake at Central Park and get their $5 back from Dracula. I'll tell you that as well right now. With Window, Kalush, Cal, and Montanera and Schmiedery cooking up a storm, taking those 3 map wins. 43 KA damage blocked by Window. So much output coming from sustaining, powerful strategists like Montanera right there. So much power. 34k healing, 31k healing, putting up 30k each. Big damage, big power as well coming out from Cal and Schmiedery and Kalush. My goodness, Kalush absolutely putting everyone in a trance and locking them down. And Window did the same. And Schmiedery, the MVP. So well deserved MVP. 25k damage, total KS 32. Massive assistance is not required because Schmiedery was here to cook them up in the solo dolo lane, on the side lanes, on the flank as a Psylocke should. Absolute Kunoichi that they are right there, cooking up. Accuracy 51% is Vialu right there. 14 final hits. Nella, Schmiedery was cooking.
I feel like every single time we get to see Envy win a game, I think we are just seeing Schmiedery every single moment.
Farming up the MVPs.
Right?
Farming them up.
Farming up. I feel like, honestly, by the end of the day, by the end of the event, he might be that FMVP.
Ooh.
I feel like he might be because he has been so consistently
Talking
getting those
about
final hits.
Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals totality MVP Schmiedery.
Yeah, I feel
wow. Big call, Nella. Okay. I mean, we've all made predictions for what team we think is going to win. What MVP? MVP prediction? You know, we can talk to the other casters about that one. I'm curious to see what everyone else thinks.
I mean, very well deserved. Even if he doesn't
100%.
get it.
Hey, listen, Speeder. If you want MVP, just pick up Moon Knight for like 2 minutes. I'll give you MVP.
For reals.
Honestly, at this point, Speeder is cooking so much. I actually wouldn't be surprised if there's a good Moon Knight in there. But look, listen, don't listen to me. I'm just the one here to cast the entertainment and, you know, put on a show alongside Nello. And, you know, do not throw the game by playing Mr. Fist of Vengeance, Moon Knight, Mark Spector. But you should carry the game by continuing on the Psylocke right now, cooking up just like we saw in that highlight right there. And, of course, Cal on the Phoenix. Gotta love Phoenix gameplay. I will not lie. Hella gameplay for me. It got a bit repetitive when it was coming down to MRI, especially in stage 1, especially in OCE. I was getting a bit frustrated. Once Phoenix came out, I love that we've come into this competitive play. We took a little bit of a break from competitive play before the start of Marvel Rivals Ignite, and we got to see something new, something fresh, something great in the meta and fiery, and Phoenix is that. So much enabling, so much vision. They can scout for their team, they can combine ultimates with other players and do so many cool things together. I think Marvel Rivals devs outdone themselves with Phoenix. Great design, great execution, fun vibes, great ultimate voice line. You are nothing. My goodness, like how more dominating and domineering would you want from that? That is exactly what I want from Jean Grey. Excellent speedery on the side, putting in the work. Hey, listen, I was just up there with the streamer booth earlier today and I was discussing, I feel like I haven't seen Psylocke popping off with the Dance of the Butterfly. Most of the time it's just been used to bait out ultimates, you know, get rid of the Fate of Both Worlds, get rid of the Eternal Bond, get rid of those invisible boundaries and just start, you know, allowing, you know, the Phoenixes or the Groots or the Magneto Meteors to just combine, you know, take the first step, bait them out, everyone else follows suit. But Speeder is like, I'm going to take that first step, I'm going to take that 2, 3, 4 and close the door and I'm going to get myself my own 3K, my own 4K, putting up big numbers, especially when the Wolverine was there as well, the massive power Speedery had. I expect nothing less from such an absolute duelist specialist like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something that they have to be very proud about, right? Especially since putting out such numbers. It's definitely very hard going up against the best of the best teams, especially in Marvel Rivals, where the best of the regions, of their respective regions, are going against each other. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very quick 3-0 game, but 100 Thieves definitely did play their hearts out. Terra Factor, the Lina as well, not to mention Vinny, and of course, the whole team just coming together trying to support. I love that that's happening. But while they may fall here, they are, again, let's remind you guys that they are not out of the tournament just yet. They will still continue their fight in the lower brackets.
Yes, of course. But speaking of the lower brackets, who's it going to be? Our next match today is going to be an exciting bout between. Hey, well, listen, we went, you know, to the matchup between the two American organizations, and now outside the Americas, we are going to EMEA.
It's very hard.
Eastern Africa. The best of their two regions are going to be between Citadel
versus RAD.
It's going to be a good one, and RAD. Oh my god.
Seed 1 versus Seed 2. One of them is only gonna continue forward, while the other is gonna be eliminated. And whichever that team is, it's such. It feels like I think a lot of people would not want to see them, any one of them, go out anytime soon, because this is potentially.
Yeah. I mean, early on in the week, a lot of the cards and predictions, you know, were like RAD's cooking. RAD's making them look bad. RAD's making them, you know, do a lot of things they don't want to do.
Exactly.
And that's exactly it. But Citadel has shown a lot of promise. Citadel shown, you know, they're here for the experience, the full package of the Marvel Rivals Ignite. To enjoy the cuisine, to enjoy the vibes, to meet with players, to socialize, and most importantly, hit the scrim blocks, get down to business, get down to training, keep the team morale up, keep everything they need in check right there. That's going to be an interesting one to see how two different styles of team go for it, you know. RADs are the favorites going in. Citadel seem to be playing a little bit of a comeback story, underdog sort of position. Let's see how it all unfolds, because, you know, the finals could be two American teams or two, you know, or it definitely can't be, you know, obviously we're about to lose one of our EMEA teams, so is it going to be a finals between EMEA and America, or, you know, we're going to see RAD or Citadel face 100 Thieves next, and 100 Thieves defeats them maybe, you know, you never know. It's going to be many variables, but that's going to be our last match for the day soon, where we're going to be watching between Citadel and RAD. It's a big one coming up, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are already pretty much in the Final Four, but we're going to talk more about that as we head to the interviews. There.
I am here with Nero from Envy after an incredible series from third in the Americas to absolutely undeniable. How are you feeling?
I feel great. You know, we came in as the 3rd seed, and we beat everyone so far. You know, the 1st seed, the 2nd seed, doesn't matter, honestly. We show up when it matters.
This was a rematch versus 100 Thieves, who actually sent you into that 3rd seed, which means they sent you to the playoffs, the play-ins in general. How much catharsis was there in this win?
It feels great. Like I said, it feels great to win when it matters, you know, on land and not online, like when they beat us.
On map 2, Speedery managed to land a 4-man last stand. How much did the voice comms pop off, or were you just completely focused?
Honestly, the voice comms didn't change much. We knew that the map wasn't over. We had only capped the 1st point. We needed to get to the middle of the 3rd point. So yeah, honestly, we just stayed locked in.
And you're going to be staying locked in because no matter who you play against now, it will be a rematch. Every team still left in the tournament is a team that you sent to the lower bracket, and they will be looking for revenge. What message do you have for them?
Just bring your A game tomorrow or you won't stand a chance.
Well, I think it's only fair you are the first team to make it to the grand finals of the mid-season finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite. What message do you have for all of your fans out there?
Honestly, I don't think we have that many fans right now, but I just want to say thank you to the people that do support us. I really appreciate it, and just keep supporting us.
I think you'll have a couple more after today. In fact, the live audience seems to agree. Thank you very much, Nero. Go get rested up, prepare for tomorrow's games. And we're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, it'll be that lower bracket semi-final between RAD and Citadel.
Hello, we are RAD.
I'm level 1 Crook, and I specialize in Mantis, Loki, and Lunar Snow.
Hello, I'm Trust Me. I specialize in Captain America, Venom, Hulk, and yeah, Penny Parker.
It's definitely exciting. We want to win it. We want to do our best. It's definitely a big event. See what we can do, really.
I hope we can do our best, and I'm really enjoying it so far.
There's no downside, and I think we can happily go into the mid-season final tournament and perform our best.
The big two for me are Envy and Sentinels. Envy is, honestly, we think probably one of the stronger teams in the competition. They're definitely ones we are going to be putting in a lot of focus into trying to beat. And Sentinels is also a team which I have friends on, and I know there's a high chance we'll play them early in the tournament, so they're one of our earlier focuses, and we need to make sure we beat them as well.
Personally, I would like to face Citadel Gaming again, since they're this other European team, and we did fall short to them in the Ignite finals in Europe. So I would love to meet them again and show that we can be the better team.
I think we will be able to beat any team. I don't think anyone is able to put a lot of pressure on us. I think the only thing we can do is like focus and do our best. I think we need to put pressure on ourselves rather than be pressure from any team.
Yeah, I mean, you got no chance. We're going to be the ones to win. We're going to put in the most effort. We're going to roll every game. And to the team we see in the finals, unfortunate for you, but the crown will be ours.
The results will speak for themselves.
Hi everyone, we're from CTG.
I'm Enzo, I'm coming from France, I'm 20 years old.
Hello, my name is Ken, I'm 23 and from Norway.
My name is Tanuki, I'm from the Netherlands.
Well, I think it's going to be weird to play against the international teams because we have different styles of playing, I would assume. You know, when we are in Europe, we mostly scream either North America or Europe because it's the only teams we can really play on ping, maybe some Korean team as well. So I'm excited to see how, for example, the Chinese team will play during the tournament. It will be fun to see.
But it's really big. I'm not used to that. I come from a really small town in France. So when I come there and I see so many people, so many buildings, it's amazing. And yeah, we're happy to be there, I think. And we're ready to win. That's our expectation.
I would love to play against the Supernova. Well, they seem to be the best team from China, so hopefully they will be the best competition.
Yeah, I think it's just very important that you're prepared to play against some things you've never played against before, because it's completely different players from all around the world. So you really need to look into how they play and what they play and what you play that is good against it. And you really need to start like understanding the game a lot more.
Yeah, my goal here is to win the championship. Confident would be the word I choose, because I believe in my team and that we can win.
I'd say ready. I'd say you guys have to prepare for us to just have fun and pick whatever we want, and we will still just win no matter what. There's not much you can do against us when we just decide that we want to win.
You have to be prepared for us to play good under pressure and not crumble like most of the teams here.
Dote.
Welcome back to day number 4, Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals, live from Guangzhou, China. I'm Anello, and this is my co-caster,
Liger.
And we will continue being your commentators for today as we head into the final match for today. Liger, RADS versus Citadel Gaming. What are your thoughts?
This is gonna be a big one. Okay. This is an elimination round. We are at elimination stage, which means somebody is gonna go home.
Finals of EMEA.
That's it. Finals. Oh, yeah. Pretty
Right?
much.
Right?
Yep, pretty much. Yep. Pretty much. Run it back one more time. It's gonna be a big one, but it's on the stage this time. Let's see how it all unfolds. It's gonna be a tough one. Teams are getting ready to wrap behind us into the action on the Marvel Rivals Ignite stage. It's gonna be a good one. Can't wait to see how it all goes down. We're gonna talk about a best of 5.
Yeah.
We just had 3 games where, of course, it was a 3-0. Where Envy did take down 100 Thieves and put 100 Thieves into the lower bracket, which means 100 Thieves are going to face the winners of this matchup. That's right.
That's true. So regardless of what happens, 4 of these teams are already in the Final 4.
Yep.
Right? And Envy, direct access to the Grand Finals. They are already the first Grand Finalists, so to speak. So whatever happens, they are guaranteed a top 2 finish, regardless of what. Whereas 100 Thieves is safely waiting to versus the winner between RADS and Citadel
How
Gaming.
impressive it is, Envy, coming from the play-ins. They've been playing
Right?
all 5 days.
More games than
Marvel
anyone.
They're going to play all 5 days, honestly.
More games than anyone.
More games than anyone. This place is like their backyard now. They're chilling, they're ready to go, they're ready to flow. That is exactly how it's going to be with Envy. So
it's hard. It's hard because not only do they have to play all 5 days, they played through an amazingly hard bracket as well. They went against Citadel Gaming at the very first play-in.
That's true.
That's super hard, and
Yes.
it was 3-2.
Yes, you know, this one, look, this one's going to be close.
It is.
We're talking about some of the best in EMEA. We're talking about teams that have adapted and overcome their grievances and their shortcomings as players and as teammates. So, RAD has got a big task ahead of them, of course, going into it. You know, they're the favorites. A lot of people were floating around Marvel Rivals Ignite, floating around Guangzhou, saying RAD have definitely been winning when it comes down to the preparation time leading up to this event. They have been putting some teams down in those nice scrimmages. But when it comes down to it, I don't think there's any team out there that has improved so fast compared to Citadel Gaming's on our screen right now. There it is. That's Polly, that's Ken, that's Pokey, that's Enzo, Alex, and Tanuki.
Yeah, the fresh blood, the fresh talents, prodigy, so to speak. Polly and Tanukis, the 17-year-old players who not only enjoy their time here in Guangzhou, but they also have the parent support coming here as well to support their children's gaming career in this high-stakes Marvel Rivals tournament. And the support that comes definitely plays a lot into factor, especially when it comes to Citadel Gaming, because they also have their mental coach, their coach, Salah, amazing person. Every single one speaks highly of Salah, and definitely coming together, having a good time, and playing as a team has gotten them so far.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then RAD. What does RAD stand for? It's just RAD. It's cool.
Yeah.
Really awesome dudes, maybe? I don't know. Probably not. But, you know, they're ready. They're ready to go. Naga, Emilio, trust me. Rajara, level 1, Crook, and Fate.
Exactly. These 6 amazing individuals. I have to say, I'm always impressed, always anticipating, especially when I'm watching a RAD Esports gameplay. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fan of Naga. He's a cool person outside of the game. He's friendly, and when we asked him whether we could, join him to watch a couple of games, get some insights, he's more than willing.
Oh, there it is. That's Citadel synergy right there.
Yeah.
Salah rallying the team, bit of a motivational speech. You can see it on center stage. That is exactly what it's all about. That is exactly what it's all about right there.
Yeah, family, rallying together, getting together. I would love a team hug like that. You definitely feel warm right after that. We definitely should have our casters.
Listen,
team
at
hug.
the end of tomorrow, casters will have a nice hug. We'll be like, we did
After
it.
party too.
All amazing 5 days after parties, after the good times. We're going to have a big feast. Can't wait to fill up my plate with some of Guangzhou's finest cuisine as well. It's going to be a good time here celebrating at the end of my Rose Ignite in China. But we are nowhere near the finish. We are only at the end of day 4 before we go to day 5 where the grand finals will be. And of course, a little cheeky show match. No, there's a show match planned.
I don't think we should say that.
Maybe
we shouldn't.
Maybe it's not.
No, it's okay. I'm just kidding, because it's definitely gonna be a show match tomorrow.
Yes,
but
definitely.
what it is
maybe,
about, we won't let you know.
You know, I want to say something actually. You know what else is happening tomorrow? The lower bracket finals.
It is.
The lower bracket finals are going to be happening tomorrow, and of course, what does that mean? What does the lower bracket finals mean? It means the best of the best who made it to the lower bracket finals. They're going to be going forward and taking on who's already in the grand finals. Envy. Envy is going to be a cool one. Going to be a good one for them. So.
What a cool story, right?
Envy's watching. Envy's watching this right now. Who are they going to face? Who are they going to face? But it's not sure yet, because of course 100 Thieves are going to be the ones looking at these guys first. They're going to be seeing between Citadel, of course, and of course RAD, who's going to make it from the EMEA final right here. It's going to be cool to see what happens. I can't wait to see how all these teams show up and show out. You know, this is crazy. We're on a stage, you know, this is like, you know, the most exciting way that you can play in Marvel Rivals Ignite. It is crazy to see how this show match behind us is going to go off. It's going to be cool. And of course, you know, there's many factors to consider here. A lot of different play styles. Banning and picking seems to be a factor that has won a lot of the teams the games. I feel like last matchup, especially, Envy were just clinical when it came to the bans phase, absolutely shutting out the potential walling Vanguard line that 100 Thieves tried to run and did run quite a few times, which did lead them to getting so far. So, seeing into this next matchup, how's it going to be between Citadel and RAD? How are they going to unfold and bring out their pressure? Of course, Nira, a lot of factors to consider.
Yeah, first and foremost, Envy definitely deserve to be in this final spot, because remember, they came from the 3rd place seed, playing all the way, qualifying into play-ins, throughout the playoffs, going against champions of other regions. All that while doing that in the position of the 3rd seed. And now they are the grand finalists and potentially winning everything. So that in itself is already amazing. But let's dive into the first map of the day between RAD Esports and Citadel Gaming. That will be Krakoa, your favorite map.
Okay, I'm just having a look at the facts here. Okay, Hellfire Gala, Krakoa is going to be an insane one, you know. It's going to be very interesting to see, you know, Tetra actually had a little bit of a chat with RAD and Citadel Gaming, you know. Went up to, you know, one of the players of RAD and asked them to describe Citadel Gaming for them. And they said annoying. Trust me, said annoying.
They really are.
Trust me. Listen, EMA Beta, I signed up for it exactly. And then, of course, did the same thing with Citadel. Asked them, how do you feel about RAD? And they said that RAD are their sons.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I'm about to get sunned. Okay.
Oh, my God.
I like a bit of...
father.
You know...
Woo!
Gonna be a fun one to see how it all unfolds. Keen to see where it's going forward and how that unfolds. You know, there's a lot of factors to consider when it comes down to the players, the teams, the rosters that we're seeing so far prepping today behind us. You know, getting their peripherals right, getting their right mental. Saw Citadel do the group huddle before as well, and it matters most. Curious to see, does RAD have that in their team? You know, of course, they got their coach with them as well, trying to make it happen, trying to keep the team morale nice and electric. Because they're going into the Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025. Let's see how it goes as we are shortly going into picks and bans between these teams. Everybody getting ready. RAD on our screens right now, feeling confident, feeling fresh. Had a nice little break, going forward. Of course, you know, both these teams did play earlier today, survived, and made it to this stage of the lower bracket right here. See who's going to take it. This is an elimination round after all. Nello, any predictions?
I'm guessing this is definitely going to go the best of 5. The entire full 5 game, simply because this is, after all, 2 teams that are very, very good. They played against each other previously, and now this is their encounter again coming in. So yeah, this is definitely a chance for RAD Esports to make a name for themselves, trying to fight back, and not to mention, trying to topple the favorites, supposed favorites of the entire tournament, right? Because a lot of people were predicting Citadel. Only one from our caster group predicted Andy, but Andy's already in the grand finals.
Woo!
Right? So I think this is the chance.
Listen, by default, my prediction, I did say Ground Zero. However, I would like to publicly claim, because out of respect and honor, Citadel did knock out Ground Zero. My vote for, you know, who's going to take the cake is going to go to Citadel Gaming.
Pass the torch.
You know, it's going to pass the torch. Hey, I'm always of the philosophy, if you're going to beat me, you better be the one that won the whole thing.
Yeah.
So if you're going to beat the team that I know very well since, you know, back in February, Ground Zero Gaming, I'm excited to see Citadel make it to the end and give us a big showing at the grand finals, you know. It We love to see it. Right, there it is. Yep, it's time for the clap. Come on, everybody. Everybody at home, come on, get the clap sync with Citadel Gaming at the same time. Oh, they're doing a bit of stretch first.
Warm up.
Okay, warming up. Hands up. I got my hands up too.
Let's
Everybody,
go.
hands up in the air. That's it.
Hands up.
Everybody out in the crowd, put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Exercise with them. Let's go. The warm up with them. Woo. I mean, I love this. It feels like summer camp team bonding sort of thing.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, it's working well for them because it builds up their team spirit, the team bonding, their psyche, just promoting that positive vibe among the members of Citadel Gaming. So I love that. I love for that to happen. Some might think that it's like, oh, okay, that's a pretty cool thing. Maybe borderline why, like asking why, but they know what works for the team. They know what kickstarts their engine. They know how to bond. So let's see if the power of that bond will be able to topple RAD Esports, the second seed for EMEA.
All right. Citadel Gaming getting ready, taking notes, preparing themselves, breathing, ready to go. RAD ready as well. Had a bit of a chat with RAD's coach as well. Got a little bit of insight on the team. Oh,
that's a new one.
Oh, Coach Sala massaging. Oh, come on now. Like,
That's what you do too.
Like, come on now. That's true. I do this to the fellow casters. Hey, listen, I understand Sala's perspective about teams. This guy is just farming content at this point.
No, that's right, yeah.
So I lost a bit of composure there.
Come on,
That's
Paulie.
exactly what I want to see. Keeping him cool. This is
One
not
more.
tactical. This is
You want
tactical.
it? I'll take it.
Oh, this is just
Yeah.
round of applause. This is the type. Every team
I want
needs a
that
coach
coach.
like this. Every team needs a coach like. Every team needs a friend like Salah. I'll tell you that as well.
Oh my God, Rad's probably wondering, do I get that sort of massage as well?
Rad's looking at their coach like, hey yo, hit a brother up.
Naga, come on.
Come on.
Am I gonna get that? Okay, the coach is standing behind, but nah, probably not.
It's all
Probably
right.
not
Moral
this time.
support is enough and plenty to keep Rad going. Rad's been feeling confident throughout all of Marvel Rivals Ignite. I believe they're going to put on a good performance as well. You know what, Nello? My prediction, I think we're going for a 3-2. I think we're going for a 3-2.
Yeah.
I think if any teams are going to bring it, it's going to be these two teams here today between Citadel Gaming and Rad. 3-2. I believe Citadel might have the upper edge and take this one home, but whew, no better teams are more prepared for Marvel Rivals Ignite than these two today. Very rarely has a team been able to play more than once in a singular day of Ignite here at the mid-season finals. These two teams do have that privilege. The question is it a privilege, a disadvantage, or an overall situation that you don't want to be in? It's ultimately up to them how they take this moment.
I mean, I'm gonna play the opposite of what you're predicting.
Okay.
You're predicting a 3-2 in favor of Citadel. I'm just gonna go 3-2 in favor of Rad Esports.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
let's have that.
Okay.
Bet a cookie.
All right, we'll bit of a handshake between
a cookie
us.
for tomorrow.
Yep, shake on it. May the best team
All
win.
right.
Game's the game.
Okay.
Nonetheless, we're still going to be very professional, perfect, unbiased casters. No mistakes, no slip-ups from me, especially. Wink, wink. And
Oh,
we'll
here we
have a
go.
good
Here
time.
we go.
Oh,
Oh,
more
wait.
massages for Citadel. Hey,
Not
listen,
enough.
the massages are down the road, mate. Come on.
There's one in the hotel where
That's
we're
one.
staying.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Exactly.
Sign me up.
Exactly.
Sign me up.
Fate's probably thinking, yeah, I want that massage too, but how do you even massage a land shark, Jeff? Right? Every single part of the body is a headshot, but Fate right there just saying, hey, you know what? Can you help me open this bottle of water? I feel
Damn,
so weak.
That's just.
I feel so
that's-
weak.
Okay, come on.
I don't have hands.
Hey.
I'm Jeff. I can't open a bottle of water.
Listen.
I can't. I don't have hands. I have fins.
No, you're making me laugh too much.
I have fins. Help! Come on, girl. I can't. I'm drowning. Wait, I'm a fish. I can't drown.
What do you mean? Jeff can swim.
I can't drown.
What do you mean, bro?
I'm
Jeff
a
can
fish.
swim.
I'm a shark. I can't drown.
I'm losing my mind right now, but what I'm not losing is the expectations. Okay, Enzo has one of those smiles, you know. You're just happy to see Enzo here. It is a
I
good
know.
time. And
Well.
of course, Trust Me. Trust Me was the one that said, you know, they're a bit annoying. I like Trust Me. Trust me every time I meet Trust Me in the halls, it's always a good time. Always has great opinions about the game. I love players like Trust Me. They keep esports alive for me.
Yeah.
They care, they have passion, they have reason, they have everything. Look how locked in he is, questioning his team, trying to get facts up until the final moment. Both these teams almost ready to go. And we're going to be rallying up into the game any second now, and we're getting get into the picks and bans. It's going to be exciting, going to be a good one going into this one. Nello. Oh, Tommy. predictions right now. First ban, come on, you're in. What's it going to be?
Krakoa. I mean, you gotta ban out the Human Torch, right? You gotta ban out the Human Torch. And
no
the other
Johnny
picks is definitely like probably Psylocke. No, probably Magneto, Mantis. But I don't think they really run Mantis, so it doesn't really matter. But it's okay for now. Maybe Captain America, Magneto, Human Torch. That can be the possible first bans. Loki is also very annoying to deal with, so that can probably be the first or the second ban. But whatever it is, these teams know each other inside out. So I'm guessing this is going to be pretty personal bans coming in.
Oh, there it is.
Captain America and Human Torch going to be the first few
Johnny
bans.
Storm and Steve Rogers out of here.
Yeah, RAD Esports definitely does not want any Captain America factor carrying the banner of Citadel Gaming. Saving the Luna Snow for themselves, probably needs to ban Luna Snow on the other side as well. Or at least ban out Magneto.
Wise decision by Citadel Gaming. You do not want to let them have Luna and Loki at the same time. I think RAD will probably be banning the Loki very soon as well.
You have to.
Not allowing Citadel to also have the Luna Loki team up, of course. Sorry, lineup, of course. It's going to be interesting. Oh, yep, Human Torch as well. RAD's going to ban that one out. Make sure
Magneto, maybe.
no fiery nonsense going to happen. Maybe.
Nice.
Psylocke banned out as well. Okay, you know,
You
RAD,
Naga
of
loves
course.
him.
Yeah, RAD, of course, you know, don't want to let them have the side. Emilio's, you know, an absolute menace when it comes to the Psylocke, so that's always going to be a factor to consider. Protecting it for themselves, of course, Psylocke is going to be able to, you know, enable quite a few of their duels players. I believe most importantly, that's going to be
Adam ban?
Okay. RAD do not want to see that Karmic Revival, aka the Guardians Revival team up.
Maybe they have an inkling of what Citadel Gaming is going to go for, right? Maybe a little bit of the Rebirth, that Karmic Revival.
Citadel Gaming actually, you know what, commonly enough, I don't think they're too focused on, in past matchups, I don't think they've been running the Adam Warlock compositions
They're saving it for themselves.
Saving it. Okay. Hold on a minute, sorry. Okay, interesting to see. They want to ban out the chance of them matching their revival pace, which means RAD want to turn this into a 9v6 situation every time they have a team fight due to that Guardians Revival team up.
Yeah, I mean, at least they don't have access to Star-Lord, right? That would absolutely just be devastating, right, with the full Guardians lineup right there. But it's still more than enough for RAD Esports to bring in the revival factor into play as we head into game number 1, Citadel Gaming versus RAD Esports. RAD Esports, my goodness, Krakoa map, we are in for a treat where domination map, this is where all hell breaks loose. They just gotta go in with the heavy firepower.
Oh, Hellfire breaks loose, I'll tell you that one for sure. It's our out to get groovy at the Hellfire Gala here on Krakoa. 10 seconds out, action is impactful right now as we are gonna witness the battle for the ages of EMEA between RAD and Citadel Gaming. Let's go, let's get it. It's about to go off. It's about to go down between EMEA's finest.
Okay, Portal coming in just to set the position, allowing Citadel Gaming to get that upper hand, or probably even just cut them off from behind, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Coming in, the tackle coming in! Level 1 Crook, Emilio going down, Pokey and Polly doing work for Citadel Gaming. Beautiful portal to start things off, and right now mission is going to unlock. The area is going to unlock in less than 2 seconds. The kidnap, Tanuki! Tanuki says, what are you doing? You're going to get caught off guard. Fortunately, the Guardian Revival factor is going to come into play. The Cocoon Rebirth is going to allow them to come back to the point, but Citadel Gaming already has men on the point.
And there it is right now. Naga pushing through on the Phoenix. Bringing the firepower as well. Emilio taken out. Anzo on the sidelines. Another one. Tanuki taken out. Trust me over there. And Naga still landing some firepower for now. You know, just right now, Peaks, we are going for Peaks. And it looks like Citadel do have a bit of a lead right now. Almost capturing the point. But RAD's there to just keep contesting, not allowing them to capture. Action is impactful as we go forward. Fate is there. And yep, it's the Fate of all 4 worldies today as we see a dance-off between Alex and Fate. And it's going to be met by the end second foot. Rajaro with a double KO. Taking out Alex and Ken. Emilio falls to Holy. Rajaro taking out Tanuki, getting themselves a triple KO in totality.
Wow, and all that started with the initiation of Naga, right? The Inferno just hitting the target, removing the shields, and Rajaro just responding. And what a play by RAD Esports. They are the ones that are going to be unlocking that point first. And Citadel Gaming is looking to regroup, is looking to come back and probably just try. They gotta work things out again, right? They have plenty of time in their clock. It's only 16% in favor of RAD Esports, so I'm seeing that probably Citadel Gaming, they have 4 ultimates ready. The dive to start things off. Enzo and Pokey has already taken out Trust Me, but Fate and Naga has already taken out the Vanguard in front in response. Enzo is gone. It's going to be 4v5, but RAD Esports holding on really, really strong, especially when they are approaching the halfway mark.
Approaching 37%, 38%, 39%, and climbing for RAD. Tanuki has the angle, has the momentum, the chance to pull off a stellar last stand. Alex is there with the clapping force that Luna requires to freeze them up. And Fate of Both Worlds is online. Belonging to me, because the silent seduction has started up from Polly this time. It's going to be going forward. Trust me. Oh, walking into a wall from the seduction right there. Waiting on putting on a show right there, planning to put on a show. That's how you know that the Luna's gonna be dancing and giving the team sustain. But Polly's there. Bit of slashes. Okay, Pokey. Hold on. And Song Inferno! Rajaro cleans out second out Alex from the burning damage. Enabled by the Inferno. Rajaro takes out another. Gonna be tanked though as they get slapped by Tanuki. Naga takes out. Hold on. Born again! Milio brings back Rajaro and Naga and sets up the absolute karmic revival, and Fate is back too. Just when you thought they potentially were down in any members in the fight, they do get 90%.
Yeah, I mean, they already won that spot, so using karmic revival in that spot might... I'm not really sure if that was necessary because they had the time, but it's okay. They've already utilized it. They probably think that they need the all 6 members on point, right? So it's okay. They're going to not have Karmic Revival for that next skirmish, but now it's already at 99% overtime. RAD Esports holding on really strong. Fate of Both Worlds in response. Both teams, Luna and Luna Clone is dancing, keeping the team alive. But right now, taking to the skies, that's Polly, taking out level 1 Crook, and level 1 Crook fortunately has the Cocoon Rebirth, is going to be able to come back into the battlefield. The Guardian Revivals will be a factor right here, but RAD Esports seems to be taking down Citadel Gaming in response, and all of a sudden, Citadel Gaming finds themselves in a pinch. 1 by 1, everyone's going down, and RAD Esports 100-0.
Far out. There it is. RAD have awoken on the carousel, and they go onto the cradle. Let's see if they can actually maintain this momentum on Krakoa. Seems like, you know, map selection was in their favor. They decided to, you know, take it back on Krakoa. Noticing, this might have been our first time we kept it on. Okay, I see how this works. Let's see. Now, Citadel is going forward. Let's see. Trust Me has Freedom Charger online. No, that's good to know. Yep. Rajara close and ever to the Magneto Meteor. Pokey on the Psylocke, ready to take the first step towards dancing as a butterfly. Tanuki, again, is ready to go as well. Flying, could do a lot of damage, could do a lot of power. This is, again, the first map between Citadel Gaming and RAD here today in our final series of the day on day 4 of Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's going to be exciting again. This is a round where eliminations will happen. One of these teams is going home after this best of 5 series.
What a play coming in from RAD, just getting that first point, but it's still a very, very early game. It's just game number 1, this first part of the map, and Citadel Gaming is definitely more than capable of coming back in this next part of the map. But RAD Esports, they are looking really good so far, but starting things off is Enzo trying to look for a break of the formation into the lines of RAD Esports as Naga continuously tries to damage the front lines, but the Freedom Charge by Trust Me is going to start things off, just trying to give that bonus damage. Naga, thanks to that opening, will be able to get that double elimination. Milio and Fate also wants that piece of action as well, as Naga takes out Tanuki and make that a triple elimination. RAD starting with a triple, wow, with a strong start again, one more time.
Absolutely strong start right now. RAD is absolutely momentum incarnate at the moment. 10% and 11% and 12% climbing for them when it comes down to capturing this second point of Krakoa. But Tanuki is online with the Galactic Legend. Alex can follow suit with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Pokey with the Dance of the Butterfly. Rajaro has Magneto's Meteor M, of course. This could be a big moment for Rajaro. Eyes on the Venom, already in the back line. Enzo is diving in. Nello and, of course, Pokey starts it up with the first step of the Butterfly.
What a beautiful play coming in.
Fought
But the
again.
Revival's going to come in. The Karmic Revival coming in. Let's see if they'll be able to bring it back into the gameplay. But wow, the Revival factor is just so strong. They are able to rotate. It's like 9v6 at the moment as Alex unleashes the Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to get dumped on by Naga. Beautifully done. Naga just finishing off while the dunk happens. Meteor with the double elimination, trust me, taking out Ken as well. And this is where you see the power of the Guardian Revival. Just wasting the resources, wasting the cooldown on the spells of Citadel Gaming, and just coming back, taking it out.
Enzo doing a bit of a
Cheeky.
sneaky one
Whoa.
right behind RAD, and they actually dive straight in, going directly to Naga on the Phoenix. Okay, pushing forward, trust me. Captain America and the Venom having a little bit of a bout on the sidelines. We're going legendary as the Galactic Legend Tanuki takes to the skies and he's shredding and he's going for everybody right now, trying to find that one target that's low. It looks like it's going to be Crook. But Crook, of course, has the benefit of the Guardian Revival
Right.
up and can come back with a cocoon.
Yeah, the cocoon is definitely going to be a factor, but he's not going to... Oh, he's going to use it right now as the battle continues. Ken obviously has the Fate of Both Worlds in play, but the Feast of the Abyss will be able to take on Melio, make that 3 eliminations onto RAD Esports side. They do not have that rebirth anymore. Tanuki will also help PK, will also help Poki in taking out Trust Me, Enzo taking out Fate as well. And Citadel Gaming, could this be the start of their comeback?
Definitely could be the massive moment that they could pop off and make it happen and get some momentum. They already finally got some percentage on the board.
Poki and
15%.
Tanuki trying to snipe at the back, see?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep,
Sneaky,
yep.
sneaky.
Oh, hold on. Okay, well, Red's at 99%, which means one more win, and they do take map 1 in this best of 5 series between Citadel Gaming and Rad. But Captain America is there, trust me. He's saying, trust me, I will get the information on the back line. That's exactly living up to, you know, Captain
do
C.
this all
Rogers
day.
himself. Yeah, we can do this all day, and he can do it for you, for everybody out there. Oh, and Emilio returns in the fight with a self-cocoon. It looks like Soul Bonding is going to be enabling a little bit of sustain for the team. Tanuki pushes through, though, taking out Naga. And then Poki takes out level 1 Crook with the dance as Butterflies. Lasting effects right there. Taking out Fate, getting the double kill. Going to chase down that third. It's going to be Magneto right now. Going to get absolutely frozen and blasted. Poki getting a nice unofficial triple KO right there, which does mean Citadel win another fight, taken to 50%, close to 60%. If time is on their side right now, they will gain the chance to get around on here at Krakoa. But of course, you know, Rad have time to come back into the fight, you know. The strangers online, portals are available for both teams here.
Yeah, not to mention that I think that he was trying to use that ultimate, but it was only at 97%, right? The Karmic Revival would have been huge. Karmic Revival at that point. But right now he has access to that. Freedom Charge to start things off. Silent Seduction to counter the rest of the teammates. Then the Meteor Ram. Let's see if the dunk is going to take out anyone at all. No one's going to die in that encounter. But Loki copying, continuing the dance, the Fate of Both Worlds, but the Phoenix coming down, removing the shield, and RAD Esports taking out 3 of Citadel Gaming, continuing to push the backlines. Polly's down, Alex is down, Galactic Legends to fight back. That's Tanuki, but no, Naga's gonna say goodbye, go to sleep, Star-Lord, and the portal will not even be able to make it in time.
Right.
Wow.
Take Krakoa. Excellent display, 2-0 in the rounds of Krakoa.
Wow.
Rad just had Citadel's number. Absolutely lethal with it.
Yeah, I thought Enzo would have been able to dive straight in and get that cooldown time, get that overtime to activate, but apparently not. I think it was just a little bit late, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a situation that they're going to have to address going back into it, you know. Tough one for Citadel, but Rad's feeling good right now, standing up and cheering, feeling confident, you know, dapping up each of their teammates, feeling confident that they can keep it going, keep the momentum going. That is exactly what Rad is focused on right now. That is exactly what anyone should be focused on after you get yourself a massive 2-0 win at the start of your best of 5 series on your first map on Domination. Woo!
Anyone who's betting on RAD Esports should be very happy because that's 1-0. Right?
Yeah, 1-0. The favor is yours right now. Red's in the lead, and you know they're planning on keeping it.
The cookie's coming really close.
Hey, listen. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You know what I'm saying? Right? You have to set me up. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you, hey, Fate, put in the work right there. We still need some Jeff, Fate. Come on, Fate. Come on. Bring out the fish. Bring out the Jeff.
Yeah. But even without Jeff, it's still doing pretty good though. Right?
Still amazing on the Luna right now. So many times we noticed Fate of Both Worlds was just online exactly when they needed it. I think that Adam Warlock ban tactical execute perfectly. Again, you just denied them the chance of matching it. I feel like maybe Citadel Gaming should have utilized a bit of their versatility and maybe bring out the Bucky. If we can potentially get Bucky, or better than that, what happens when you're going to have that Karmic Revival team, that Guardians Revival team? There's more bodies. Why not bring out the Black Panther?
Yeah.
Get the resets, get the marks. You
Yeah.
know, Tanuki did that earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah, FCL did bring out the Black Panther on Ground Zero, and then Tanuki brought the Black Panther out and, you know, put him down a little bit. So Tanuki, it might be time to bring out the King of Wakanda and remind RAD who's really the rulers of this terrain.
Yeah. Probably could have brought that out in game number 1 too, right?
Yeah,
because
true.
that's definitely possible. But ultimately, I don't think that Melio has actually given a lot of openings for that to happen, that scenario, right? Tanuki, Citadel Gaming to come in and just counter them and just eliminate them a second time. It actually happened, but honestly, if you look really closely, the eliminations is actually pretty on par. And I would say Citadel Gaming's actually got the better of the exchange. They actually had more eliminations overall.
Yeah.
But it's just that they win when it matters the most, especially when it comes to holding the point. So let's just say that revival factor is definitely not being good.
Yep.
Gaming.
You know, if my calculations are correct in my assumptions, I would wisely ban out the Atom.
Yeah, just do it.
Or pick up the Mantis.
Okay.
Mantis is probably just as good of a ban to shut that down. You know, Atom won't be too much of a problem. Still have some effect. A couple of the boarding hits will get some value, but at least you can stop the just constant resurgence that comes from the Mantis. You should be able to nullify that. But, you know, Rad's got some moves up their sleeves, and yeah, Citadel's going to have to work hard for it. But good on Rad right there. You know, getting themselves a massive 2-0 on Krakoa right there. You know, it's going to be a fun one going forward into this second round. I believe genuinely that this next one's going to be a good one because we're going to box it in, as I said before, and we're going to the Pit of Doom. That's right, we're going to be going to Araco.
Oh my God, Araco again, and that's where we see the teams, a lot of the teams fail to make it past the first point.
Ooh, yeah.
Right?
Very hard to get past that choke. That second section on the map, it's high ground, corner, very tough, very steep. And your expectations are going to get nullified when you try to make happen a push there. The last section of the map very rarely has been full pushed. You know, almost as contested in terms of the statistic for hardly being pushed as Hall of Jalia towards the end as well. Absolute respawn city Hall of Jalia at the very end. It's just very tough to push, but game's the game. We'll see how it all unfolds when it comes down to second match between Rad and Citadel Gaming. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a blast seeing, you know, how that one goes. I am excited for that one. I can't wait.
Yeah, me too. Especially since this is obviously a different format. The first one, Domination, is obviously just holding on to the point, a static point. But here in Araco, that point that you mentioned, right? The choke point and the pit surrounding it, it just makes it so difficult to push past that choke. Simply because if you play certain characters into it, you can dump. Even the Wolverine, the leap dump into the pit, that's also going to be something scary when you think about it. But look at the score as we... I mean, let's just analyze it a little bit. Naga obviously is just crazy, 11 final hits right there, but Poki is doing the exact same thing, 11 final hits too. But what sets them apart? Scores might be the same, but the revival. Again, the Guardians revival played such an amazing, important factor into how they were able to hold on to the point much more than Citadel Gaming.
Absolutely right there. I just want to bring a little bit of attention to something actually very important.
Yeah.
You know, Ken did go Strange towards the end there. Strange was online for both teams. No utilization of him.
No one was here.
I feel like Agamotto could be a massive factor. If you know they're going to be revived, why not set up a Strange, you know? Try to get that Agamotto when they're, you know, returning from that cocoon. Could be a factor to consider. But one thing we know we always consider, Fate's putting them on. Fate from Rad. Putting in the work, 27k healing, total KOs 13, 26 assistance. 6 final hits and actually 56%. Yeah, we definitely saw it. A couple freezes there, big claps. Faye was definitely making it happen. Faye is up there when it comes to the upper echelon strategists in Marvel Rivals Ignite. You got to give Faye props no matter every time you see them on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. He with the thumbs up, right, saying, "Hey, I'm the one. I'm the one you look for." But just looking into the replay as we continue to look at how Citadel Gaming was shut down by RAD Esports. You see that they almost unlocked the point, but RAD Esports denied them even 1% of the spot with the Phoenix play, with the Magneto play, and then when they got started, they never let go. Their foot never let go off the accelerator, off the paddle, and they went in big with 100% to 0. capture point.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh! Gotta remind myself of the Phoenix Sensong Infernos that were crashing down, but Tanuki was standing out definitely on the star lord. Just needed a little bit more of that juice to be able to make it happen. Maybe if they did have the Adam and their own, guidance team up, we could have seen Tanuki pop in off there. Pokey on the side, like putting in the work, massive value coming from these teams. You can see from these replays, you can see the utilization of the Fate of both worlds did a lot. And of course, a lot of disruption with the Vanguards pick. You had your Caps, you had your Venoms. It's definitely a factor to consider. Not too much with the Emma as well. A couple shots here and there, but mainly see how it is. Luna seems to be a pivotal factor between these two teams. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some Luna bans because most of it's been protects.
Yeah, for sure. The Luna Loki tandem continues to be an annoying factor. And you did mention earlier on, right? Oh, how do you describe Citadel Gaming? Annoying. That's according to RAD Esports, right? So, if annoying is the way they want to play it, fine. Why not go annoying all at once? Tanuki, bring out that Black Panther, even if they have that backline secured. Get in, get out. No one needs to know anything. You just take out 1 or 2 person out of the fly.
That is exactly it, definitely right there. Oh, we are going to Arako. Yep.
Oh, you called it.
Another one. Very easy to see that Arako is going to be highly designed map. I think people just enjoy it. Nice close quarters, close combat, very narrow corridors. It's beneficial to a lot of team comps out there in the current state of Marvel Rivals, which is amazing right now. We're going to see a lot of variety of different things. I feel like, a couple of weeks ago, Yingda Seal Path everywhere. Yingda Seal Path absolutely everywhere. It's nice to get a bit of variety, change up the pace as we go into the next stage. That's right, here we go. Map 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 between RAD and Citadel Gaming. This is going to be an absolute stellar time. Teams are getting ready into the lobby. Rally up. It's time for game 2. Map 2. Trust me on our screens right now. Trust me, as we said, yep. Trust me was the one that called Citadel annoying. Citadel said to RAD, you are my sons. They're ready to get absolutely sun. Let's see how it all goes off.
Let's see what they can do in game number 2 because RAD has already gotten the upper hand. That's 1-0 in favor of RAD Esports and 1 step closer to my cookie right there, Liger. But if we know anything about Citadel Gaming is their psyche should not be affected.
Oh yeah.
They're probably unaffected. Salah has already given them the massage like, hey, I've given you the massage. I've given you something that the other team does not have. You better not mess this up. Actually, you know what? It's probably more like, you guys got this.
Yeah.
You guys got this. And we're going to start things off with a Human Torch ban, a Luna ban, and that's going to probably result in a pretty similar ban, save, but Captain America is going to be saved onto Citadel Gaming. They're like, yeah, this time we really want to use that Captain America coming in, right? And in this tight spot map, in this boxed-in map, Captain America is really devastating.
Absolutely devastating right now. Okay. Luna is going to be banned out by
Pick her out.
Yep, no Luna's here today. Seems like the Loki ban, the Lu. Oh, wait a minute.
Nice. Ben Wolverine, because they don't want that kidnap factor, right?
That's true. That's true. That's a choice by Citadel Gaming to match the Human Torch ban coming out from RAD. And RAD's going to be protecting C&D. Okay. Nice stable one. They're going to have access to not 1, but 2 Eternal Bonds. That's going to be RAD's decision right here to go Eternal Bonds. If you don't know Eternal Bond, at a very narrow map like this, it's a lot of value. Highly reliable. And of course, Eternal Bonds can go into the little corridors, small hallways. You can get a lot of value when you least expect it. It's a good map to bring out the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder if RAD Esports is gonna do the same thing and ban the Wolverine as well. But I think CTG will probably be saving that Wolverine, right? Because RAD Gaming definitely needs to take... Oh, wait, what? Is that a save onto Cloak and Dagger? Okay, Okay, they're gonna ban out the Wolverine. Okay, nah, it's not gonna be a save on the Wolverine. They're just gonna, like, you know what? Let's just take out each other's Wolverine. Yep. And I'm sad to see this because we won't see that flying action anymore.
No, we won't see the flying action anymore. No, Wolverine, not on this map. But Spider-Man could still be an option. A couple of the big maybe from Bucky.
I want to see Spider-Man.
That'd be really fun. Bucky could get some hooks off the map into the pit of doom, but Cloak and Dagger also protected by Citadel means their strategic lineup. Not have the Luna, not have the Loki, it'll have the C&D, potentially, who's available. He hasn't been touched. Both teams have access to Mantis and Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely use that to their advantage, especially if they're pushing past a certain point. The revival can definitely be a factor that you can do. Not to mention, Doctor Strange is also available to use, especially in this kind of situation. So, whatever it is, we are right now in game number 2. Araco is the map we will be seeing. Citadel Gaming versus RAD Esports. RAD is already 1 game W against Citadel Gaming. Let's see if RAD Esports will be able to defend against Citadel Gaming. Attacking first.
Attacking first. Here we go. Right them up. Spawn doors are open now. Naga on Higdrakurut. Skin looking good. Ready to hold it down the front lines alongside, trust me, on the MR. See, oh, Pokey on the storm. Something to, wait a minute. Squirrel Girl. Ken bringing out the Squirrel Girl madness. Let's go from New York City.
And the Black Panther, the king, has entered the premise. So I love this by Citadel Gaming. It's all offense at this point. Not to mention Squirrel Girl, Tanuki on the Black Panther, and Naga, unfortunately, will take out Ken.
They let them have the Loki, which is going to enable Panther so much to get reset after reset after reset because of the Loki clones.
Oh my god. And this is going to be pretty troublesome. Naga is going to go down finally. Enzo is going to be taking Naga out. Polly taking out Level 1 Crook as well. Wait.
Hold on. Citadel are playing such a refreshing comp right now. Rocket Raccoon.
They are.
Storm as well. With the Panther, with the Squirrel Girl.
That's
I mean, they do have some very standard, highly regarded, highly utilized Vanguards with Captain America and Emma.
It's working.
You know what? It's good. I will say, Meteor, a little bit of variety with the Ultra. Nice to see something different in our matches for today. Fate falls off the map. Fate, what are you doing?
Why? You're not Jeff. You can't take a swim. But it's okay because right now they are able to come back as soon as they need it as the battle continues 5v6. But thanks to this difference in number, Citadel Gaming will be able to continue the march forward. And it seems like they might be able to get through this tough choke point. Yeah, I'm just coming in as well. Citadel Gaming still has 3 ultimates to work with, while RAD Esports 2 ultimates. And that's the sport ultimate we're talking about. Make that 4, make that 5 ultimates. Citadel Gaming looking to wreak havoc on the battleground. Oh, wait a minute. Omega Hurricane. We're gonna see that right here.
There it is. The storm is roaring right now, but it's gonna be shut down because the level 1 Crook. Oh, have we done an update on Crook? Is he like level 14 now?
He's probably level 15 now.
Level 15?
Yeah, level 15.
All right, we'll keep track. We'll get an update on level Crook, and we'll find out level 1 Crook what level they will be. It's up to you now, chat. What level is the Crook?
Level max. That's probably the thing. Level max, and I gotta say, this so far has been really back and forth. I mean, they're approaching the second point, but there's still plenty of time left. 1 minute, 30 seconds into the game, and I mean, the Freedom Charge, led by Polly, gonna come in and try to push the objective. Okay, Sonic Seduction, everything's gonna be used up. Meteor M is gonna be used up as well. The Inferno, no one's gonna go down just yet, but Rajaro, oh my god, what's he trying to do? 1v1 against 1v1 against Enzo right there for a moment, but Naga's finally gonna take out Pokey. Pokey has the Cocoon Rebirth to use in this situation. He's gonna revive himself, but Emilio on the Ultron, double elimination. RAD Esports are going to be able to hold on a little bit longer.
RAD holding down their defensive positions right now, feeling prominent on the defensive. Araco is going to be there to keep holding for now. Citadel trying to make it happen, trying to push forward. 35 seconds on the clock. Extermination has begun with the rage of Milio right there. Level 1 Crook taking up Pokey. Milio aces out Alex, and that's 1. That's 2. That's a 3rd.
Rad's holding on so good, Liger.
They are.
22 seconds left. And they have so little people left. The Galactic Legends coming in.
Channel Bond from the CD.
What is going on? They are rotating so well. And finally, RAD. My god, RAD Esports are putting a stop to Citadel Gaming with 5 seconds left. Can Pokey make that portal happen?
Tanuki!
Nice!
What an insanely tactical Cocoon to trigger the overtime!
It's very good, but I'm not sure if they can still hold it. And that's gonna be the end of it. RAD Esports stops Citadel Gaming before even reaching the second point. RAD Esports.
Unreal Araco, we've seen it so many times. People just can't get past that first gate.
They come alive. My god. They came alive so hard in that game. And take out the Wolverine factor. it's like, yeah, we're pretty confident with our Ultron. We're pretty confident with what we have against you. And I don't know, when it comes to this straight-up brawls right in front, RAD Esports able to hold that off against Citadel Gaming.
Yeah. Look, I want to see something crazy. I think we need to see something impactful. I think it's time to get dangerous. I think we really need to change it up, because if there's a map, there's a pick on this map that actually can change the tides, can hold it down, can get aggressive, it's going to be bringing out the legend, Winter Soldier.
Exactly. Bucky action coming in, right? Especially since you know that the reset from the Kraken impact can definitely help you to keep putting danger, pressure onto the lineups of RAD Esports, right? But honestly though, I feel like RAD Esports might actually surprise us. I feel like they are really doing really well, because talk about surprise factor. Citadel Gaming, Squirrel Girl,
yes,
Black Panther, Storm. Is that not a surprise?
It is a surprise, but Citadel.
But did he pay off though?
Eyes on the fact. Citadel running out with the Guardian Revival team up. Okay. And RAD bringing out Groot.
He's the one who actually hurt you. Naga hurt you and went with the soldier.
Okay, Naga bringing out Mr. Bucky, getting on the Thunderbolt in action right there. Let's see how it all unfolds. You know, taking shots, bumping the action forward, putting Citadel on the back foot. Remind you, Citadel are comfortable being on the back foot because they have the Guardian Revival team up. If RAD take a loss, they do not do anything but walk back from spawn. If Citadel take a loss, 1, 2, 3, they'll be back ready to fight again. Ken taking out Melio Mantis. Ken gets a bit cheeky. It's taken down by Rajaro. Pokey takes out Naga, shutting down the Bucky. Ken's back in the fight. Pokey's making it happen. Fate falls as well. Level 1 Crook as well. Rajaro, there it is. Citadel showing signs of life, putting RAD's movement down.
Yeah. I mean, there's still 3 minutes left, right? And I love that they have the Guardian Revivals at their disposal, right? But this is very close to RAD's base. So as long as they can make sure that they time it correctly and use their cooldowns in order to eliminate Citadel Gaming and the Guardian Revivals lineup twice, they will be able to push through. But right now, Groot coming in. Trust me with the Strangling Prison. Freedom Charge gonna be employed. Everything is being thrown in. My goodness, Melio is gonna take down the Pesky Mantis, but Pokey from the backline with the Guardian Revival is gonna come in. Meteor Ram, who is he gonna down? He's gonna down Enzo, that's the question, but Enzo will come back from the abyss thanks to the Karmic Revival. Legendary, Galactic Legendary. My goodness, everything is being thrown on the battlefield. Everything is being thrown out. Galactic Legends, you name it, you call it, and now the tides is slowly but surely turning in favor of CTG, Citadel Gaming.
There it is. Polly on the Captain America right now. They are holding it down. Look at them moving forward. I want to bring fact that 1 minute 50 is left on the clock right now. Wow, that is insanity. Could we see the hold?
Maybe. I think we can. I mean, they are holding them off really well right here. Not to mention the Guardian Revivals is really paying its dividend. Like, thanks to Pokey's Karmic Revival, they brought in the whole team again. And now, Naga will be able to take out Enzo. So unfortunately, Enzo will not be able to be revived in this situation. But they can still honestly buy a little bit more time. Now, Enzo can definitely still walk in while overtime can still be triggered. But wait a minute!
Trust me!
RAD coming alive, triple elimination by the Groot. I am Groot, that is what it says, and that's going to push.
Insanity, this Groot, his arms are like hammers, his walls are like shields. They are producing the results they need exactly to make it happen. And there it is on the doorstep, meters away, 50 seconds out. Citadel have a couple ultimates online. The portal was there from Enzo, but is it enough to hit the flow? But Pokey brings back Enzo and Tanuki. The Revival team up is in full effect. The meteor from Rajara. Naga taking out Polly. The Dangerous is effective, a double KO, a hook. And it's a sinking, and Naga is punching him out. Thunderbolt action. Rajaro takes out Pokey. The Adam's down. Oh my days, Starlord's in the sky right now, trying to be electric. Uppercut from the Bucky. Tanuki takes out Crook. Polly takes out Naga. 2.27 meters. And it looks like Citadel are holding.
Tanuki still holding, and now Trust Me is the only one on point, trying to push. 10 seconds on the clock. Guys, remember the point. Do not C9. They're gonna push in further and further, but Milio is gonna go down. It seems like CTG, they have to stop them from jumping out. The overtime will be triggered. Beautifully done.
Enzo!
Nicely done. Oh my god, just bringing everyone up, but the numbers are not favoring RAD at the moment as they push in.
Portals are active. Everybody's contesting.
They can.
Overtime's sticking out. Milio's in the portal.
They
Naga
can.
went in. Pokey happens. Naga whips.
Pokey's done.
Eldritch Whip on
Pokey's
Pokey.
done.
There it is. Overtime. Second down. Rad's halfway to retaking and Citadel are holding it down. Is it enough? Freedom Charge is activated. Level 1 Crook goes for the copy. Bond is down and online.
Oh my god, Jeff! This is the time Ken needs to use. It's Jeff because he has that ultimate. He can't take them off of the payload right now, right here. He has to do it. He needs to do it because right now they are fighting two
Agamotto from Naga! Is it enough?
Crook. It's gonna take out Enzo. The action continues. 5v6 as Alex coming with Eternal Bond. The action's not gone. Galactic Legends is gonna be executed, but the Meteor M as well is gonna be utilized. Fist of the Abyss. Everything's being thrown out. Nothing is being left. Pokey has Karmic Revival ready to use whenever things get nasty. But they are still coming back thanks to the Karmic Revival. Tanuki is going to come back to the battleground. Everyone's going to come back from the side of Citadel Gaming. RAD Esports, they cannot answer. The zombie comebacks are too much for RAD Esports
There
to
it
handle.
is. Citadel Gaming, the hold of the century on Arako with insane resin potential. Guardian team up is in full effect. They're going to hold it down. What momentum breaking moment right there. Not allowing RAD to cap what they thought could have been an easy victory.
They could not hold off. They did amazingly well, trying to barrage Citadel Gaming over and over and over again. But because of that Karmic Revival, because of that Cocoon Rebirth, they keep coming back, putting that power, that pressure onto RAD Esports until they could no longer handle the offensive power of Citadel Gaming.
Amazing.
The revival factor.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Oh my god. I thought they could power through it. They couldn't.
No, they couldn't. They couldn't. There was too many revival factors. There was too much sustain. Even if the times were tough, Ken had its Jeff ready to go and absolutely munch
Yeah,
him.
he was just waiting, right?
Waiting for the right moment, waiting for the dark day, but they managed to keep the light with Adam Warlock. Keep him alive, keep him sustained, keep him back, running again. Up and up and up the portal as well. Helped them early. Honestly, that overtime was about 3 minutes long. That was ecstatic. I'd love to see the numbers on that. Just want to see exactly how that ultimately was going to be a map that could have gone to RAD, but whew, Citadel tie up the series 1-1 and keep it competitive and going.
This is what we want to see.
This is exactly what we want. We want a fun night again.
Yeah.
We want a fun night at Marvel Rivals tonight at Ignite here at the mid-season finals. It is absolutely fired up.
Cinema. Exactly.
Cinema.
Cinema in play right there. Seed 1 versus Seed 2. And this is actually like grand finals worthy, right?
Oh,
it
yeah.
looks exactly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the grand finals of an entire region, if you consider it. It's the EMEA
it is.
versus the EMEA. One of them's going home. The last standing EMEA will go on to face 100 Thieves in the lower bracket finals tomorrow early on. And then after that matchup, you know, they're going to go straight on to the grand finals and see who's going to face Envy. Is it going to be one of these two teams? Is it going to be Citadel?
Or is it going to be RAD Esports?
Oh, or is it going to be 100 Thieves?
Yeah. Envy is having a good time, though.
Can you believe it? We're already at top 4.
Right.
We're top
exactly.
4. Top 4 teams.
And Envy is sitting on top of all of them.
Unbelievable.
They're just watching. They're just watching from the beginning until the end, and tomorrow they'll still be watching.
Unbelievable. I think Envy's in the crowd right now. What up, Envy?
What up, Envy? What up?
They might actually be doing some scrims at home. Or, honestly, it's probably dinner time for them, but the action is guaranteed here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're having a good time tonight. I hope you are too. Make sure, you know, getting your drops in the chat, you know, having a good time, hanging out wherever you are, watching across the world on any platform. Thank you for watching, engaging with Marvel Rivals Ignite. And of course, if you're enjoying all the Marvel Rivals Ignite, if you missed anything, head on over to the Rivals Esports official Twitter X and check out all the information, see all the updates, the bracket updates. Amazing production was put into Marvel Rivals Ignite, especially coverage of the teams. They got fancy promo packages, nice cool videos. A couple of the teams also put out some of their own content as well. Go check it out. Show your favorite teams your support and your love. And of course, if you're here hanging out, cheering on Citadel and RAD, woo, you're in for a show.
Exactly. And while we're at that, do not forget to check out our partners, our friends in Marvel Rivals Asia and Marvel Rivals OCE at Twitch. Shout out to Posh Spice, Multitudes, and That One Dan. And they'll be covering the Marvel Rivals Asia Twitch.
Yes.
Which will be covering Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Shout out to Profound Rice and Matsi from the OCE region, also co-streaming as well if you'd like to watch all the action and check out our amazing co-casters across the sea. Now, back here, Citadel, let's RAD, tie it up. Love to see it. 1-1 right now, and there it is, Polly MVP. Polly cooking them up right there. Captain America, Polly. We saw evidently, Polly, I think, if I recall, Polly's Captain America has been banned almost 70% of the time in Marvel Rivals Ignite. It is actually nice to see Polly get to run it down on the Freedom Charge itself and bring out a little bit of their inner Steve Rogers and say, finally, I can do this all day.
You know what else? He's saying he definitely deserved that back rub, that massage by Salah.
Oh yeah, I think he's still doing it again.
Oh right, maybe at the backstage probably.
Yeah, backstage, they're warming up.
It definitely paid off. Salah definitely has to feel pretty happy about that.
That's my favorite team up. Let's go.
That's very good. But right now, just as you thought that RAD Esports was defending so well against Citadel Gaming just took it one step further and said, nope, we're going to be able to deny you even further. We're not even going to let you make it past that 29, not even going to let you pass the 109.86 meters route. And that's exactly what they did. Woo! Even after RAD Esports keep coming and barrage them with the meteor end. Look, they just keep barraging Citadel Gaming.
I feel like they had it. The group successful. Yeah. Bucky was impactful, but Citadel kept coming back.
Right.
He just
like zombies.
wouldn't stop. And honestly,
like the undead.
Living up to Captain America. You do this all day. He's on your left. He's running it down. He's not going to give up. Full stamina, full hold, full runner, down.
Wow.
Adam Warlock putting in the work. So much power. Go off, Pokey. Go off. Absolutely stellar performance from Citadel. Honestly, that's the kind of match you expect in a reverse sweep after the opposing team has already taken 2 maps from you. That is a momentum switch. Now, the beautiful thing is, Citadel got it nice and early. They've hit that momentum switch now instead of at a dire position where they're down 2 maps. So now, still got a bit of a buffer.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
They keep the momentum right. 2 wins in a row off that insane hold. RAD's going to be going home. But Citadel don't want to get ahead of themselves. RAD kind of put them on show in that first map. It was a very, very defining map. This one was closer. So, you know, if you had to weigh up the 2 maps, I'd say RAD's still a little bit in the lead when it comes down to the performance in this specified series today. But, you know, both these teams, they woke up early as well.
Their firepower is no joke too, right?
Yeah, they had matches early. They're ready to fight. Exactly. It's so much to consider, so many factors to consider, so much. Hey, we're going a hold of Jalia.
Let's go.
Okay, all right. You know, according to my statistics, this map is one of the toughest to push when it comes down to convergence into that 3rd section inside the actual halls of Jalia itself.
Exactly.
Going to that throne room, it's going to be a tough one. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if the blessings of Bast are going to be either with RAD or with Citadel. We'll see. We're going to Wakanda, the galactic, intergalactic, I should say, Empire of Wakanda. Get my lore right, get my mind right. We'll see how we go. Having a good time here today.
Pay some tribute to the Black Panther mains out there too.
Always, man, always. Wakanda forever and ever. Hey, Bombay, let's get it. That's what I want to hear from these teams. Hey, listen, if there's ever a team out there, ever needs a new chat, just do what Black Panther did, man. Just yell Bombay and let's get it. Let's get it done. It's going to be a good day. If you yell Bombay, let's get back to the action right now. I want to see very soon picks and bans. We're going to get into what teams are, you know, getting ready behind us. Had a little bit of a break, hydrated, freshened up, good to go. And that's it, and it's game time. Hello, it's very soon going to be game time. We're going to get into those moments. But for the folks at home, what do you think? What do you think they can expect? You know, how do you feel from the pace we've been going so far? These 2 teams going into Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. What do you think these bans are going to be?
Let's just start with Citadel Gaming versus RAD, right? They played against each other before. They know exactly what's going on. RAD Esports started really strong, but I feel like Citadel Gaming, although I'm predicting RAD Esports and you're predicting Citadel Gaming, Citadel Gaming is just so good at absorbing. They're like sponges because they're so fresh. They have this very fresh mentality coming in, and they're so good at absorbing the situation and absorbing like, oh wait, this is what RAD's gonna run. Well, it's okay, we'll just keep coming back. We'll waste your resources. We'll come back. So RAD Esports definitely need to take out that Guardian factor right there. I feel like they should take it out because it made all the games super close.
You're right, it did.
For RAD
Esports.
Esports.
That's a factor to consider. Hopefully they will nullify that Guardian Revival team up, give themselves some openings. I think we might see again a situation where we might not see the Magneto be available as well.
Yep.
That could be something for them to consider. Let's see as we go into the Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 picks and bans for the third map between Citadel and RAD. This is going to be a good one to see the best and the best in EMEA, top 1 and 2 seed in Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA in the online matches. They made it here to the grand stage, the LAN event that is Marvel Rivals Ignite here at the mid-season finals.
All right, this is big. Super cool. I mean, all of Jalia, you can definitely expect a lot coming in. A lot at stake for both these teams, right? Because ultimately it is an elimination match. And even after this, the winner still needs to go and fight against 100 Thieves in order to finally qualify for the Grand Finals against Envy that is already waiting in the Grand Finals.
That's true, that's true.
I mean, this is just so nerve-wracking. But ultimately, you can look in front of your screen. Citadel Gaming does not look phased. They look like they're still maybe a little bit more focused, right? They're no longer like, laughing around, getting that massages from the coach and stuff like that.
No, I think the massages are done. I think it's time to lock in stiff shoulders, solid form and posture right now. Get with it. It's not time to relax. It's time to go crazy. It's time to get with it. It's time to get momentum going. RAD is looking locked in. I would be too after a tough map like that. Can't let anything slip through the cracks anymore right now. Let's see how we go.
Okay.
Moving forward.
Level 1 Crook. Sorry, level 14 Crook. It's definitely looking very focused.
I think 15. It's probably 17 now.
17 now.
17
okay,
now.
right. But Pauly definitely did amazing last game, though.
Listen, every round matters right now. That is a tough one. Gotta say, Pauly stood out. Captain America.
He did.
Make it happen. Freedom charge. Absolute stall. Guaranteed. That's what you want exactly from your Captain America player. You want them to survive when all else cannot thrive. And that is exactly how Captain America is going to get the value they require. And then, therefore, you know, teams are going to be banning that out very often. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we start off again and we're just going to see the classic Johnny Storm and Steve Rogers bans straight away, knocking out the Human Torch and Captain America.
That should be the most probable bans, right? Especially since it's just so good, especially when Pauly's playing it. So no reason why he's not targeted. But at the same time, you gotta wonder, even if you take out Captain America, there's still so many other choices.
Oh yeah,
like Venom. That's also a very viable choice, especially when you come in, you just stick to the walls and you just go in with the dive strike, you just break formation, you just break their line of sight, just break their focus, and that might be something you have to consider, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, but for Citadel Gaming, I mean, it's tough, right? It's tough because they know that RAD Esports have respect for the Captain America. So either way, even though there's still so many choices, banning out the Vanguard, which is Captain America, like you pointed out, might have to be ultimately the final choice.
Alrighty, here we go. Citadel Gaming and RAD. We're in the ban phase and the protect phase. Let's see what we're gonna see. Secure. Yep.
Instant first ban.
Honestly, how many times we're gonna call it and we're gonna be true.
Instant.
Good night and goodbye to the two of you. Luna.
Good night.
Protected on Luna. Okay, RAD, we see you.
Protect. Citadel probably needs to protect Luna as well. That should be the case. No reason why they should not protect. One ban, one protect, that might be it. But, of course, if Citadel Gaming wants to run that Guardians Revival again, even if they don't want to run it again, they need to make sure that the opponents doesn't have access to it.
Definitely.
Right? We're not going to use it, but hey, we're not going to let you use it too.
Definitely.
So maybe at least take out that pesky Mantis. That's going to be something that's going to be taken out by Citadel Gaming. Okay, no worries. Going to be straight away countered by RAD Esports, taking out the Magneto as well. So very, very good stuff. But Adam Warlock, yeah, RAD Esports has learned their mistake. They're saying, okay, you're banning Mantis. We probably wouldn't run it anyway, but we're not gonna let you use Adam Warlock either way. But wait a minute. Ban on the Jeff. A lot of respect for Fate. A lot of respect for Fate right there as RAD locks into the side lock. That's what Naga and Emilio probably loves to play, especially in this map.
Definitely the fact that that's it right here. You know, I'm actually very interested to see some more of Enzo's Venom.
Yeah.
That excites me. But Jaro's Magneto as well there to complement, you know. Factor to consider, definitely. Let's see how level 17 Crook does today. Potentially level 18 incoming.
Yeah, this is really hard. I mean, level 1 Crook, I mean, obviously still has access to the back lines. I mean, they can definitely play into the hands of Citadel Gaming versus RAD. Right here, 1-2-1 game point at the moment. We're anticipating it's going to go the full 5 games, but honestly, these two teams, this is the rematch, the finals between the top 1 seed and top 2 seeds. Right here, I'm Nullo, and that's Liger. We will be commentating Citadel Gaming versus RAD.
Okay, wonderful, 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 wonderful indeed. There it is. 3, 2, 1, out the door. Let's get it. Hold of Jalia. It's time to make it happen. RAD rushing on now on the attack.
Trust me, he says. Trust me, he says, as he leads the charge. Oh, he knows exactly where they're hiding. Just making sure to let his presence be known as Tanuki. Trying to snipe at the angles that are hard to deal with. but Pokey is also going to do the same thing. But has to be really careful though, because RAD Esports, they are marching in slowly but surely. Oh wait, Emilio almost dies right there. Has to be really careful, but Tanuki has the fair share as well. Emilio getting that heal back online as he goes back and rejoin his team in the march into the point.
All right, going into vision area is going to be very important right now. High value request from RAD. Okay, building up their ultimates is key here. Yeah. Jaro closer to the Magneto Meteor M as well. Naga taking shots, trying to zone out Citadel right now, trying to work through them. Oh, jeez, look at the Phoenix marks that are just being stacked right now by Naga. Putting in so much value, allowing them to push forward, up the hill, pushing Citadel around. That's the butterfly starts off for now. Does quite a lot from Pokey, but it's going to be sustained due to Fate popping Eternal Bond.
My god, even after the Dance of the Butterfly, Pokey almost went down. The Poly's going to be going down right now, and in response, that Dance of the Butterfly is going to be used up. Wait a minute, Ken's actually the one coming in with the support ultimate, but Freedom Charge by Captain America. Pokey's already gone from the equation. Alex will be coming to support his team with the Fate of Both Worlds, but Emilio has already built up his Dance of the Butterfly. Tanuki getting sniped out by Emilio as Enzo takes out Fate.
I feel like Tanuki did escape there, but got a little bit greedy and then ended up biting the bullet. It came down to facing Emilio on the side. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Seraphim shields are up, coming out the portal right now. Poly's portal the team back on to contest and defend. But the absolute mission objective, don't want to let them get it. Don't want to let RAD get this easily. Uncontested again. 2 minutes already left to go. 2 minutes have been munched. You already know. There's going to be a Loki hit the flow weak.
Rajaro!
Wow, Rajaro right there. Taking out Alex and Pokey. Ken takes out Emilio. Trust me. Taking out Ken. 1, 2 to 3. Citadel down 3. RAD down 1. It looks like RAD have the numbers and should be able to take this, but Citadel are going to contest it a little bit for now. It looks like we're going to have to let... Yep, RAD's going to be able to capture this one. Citadel will not be portaling for now. Now, I didn't mention this yesterday as well. I always think it's a factor to consider. Teams should not portal on to contest that and actually take an early defensive hold in this second section of Jalia. This is where you buy your time.
Yeah.
If you can manage to get 3, hopefully 2 minutes sometimes, just here, bring them down. We're already at 4 minutes. It will be an absolutely impossible, borderline impossible task for them to push it to the very end. Buy your time here, on the stairs, on the hills, on the rounds, on the mounds of Hall of Jalia. You've got to be very careful going into this one. Right now, Tanuki on the high ground. Just want to mention that for everybody. This could be a big, big situation for RAD if they can push through. But Citadel's on the defensive. Let's see how it goes, ultimately making it happen. Naga on the front lines, burning them up. Enzo taking out Fate and the back.
Yeah, as the push continues for RAD Esports. Citadel Gaming is going to be taken out one by one with the face of the base. It's going to be starting. Tanuki going to be taken out already. The combo, Naga taking out Enzo, while Pokey taking out level 1 Crook. The play continues. Pokey though, the counter, the triple elimination onto RAD Esports, so to speak, as they are defending this hard point around the corner. RAD Esports has 2 ultimates left in their arsenal. 3 to make it point, but they're going to continue, probably regroup, and then come back for the push. Planning Seduction can be starting off, trying to silence off the ultimates of the opposing team, but Captain America, trust me, says, I'll lead the charge. It doesn't really matter, but trust me, he's going to grapple and choke slam, trust me. Doesn't really matter because he has that bonus armor. Going to rush in like what all brave Captain Americas do. But the fate of both worlds by Alex is going to keep everyone alive. But wait a minute! Naga sniping off the back line. Pokey's like, when did Naga get there? When did he get there? And he's going to be taken out in the process.
Taken out in the process right now. And oh, Emilio taken out.
Wait.
Emma falls
Okay.
to the ground. Looks like, okay, again, hey, they did buy the 2 minutes that I predicted as well. That does put, you know, a bit of advantage right now for Citadel, even though, you know, RAD looks like they're winning the fight right now. They have only just touched the first staircase. This could be a very interesting situation right now. If Citadel shows signs of, oh, they're getting picked off though. Trust me, getting another pick, taking out Ken. It's not a good situation for Citadel. But RAD are cooking right now. RAD doing great. Absolute Meteor M is online right now for Rojaro. We could see Fate as well. The Absolute Eternal Bond to keep sustained. Naga has it online. Captain America, trust me. Fighting where he shouldn't, but that's what Captain America does. Pokey taking out Milio into a Psylocke mirror match in the backlines. And we're going to kneel for Emma Frost. That's right, Poli makes it happen. Ooh, and Inferno.
Naga coming in with the Inferno, taking out Tanuki in the process. All ultimates are being expanded. Ken utilizing the Fate of Both World in his copy form as the Fate of the Base is going to be coming in, but the Freedom Charge by Trust Me is going to come and provide a bonus armor in order to protect his teammates. But the Inferno coming in by Jean Grey is going to remove all of that shield coming in. But now Tanuki, Galactic Legends, is going to take out level 1 Crook. Alex is going to die, but doesn't really matter because Citadel Gaming is taking over. Naga, Trust Me, Rojaro, all going down, and it looks like Citadel Gaming will be able to put more time, less time actually, on the clock on RAD Esports. 50 seconds left.
Excellent Shadow Flash dash by Pokey right there on the side, like with the Dance of the Butterfly. So effective in nullifying RAD's push. Again, 3 minutes have been munched. RAD's got to be very, very careful right now. They got to make this happen. Ultimates online could be the Dance of the Butterfly, potentially closer to the Fate of Both Worlds from level 1 Crook and Milio. That could help them definitely in taking out Citadel, but Citadel is there to match. They've got a Fate of Both Worlds themselves and probably very close to that Sonic Seduction themselves. Emma, Polly should be able to build that up nice and quickly, but RAD's got advantage. Close to the Eternal Bond as well. Rojaro, Meteor M's online, trust me. Closer than ever to it as well. Emma's pushing forward, Dance of the Butterfly, Dance of the actual Lunar Stone, I should say. Rojaro taking out Ken, returning the favor. Milio this time focusing on the Pokey, the Psylocke, trying to push forward. And, oh, there it is right now. Naga's pushing forward, the firepower's there. Polly hits the Sonic Seduction. Rojaro taking out Polly. And there it is, overtime's ticking down and over and out. And it looks like Citadel are losing the numbers. But they contest with a portal.
Oh, okay, yeah. But they're going to finally be able to cut through. Melio is going to take out Tanuki as RAD Esports will be pushing into that second spot right there. Citadel Gaming, though, still has one ultimate ready from the Star-Lord, but I'm not really sure if that really is enough for them to build up towards that defense. This is where things get very interesting, Liger, because it is pretty far away from the spawn.
Absolutely. 1 minute left. Again, I told you, middle section, bunch up the time. It's a good day. But Naga is here on the Ensung Inferno, combining with a Meteor. It doesn't actually connect with anybody. Citadel to do disengagement now, but Pokey hits Rojaro. Rojaro take it down right there. And then Tanuki is chasing right now. These duels are so elusive. So, whoa, Polly taking out Naga and Crook. Trust me, falls as well to the Pokey dance right there. Butterfly style on him. 30 seconds left on the clock. Do RAD have the chance to be able to hold this down and keep it going and take it into the final hall of Jalia? Or do Citadel hold the defense, hold the line, and remind everybody why they are so solid as a team? And then Tanuki is flying. Venom, Enzo swinging into action, trying to make it happen. They're going to be contesting. They're going to be holding it down. We're going to be kneeling because Emma is going to be making us feel her wrath as she uses Sonic Seduction. Naga takes out Pookie right there. The shields are up, the Diamond Foam is cold, and then everyone knows that the Venom is there, holding it up. Nenzo's got a Feast of the Abyss ready and online. We might be Venom very soon, but Naga's going to be farming up the Ensong Inferno once again. Fate of the Battlelords combining with the Sonic Seduction as another Fate of the Battlelords, the Fate of all 4 worlds today on the whole of Charlie as all the teams are battling. But the convoy of the Panther is still moving in over time, and that's exactly what RAD want as they are pushing through. Citadel thought they had the hold clean, but RAD are holding it down in overtime. They're taking shots, they're making a hot, and they're trying to get it going with the Ensong Inferno, putting Citadel back into spawn. We're going to see the Cloak and Dagger. Fate have the Eternal Bond that kept them sustained, that kept them in the fight. The overtime is there, then it's going to run it off. Ken's going to hit it down. Ken's got the copy going. Tanuki's in the skies. The Galactic Legend is farming him, taking out Crook and Fate. Double KO is cleared for Suki. And there it is, Tanuki taking out Rajara. Triple KO. Polly takes out Naga. Trust me's down. Milio's down. And there it is, overtime ticks down and out. And Citadel do hold at the final steps of Hall of Jalia.
Beautifully done. I mean, nothing more exciting than seeing a full blown out battle between Citadel Gaming and RAD Esports at that very last point. And honestly, denying them of that full 3 points push. That was nothing short of amazing right there. You couldn't have called it any better, Liger. That might actually be the potential difference that Citadel Gaming will be looking for. All right. I mean, they're still pretty focused.
Okay.
Probably thinking like, hey, is that enough? You think that's enough?
No. It ain't over till it's over. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. It's very close.
Citadel Gaming did defend pretty rigidly, but RAD Esports did push them pretty close to the 3-point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So now Citadel are on the offensive. Now it's gonna be their turn to push into Jalia. Let's see what Citadel brings out. I think they're gonna utilize the portal.
The portal.
I feel like as though RAD didn't really utilize the portal as much as we expected. I feel like that could have been a factor which could have taken them over. Again, like I said, defending that first point, of course, the mission objective early on, is going to be very valuable right now for RAD. Let's see if they can pull it off. Let's see if they can make it happen going forward into this. And yeah, the game is the game. 5 seconds out from spawn doors opening. Let's get into it. Flip the script. Citadel, it's your time to hold the attack. See if you can push through the same distance as RAD did and claim themselves a victory in this best of 5 and take the lead back.
Yeah, I mean, RAD Esports, to be fair, they did take that position pretty early, like 2 minutes into the game. They did manage to unlock that first point. So Citadel Gaming, considering how well they are with their offensive power, I feel like maybe they could replicate that same success. But Enzo is obviously up there just trying to absorb and scout out the situation. Melio is up in the vicinity, trying to deal that damage onto the backline is Tanuk. Trust me. Oh my god, Ken getting caught off guard. Oh my goodness, the trade-off. RAD Esports taking up Polly. Alex, well, Fate will be going down, but Tanuki will be going down as well. Captain America is the only one left in the vicinity trying to defend against Citadel Gaming. But so far, so good. I think they'll be able to come back and defend, reset and defend again.
Reset and defend again. Oh, trust me, running around with the Captain America trying to make it happen. 258, 255, 256 on the clock. Let's see how it goes. Now, this is a very interesting one right now because, you know, the time that we bought earlier, of course, on the switch up of the attack and defense, you know, was in the middle section. But right now, it looks like time is being bought right here on mission objective, the early stage of Jalia. But Naga's there, building it up, and something first. Oh, Ken taking out, trust me, so much firepower pouring at the cap. Shield could not go up in time. And there it is. The Vanguard is down for RAD. That's going to affect their, you know, their defensive power. Looks like, oh, okay, Citadel on the front foot right now, pushing RAD as far back as they can, keeping them away from the mission objective, trying to get it going. Head of both worlds. Ken is dancing, copying the Luna. Are we nothing? Phoenix is flying down. It crashes and it's blocked just at height level that we did not hit everybody. Well done. Great surf and shield right there from Polly. Trust me, making it happen. Melio taking up Oki. The Psylocke v Psylocke action is exactly what we love to see. The dance of the butterfly is going to be soon. Rojaro hitting the Sonic Seduction right now. Locking him down. Agamotto, he actually does get a pick. Venom is standing strong and still, but he's going to get away for now. Tanuki there as well. Enzo, the Venom gets away. Melio, dance of the butterfly. It's just out of reach. It doesn't reach Alex Nello. It's crazy.
What a play indeed. Enzo is going to come back and dive strike into the opponents, but has to be really careful though because he's losing his health so fast. Rajaro taking out Enzo as we speak, as Citadel Gaming has only less than 1.5 minutes to make that push happen. RAD Esports holding on really, really strong so far, Liker.
There it is. Nella there is going to... Oh, Naga takes Pokey at the end there. This is a tough one right now
They're
for
holding on
Citadel.
so, yeah.
Yeah, Rad's holding it down. Good on them right there, making it happen. Keeping the whole defensive, keeping a nice and apprehensive floor. Citadel to try and move in there. Naga 70% to the Ensong Inferno. Again, trying to make it happen. Poly as well, 70%. Climbing. Could be a Sonic Seduction combined with the fate. Oh, Enzo's on the flank and he's going to be swinging in, slamming in on the back line. Getting their cooldowns down and out so that the next time they're going, they're going to have the resources to be able to nullify. Naga flying around on the Phoenix. Dishing out a bit of damage, retreating for now. Starlo going in for the phase shift, going to make it happen. Melio does not get away from Tanuki. Fate of the both worlds as Luna is dancing and prancing and over here trancing everybody out. Now Tanuki with the Galactic Legend is online, trying to shred through all of that damage. Rad looks formidable. Rad's holding it down in the corner. They're feeling confident. Sonic Seduction this time coming out from Rajaro. There it is as well. 3 ultimates used by Citadel. We there, the Feast of the Abyss and the Galactic Legend alongside the Fate of both worlds. Pokey takes out Naga, and trust me, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down for Rad. And that does mean Citadel do capture mission objective, and we get pushing up the hills of Jalia.
Only 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock right now as they still need to push that whole way to that second point. So right now, RAD Esports can definitely still try and harass the back lines and the front lines while defending against the march of Citadel Gaming. But Citadel Gaming, though, they are all going on the offensive as well, just going in, dive strike at the very back. But Pokey will be taken out by Trust Me, Enzo is going to make him pay the price while the action continues. Fate of both worlds going to be employed in order to provide that support that the team needs. But Milio taking that elimination after the Phoenix crash onto the battleground. Tanuki is going to be able to clear out the support as well. Level 1 crew is going to go down. Naga is going to go down. Poly is so far doing such an amazing job. The choke slam onto Rajaro saying, I'm the real Emma. Take that. A double elimination onto Fate as Milio take out Ken. Tanuki, Poly. The triple elimination from Poly. Again, Poly. He's keeping the front line so guarded.
Absolutely, absolutely. Stellar performance from Poly right there. Holding it down on the defense. 1 minute 17 on the clock for Citadel right now. It is looking dire, but they do get past this checkpoint. They do get a couple minutes extra added to their time bank. Rad over here as well. Trying to make it happen with it. Trust me on the Captain America. Going to be trying to sustain him in the back line. Freedom charge. Keep the team nice and supported right there. Morale is everything in game and out of game. Maintaining it is what Trust Me can do on Captain America. Surprised we're not seeing Poly on the cap. That's because it's been banned. Reminding everybody that they focused it out. Better. Enzo swinging out. Tanuki online as well. Fedibert well drops from level 1 crook right there. Trust Me is going in. Everybody's making it happen. Naga with the Ensong Inferno. It's going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough to take anybody out. But it's going to be Tanuki hitting it up with the Galactic Legend. And it's going to be Pokey taking out Naga. Tanuki's pushing forward. Poly takes out Rajaro. There it is right now. And Milio dances and takes the first step to cut an Alex out of here. And there it is. The Eternal Bond is going to come down from the faithful Clock and Dagger. Poly takes out Fate in return. Tanuki shredded, Trust Me, and it looks like Citadel. Oh no! The Strange Portal! Just when you thought they had it, Rad's going to go for one final contest against Citadel to prevent them from pushing. Overtime will definitely tick in and out at 3, 2, 1. Oh, 1.62 meters! It's overtime! Do they make it through? Trust Me's there to stall. The numbers are in favor of Citadel. Naga doesn't make, and they make it, and adding an extra minute 30 to their time bank. Citadel still have a chance to push through to the final hall of Jalia against Rad.
That desperation portal at the very end was a very nice attempt by Naga in order to stop them at their tracks. But honestly, Citadel Gaming, once they get going, there is no stopping them, especially Tanuki on the Star-Lord, Poly on the Emma. It's just such a nuisance. He has that Psionic Seduction to work with, but Feast of the Abyss in such a tight corner, everyone's going to face the wrath.
Poly!
Enzo double,
Poly
triple!
Triple! KO! Right there by the Emma Frost, Poly. Put it on forward, and Poly still has the Psionic Seduction online. Citadel needed that massive pick right there, that massive fight right there. Going to turn that final corner. We're going to exit the fog of Jalia. This is going to be potentially the final fight against RAD and Citadel on the map of Jalia right now. And it is there. It is on the bear. And Polly hits the absolute Sonic Seduction. We're going to see the Assemble return from Trust Me to match the Vanguard v Vanguard, both ulting right now. But they're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 entranced by the Emma. There it is right now. Tanuki shredding through, farming up like a Galactic Legend. Pokey already has the Dance of the Butterfly online. Ken's ready as well to hit the copy. Alex is going to be close never to the fate of both worlds. But RAD also have 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates with Naga, Emilio, and Rajaro, and Crook. It's going to be wrapped up, 0.94 meters left. If they take one more step to victory, they move forward and do get this round 1 and map 1 for themselves to do. But if RAD hold it down here, overtime ticks into effect. Fate of both worlds are online for both of them, Nello. And there it is, the Dance of the Butterfly taking its steps.
What a beautiful skirmish happening as they approach the overtime, and now no one refuses to go. No one wants to go down. Everyone is being sustained. But as Alex, support ultimate is going to go down. He's going to be the first one to go down. RAD Esports fighting back to elimination on the side. And no, RAD Esports look like they might be able to take out Citadel Gaming. Only 2 people left on the side of Citadel Gaming. Enzo's going to go down. Tanuki is the last one. RAD Esports have successfully defended against Citadel Gaming.
They hold it down at the end of Jalia in the most desperate attempt and effectively hold it by the bare final meter. An ecstatically amazing defense.
That's 2-1.
2-1.
2 wins in favor of RAD Esports. Citadel Gaming, 1 win in under their belt. You gotta wonder what Citadel Gaming is thinking about right now, because RAD Esports, they are here to play. They refuse to go down, and they are just 1 game away from being.
Come on.
Moving on.
1 game away from victory. This is their map point, match point, everything you need to know to get themselves further into the lower bracket and lock themselves into the lower bracket finals tomorrow morning. That is going to be a big one for them right now. That's going to be the firepower, the motivation they need to keep it going. RAD feeling confident, feeling strong, 1 win away from victory. Citadel feeling the stress right now, 1 loss away from moving away. You can see them behind me right now, rallying together, trying to figure out a game plan and see how it goes forward.
I like that.
Team mental is everything. That is exactly what we love to see from the best of the best out here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. Communication is the best way to keep going.
You can see they don't even want to leave the stage first. They're just rallying around, like just talking, and you can see that the players are just saying like, hey, this is what happened, this is what happened. Coach Sala is just listening and giving his input as the coach as well. But honestly, what they really need now is probably just they need to reset their psyche,
100%.
because I think regardless of how they want to feel chill, regardless of how they want to feel not pressured, they want to feel relaxed, right? They want to play their best, be optimistic. This has to send shivers down their spine, because RAD Esports, Citadel Gaming thought they would be able to get this to match point, probably 2-1. Probably 3-1, probably 3-2, doesn't matter.
Honestly,
a lot of people think Citadel Gaming will be getting it.
Pivotal map for both teams. You know, the penultimate map to victory. Looks like RAD's going to take this one. Well done to RAD.
2-1.
Taking it again, 2-1, leading 2-1 in this best of 5 series. 2-1 is very dangerous, but hey, could be closer to that 3-2 than we least expect. If Citadel bring it back, then it's going to be a 2-2. And it goes to a final deciding map where both teams are equally in the lead and both teams are equally at risk. That is the danger of a best of 5 when it goes 2-2. So we'll see how ultimately it goes moving forward into this one. Curious to see what the next map will be. Teams are going to have a little bit of a cheeky break and of course rallying up into the next bout. It's going to look good. We've got information that's coming up. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a grand one into this 4th map of this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what it is, I want to be selfish and say, regardless of which team moves forward, I want to see the full 5 game.
Give it.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Simply because we just want everyone to be entertained. We love to entertain. We want to be entertained. We all want to see them go the whole way. But as we approach the score screen right here, you can see for yourself, Polly, Pokey, a lot of final hits coming in, even Tanuki as well. And just as we thought Citadel Gaming was able to push that final bit, RAD Esports, my goodness, the power of that Captain America coming through, just providing that bonus armor when they need it. And not to mention Emilio at the back lines, Naga on the Phoenix, and Rajaro as well. The silence was on point. It just stops their timing altogether, and at that very last moment, that very minute detail, that very minute difference made all the difference in order to decide who was going to win that Trust me though, Captain America, I gotta say, that Captain America factor, right?
100%. We really thought it'd be Poly's Captain America that would be the standout.
And now it's Trust Me.
It's banned, trust me, he's the one.
Poly played it. Poly played it.
That's true.
Poly played
that's
it.
right. Yeah,
and
sorry,
Citadel Gaming won.
Yep.
And now Red Gaming plays it.
You're right.
And
That
they
was
win.
the previous round. That's right. Hey,
Right?
look. They're like, hey, you know what? We banned it. Let's actually let it run. Let's let it fly. Let me handle it. Trust me. He's like, trust me. So
Trust me.
living up to the name is what you want to do. Damage block 50k with the Vibranium Shield from Captain America right there. 37k healing achieved and received when moving forward, knowing that their Stratus would keep them nice and juicy and healthy. Emilio was an ecstatic. So I like to watch in this performance on Hall of Jalia. Luna falling as well. Pain is the game when it comes to the Psylocke ulting in the back line.
Yeah.
Vicky as well.
You can see that you can see that Pokey constantly gets maximum value out of his dance on the butterfly, and that usually happens when the Sport Ultimate is not available to execute, right? And even Tanuki as well, just being able to isolate, the whole team able to isolate the front lines of Red Esports and the back lines as well. Trust me, look at him go. The left clicks into the cancel, right clicks into the left clicks. That's like a trick. That's like a trick that all Captain America main professionals know, you know. And with zero ping, the one thing that you love about being able to play in LAN, it makes that damage even more.
Oh yeah.
The left click into the right click, right click shield cancel into the left click again. The dash in the rush, the dash in the rush, the cancel, the animation cancel. It actually gives more damage, and that's why you see like, why is this Captain America doing so much damage?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, Holly. Put it in the work. And there it is, that final fight at the end of Hall of Jalia. So much power in the overtime, in the fog of Jalia, in the final Hall of Jalia. So much work being put in. Well done, Red.
Well done.
Tough defense, very much there. I think it mattered when they bought themselves that extra time at the first section of Jalia. You know, that mission objective area, definitely a factor to consider that, you know. Jalia has some strategies to it. It does. It's one of the maps you can really, check out the statistics and learn different things and find out different factors and definitely see the value that can come from certain points in the hold.
Exactly. But while all of that is happening, we are going to a game number 4, so don't go anywhere, guys, because we will be right back after this short break.
The hunt is on. Taste cold steel. Open season. 1,000 cards!
All right, welcome back to day number 4, Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. We are currently at game number 4.
Oh,
last matchup of the day. Yeah, and this matchup, RAD Esports versus Citadel Gaming. Yeah, winner of this will go on and face 100 Thieves, and the winner of that is going to go and face off against Envy.
What a rad time to be alive. What a great time to be in a Citadel of an experience of this entire thing.
That's one.
So, man, this feels like a Citadel without Grand. Marvel Rivals Ignite is at the mid-season finals. It is great to be here. My name's Liger, for those new tuning in, and I'm joined by
Mellow. I'm from the Asia region. We are your commentators for today.
Yep.
And next game might be potentially the last game. It's game point for RAD Esports.
Could be. If RAD take it home, they will be resting the night knowing they will be facing 100 Thieves tomorrow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right?
100 Thieves tomorrow could be crazy. But what's crazier than that? We're going to Hydra, Shadow of Space, Hell's Heaven.
Let's go.
Hell's Heaven, lock in everybody. It's a better go up, it's a better go down here at Marvel Rivals Ignite, because we're going to a place where many things can happen. Many things can get a bit dicey.
It can.
Play a bit of Spider-Man.
Or a Bucky. Or a Wolverine.
You know, Mr. Fantastic is actually great here. You know, I was just having a chat with the streamers earlier today, those doing the amazing LAN watch party, the official LAN watch party with Marvel Rivals Ignite. They have a nice board where they were taking a list of all the heroes that have shown up in Marvel Rivals.
Oh.
I believe a couple that have been missing. No Mr. Fantastic, no Scarlet Witch. Interesting enough. Not many Penny either. I believe Penny was just for setup and not an actual rollout on Penny.
Yeah, just for the armor, right?
Yeah,
With
couple.
the
Rocket did get played fair bit. Even Iron Fist, we saw some Iron Fist earlier as well. That was exciting to see. And you know who hasn't been? Spider-Man. No Spider-Man yet.
Yeah. Maybe not Black Widow yet. Oh wait, actually it is in the tournament, right? The buff with the Mantis. Although not in today's game probably. But yeah, Spider-Man definitely on our radar, because who wouldn't want a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to drop by in and just pull someone off the map and watch them rage.
There's ever a map to do it to bring the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, or the Menace, as J. Jonah Jameson would say.
The Menace.
Now's the time. Bring him out on Hell's Heaven.
Necros would love it.
Necros would absolutely love it.
Closer would love it.
Oh, 100%. You know what I would love?
Yeah.
The Thing.
The Thing.
The Thing. Bring out the Thing.
The immovable option.
I cannot believe we've had the Moon Knight and a little bit of the Thing, but not even Spider-Man. It's ridiculous.
It's true. But you know what? Just a little bit of story before we go into the game itself, right? Before we continue with the story. Actually, there was a team that I feel like if they actually made it to LAN, it would have added so much spice, because their playstyle is absolutely insane, and it actually worked. Spider-Man, Magic, it was respect band. Panther.
We did see Magic earlier today.
Yeah.
FMC on Ground Zero did bring out Magic. Actually getting I believe, 3K.
3K.
Darkchild. It was crazy.
All right.
Honestly, I think unofficial 4K at the end there
I would
as well.
love a team that plays that.
It was crazy. It was nice to see a Magic popping up here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. So, hey, it's nice that, you know, all the heroes out here have their chance to pop up on that big stage of Ignite. So, let's get that going. Let's definitely get it going. Very soon we're getting into the games. Players are loading up, getting ready for Game 4. It's going to be exciting to see how they open the door to victory, if they can make it happen. RAD are 1 win away from victory. Still need to get 2, which means if they do get 2, that means we are getting our best of 5 in entirety series.
I hope we do. I hope we do, because
I'm down for it.
Yeah, because Citadel Gaming definitely wants to book their name and be like, yeah, we want to go in, we want to face off against other teams, we want to go against.
Yes. Citadel Gaming are the team that has adapted and learned and overcome and grown most here in Marvel Rivals. Probably the team that could be tied with them in terms of growth. Envy, who are already in the grand finals tomorrow in the evening. And if there's a team that has come in as the favorites, as the unbeatables, the undefeatables, it's got to be RAD. RAD live up to that name and are ready to play the game of Marvel Rivals more than ever before. Definitely a ferocious team going into this. I'm excited to see how it's going to all unpack and unfold going into this fourth map.
Same.
We're going to Domination as well. Things could be happening quick. Domination.
First game, RAD did win.
Yeah, it could be in favor of RAD if RAD do have that victory on Domination against Sentinels already. They did go 2-0, so it was a very tough one for Citadel. So this is definitely a choice that they've made. RAD definitely want to, you know, keep it going. But I believe, of course, Citadel are the one that chose this. They said, nah, they may have beat us on Domination. Let's pick Domination, let's run it back, let's prove them that we can take him on Domination as well.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Let's find out very soon, as, of course, these players,
finals.
Naga, Emilio, Trust Me, Rojaru, from RAD. That's right, level 1 Crook and Fate as well. I think level 19 now. I think
Level 19 now, for sure.
Level 19 now, maybe level 20 by the end of the
You
series.
know who
We'll
else
see.
would be very happy?
Yeah?
You know who else would be very happy to see one of these teams make it through?
Okay.
Our very own casters, Leg Day and Moxie.
Oh.
Yeah, it's from their region, and I'm pretty sure they'll
and
be very
Tetra as
happy.
well, representing one of our amazing hosts here at Marvel Rivals Ignite. You can see Tetra later on your screens, on stage.
Of course,
Tetra looks good on stage.
Yeah,
You
the
see
host
Tetra's
as well.
suit today? Tetra's suit looking sharp.
Amazing, man.
Absolutely looking nice and
I
fit,
mean,
looking a bit swole.
Cozy Tetra has
Tetra.
been amazing host.
Absolutely. And Cozy as well. Oh, Cozy as well. And hey, all our guests, you know, earlier, of course, the guests that we've had on. We had Nectar and Aramori from Sentinels come have a little chat with us.
Super cool
Yeah,
person.
tomorrow we might have some more players come have a little chat as well.
Ooh,
We'll
that'd
see
be
if we
great.
can get some.
Just
Maybe
have
I'll
a
try.
quick look.
Yeah, there's some players in the crowd. What up, people in the crowd? They yo, what's going on, folks out there in the
Let's
crowd
go.
having a good time. Now, double it up, get ready. It's time for game 4 between RAD. Oh,
the clap. Let's go.
Man, Citadel with the clap.
One.
Everybody clap. Can we get the clap? 3, 2, 1. Come on, we're waiting for
Clap.
some. Even I missed it. I'm not synergized. Come on. Hold on, hands up.
One more.
Hands up.
Salazar,
Everybody got the
come on, come on.
Are they
Stretch
going
your
for a
back.
Stretch? Looks like
Stretch
they
your
got-
back wings.
Looks like they got the clap. It's not our job to be synergized. It's theirs. And once they get the clap, you know they're ready to hit the dap and get it going for the round that they're about to play. RAD looking locked in, ready to go. Heat under the lights. The lights are bright here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. But
this is RAD's chance.
That's how it is. RAD, no, they are 1 win away from claiming themselves into one of the 2 slots into the lower bracket finals.
Continue banning Captain America.
Oh, yeah.
Citadel Gaming cannot have Captain America, so to speak, right? Because if they banned out Captain America, Poly is not going to be able to maximize that usage in the front lines that brawl method, right? So you can see RAD Esports prioritizing that Captain America ban. I would imagine Torch will be following suit, and of course probably needs to save one strategist, probably Loki, probably Luna Snow. Since Citadel Gaming already has Luna Snow, that might be the game plan for RAD Esports, as they will be saving Luna Snow. But if that happens, they cannot have a copy, and that's where Loki gets taken out, because a Loki and a Luna Snow, well, that's a 4 worlds.
Yep.
Fate of both worlds. And 4 worlds.
No, because you got the fate of all. You got the fate of both worlds. And you get the fate of another 4 worlds when you get the Loki and the Luna. And then if you have another Loki and the Luna, you get the fate of all 8 worlds today. And if you want any more worlds than that, you're gonna have to visit Dr. Doom, because he's the one that broke all the worlds together in Marvel Rivals lore. Soon we'll find out.
That's so good.
Shout
I
out
love it.
Rivals. I cannot wait for you to one day release Doom. If you ever do, please let me have early access and fun.
Do you think they'll they're gonna shut down Adam Warlock, which means that there won't be any Guardian Revival synergy right there.
Oh yeah, Rad's gonna protect it, and at the same time, Adam's protected, that's right, which means Citadel Gaming are gonna ban out the Mantis to deny them the full utilization of that team up. Yeah.
So it seems like RAD Esports will now resort to the Guardian Revival. At least they will have that catalyst that activates Guardian Revival, right? Adam Warlock. So that's good. But don't forget, Tanuki in those tight spaces, he can still go and resort into, like for example, Psylocke, Black Panther. That can definitely be a choice that he can place into this lineup as well. But of course, even though they do not have the Mantis, they still have the Star-Lord at their disposal, and that's exactly what they can play. Citadel Gaming, the 2 saves, Luna and Psylocke, whereas RAD will prioritize the Luna and the Adam Warlock. So I'm really excited to see RAD Esports bring out that Karmic Revival, that Guardian Revival, partial Guardian Revival into play.
Oh yeah, definitely going to be a factor to consider as we going in to map 4 between Citadel Gaming and RAD. Citadel Gaming, only 1 map. RAD are 2 maps in the lead in this best of 5 series, which means RAD are 1 map away from victory and claiming that final spot in the lower bracket finals tomorrow morning on Marvel Rivals Ignite's final day. Oh, they're going to get it. We are 10 seconds out from spawn doors opening. RAD's ready to go. Citadel's ready to flow. It's about to go off. It's about to go down. Open those doors and let's hear them roar.
What a beautiful, beautiful map to decide. I would say that this map is so good, especially if you want to play this. If you're going to play those close quarter combats, I would love to see a Magic here, a Black Panther here would be great as well. But
As we can see in front of our screens, Citadel Gaming will resort to the Ultron, and Tanuki will be on the Jeff. Jeff, oh my god, almost going down, but Enzo coming in with the first dive. He might have to be very careful. The freeze will allow Naga to snipe Enzo. Naga with that first elimination onto Team Citadel Gaming.
There it is, the fire of the Naga. The Phoenix Force Gene Grey flows within you. Tanuki on the symbiote Jeff, trying to make it happen, trying to make the moments. This is actually very exciting. It's been a while since we've seen Tanuki on the Jeff. Trust me, taking out Polly. Emma v Emma, it goes in their favor. Pokey, taking out level 1 Crook, that's one,
Pokey!
That's 2, that falls. Just me taking out Enzo, the Venom is down.
My god, the front lines of Citadel Gaming continues to fall in face of RAD Esports. Like, RAD Esports is doing such an amazing job pushing them away. Look at them. They're already unlocking the points. You can see the portal coming in by Polly. Let's see if Polly will be able to make this work. We've seen this before, but Polly right now is gonna be taken out almost instantly by Trust Me. But the Jeff factor, they're gonna take the 5 elimination.
Tanuki, the Jeff, it's Tanuki with a 5. That's a quad beta KO from Tanuki on Jeff, the last shot.
What a play right there, Jeff. Best Jeff moment right there.
Are you kidding me?
Someone
Tanuki.
clipped that. Someone clipped that. Oh my god. That's going to be the beginning of the comeback by CTG right there. And oh my goodness, Tanuki might be putting fate to shame right there with that 5-man swallow.
Unbelievable. Tanuki with the absolute Jeff is insane right now. I think the little just support from Enzo there. Just like, oh, big crunch coming from Enzo.
Okay.
Level 1 Crook. KO's confirmed. Ken takes out Fate. That's another 1. That's another 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's a double KO for Pokey taking out Rajaro. And Trust Me, and Enzo takes out to themselves. Milio as well falls. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4 from RAD that are going to have to come back from spawn. Citadel in the gaming lead right now with 50% on the line. In the lead here on Hell's Heaven.
And the momentum suddenly shifts in favor of Citadel Gaming thanks to that one awesome play by Tanuki, that 5-man swallow on the Jeff, by the Jeff, and that all of a sudden it just shifts the balance, the morale. You can see it shifting towards Citadel Gaming. Sure, slowly but surely, RAD Esports needs to regroup, needs to find that opening. They have all the ultimates ready. Psionic Seduction to start things off by Trust Me, but it's going to be countered by Polly's Psionic Seduction as well. Rajaro, the Dang is not going to find anyone, unfortunately, as the support ultimates continues to fall onto the battleground. But now Melio, another one?
It looks like it's going
to be eliminated this time.
It's going to be eliminated this time. Wasn't enough value for them. But Age of Ultron, hands in the skies, the golden Ultron, trying to make it happen. Trying to flow, trying to rage, as they do in the skies. The Metal Men, making it happen. Enzo on the Magneto, pushing forward on Venom. Milio takes out Ken. That's 1, 2, 3 from Citadel that 4 to Milio. Trust Me there to back him up. Polly taken down as well. Milio takes Enzo, and that's going to be enough source for them. Right, do capture back percentage, start coming back, but Citadel did manage to secure 99%.
I love that. I really love that. They've used up all of their ultimates, so ultimately CTG still has potentially 2 battles left in order for them to win that point, and by that time they probably would have already built up their ultimate spells as well. So right now I'm looking for another Tanuki special coming in, especially with that It's Jeff at the pivotal moment that can definitely take them off guard. RAD Esports.
Honestly, I'd wait for the Psionic Seduction from Polly, group them up.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, and Sang Inferno coming out from Naga. Gonna try to connect. Alex is a little bit low HP. Gonna reach you for now, get some sustain. Tanuki in the back lines, keep them nice and healthy. Enzo diving in, keeping them disrupted. Tanuki, oh. There it is, Trust Me. Holding it down, Sonic Seduction. Nello, you see what I see? They're all boxed in. It's not looking good.
Oh my god, Citadel Gaming is going to be pushed into a corner, but Citadel Gaming trying to, the Jeff trying to snipe, trying to backdoor and just be cheeky, steal the point. But unfortunately, they are going to go down. RAD Esports so far still looking very good. Liger, there are 3 ultimate spells on RAD Esports side, and level 1 Crook has 1 imminently. Polly starting off with a portal. Let's see if that's going to be enough to hold it.
Gonna have to be enough right now because we are in overtime. There
Sonic,
it is. Trust Me, hits the Sonic Seduction to start it up right now, trying to wind it up,
Oh
trying to keep it going. Takes out Tanuki denying the chance of the Jeff to eat them all up and gobble them, but Milio is there to take out Ken. Trust me, takes out Poly. Looks like the one-to-one nature is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 down for Citadel. As RAD closed the door of opportunity. Overtime ticks down and now. Oh, well, hold on.
Are they going to hold on?
And it's
Are they going to
down.
hold on? Oh my god, that's the first map going into favor of RAD Esports. Liger.
That's it.
Is this
RAD
going to be a repeat of game number 1?
It could be a repeat of our first domination map in this best of 5 series right now. Eldritch Monument captured on Hell's Heaven. Frozen Airfield is next. If RAD fall the Frozen Airfield, they find their way directly to victory and claim it and go against 100 Thieves. Right now, Citadel, this is your final chance. You cannot afford another loss.
They don't look like themselves anymore. They don't look like themselves anymore. Polly's probably thinking, why couldn't I play that Captain America? But honestly, it was really just Rajaro. It was really just Rajaro. It was really just Trust Me holding down the fort at the front lines. And remember, Enzo continuously tries to dive strike into the opponent's backline, into the formation, but he always ends up getting picked off.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's true.
And when that happens, the rest of the teammates are disarrayed.
Absolutely disarrayed right now. Okay, back into the action. Let's go, get it! Run it up. This could be potentially the final round here. If RAD take this, but this is the final chance of life to survive for Citadel. If they can hold this and claim another chance and another round in this domination map today on Hell's Heaven. Hydra Charter Space is exciting, it is thriving, and it's looking ready to go and claim one of these team's souls. Tanuki on the Jeff on the flank, holding it down, ready to go. I do know I love me some Jeff POV, I'll tell you that
It's
one.
a good map for Jeff, though.
It is absolutely satisfying. Oh, the Feast of the Abyss is a big punch by Enzo right now. It's a bit spicy, but it looks like they're going to sustain because Lamont Crook is starting up the dance right now. Ken is raging on Ultra Nello, and I do see something spicy because Naga is ready with the Ensong Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. He can definitely use it when he wants to, but not finding any value onto Tanuki's it's Jeff ultimate, but it's looking pretty good so far for CTG. They're taking them down one by one. The exchange is going to happen. Naga with the Inferno. Let's see if that's going to happen. Pokey taking out Trust Me, Ken taking out Melio. The trade-offs can continue, but Rajaro refuses to let that end there. With the help of the portal, he's going to come back and hopefully help his teammate come back right here because Citadel Gaming, Poly's going to go down. That's the Vanguard going down. Enzo's going to go down. No more Vanguard in the front lines, Liger. And it seems like they're going to be able to push Citadel Gaming away from this point. First point unlocked.
There it is. Percentage literally is on lock right now. What are we feeling, Nether? What are we feeling? 1%,
I'm feeling
2%?
like this is so hard. This is so hard for Citadel Gaming because
so
they just
hard.
keep stopping. They just keep shutting down the Vanguards of Citadel Gaming.
Honestly, literally, look at that percentage right now. When that hits 100 uncontested, RAD will be going to face 100 Thieves. No percentage bar is ever more important than this right now. They are literally staring at their doom, but Citadel, you cannot just stare at your doom. You got to be able to fight. Poly takes Naga, and Fate goes down to Pokey as well. Citadel do have the advantage in this fight right now. They do have the numbers. They should be able to retake it, and it looks like they will be able to push off RAD for now. Not allowing them to claim too much. Close to the 40%. Looks like Citadel will take it just shy of the 40% mark and start getting percentage on the board, freezing their time at a doom. But RAD are formidable and are going to come back with Agamotto and the dance at the bottom. Oh, hold on for a second there.
All right.
Thought I sort of switched there, but no, we're going to stick to the same picks for now. Tanuki sensing it.
Oh, Tanuki, be careful.
If this was a couple patches ago, Tanuki would have actually slapped up the Phoenix. I won't lie. the duelist Jeff is unfortunately not in the game anymore. He plays for the team now.
I gotcha. But right now, the team fight continues. The choke slam, level 1 Crook will be the first one going down. Poly's going to take out Rajaro. Will this be the beginning of the comeback by Citadel Gaming? And it looks like it might be, but Melio at the backgrounds with the Dance of Butterfly, taking out Alex. Ken's going to go down. Pokey's going to take down Fate in response, but Pokey taking down Melio as well, and Citadel Gaming showing signs of life, especially at the 50% mark. Enzo, though, will be tanking the front lines as RAD Esports continues to come back, regroup, and hopefully they'll be able to reset this situation.
Reset, trust me. Taking up Poly, MV, who's the real White Queen. Trust me, takes out Tanuki again. There it is, right take.
Point retaker.
I gotta say though,
Point retake is very good for RAD right now, but Citadel did get 61%, which means if they take it back again, they only need to defend one more fight to hold this down and keep themselves in the running here on Hell's Heaven right now. But RAD are literally at the halfway mark to victory right now. 50% has been achieved. They're going to climb closer to that 75% mark. Citadel have to take it back right now. Level 1 Crook is online. Fade is online. The ultimates are online. Rajar is ready with the Magneto Meteor as well. You belong to me as Polly hits the Sonic Seduction. Magneto Meteor.
Oh, the dog!
Lock shot from Rajaro. Takes out Enzo.
Enzo's gone. The first Vanguard gone, but watch out. Tanuki is around. No, Tanuki is going to go down too. The Jeff Factor won't be around anymore. Meteor taking out Tanuki as well. They have the Karmic Revival at 100% if they need to later on, but level 1 Crook taking out Polly. And it seems like RAD is just keep going forward. The Feast of the Abyss might not even be enough, but it looks like it's going to approach the 100% mark. RAD Esports is going to continue pushing.
Is that a
Citadel
back
getting away.
Enzo on the back line. Citadel almost took it. RAD's retreating for now. Tanuki's got three of their teammates. Wait a minute. This is a... Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Tanuki takes a level 1 Crook and Emilio and Naga triple kill for Tanuki on the jab. What insanity is this? Tanuki is trying to turn the tide single-handedly. As a small little shark could over time. 99% for RAD. Citadel are almost taking it back. They recapture it back.
But at 99% though, Liger, they know what is going on. That's why they did not shift to Doctor Strange with the portal. They know they have this. They just need one more good team fight. Milio is going to have that Karmic Revival later on, and Citadel Gaming will have to face that revival. That zombie's coming back. But for now, Citadel Gaming, 80%, just 20% more. This next team fight might be the last stand for both teams.
Speaking of the last stand, we're seeing the Sonic Seduction coming from Trust Me here in the final ultimate of this round that they possibly could. We're going to see Naga with Ensong Inferno online. We're going to see them take to the skies and instead they take out Ken. There is no range of Ultron. There is no chance for them right now. The Cloak and Naga hits the absolute Eternal Bond. Nagamoto into the Meteor and waiting for the reveal. And it blocks it by the corner of the wall. Enzo survives. Rajaro unluckily doesn't make it. 99% to both right now. Polly's got Nagamoto. Born again. We're bringing back the team. Milio takes out Pokey.
He was trying to snipe down the revival, but that's not going to happen. Everyone's going down. Citadel Gaming, they're gone. RAD Esports, they are taking the point right now. Will that portal matter at all at the moment?
Does anybody have a chance to make it? Is the final time?
No,
it's going down. 3, 2, 1.
The champions, they are coming through hard. RAD Esports.
RAD
Esports won the game. 3-1.
They win the series, and the winners are RAD, and they take down Citadel, and they will be moving on tomorrow to the lower bracket finals to take on 100 teams.
Give me my cookie, Liger. Give me my cookie.
Take the cookie, Nello. Well done, RAD. What a showing.
What a play as well. RAD Esports coming back from that game. Just as we thought, Citadel Gaming might be able to come back in game number 2. They got that point, but game number 3, game number 4, that was exactly what they were aiming for. They knew they would dominate in domination map, and RAD Esports showing, my God, second seed, overthrowing the first seed of EMEA right here, right now.
Absolutely amazing. What an absolute finale for the day 4 of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Woo! Oh my God.
Bless.
But whatever it is, both teams have definitely played their hearts out, and regardless of which, they are giving their respects to each other right now. They know that whoever wins, they are still representing EMEA.
Represent EMEA's finest are going forward. That's right. Citadel put them through the absolute test of a lifetime. You got to give love to Citadel. They did not make it easy for RAD. They said, listen, if you're going to represent EMEA, you got to make sure you're the best of us, and you got to make sure that you take it home. Right now, probably exchanging those words right now, they're like, you better take it home. It's all about the Region B region right now.
Passing the torch. Passing the torch.
You got to pass the torch. You got to pass the fire. The human torch is banned, but you're going to pass the torch that is within your soul right now. Let's see how it is. A lot of sportsmanship back there, which we absolutely love to see. And there it is. That's our final map of the day. My goodness, there it is. Wow. Ecstatic performance from RAD and Citadel for putting it on.
Yeah, what this means is Citadel Gaming will be going home as the 4th placer. And the next one, that will be going on tomorrow. 100 Thieves will be facing off against RAD Esports.
determining who will go to the grand finals and who will be the third placer.
We are officially in medal territory. Top 3, bronze, silver, and who's gonna get the gold?
Right, exactly. And I couldn't be any happier being here, being a part of it with you and everyone else, because we just watch the underdogs. I wouldn't say underdogs, we just watch RAD Esports take out Citadel Gaming, which had an impeccable run, only lost 1 game, and now they're sending Citadel Gaming back just when everyone thought that Citadel Gaming would be the favorites to win.
Yep. Honestly, Citadel Gaming have earned a well-earned rest. They did. A good dinner, a team dinner. They deserve to go out now to the beautiful Guangzhou, China, have a nice night out with everybody, celebrate getting such a good position in this tournament, setting the standard. My goodness, top 4.
I know.
Amazing.
They'll still be here. They'll still be here in the crowd, supporting.
Hey, listen. We're at the mid-season finals.
I know.
Citadel Gaming, they learned so much in these few weeks here in China. Oh my days, the amount of prep time we've got until the grand finals, until the final stage of the entirety, the big payoff of the entire $3 million, entire Marvel Rivals Ignite. Citadel, mark my words, they're coming back. They're coming back.
They're definitely. And, and with 2 players at only 17 years old, which we mark the prodigy right there, right? They are definitely going to set the standards even higher for the future. Stage 2 is to come.
100%.
Grand finals to come.
100%. Talk about all our teams out here.
My God. Just look, Tanuki actually did a lot of final hits, but it's just very unfortunate because he kept getting taken out at that precise critical moment, right?
Definitely.
He kept getting taken out.
It could have been exciting. It could have been crazy. Tanuki did deliver one of, I believe, easily the top 5 players in the entirety of Marvel Rivals Ignite, though.
True.
You can't beat it. You can't beat that.
Exactly.
Penta-KO on the Jeff, absolutely munching him. The feelings that RAD must have went through in that moment, it would put anybody spiked into high gear. And RAD did pull through, get themselves there. 3, 2, 1. Damage block! Trust me! On the Emma, living it up, holding it down. 26k damage block, 23k to the healing received. Dishing out 20k themselves and KOing 31 of their opponents. Existence 10. Absolutely numbers in the double digits all around, putting in the work.
That's the Vanguard we're talking about.
Yep.
That's the Vanguard we're talking about with total 31 KO.
Yep, put in the guard in Vanguard right there. That is exactly what you expect from Trust Me, who literally said, trust me. Living up to the name, that's all you got to say.
14 final hits. You guys, you might not be able to see it, but that was 14 final hits by Trust Me ultimately. But just look at the effect going on. They were just...
Oh my days. Tanuki diving off.
5-man.
Into the pits.
That's very clippable, honestly. Someone should probably clip that and be like, hey, highlight Jeff goals.
That's
Jeff
inspired
goals.
at least 5,000 Jeff players across the world to keep running it down.
All right.
Okay, no worries. I'm telling you.
Definitely.
I'm telling you. Everybody's like, hey, if they did it in Ignite on the grand stage, why can't I do it in my queues? Quick play or comp, I'm going to run it down too.
Yeah, I'm going to run it in my bronze queue. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but honestly... Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay. All right. I probably be bronze if I stop out.
Aren't you top 500?
No, I'm not. I'm only like GM1. Unfortunately, I do not play a lot.
That's good. You're beating me. I'm in D2. I got to rank up. I want to play. These players are motivating me. I want to go home and play.
Same.
But I can't because we got a job to do.
I know. I've been playing like 50 games one season.
Wait, actually, we can play because Nello, today was our final cast together for Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's been an absolute honor.
It's an absolute honor casting with Liger from OCE region. And you know what? When we're all here together, we don't really talk about regions. We just talk about how we come together. And honestly, it's very refreshing.
Yes.
You know what? First time I came here, I was like, these people seem so distant. I don't really know them apart from what we see on the posters, apart from what we see on the screens. And now, getting to see everyone in person, getting to see you in person, getting to see everyone in person, everyone in action, the players, the managers, the coach, the production, the casters, the hosts. I mean, everyone's super cool. Everyone's super cool.
Absolutely cool.
And it's such a pleasure working with you too.
It's been an absolute honor to work with you. We'll do the formal handshake. There it is. Job well done. We've done it.
The boom,
the boom.
Okay, all right.
We did it.
We
casted an amazing few days of Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're going to tag out for Leg Day and Got Moxie tomorrow, as well as Shib and Dogman. And it's going to be good. And Tetra and Cozy will be on tomorrow as well. And of course, we're going to pass it off to the host later today as well to close out the show. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. And I can't wait to return again
for the next
stage.
eras. Yes, for the next stages, for the next
Definitely.
eras. We're going to head back, obviously, back to our region. I'm going to head back to OC. We're going to head back to Asia. We're going to be covering, you know, there's going to be so many things. MRC, Stage 2 MRI. So many things are going to be coming up for all your Marvel Rivals needs and competitive desires.
Exactly.
In this new and amazing esport that we got going on here.
Yeah.
Whew, this is only a taste. This is the first. This is the first one. Come on now. This is the first one, man. This place is massive. This place is absolute booming success. You gotta get on the hype train if you're not already on the hype train. Go buy a ticket, get into the action. We'll see you definitely in all the things to come up ahead. But yeah, nah, this again just a real recap. RAD, what a stellar performance.
I know.
RAD absolutely cooked. Citadel's absolutely made sure they worked for it hard. 3-1, honestly, that felt like a 3-2 with how close those games were.
I thought that was going to be 3-2 too. We both thought it was going to be 3-2. Yeah. As a matter of fact, everyone thought it was going to be a very close 3-2.
Yeah.
Except that I thought that was going to be 3-2 in favor of Citadel. But RAD Esports showing that, hey, you beat us once, that's not the end of it.
You know, a lot of people before we started our Ignite Day said RAD were formidable.
And they are.
They're living up to the call right now. Let's see. But, hey, they are the last hope of EMEA. Are they formidable enough to take down 100 Thieves tomorrow?
Oh, that's the question we have to find out for tomorrow.
They got an early morning for themselves. Exactly. They're going to have to wake up and take on 100 Thieves. On top of that, who's going to meet Envy in the finals?
Yeah, but regardless, if you look at statistically, right, I don't want to spoil too much because we're going to leave that for tomorrow as well. Envy would probably have a good time against either, I wouldn't say good time, but I think they would probably have that advantage against 100 Thieves because they've beat a lot of strong teams, right? They're on top, watching down now. 100 Thieves, RAD Esports. I think it's gonna be a really, really good map. And even though they might have beaten them, one of the teams, in a best of 5 format, but going into a best of 7, things will be different.
Yeah.
Best of 7.
Oh yeah.
That's the finals.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, but right now we are going to cut to the interview section conducted by our host. That's going to be Trust Me. Let's take it away.
I am here with Trust Me from RAD, who just secured their place in the top 3. Congratulations so much. But we're going to start with here. When I spoke to Naga earlier, he said that between you and Citadel, it comes down to what they play and what they let you play. How do you feel about the drafts that you just had in relation to that statement?
I mean, it's kind of amazing, right? I feel like Citadel Gaming has the best captain in the world. You know, it's undisputably he's the best player, so we could only win by banning his character. That's what Citadel is about.
And you've now played Citadel 3 separate times. Once in the upper bracket finals of EMEA Ignite, where you won. Once in the grand finals, where they won, and now once on the largest Marvel Rivals stage to date, where you have taken the rubber match and moved on. How are you feeling after such an intense rivalry between you two teams?
I mean, it's just amazing, right? I was really, really sad when we lost the grand finals in EMEA, but I think we can show that we are currently the best team in EMEA, that we are here to stay, and we want to be one of the best teams in the world with continuing this, right?
So speaking of continuing the fight, let's actually talk about it here. It's already gone from the live server, but Guardian Revival, aka the Triple Res Comp, as a lot of people are calling it, has been so impactful. How much of an impact do you feel it's had on your drafts in particular and on the games over this mid-season final?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to see everyone in the tournament has to ban out Triple Res. The nerf for the 20-second respawn that they received the characters is not enough to defeat them. It's really, really hard, and I think a lot of people underestimate how strong Adam really is.
Well, you are now 1 series away from the grand finals. The team that stands in your way is 100 Thieves. My question for you is, how prepared are you?
I would say we're pretty prepared. We have played them lots of times in scrims, and we have consistently won against them, and I hope we can show that on stage.
Well, we'll be finding that out tomorrow. Thank you once again, Trust Me, for joining me. Make sure you get some rest for tomorrow. And I hope you are all enjoying. We're going to be heading back to the casters as we get ready to close out the show.
Are you not entertained, folks? I mean, we just watched an absolute razor-thin matchup as we close the show here. And I'm going to say, I'm cozy, and I'm joined by the 2 greats that called the game, Liger. Now, what do y'all think? Liger, you start here with breaking down that game?
Honestly, I really thought we'd go to that 3-2. These teams were so formidable. That 3-1 felt like it was a best-of-7 series, honestly.
Yeah, right.
It was so intense. There were so many players, like Tanuki was popping off on the Jeff. Honestly, plays like that, Pentas like that, there were so many combinations, Venoms were going crazy, and Song Infernos. Wow. It was so back and forth. I believe Nello, had the theory about the domination. You can tell us more about it, how you thought, it could have turned in favor, but yeah, it did go the favor of RAD again.
Yeah, I mean, domination game 1 when RAD won it in the first place, and then going into game number 4, which is basically domination again, plus coupled with perfect ban picks, right? Just taking out the comfort characters of Polly, and basically Polly and Enzo in that game, they fell. They were trying to break the formation of the enemy, right? Of RAD Esports. But when the Vanguard falls, so does the rest of the team. And honestly, I thought that Tanuki would be able to do so much, shift the momentum in the favor with that 5-man crazy solo animation. But unfortunately, RAD Esports was just so steadfast, and they just ran away with it.
The Battle of the Jeffs, right? I mean, we saw not only just great Jeff play all night long from Fate, but we also just saw, the near the play of the tournament, even though it was to the losing team. And what's crazy to me is I've watched a lot of matches, fellas, but the razor-thin margin of talent between those two teams, it was coin flips. Yeah, the score maybe didn't reflect it, but you could see it here, and the audience felt it, just how close it was between the two of them. I think you guys are right. I would say probably the pick ban phase I would definitely have given to RAD there. And just the overall flexibility.
It is.
Even though talent is close, the game plan, you could tell the confidence was with RAD.
Yeah, definitely. A matter to consider as well was just the fact that Tanuki specifically, early in the day, had to mirror a Black Panther, right, against Ground Zero, and did that. And now had to face Fate, arguably the best Jeff at the moment, and try to mirror that. I feel like Tanuki is so versatile in their hero pool that they always got to run it down on the mirror match to somebody who's like a specialist, and still did it. And especially Tanuki is such a young age, like only just begun this kid's career, and so many individuals out here. Enzo's Venom is crazy to see. There's so many standouts as well. Emilio's putting in the work, and I'm keen to see how RAD perform going into 100 Thieves tomorrow.
Yeah, as we do say goodbye to Citadel, that was something we were pointing out. I know he started as a Rocket player way back when, and then he kind of flexed into that duelist role, and I was a bit perplexed at first, like, what are we doing on the Jeff here? But he does. He matches kind of what's called to him. Now, when everything's on the line there, crazy to pull that out, right? But that's a young team, and listen, you don't get the high highs without the low lows, right? And they're gonna learn from this. They're gonna grow from it. We had a stacked day, though. Match 1 hitting with Ground Zero, falling 1-3-2, who we just watched in Citadel. Yeah, that doesn't tell the full story, though. Close match between the two. RAD, though, really took over, and we saw them kind of carry that momentum right into the next games. Talk about match 3 and 4.
Honestly, Nello, take it.
No, go ahead. I mean, okay, I'm going to start it off. Like, Envy versus 100 Thieves, I felt like the storyline that we could have watched from there was like, hey, during the Ignite stages, 100 Thieves was the one who actually defeated Envy and put them in the 3rd place, right? And then now, this is the sweet story of comeback. Like, hey, we're getting our sweet revenge on the main stage right here.
We'll talk about sweet revenge. One thing I want to point out is we've seen now RAD fall to Envy, and then we've also seen, in addition to that, who's the other one? 100 Thieves, who just came from 3-0, right? Yep. So one of these two teams, the closest team that came close to defeating Envy was Citadel. Mechanically, I thought they matched up well. Because Envy, one thing they do very well is they don't get surprised by craziness. And the Jeffs and the dives, they handle that well. But these teams now have loads of tape, loads of film to look through. What went wrong, Liger? And that's going to probably be the difference.
Definitely going to be the difference going to this next one. I'm very excited to see 100 Thieves versus RAD tomorrow morning early. And that's the thing, it's early in the morning. They both, went through the ringer today, having to have a lot of matches. I feel like it's going to be interesting to see, like, there you go, yep. It is going to be a crazy one to see how that all unfolds. But, of course, 100 Thieves versus RAD tomorrow morning is going to be exciting. A lower bracket finals between those two teams. Unfortunately, we do say farewell to Citadel today, and that's okay. Just a little bit of a thing on the screen. We'll just correct it to everyone. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus RAD. 100 Thieves versus RAD.
At the top. We don't want to say goodbye to them, but it must be done. But we've got the show match after that, which it's a fun little halftime icebreaker.
That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a funny one. I'm very excited to see what the team has planned behind. That is gonna be so fun to watch.
It's been all seriousness here at Ignite, and that's just to have a little bit of fun. To break up the ice, allows the teams to rest, reset, and carry that momentum before we crown our champion, find the grand finals. Best of 7. is definitely, it changes things, as y'all know, right? Because you can adjust so much better. You take a couple losses, you can reset, you know?
Exactly. Best of 7 doesn't let you have the 3-0 sweeps.
Exactly.
You know, I don't think a 5...
And it can be a 5-0 sweep.
Sorry, 4-0 sweep. I don't think there's going to be a 4-0 sweep. These are the best of the best across the globe here for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Give us a belt. Do not give us that for... if it is a 4-0 and you deserve it, fair play. I don't think these teams are going to go 4-0. They've been through the ringer. They've played on this stage more than enough times. There's no more stage fright. There's no more jitters. Your peripherals are ready to go, locked and loaded. This stage is like their home backyard now. They're ready to run at all these teams, all these top 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Envy is definitely up there watching, right? Because they've had the longest matches. They have the most days playing, fighting their way into the play-ins from a position where they have to fight for their lives at the very first day itself. And their route coming to the grand finals was not easy at all if you compare it to the run at the lower part of the bracket, right?
That's a good point, actually. Usually, you can look at any sport, really, and sometimes playing early is not always a good thing, that you get more film on them. But if you look, if we have a RAD and Envy final, 2 play-in stages, that's just a story within itself. I think another story, too, to add, fellas, is the margin of just talent across the region is way closer than we thought. Obviously, America's performing well, EMEA's doing well, but we've just seen how the other teams have adapted, and just the one Seoul team coming from the land down under. That's what has me excited, because it's still the birth. We keep saying that it's the birth of the esport, and so to see this kind of come up and what we're seeing is impeccable.
And honestly, meta changes every day.
Oh, yeah.
Marvel Rivals developers have developed a game where the concept of team ups can shift everything just like that. You don't even need a balance patch. In and team out. What is it? Guardians of Rival is not even a thing anymore, right? As of today, you know, it's not around anymore. Things have changed. You know, and of course, you know, those watching at home, we've got some Twitch drops for you. That's right. Ignite mid-season finals Twitch drops are online. Get yourself some of the mid-season ignition sprays. Guangzhou spray, champion, celebration emo, as well as Ignite styled costume skin. Oh, okay. And the Ignite styled nameplate and Ignite Guangzhou nameplate. If you watch for 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 1.5 hours. If you watch all the way up to 4 hours, you get everything.
And the amazing LAN watch party that's going on as well. Honestly, this is such a great opportunity to bring everyone together, because before this, we just know everyone behind the screens, behind our on-hand phones, right? But here, we get Boger, SK, Fan, Day3, Lulu Lovely, and Necros, and it just feels surreal when everyone just comes here. We just forget where we come from, and we're just one community playing this game together.
Absolutely. It's Friday Night Live up there, too. We have different guests going up, everyone just talking and giving their perspective on Rivals and the meta we're seeing. But checking out the Season 3.5 roadmap. We got Season 3.5 now live plays out there in the wild, maybe not in the tournament, but in the wild. And taking a look at what we have, our official roadmap is here. And check out what's in store for the next half of this season. The sharpest hero ready to leave his mark on the battlefield. Get ready for Blade. He's here. He's ready. And those, look at those skins.
Bury the light.
Very light indeed. I mean, I would definitely love to play it. And hopefully, during tomorrow's show match, we'll be able to see that as well in that best of 2 show match.
That's the rumor. That is what we might.
Hey.
I would love to see that.
I would love to see that.
The devs probably had practiced it beforehand for like 2 months.
And
then was like, this is the combo.
They've set up the stream. Oh, sorry. Wrong update. My bad.
We just started.
Take that. I've got to say, though, I mean, we have had now 4 electric days, and I'm so impressed that it's not been 3-0s. It's really felt tight, even within the matchups that kind of came across the sweeps. Like, they've been tighter than people might have thought, and that's exactly what you want for Ignite. Looking towards going into tomorrow, 100 Thieves, RAD. We got to just find out what they are going to do, but that's going to do it here for day 4, right? Right, fellas? You guys do an amazing job casting.
Thank you.
We've got a close coming your way. Mr. Tetcher is going to close things up for day number 4.
Take it away.
Rivals! We have had an incredible day of games today, as we have already found our first grand finalist. Envy sit at the top of the mountain, surveilling all those below, waiting to see who will be joining them in the grand finals. Will it be RAD, who can push their way through to get their second rematch against Envy, or will 100 Thieves beat them to the top to get their own fated match? The only way to find out is to come back tomorrow, where we will be crowning our first ever Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season champion. Join us there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
같은 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸